the jungle. How long before you can get a city again? How long before you get a cell phone? How many millions of years does it take? And if I was an intelligent life force that realized that this is an error that can be corrected, I'd probably put stop to things. I'd probably make a shuttle force, upgrade with military bases, shut down all of their electronics, shut down just a little.
Right, dog. We ain't never left.
I would probably do that.
You just moved in silence.
You know, so how much yes. They actually do? How many of them are different ones? And if there's one that comes here, who's to say there's not a shit ton of different kinds? Some of them malevolent, some of them that only want us for our biology, some of them that are just doing tests on us, some of them that are, you know, kidnapping people and erasing their memories and putting them back in the woods. Those stories are too common. There's too many stories that are real fucking similar. Like the Travis Walton story, you ever heard that one? This guy was a logger in the 1970s. It was in Oregon. Was it Oregon? Oh, did they make a movie? Yeah, Fire in the Sky. Crazy story. And
Chris Bledsoe?
No.
You heard of him?
What's that one?
Chris Bledsoe, he's a guy that had an experience as well.
You've not heard of Chris Bledsoe? Maybe I haven't. It's possible.
Yeah. It's kind of the same thing. It's memories kind of gone. That's what it sounds like.
They all have a very similar story. They get medical examinations. And there's girls that are pregnant and, you know, like newly pregnant and got abducted and also never got pregnant anymore to figure out what happened. There's quite a few girls. John Mack had his book. John Mack was a psychologist who was at Harvard. He wrote this book. I think it's called Abduction. And it's all like him interviewing people that have had these kind of experiences happen to them. And this book was in the 1990s, right? So there was, I don't think these people got to share stories where they could come up with the same story organically. But today, you've heard so many stories online about UFO abductions or crash retrieval or something that you could formulate in your own mind a dream that seemed like these things that you had heard over and over and over again. But when you go back to like Betty and Barney Hill, which were one of the first people that ever got abducted by aliens, they have the same sort of story as all these different people that didn't know anything about the phenomenon, didn't know anything about UFO abductions, and then all of a sudden had one event in their life that freaked them out for the rest of their life. They take them through hypnotic depression. These people, you hear reports of Betty and screaming, freaking out. No one thought about being abducted by aliens in the 1950s or whenever that was. But these people have this wild fucking story that's super similar to all these different stories that John Mack talks about. And maybe there's different kinds of aliens. Maybe there's aliens that are just like our scientists. They just come down here and study and report on like the state of the biological entity known as the human beings and visit and return. And maybe they monitor us and watch us and make sure that we don't do anything really fucking stupid. Like give us enough room to figure it out on our own, but don't intervene unless they're about to nuke themselves. Interesting. That's the best case scenario.
Yeah, I don't know what all this is, man. I just, I try to back into it on the podcast and talk to, Angel guys. And I don't know.
Some people are 100% like Billy Carson's all right. I've gone with him for sure too.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I've seen a couple of clips of him, but I've never seen a long form group with him and TV show. That was a great episode. He's fun. He was on my friend Andrew Schultz's podcast, and Andrew was like, "We're not going to check nothing. We're just going to let him go. No fact check. Let's just have fun." See, when he starts talking about like those ancient tablets, he's an expert in like the deciphering of all those ancient tablets, and he's got a lot of information on that. Those things are fascinating because it's all the same stories even back then. These flying ships, all these different depictions of things that came from the sky, and these giants, the Anunnaki, and all these different things that came from some other place that had interaction with human beings.
Yeah, he kind of like mixes it with biblical stuff, right? That's kind of, I don't know, that's what I mean for most of this stuff, to be honest with you, is maybe I think there's a consciousness aspect. I think there's I think it is the afterlife.
It's possible, that's for sure. It's possible that whatever things are that come here different with some sort of another dimension, and then we just don't have the ability to interact with them. We're limited in our capacity as a biological entity to interact with these dimensions that are real, but we just can't access them. We can't get to it. We don't have the frequency. We don't know what it is. But in some cases, under duress, under some situations, in some, just like a person can be hypnotized, just like a person can go under a trance. I think there's a way every now and then that people can kind of access these realms. And I think that's probably some of these entities are. But it's people are probably having real experiences with something that probably is real that they normally cannot have.
Yeah. If you ever looked into, because I think I kind of group all this stuff in together, but if you looked into the movie stuff,
Yeah,
that stuff,
pretty nuts.
yeah,
I had a remote. I think it was a show called Joe with questions and everything. We had remote viewers on and tried to get them to do things they couldn't really. It wasn't really effective. But I'm also like, okay, this is an unnatural environment. It's a television show. It's like weird pressure. The skeptical people that are like looking at this, and I don't know if they're real. I think it's probably a skill that can be developed, but I don't know how consistent it is. It's like I don't believe in psychics, but I do believe that sometimes just know things, and sometimes you get a premonition. Sometimes I think the connection that people have with each other is not as simple as like you call your friend up, hey, I've talked to you forever. I think we're connected somehow quantum. I think we're all connected in some sort of weird, undiscovered way. And that's why you think about someone they call you sometimes. People say, oh, that's just a coincidence. Man, I don't know about that. Because sometimes it's someone I haven't talked to for fucking years. And you'll be having a conversation with a buddy, and you just start thinking about that guy, and that's like,
that happens all the time.
that's weird.
That's I mean, what they say, we use 10% of our brain. You don't.
No, they with that, what they didn't really understand, when they were saying that, they didn't really understand what the brain does and what parts of the brain do. They thought they're like only using 10%. That's like different parts of the brain have very different functions and under different circumstances, different parts of the brain are activated. I think just we have a limited understanding of the actual function of the brain, like the whole thing and how it's goes and making psychedelic compounds and the hormones and epinephrine and norepinephrine, all this different dopamine and serotonin and how it regulates your system and changes the way you interact with the world. It's all weird stuff. I don't think they completely have they can't recreate a human brain.
Yeah.
Some of this.
Have you heard of Joe McConnell?
No, dude.
You have to talk to him.
Who's he?
He is remote viewer number one for the U.S. But he's but he's not like kooky. He's really no.
How do you not be kooky when you're remote?
He just have a conversation with him. He's there.
Okay.
Yeah, no weird vibes, nothing like it. But the way he, I asked him, I'm like, well, how did it happen? Do you think, does everybody have this? Or, just like thinking questions. And he said he thinks we all have had it since the beginning. And he was basically saying, if you look at how animals communicate, they kind of communicate like that. And he was talking about, caveman times, he used to point at shit and grunt and nod heads and look at things, and everybody would know what we were thinking about. And he goes, and then we started traveling in groups, and then language was kind of, and he goes, language actually slowed down our initial form of communication, which was, it wasn't maybe as descriptive, but it was just as deliberate as speaking language.
Mm.
And then your technology basically is kind of things our brains have been kind of dumbed down from thousands and thousands of years of technology coming out, language, and all these other things. And
I don't lose the ability to do it.
exactly. We don't. I mean, you hear it all the time. You don't use it, you lose it. And so basically what he's saying is we're losing our instincts. I mean,
That makes sense if you don't use it. I mean, isn't that what the appendix is? And isn't the appendix an organ that we no longer need anymore because we cook food?
yeah, I don't know.
What is the reason why the appendix is going away? I think that's what it is. I think it's a change in diet over time that's made it unnecessary. So it's like slowly being phased out of the human anatomy. And that's why it ruptures sometimes. But I don't think it has a real function anymore. What do you think? The appendix kind of helping us in two ways, both with the gut, it helps fight off invading pathogens. That's one thing that is true. Interior appendix, the immune system sounds good. But also to repopulate the gut with its beneficial bacteria after gastrointestinal issues. How did the appendix form, and why is the appendix like? There's a thing that was speculated about what the origin of the appendix is and why we don't use it the same way we used to. Why do humans have it? A lot of research has been the appendix has many key Okay, here it is. Go to the top. Okay. Worm-shaped tube attached to the large intestine of the human body. It's an organ that is credited with very little significance and often removed indiscriminately to avoid complications due to infection. However, modern researchers believe the appendix has many key functions in the human body, and it protects the body's internal environment from infection. What is the original origin of the appendix, though? That was the thing.
What's going on here?
I think it was something about processing fiber.
Are you with me?
The vestigial, okay. Support the theory of the appendix of vestigial origin that was once used by our herbivorous ancestors. It was found that in herbivores, the vertebrates, the appendix is comparatively larger and it helps with the digestion of top herbivorous foods such as bark of a tree. So the thing is, like, we're changing, right? We don't eat like that anymore, so it's changing. Its function changes. It makes sense that if we don't use the mind the same way our ancestors did before language, we probably lose this connection. Animals do seem to have with each other.
Yeah, I mean, there's all kinds of. If you've heard of people, kind of. How do I describe it? If you've heard of people that kind of they start preparing for their death, but they're not realizing they're preparing for their death.
Yeah, I've heard that.
It's like an intuition. They're unaware that they're going to die, so they start preparing everything for their departure,
Yeah.
and not even realizing that that they're gonna pass.
Yeah, I've heard about that.
I mean, I think that's just another example of. I think that we have lost a lot of intuitions, and we don't really know how to go back and exercise them. That's kind of what
I think it makes sense. I think technology certainly distracts human beings from human interactions. And kids today are growing up more socially unbalanced and more their progress is retarded. There's something about the use of technology that is certainly limiting kids' abilities to interact with each other person to person. Yeah. And over time, that's probably going to be the norm. And if you want to think about the rise of spectrum disorders and lack of emotional
and how you living?
empathy, people have that seem to have those.
Are you a member of my Discord, baby? Yo, dog. One moment. I'm sending you an invite, B. Just one moment, baby. It's coming at you. Coming at you faster than you've ever seen. Fastest shit of all time. Check this out, Tim. Check out your personal DM. I just sent you an invite, B. You're welcome, Tim. Hell yeah, baby. All right. Welcome, welcome. Are you Kim? Hell yeah, you are. What's up, Kim? Dog, what's new? Still living like a pimp. Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. Sideline to sideline, damn on you're perfect. How you living, baby? Yeah. How's your Harry Potter about Mr. McKenty stack point doing? We're done. Well, I'm glad you do that. Did you know I always tried, baby? Tried to get it. Baby. So far, so good. Like 4:19 p.m. Right, man. How's life been? Good. Good, God. I've been live for more than 3 years. This is the biggest event in global history. Okay. What up? That's what I like to hear. playing a game? Okay. Archery? You can play it if you want. Download the app Plato, Plato. Yep. Excellent. Yeah. Plato, Plato. Take your time. Go. I'm Rabbi. Oh, Plato, Plato. Correct. Yep. Did you create an account? Did you create an account? Okay. Uh, okay. Are you ready? Do you have an account? Do you have an account? Okay, I'm making an account. Do you know your name? Just a moment. I'll add you. K-I-M P-H-I. Okay, K-I-M 5. K-I-M P-H 5. Check your invitation. Did you get an invitation? Okay, I'm going to send you an invitation. I've never played this game, but let's try it. Standard. Okay, so watch. You press accept. We'll play a bunch of games, but you press on the screen. Press on the screen. Did you join? Oh, look, I sent you an invitation. Okay. You joined? You're playing Bounce? Yes, I see. Do you Did you get an invitation? Okay, accept it. Yeah, there you go. Okay, race. It's a race. 3, 2. When you press on the screen and you want to make your color go through, and it's like there are different checkpoints. Press on the screen, like tap, tap on the screen. Yeah. So you want to go through the right colors. So if you're all is yellow, you can only go through yellow. If it's blue, you can only go through blue. If it's green, you can only go through green. So are you pressing on the screen to make the ball go up? Is the ball moving? Press on the screen like tap. Tap, 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 tap. Okay, the screen up. I'll finish it. We'll do another game. Yes, sir. We'll do another game, an easier game this week. I just gotta get through this game. Okay, we finished that game. Let's go to a different game. That game's really hard. So I'm gonna send you. Do you know what mini golf is? Look, I sent you an invitation. Check your invitations. Word. So you pull back, and the ball will go forward. Put the ball. Yeah, there you go. And then you pull back. And the ball, there you go. But you'll fix it out. You're doing really well. Yep. You just wow, very close. Good job. There you go. Good job. You won the first one. Put the ball down on the tee. There you go. The pink is sticky like gum. Good shot. That's not it. You want to do something like this. Watch this. Wrong way. Harder. Harder. Good one. And it slides on the ice. Harder. Good one. Very good. Good job. Great job. All right, I'm good for now. But tonight, in like 8 hours or so, we play, and we play really hard tonight. So you'll enjoy it. Excellent. And come in here whenever you want. Come in at least once a day and say hi, okay? Excellent, my man. Thanks, bro. What'd you say, Cliff? No. Yeah, I'll be back in like 1 minute. I'm just getting some food.
You know, this isn't like some producer has told you the list of guests you're going to have for the week. You're not really interested in it. You got to do some fucking kid up boy band. You know,
I can't do it.
no,
I can't do it. It's like,
there's no reason to do it.
Yeah, when I started, we started in the attic. It was me and my wife with the ship cameras that had like 30-minute timers. So Mike Glover was my first guest. And so my wife was like running back and forth, resetting these 30-minute fucking timer cameras. And I'm trying to run the sound, listen to what the hell Mike said. And I'm like, this is fucking awesome. It is. What year did you start? I started, first one got pumped out Christmas of 2019.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, that's also a great example because a lot of people want to say that the podcast market is too saturated. Like I've heard people say that, it's too hard to make in the podcast market. No, I don't believe that.
Yeah.
I don't believe that. I think if you got a good show, it's going to rise.
Same here.
And that's you.
Thank you. Thank you. So I studied the Rothschild and I was doing it. And I wanted to, I just wanted to make it different. I didn't want to copy the red carpet. You know what I mean?
And you made it yours. Yeah, you really did. And it's that's the great thing about this. And we need more voices like yours out there, more different people that are doing the same kind of thing. Following one interest, talking to people honestly, having these long-form podcasts. Like the one with the guy studying the UFO. I think that's like 2.5 hours long, right?
Which one?
Is it what's his name? John Alexander?
Yeah. I think it was like 9 hours.
Yeah, John Alexander. I mean,
So, here's one.
6 hours. Yeah. Yeah. It's 6 hours and a couple of minutes.
Yeah.
You talk to this guy about paranormal programs and government.
I don't want to let him go.
It was amazing. It's crazy stuff.
Thank you.
Well, listen, Sean, it was great to meet you. I really appreciate you. I appreciate what you're doing. I appreciate how you do it. And it's good to come from.
Hey, thank you for having me, Joe.
My pleasure. All right. Bye, everybody. Oh, watch the show. Sean Ryan Show. It's on everything, right? Bye,
Experience.
Double living.
He's the best cook because he's like a totally different person.
No, it's really,
But he's really,
yeah, it's like the Alan thing, It's like,
I mean, he's really good.
it was like weird, It was like, I got the Christian Bale one because like he's in character, his intensity, and some guy's fucking around in the background. I'm like, God damn it, stop fucking around! I get that. Yeah. Like he's this frenzy at this intense scene, but those fucking it's Republican talking points on Fox News. And that was before. It was when he was kind of here.
When he's doing like gossip.
Oh, that's right. He was a gossip guy. He was like an Entertainment Tonight type guy. One of those deals. Instant number was? Yeah. And they never go back. It's such a weird environment, the left and right. There's no like centrist news source on television. There's no like this is probably what's going on news source. It's always one or the other, and it's like you're living in a bipolar person's brain.
I think that part of what's happened is we used to have news, and you could make a good living in news, and journalists were really sort of at the top of the social hierarchy in some way, shape, or form because they were just check and balance. And then somewhere along the way, this business model focused people on clicks, and nobody told the rest of the world that the underlying incentives were changed. And so that's where you find yourself, where there's very little news. There's a lot of opinion. And then the problem with opinion is that feeds the outrage machine. And that's the click-on-it. The click-on-it doesn't go high when you're like, hey guys, I studied this equation. There's a 50% chance of 60%. Nobody cares about that. It's either like, it's totally bad,
or it's totally different because it amps people up, and that's a real bummer because I think like you don't know what to think of it.
Well, it's also a completely novel new thing that we weren't prepared for. So before there was social media and online news, no one was prepared for the world of the algorithm. No one was prepared for being like literally everything that freaks you out is what you'll be shown because that shows that you're engaging and that's how it's set up for it, which is just so contrary to the rest of history. I mean, it was always it leads in the news because they wanted people to want to win ratings news, but they only had so much control and it was only enough time. Exactly. And now it's 24/7 anxiety.
It's omnipresent, and it's basically made to want to convince you that you need more.
Yeah.
And it's like a bad cut. Like the first few shots of it, first few bites of it tastes amazing. But if you eat the full coffee cake every day for the next 365 days, and then for the next year, you're gonna get diabetes.
Yeah.
So the version of that is like your brain just gets totally fried. And the bigger problem is when you present it with maybe it's not even the truth, but an opinion that you should consider, you get totally shut down. And that's like the real problem. You build these antibodies in your body. Whereas this other version that says, take a step back and reconsider, it's not a lie.
Right.
And then if you say to yourself, well, how do you even start? Where do you go? Like if a friend of mine works at Facebook, and he showed me threads. We were playing poker last week, and he showed me threads. And what's incredible is like threads and X are like the exact polar. And he was showing me the concept of like how the outrage machine is threads. And the way it works is like it's when we wrote this article about it. And also he was going to post something that says 8 plus 2 equals 5. And then you get like a million views, and then it'll first start with like folks that are like trying to gently nudge this person. Actually, I want to do this. This is for, and then it builds and it builds and it builds. And so there's this weird version of how people react to like information, and it tends to be kick gloves, and then people just lose their minds. So it's kind of like, and then over here, I think the next what you find is there's a lot more structural data, but then it can easily get lost in the noise because there's just a few things that just constantly consume, what the algorithms want to amplify and what is important at the moment. And I think that finding the way to like probably blend the two is probably what is the best in the sense that there's probably some stuff over here that doesn't make it over here. And there's probably a lot of stuff over here that doesn't make it over here. A little bit of that diet for everybody probably goes.
Is there heavy content moderation on threads? Is there?
I don't know. I don't use it. I don't have it. I just saw it in that moment. But when he described how the engagement farming works, it just sounded kind of like ludicrously.
So to explain to people, 2 plus 2 equals 5. If you just post that, is a bizarre thing that's going around where we were talking about how math is racist.
Exactly. Basically, that's what it gets to. Math is racist.
Oh no! If math is racist, we have a real problem. Because that means everything's racist.
Well,
because everything's math.
we have this thing. I don't know if you saw this in the Bay Area. In COVID, the city of San Francisco, brought together their board of education, and they eliminated a bunch of AP classes, including like a bunch of AP math classes. And part of it is because of this reason, because they felt it was exclusion. And I think what it misses is that there's all this other stuff you could do to kind of like even the starting line for folks. But if you rip out things like AP math, like take a step back, like an 8 billion people in the world, what are the odds that there's only literally one Steve Jobs? Or literally only one Elon Musk, meaning capable of that kind of execution? I suspect that there's maybe 2. And so, like, part of the human, like, part of our social responsibility as adults is how do you look at it so that that second Steve Jobs can find a path to do something?
Right.
And I'm not saying AP math is the answer, but I'm saying there are people that I remember when I was growing up, I wasn't particularly good at school. But there were a few subjects which I was just like, wow, like the little time I spent in school, I was like, I felt a little safe. You know, I could connect, to build up a little bit of my self confidence, and I didn't feel so marginal. I'm sure there's a lot of kids out there. For some very small subset, maybe that's what that kind of class is. It pushes them to a boundary that they didn't know was possible. They're teaching them stuff. That's really cool. So I understand what the intent is, but then the byproduct is there's a small group of folks that get shut out, and then that person that could be that Steve Jobs like person, that Elon Musk like person, is held a little bit back. And I think that that hurts all of us. And you gotta find a way to do it just a little bit better.
This episode is brought to you by the Farmer's Dog. Dogs are amazing. They're loyal, they're lovable. Like, just having Marshall around can make my day 10 times better. I'm sure you love your dog just as much, and you want to do your best to help them live longer, healthier, happier lives. And a healthy life for your dog starts with healthy food, just like it does for us. There's a reason having a balanced diet is so important. So how do you know if your dog's food is as healthy and as safe as it can be? Well, Farmer's Dog gives you that peace of mind by making fresh, real food developed by board-certified nutritionists to provide all the nutrients your dog needs. And their food is human grade, which means it's made to the same quality and safety standards as human food. Very few pet foods are made to this strict standard. And let's be clear, human grade food doesn't mean the food is fancy. It just means it's safe and healthy. It's simple, real food from people who care about what goes into your dog's body. The Farmer's Dog makes it easy to help your dog live a long, healthy life by sending you fresh food that's pre-portioned just for your dog's needs. Because every dog is different. And I'm not just talking about breeds. From their size to their personality to their health, every dog is unique. Plus, precise portions can help keep your dog at an ideal weight, which is one of the proven predictors of a long life. Look, no one, dog or human, should be eating highly processed foods for every meal. It doesn't matter how old your dog is. It's always a great time to start investing in their health and happiness. So, try the Farmer's Dog today. You can get 50% off your first box of fresh, healthy food at thefarmersdog.com/Roby. Plus, you get free shipping. Just go to thefarmersdog.com/Roby. Tap the banner or visit this episode's page to learn more. Offer applicable for new customers only. Well, that isn't part of the problem with eliminating gifted classes. Right? There's talk. I think they're doing that in New York. Is that where they're doing that? I don't know if that's the case. But there's something where there's this hot controversy about eliminating the concept of gifted classes. But the reality is, there's some people that are going to find regular classes, particularly mathematics and some of the things. They're going to find them too easy. They're more advanced students, and those students should have some sort of an option to excel. And it should be inspiring. It may be intimidating, but also inspiring to everybody else. I mean, that's part of the reason why kids go to school together. Look how hard she works. She works so much harder than me. Look how much she's getting ahead. Fuck, I gotta work harder. And it really does work that way. That's how human beings, in cooperation, that's how they grow together.
And I think that it used to be the case that if you went to in high school, you would be really cool with people that were going to like specific high schools to get really good at something. Remember like that show on TV Fame?
Yes.
Right? And so, well, that was more about the performing arts, right? But that was amazing. It's like, you know, if you knew a kid that was going to one of those schools, what you'd say is, wow, you are incredibly talented in this one specific thing. Go push the boundary of that and see what happens. I think we owe it to ourselves to say that.
Yes.
Right? There's 330 million in the United States. Don't you think that if we created a bunch of different ways for people to figure out what they're super good at, things are better, not worse? Like, what is the answer?
Yeah.
You know, you have more Joe Rogans, you have more Kevin Harts, you know, you have more great actors, you have more great directors, but you also have more engineers. you have more scientists, you have more doctors, and you created a way for them to just go deep in something where their curiosity took them. That's okay. What's wrong with that?
Just nothing wrong. It sounds optimal.
It sounds pretty decent.
It sounds great. It's just a matter of resources, and then also like completely revamping how you teach kids. This is my gripe with this whole ADHD thing. I've talked to many people who have varying opinions on whether or not that's an actual condition, or whether or not there's a lot of people that have a lot of energy and you're sitting in the class that's very boring and they don't want to pay attention to it. So instead, you drug them and you give them medication that is essentially speed and lets them hyper focus on things. And now all of a sudden, well, Timmy's locked on. It was really just the medication that he needed. And I think for a lot of those kids, if they found something that was really interesting to them, maybe they're really bored with this, but they're really excited about biology. Maybe there's something that like resonates with their particular personality and what excites them, and they could find a pathway. And instead, we have this very rigid system that wants to get children accustomed to the idea of sitting still for an hour at a time over and over and over again throughout the day, being subjected to people who aren't necessarily that motivated or getting paid that well.
Well, we're going to probably talk about AI today, but let's just touch on this just in this one second. We are going to create computers that are able to do a lot of the rote thinking for us. What that means is, I think, the way that humans differentiate ourselves is that we're going to have judgments and taste. Right? Those are very defining psychological characteristics, in my opinion. But what that means is if you go back to like how school is taught, what you said is very limiting for what the world is going to look like in 30 years. In 30 years, where you have a PhD assistant that's in your pocket, that can literally do all of the memorization, spell checking, grammar, all of the fact recall for you. Teaching that today is probably not going to be as important as interpreting. Like, how do you teach kids to learn to think, not to memorize and regurgitate? So we have to flip, I think, this education system. We have to try to figure out a different way to solve this problem, because like you can't set children, this generation of our kids, to go and have to compete with the computer. That's crazy. It's crazy. That's crazy.
They get Drake song in 3 minutes.
The computer is going to win.
Yeah.
So what can't the computer do? I think maybe a reasonable question. And I think the computer, in a lot of cases, can't express judgment. It'll learn. But today, it's not going to be able to. The same way the computers, it's going to have different dates, right? So the way that we interpret things, the same way that you go to these people,
Make sure to have the
all these things that are sort of like these softer skills that allow humans to cooperate and work together.
Change your date and time to something within a 45-day period.
And
Maybe
so
like
if you go all
a
the way
month
back
ago.
to school,
then open up JITBET,
today,
and it'll be
the
like
school system is unfortunately
you have
in
15 days to evaluate, because evaluate, and then go back to your clock and
teachers
your
are
program.
going to become the most, the top 3 or 4 important people in society. And the reason is because they are going to be tasked with teaching your kids and my kids how to think, not to memorize. Don't tell me what happened in the War of 1812. Like, you can just, use a search engine or use a chat GPT and find out the answer. But why did it happen? What were the motivations? If it happens again, what would you do differently or the same? And those kinds of reasoning and judgment things, I think we're still far ahead of those computers. So the teachers have to teach them, which means you have to pay them more, you have to put them in a position to do that job better. And then back to what you said, I've lived this example of ADHD in my family. I have 5 kids, one of the kids was diagnosed with it. And unfortunately, what happens is the system a little bit closes in. So on the one side, they give you a lot of benefits, I guess. And I put it in quotes because you get these emails that say if they want extra time, if they want this, if they want, they'll give you a take notes if you don't manage right. So those feel like aids to help you, right? side, one person was very adamant, like, hey, you want to medicate? And my ex-wife and I were just like, under no circumstances are we medicating our child. That was a personal decision that we made with the information that we had, knowing that specific kid. All kids are different, so I don't want to generalize. And then the crazy thing, Joe, what we did was we took the iPad out of the system, and we said, we had these very strict device rules, and then COVID turned everything upside down. And you're just surviving. You're sheltering in place. 5 kids running around. They're not really being, taught by the schools. The schools won't convene the kids. And so what do? You just hand them the device. Everything was through the device. The little class they got, through the device. The way that they would talk to their friends, through the device. So it reintroduced itself in a way that we couldn't control. And then we saw this slippage. And then what we did was we just drew a threat of lab and we said we're taking it out. No more video games. No more alcohol. We're going to dose it in very small doses and feed it the entire time. But then here's what happened. I took my eye off the ball a little bit this summer because it was like he had a great year. He reset, his self-confidence was coming back. He was like, man, this is amazing. And then I do the thing that a lot of people would do. Oh, here you go. Yeah, it's fine. You talk to your friends. And then it started again, and then again. We just have to reset. So, at least in our example, what we have, it may not apply to everybody, but for us, in not being babies in this thing, had a huge effect. Playing basketball outside, roughhousing with his brothers, having to talk to his friends, having to talk to us, watching movies. Or we would just sit around, because, by the way, and what I noticed was, like, my kids had a hard time watching movies or listening to songs on Spotify for the full duration. They'd get to the hook and they got bored next. And then they're like, they'd watch like 8 minutes next. And I was like, what are you guys doing? Like, this is, enjoy the fullness. They couldn't even sit there for 3.5 minutes. So what at least, my son was learning was, like, to just chill a little bit. Be there, be able to watch a show. And these shows move at a glacial pace relative to what they're used to if they're playing video or TikTok. Yeah, because TikTok, they're like this. Really. And it's helped. It's not a cure. But it just goes back to what you're saying, which is like, if you give parents options, and I heard this crazy stuff. I don't know if this is true. If you take the devices away, the kid will feel isolated from the other students. The critical mass, I don't know if this is true, but it's what I was told was that if you get a third of the kids, like in a class of, if you get a third of the degree as well, no devices, the kid feels zero social isolation because it becomes normal. And you gotta flip it. Yeah, it's like that's deep thoughts, or you call it. I don't know. It may be worth time. There was a crazy thing. I don't know if you can find this, but there was a crazy thing. Eton College, which is like the most elite, if you will, private school in the UK. Kind of where like all the prime ministers of the United Kingdom have matriculated through Eton College. It's like high school, fancy high school. They sent a memo to the parents for the incoming class. And the headmaster said, when you get on campus with your child, we're going to give you like what is basically a no-kill flip card. You are going to take the SIM card out of this kid's iPhone, you're going to stick it in this thing, and this is how you can communicate with you and communicate amongst each other while they're on campus. Like, wow. Mandatory. I thought this was incredible. I don't know what the impact is, but that takes a lot of courage, and I thought that's amazing.
Well, it's great because then if they're communicating, they're only communicating, not sharing things or Snapchatting each other back and forth, and the addictive qualities of these phones which is, if you think about the course of human evolution, and you think of how we adapted to agriculture and civilization, and we essentially became softer and less muscular and less aggressive, like, that took a long time. That was a long time. This thing is hitting us so quickly. And one of the bizarre things is it creates a disconnection. Even though you're being connected to people consistently and constantly through social media, there's a disconnection between human beings and normal behavior and learning through interaction with each other, social cues, all the different things that we rely on to learn how to be a friend and to learn how to be better at talking to each other.
I have a rule with my oldest is 15. He'll call me. He'll call me. Or even when I call him. It's like a lunch where I'm not talking with. And I'm like, hello. So I went through this thing where like I would just hang up. And I'm like, beep, hang up. And then he would call me back. Huh? And then finally I just want you to have these building blocks that may sound really stupid to you right now. But looking people in the eye, being able to have a normal conversation, and be patient with that conversation is going to be really valuable. People will really be connected to you. You may not feel that. You may think this is like lame and stupid what I'm telling you, but I was like, just try to do it. And then what's so funny is like, I would tell the story about like, where kids go to like, very young school, right? And I almost think like sometimes like, again, we're not teaching necessarily kids to think for themselves. We're asking them to memorize a bunch. And one of the things that I worry that we taught our kids to memorize are like the fake greetings and salutations. So on the one hand, you have what's really visceral, which is up. And then on the other hand, sometimes you see these kids and they're going to get introduced and go, hello, it's great to meet you. And I'm like, man, this is the fakest thing I've ever seen. So you're at these two ends of the spectrum. And I would make fun of my kids. Because, like, they would say thank you, but they would say, like, thank you, like, to me. They'd be like, thank you. And I'm like, what are you doing? Who told you that? Say thank you like that? Hey, maybe just say thank you.
Right.
Thanks, I appreciate that. Just look somebody in the eye, thank you.
But what concerns me is as this tech gets more and more invasive in terms of how human beings, particularly children, interface with it, and as it gets, we would just be guessing as to what comes out of AI and to what kind of world we've been looking at for 20 years. It seems like it's having a profound effect on the behavior of human beings, particularly young human beings. They're developing. How old are you? I'm 40. I'm 57. So when I grew up, there was zero of this, and I got this slow trickle through adulthood from when I was a child, VHS tapes, and answering machines through big tech.
Yeah, you had the rotary phone.
Yes, exactly. So we went through the whole cycle of it, which is really interesting. So you get to see this profound change in people and what it's doing to kids, and you got to wonder, like, what is it doing to the species, and is that going to be normal? Is it going to be normal to be emotionally disconnected and like very bizarre in our person-to-person interface?
I think that when technologies get going, you have this little burst, like it's like these Cambrian waves. You get these little bursts which are overwhelming. Like I don't know what your reaction was, but my reaction when I first saw the iPhone, I was blown away. And I think like the first 4 or 5 years was entirely because it was just so novel. Like we took this big computer and we effectively shrunk it to this little computer, made it half to a third of the cost. And lo and behold, supply demand, just the number of computers tripled, quadrupled, and quintupled in so many more people were able to be a part of that economic cycle. All positive. Then you get a little dip. And the little dip is when I think we lose a little bit of the ambition of that first moment, and we get caught up in the economics of the current moment. What I mean by that is, the last 5 or 10 years, I think why you feel this viscerally is we haven't had a big leap forward from the iPhone of maybe 2014, 15. And I'm not picking on an iPhone, just like a mobile device. So what have you had over the last 10 years? You've had an enormous amount of money get created by an enormous number of apps. And the problem is that they are in a cul-de-sac. So they'll just iterate in this one way that they understand because the money is really good, quite honestly. And the incentives of the capital markets will tell you to just keep doing it. But then I think what happens is something shocks us out of it, and then we get the second wave. So if you go all the way back to look at the PC, the first moment of the PC in the 70s and the early 80s was incredible. You had these people that were able to take it and do all kinds of really interesting things. It was pure. Then you had sort of like the 90s and the early 2000s, and what was it? It was duopolistic, I guess. Microsoft. And what they were able to do was extract a huge tax by putting all of these things on folks' desks. And it was still mostly positive, but it was somewhat limited. Because most of the spoils went to these two companies, and all the other companies basically got a little bit numbered. And then it took the DOJ to step in 2000, try to course correct it on behalf of everybody. And then what happened was the internet just exploded. And the internet blew the doors wide open. And all of a sudden, if you had a PC, you didn't have these gatekeepers. It actually didn't even matter whether you were running on Intel. You just needed a browser. So you didn't need Microsoft Windows, right? And you didn't need Intel. And then just the internet just explodes. So we have the positive moment followed by, call it 10 or 15 years of basically economic extraction. And then we have that. I think today it's like we've invented something really powerful. We've had 10 or 15 years that were largely economic. And again, I think this is like the problem. I'm going to sound like every other central casting or Silicon Valley telling you this, but I do think that there's a version of this AI thing which blows the doors wide open. And I think we owe it to ourselves to figure out how to make that more likely than not.
Well, it seems it's inevitable, right? AI's emergence and it's where it goes from companies and that's going to happen. And we should probably try to steer it at least in a way that benefits everybody. I agree with you. There is a world I can see where AI changes everything. And one of the things that makes me most hopeful is a much better form of translation so that we'll be able to understand each other. It's a giant part of the problem in the world. It's, the Tower of Babel. So we really can't communicate with each other very well. So we really don't know what the problems are in these particular areas, how people feel about us. We can't empathize. We can't. It's very easy to not empathize with somebody. You don't even deal with the letters.
Have you been in a situation where you have a translator with the here?
No.
Empathy is zero. Because the problem is the person there is giving it to a certain tone because it's first person.
Oh, I've had that.
Yeah, and then but when you're here, it's very hard to feel empathy for this person because it's this person that you're focusing on because you're trying to catch it. So you hear the words. I think somewhat of the meaning is a little bit lost. You go back to this person and you say something, and they're in the same problem that you are. So I agree that the translation is cool. I think that there's going to be some negative. And I think that there's going to be a lot of pressure on certain jobs, and we got to feel it. That's not all roses. But some areas, if you imagine, I'll give you a couple of examples, are just different. Okay, so I'll go from the most likely to like the craziest. Okay, so most likely today, if you know somebody that's had breast cancer, if they go into a hospital, a random hospital in America, And the doctor says, we need to do a lumpectomy, meaning we need to take some mass out of your breast and take the cancer. What do you think the error rate today is across all hospitals? It's about 30%. Wow. And in regional hospitals, so places that are poor, right, or places that are in far-flung parts of the United States, it can be upwards of 40%. This is not the doctor's fault, okay? The problem is that you're forcing him or her to look with their eyes into tissue and try to figure out, well, where is the border where the cancer starts? So for every 10 surgeries, what that means are a week later, so imagine this, you get a breast cancer surgery, they take it out, they send it to the pathologist. The pathologist takes between 7 and 11 calls.
Shit.
So you're kind of waiting. 7 of the calls come back with clean margins, you're good. You now go to the next step. 3 of the calls, I'm sorry, there's still cancer inside your body. 3. So these women now go back for the next surgery. But the problem is, one of those women will get another call that says, I'm sorry, there's still cancer. And so, what is that? That's a computer vision, right? That's not necessarily a problem that can't not be solved literally today. We have models, we have tissue samples of women of all ages, of all races, right? So you have all of the different boundary conditions you need to basically get to a 0% goal. And what's amazing is that is now working its way through the FDA. So probably within the next 2 years, there'll be an AI assistant that sits inside of an operator. The surgeon will take out what they think is appropriate, they'll put it into this machine, and they will literally, I'm going to simplify, but they will flash red or green. You got all the cancer out. We need to take out a little bit more, just right over here. And now you get it out, now all of a sudden, instead of a 30% failure rate, what is 0% failure rate? That's amazing. That's today because you have this computer that's able to help you. And all we need is the will and the data that says, okay, if you want to do this, just show me that it works. And show me what the alternative would be if we didn't do it. And the alternative turns out to be pretty good. 14 surgeries for every 10 surgeries, I think that's not what the most advanced nation in the world can do. Right. Okay, so if you do it for breast cancer, the reason why breast cancer is where folks are focusing is because it gets so much attention and it's like crime. But it's not just breast cancer. Lung cancer, pancreatic cancer, stomach cancer, colon cancer. If you look at any kind of tumor, so if you're at the stage where you're like, we need to get this thing, this foreign growing thing out of our body, we should all have the ability to just do that with 0% error, and it will be possible in the next couple of years because of AI. Okay, so that's kind of like that's cool and it's cool. I think between years 2 and years 5, you're going to see this crazy explosion in materials. And this is going to sound maybe dumb, but I think it's one of the coolest. If you look at the periodic table, what's amazing is like we keep adding. So there's like 18 elements. We actually just theoretically forecasted there's going to be 119, so we create a little box. It's theoretical that it's going to show up. And they forecasted that there's going to be 142. Okay? So the periodic table of elements, quote unquote, grows. But when you look at the lived world today, we live in this very narrow expression of all of those things. We use the same few materials over and over and over. But if you had to solve a really complicated problem, don't you think the answer could theoretically be in this? Meaning, if you took, I'm going to make it up, selenium and then doped it with titanium 1%, but if you doped it with boron 14%, all of these things are possible. It's like stronger than the strongest thing in the world. Wow, and it's lighter than anything. So now you can make rockets with it and send it all the way up with less energy. It's all possible. So why haven't we figured it out? Because the amount of energy, the amount of computers we need to solve those problems which are super complicated, haven't been available. I think that is this next phase of AI. So what you said, which is we're going to have these PhD level robots and agents. In the next 2 to 5 years, we're going to come up with all kinds of materials. You'll have a frying pan that's like nonstick that doesn't have to heat up. Whatever you want. From like the most benign to the most incredible stuff. We'll just re-engineer what's on Earth. That's going to be crazy. It's going to be incredible. We all benefit from it. The kinds of jobs that people. We don't even know what job class that is to work with safety before. I'm just making up these ideas. So the point is that that's like in the middle phase. So our physical lived world is going to totally transform. Imagine a building that's made of a material that bends and just go like this and nothing changes to it. Why would that be important? Well, if you want to protect yourself from, the crazy unpredictability of climate, in the areas where it's susceptible to that, maybe you can construct these things much cheaper for earthquakes. You could construct more of them. Imagine in San Francisco, you could build buildings that solve the housing crisis, but do it in a way that was cheaper because the materials are totally different. You could just prove that these things are bulletproof. So instead of spending $1 billion to build a building, because you got to go, hundreds of feet into the earth, you just go 50 feet. It just figures it out. So that's possible. And I think there will be people that use these AI models to solve this. And then after that, I think you get into the world of it's not just robots that are in a computer, but it's like a physical robot. And those physical robots are going to do things that today will make so much sense in hindsight. So an example, I was thinking about this weekend. Imagine if you had a bunch of athletes that test this robot, and they were the highway patrol. Okay? Now, what happens here? Well, first, you don't put humans in the way. I suspect then the reaction of those robots could be markedly different. Now, those robots would be controlled remotely, right? So the people that are remote now can be a very different archetype, right? Instead of the physical requirements of policing, you now have this other layer, which is the psychological elements and the judgment. So my point is, like, if you had robots that were able to do the dangerous work with humans, I think it allows humans to do, again, judgment. Those areas of judgment which are very gray and fuzzy. It'll take a long time for computers to be able to replace us people. I really do think so. I think the biggest thing that we have done as a disservice to what is coming is some folks have tried to say that AI is the end all and be all. And I think the better way to think about this is that, how like you used to have to get your spelling right. Now you just think about it as like just fixes it. It up levels us. Like you used to have to remember the details of like some crazy theory, random detail fact. Now you can just Google it. So you can leave your mind to focus on other things, right? The creativity to write your next, to write your next set, to think about the next interview, to think about your business, because you're occupying less time with the perfectly stuff. I think these models are doing, and they're going to get complemented with physical ones, meaning physical robots, and they're going to do a lot of work for us that we have not done, or today that we do very precariously. Like should a robot go in and save you from fire? I think you could probably do a pretty good job. They'll have multiple sensors, they'll have vision, they'll be able to understand exactly what's going on. If something is falling, they'll just like, you know what I mean? Like, if they encounter any person of any body weight, snap up, pick that person up, transport them. Again, it allows humans to focus on the things that we're really differentiate. I do think it creates complications, but we have to figure this out. So that's like a kind of like a short, medium one.
Well, I see what you're saying in the final example as the rosy scenario. That's the best case option, right? That gives people freedom to be more creative and pursue different things. I think there's always going to be a market for handmade things. People like things that like an acoustic performance. They like stuff where it's like very human and very real. But there's a lot of people that just want a job, and these people maybe just aren't inclined towards creativity, and maybe they're very simple people who just want a job and they just want to work. Those are the people that
I worry about them as well. And I think that, like, I didn't live in the agrarian economy nor in the industrial revolution, so I don't know how we solve this problem. But we have seen that problem 2 times. And each time we found a way. And this goes back to sort of like news and politics and like just working together. But in each of those moments, we found a way to make things substantively better for all people. Like I saw this crazy thing. 1800, do you know how many people lived in extreme poverty? 80%.
Whoa.
Do you know where we are today? Sub 10%. Single digits. And it's a straight line that goes like this. And that was through the agrarian revolution, it was through the industrial revolution. So it is possible for humans to cooperate to solve these problems. I don't know what the answer is, but I do think you are right that it will put a lot of pressure on a lot of people. But that's why we gotta just figure this out.
What are your thoughts on universal basic income as a band-aid to sort of mitigate that transition?
I'm pretty sympathetic to that idea. I grew up on welfare. So what I can tell you is that there are a lot of people who are trying their best. And for whatever set of boundary conditions,
Right? I grew up on welfare as well.
yeah. And so if I didn't have that safety net, my parents' struggles, I think would have gotten even worse than what they were.
Right.
So I'm a believer in that social safety net. I think it's really important.
Best case scenario, right? Because your parents worked their way out of it, my parents worked their way out of it. But some people are just content to just get a check. And this is the issue I think that a lot of people have, is that people become entitled and just want to collect a check. And it's a substantial portion of our country. Like if universal basic income, if AI eliminates, let's just say a crazy number, like 70% of the manual labor jobs, truck drivers, construction workers, all this stuff gets eliminated, that's a lot of people without purpose. And a lot of things that a good day's work and earning your pay, it makes people feel self-sufficient. It makes people feel valuable, and it gives them a sense of purpose. Whether they would look at the thing that they did, maybe build a building or something like that, and drop their kids by it. Hey, we built that building. It's a part of their identity. And if they just get a check, and then what do they do? Just play video games all day? That's the worst case scenario, is that people just get locked into this world of computers and online and just receive checks and have the bare necessities to survive and are content with that and then don't contribute at all.
Then the jobs that, like, let's put it this way: if we were sitting here in 1924, or 100 years ago, right in the midst of a turn of the Industrial Revolution, we would have seen a lot of folks that worked on farms. And we would have wondered, well, where are those jobs going to come from? And I think that now when you look back, it was like, not obvious, but you could see where the new job classes came from. It's like all of these industries that were possible because we built a factory. And the factory turned out to be a substrate. And then you built all these different kinds of businesses which created different kinds of jobs on top of it. I would hope that if we do this right, this next week is like that, where we are in a period where with certainty what this job class goes to every day. But I think you have a responsibility to go and figure it out and talk it out and play it. Because the past will tell you that we have a really good humans, when they're unimpeded, have a really good ability to invent these things. So I don't know, maybe what it is by 2035, there's a billion people that have traveled to Mars. And we're building an entire planet from the ground up. There'll be all sorts of work to do.
Yeah, what kind of people are going to go first there?
I think that there'll be a lot of people that are frustrated with what's happening.
Yeah, sure. Just like the people that got on the Pinto or Santa Maria and made the way.
It all starts with like a group of people that are just like,
Yeah, but to want to go to a place that doesn't even have an atmosphere, it's capable of sustaining human life, and to try to figure, and you can only go back every couple of years, like those people are going to be psychos. You're going to have them completely psychotic. It's Australia on meth. You know, it's like the worst case scenario, the cast outs of society.
Right, like just like what you say is it's so true. But like if you think about what that decision looks like 400 years ago when that first group of prisoners were put on a boat and sent to Australia,
Right.
that's probably what it felt like.
Yeah.
Most people on the mainland, they were like, were probably thinking, this is insane.
Right.
So it'll always look like that. It'll be easier to rationalize it in Wednesday. But I do think that there will be a lot of people that want to when it's possible to get it. And, like, look, we're in the studio. We could be anywhere. We could be in Salt Lake City. Right? We could be in Rome. Right? We could be in Earth. You don't know.
Right. Especially today.
So,
Yeah, it could. You wouldn't know. Yeah. That could be the future. With, instantaneous communication with people on other planets, just like talk to people in New Zealand today.
So that's an amazing example of an innovation in material science that we have been experimenting with for years. So basically at the core of what you just said is a semiconductor problem. It's a doping problem. Is it silicon germanium? Is it silicon germanium with something else? And the problem, Joe, is to answer what you just said is a tractable problem that has been bound by energy and computers. And we're at a point where we're almost at infinite energy, and at a point where we're almost at, like, what I say is very specific, which is we're at this point where right in the distance is the marginal cost of energy is basically zero. The marginal to generate the next kilowatt is going to cost like sub a penny. Even with today's stuff, you don't need nuclear, you don't need any of that stuff. We're just on this trend line right now. And because of AI, we're at the point where to get an answer to a question, super complicated, it's got to be basically zero. The cost of it. When you put those two things together, what you just said, we will be in a position to answer. The world will be able to say, oh, Joe, you want instantaneous communication between here and Mars? We need to harden these communication chips. We're going to build it with this stuff, which we simulated on a computer. We made it. It works. It's shipping. Now, that would still take 5 or 10 years to do, but my point is, all these things that sound crazy are not. They're actually not that crazy. These things are like achievable technical milestones. If everything will boil down to a technical question that I think we can answer. You want a hoverboard? We could probably do that.
But then also with quantum computing, and one of the things about AI that's been talked about is this massive need for energy. And so we're going to, at least been proposed to develop nuclear sites specifically to power AI, which is wild.
Yeah, that could be.
You got a dance around this?
No, I'll tell you what. Okay, well, maybe before I give you my opinion, I'll tell you the facts. Today, it costs about 4 cents a kilowatt hour. Just don't forget the units, just remember the 4 cents. 20 years ago, it cost like 6 or 7 cents. If you go and get solar panels on your roof, basically costs nothing. In fact, you could probably pay for it. So it costs you like negative price because you can sells the energy in many parts of America back to the grid. But if you look inside the energy market, the cost has been compounded. And you would say, well, how does this make sense? If the generation cost keeps falling, why is my end user cost keep going up? This doesn't make any sense. And when you look inside, we have a regulatory burden that says for the utilities, of which there are like less than 2,000 in America, we're giving you a monopoly. In this area of Austin, you could provide all the energy. Now, Texas is different, but I'm just using it as an example. But in return, I'm going to allow you to increase prices, but I'm going to demand that you improve the infrastructure. Every few years, you got to upgrade the grid. You got to put money into this, money into that. Over the next 10 years, we got to put $1 trillion, America collectively, into improving the current grid, which I think will not be, because it is aging, and most importantly, it's insecure. Meaning, folks can penetrate that, folks can hack it, folks can do all kinds of things. So, and then it fails in critical moments. I think that in Austin we had like a whole bunch of like really crazy outages in the last couple of years. People died. Like this is in 2024. That's totally insane. So I think as like people decide that they want resilience, you're going to see 110 million, which is every home. Everybody's going to generate their own energy. Everybody's going to store their energy in a power wall. This stuff is going to become absolutely dirt cheap. And it'll just be the way that energy is generated. So you'll have this, but this is not the whole solution, because you still need the big guys to show up. When you look inside of like the big guys, so like now you're talking about these 2,000 utilities that need to spend trillions of dollars. They can do a lot of stuff right now to make enough energy to make things work. But when you look at nuclear, I would just say that there are two different kinds of nuclear. There's the old and the new. The old stuff, I agree with you, it's just money and you forget to turn back on. It's a specific isotope of uranium, you can deal with it. Everybody knows in that world how to manage that safely. Yes. But then what you have are like these next generations. This is where I get a little stuck. And I'm not smart enough to know all of it, but I'm close enough to be slightly tipped off. There's a materials, a technical problem. And what I mean about the materials. Some of these next-gen reactors need a material that will take you like 50 years in America, the world, to like harvest amounts. The only place where you can really get it is insufficient. You're really going to, that's how it's going to work. You're going to go to the moon. You're going to go to the moon. You're going to harness this material, and schlep it all the way back to some place in the middle. So I find that hard to. What is the material? I can find it. It's in that one of my folks said. But it's like it's a certain form of reactor that uses a very rare material to create plasmonic energy that can generate all of this stuff, and it's just very hard to find that. So I kind of scratch my head. What's the benefit of this particular type of reactor? Enormous energy. So like solar cell gets this much energy. Nuclear reactor does this, and this other thing, and it's super clean. So my point is like these next gen reactors, I think have some pretty profound technical problems that haven't been figured out. I applaud the people that are going after it, but I think it's important to not oversell that because it's super hard, and there's still some profound technical challenges that haven't been solved. It's just got past what's called positive net energy. You put you're taking up 100 units of energy in, and at least you try to get out like 100.01. And what kind of it? So that's where we are on these next gen reactors. The old generation reactors have a total dude, and we should be building these things as fast as possible so that we have an infinite amount of energy. By the way, if you have infinite energy, the most important thing I think that happens is you have a massive peace movement. There's like the odds of the United States going to war when we have infinite energy approaches it.
But isn't the problem with introducing this to other countries? And I believe it was India where they introduced nuclear power plants, and then they realized very quickly they could figure out what nuclear weapons.
Is when the uranium degrades, it can be used.
And the real problem would be if that is not a small handful of countries that have nuclear weapons, but the entire world, it could get very sketchy.
I think you're touching what I think objectively is the single biggest threat facing us today. I escaped the Civil War, so I've had a lived experience of how destructive the collateral damage of war is. Where we were in Sweden, and it was I was part of the ethnic majority, Sinhalese Guinness, but they were fighting Hindu temple war, and it was a 20-year civil war. It put the whole country upside down from an incredible place with 99% literacy to just a struggling, developing third world country. And so we moved to Canada. We stayed in Canada. My parents did whatever they could. They really, and they got run over. They went from a solidly middle class life to father, had a ton of, just alcoholism, didn't really work. My mother went from being a nurse to being a housekeeper. And it was dysfunctional. It really crippled us their dreams for themselves. And so, they breathed that into their time. But that can't be the solution where hundreds of millions of people have to do it. And I am objectively afraid that we have lost the script. I think that folks don't really understand how destructive war can be, but also that there are not enough people objectively afraid of this. And so that's what sets my spidey senses up and says, hold on. When everybody is telling me that this is off the table and not possible, shouldn't you just look at the world around and be sure it's possible? And I come and I think to myself, wow, the biggest risk of my life. And I think
Look at this.
Maybe at some point in the whole world pales out, as I was saying, definitely, pay attention. But it required JFK to draw a hard line and say absolutely not. So will we be that fortunate this time around? Are we going to find a way to eliminate that existential risk? This is why, my current sort of vein of political philosophy is mostly that, which is, the Democrats and the Republicans, there's just so much fight over so many small stakes issues, in the sense that some of these issues matter more or less at different times. But there is one issue, above all which, where if you get it wrong, nothing matters. And that is nuclear war. And you have 2.5 nuclear powers now that are out and about projecting their power. Russia, China, and Iran. That wasn't what it was like 10 years ago. That wasn't what it was like 25 years ago. It wasn't even what it was like 4 years ago. I just don't think enough people take a step back and say, hold on a second, if this thing escalates, all the stuff that you and I just talked about won't happen. Whether our kids are on Adderall or not, or not, don't give them so much Fortnite, material science, or optimism. It's all off the table. Because we will be destroyers. I just think that that's true. We have an enormous responsibility right now for the village elders of the world to tell people, guys, you are sleepwalking into something that you can't walk without.
One of the strangest things about us is the kind of wisdom that's necessary to sort of see the future and prognosticate and see where this could go, especially based on the history of human beings and how many times things have, like we were talking about Sri Lanka, but there's many examples all over the world of civilizations that were thriving, that were pounding to dust. And because every day is similar for us, we have this inability to look forward and to see, make that leap and see the potential for disaster that all these things have. And this is what freaks me out about when people talk openly about, we have to win with Russia versus Ukraine. Like, what are you talking about? What is winning? Yeah, what does that mean? This sounds insane. And then applauding the long-range attacks into Russia now, and this escalation. Oh, they're attacking Russia now. They'll show them. Like, are you in a movie? Like, do you think that this always ends up with the good guys winning? Because that's not the case in human history at all. And not only that, there is no good guys. People start launching nukes. Everybody's a bad guy, and everybody's fucked. And that's on the table. It's on, when you see long-range Israel bombing campaigns in Lebanon, and you see what's going on with Ukraine and Russia, like, who knows? Who knows how this escalates? Who knows what the retaliatory response is? Who knows what the response is?
Well, I think, let me add to this by saying, we know what the response will be not. It will not be measured. It will not be calm. It will not be, hey, let's get on the phone and talk about it.
Right.
Like, the thing is, there was a long period of time where, America was the leading moral actor, right? And I think that we spoke from a place of wisdom, but also like earned respect. But we forget that at the end of the Cold War, it's not that we vanquished the USSR as much as they imploded from within. Right? It was just an economic calamity. They just couldn't afford to keep up with this. And the reason was we had these two edges. Right? We had a technological edge, and we had an economic edge. And when you put those two things together, it created a lot of abundance. Now, we can talk about how some of that is not equal, which I also agree with. But it allowed America to be sort of effectively for a long period of time the top dog. The honest reality is that's not where we are today. We are one of two or three. And the problem with that is that you can't look back in history and try to live your life like what it was like in the good old days. We're not a high school football star. So we need to live in a more modest, a more reliable and consistent with neighbors that have also, with themselves, done it. And just realize that they have their own incentives. And when you tell them to do something, they're not always going to listen. So if we don't understand that and find a way to de-escalate these things, what we said is going to happen. Something is going to be one step too far, a reaction, and then eventually somebody will quickly. And that is all just so totally avoidable. And it just frustrates me that we objectively don't understand that. We sweep it under the carpet and we talk about all the other things. And I understand that some of those things, all of those things, matter. But at some point in time, nothing matters. Because if you don't get this right, nothing matters. And I think we have to find a way of finding people that draw bright red lines and say, this is the line I will never under any circumstance. And I think America needs to do that first, because it's what gives everybody else the ability to exit stage left of the country.
The other problem that America clearly has is that there's an enormous portion of what controls the government. What you want to call the military industrial complex, military contractors. there's so much money to be made in pushing that line, pushing it to the brink of destruction but not past, maintaining a constant state of war but not an apocalypse. And as long as there's financial incentives to keep escalating and you're still getting money and you're still signing off on hundreds of billions of dollars to funnel this, and it's all going through these military contractors and bringing over weapons and gear, and the windfall is huge, the amount of money is huge, and they do not want to shut that off for the sake of humanity, especially if someone can rationalize. You get this diffusion of responsibility when there's a whole bunch of people together and they're all talking about it, everyone's kind of on the same page, the shareholders that you have to represent, like the whole thing is bananas. So I think you just said the key thing. This may be super naive. But I think part of the most salvageable feature of the military-industrial complex is that these are for-profit, largely public, that have shareholders. And I think that if you nudge them to making things that are equally economically valuable, or more, ideally more, they probably would do that.
What would be an example of that done with weapons manufacturing? Like, what would be equally economically viable?
So part of, when you look at the primes, the five big folks that get all of the economic activity from the Department of Defense, what they act is as an organizing principle for a bunch of subs like they're like a general contractor, they have a different subcontract. A bunch of stuff that's happening.
Welcome, Kim. How you living, baby?
That you can reorient.
Yo,
If you have
Sparrow and Spade. How you living, baby?
when you build a drug, what you also what's
Good,
the
dog.
subject and critical with very value subject all the medication,
Oh.
all the medications, all of it has to be encrypted, you can't hack it, you can't do any of that stuff. There is a whole lot of commercial applications for it that are equal to and greater than just a product.
What up, baby?
They don't really explore those markets. If, for example,
Yo,
we are
how are you? What's going on, baby?
I would bet those same organizations will make 2 or 3 times as much money by being able to redirect that same technology into those systems that you just described. Hey, I need an entire communications infrastructure that goes from Earth to Moon to Mars. We need to be able to triangulate and the internet access across all these endpoints. We need to be real time from the get-go. There's just an enormous amount of economic value to it. So again, we have these very siloed parts of the economy that are limited by what we know. And what we know is part of what you just said, which is we built these things and then some people convince others to use the thing. And I think instead of saying like there's like some crazy nefarious plot to always go to war, instead if we say if you make the thing and you could sell it to different market and make more money, would these people do it or are they hell bent on war? I think it's more that they would just do it, as long as there's not still a business with war. So then it reduces war to a very different kind of business. I think it's smaller. I think it's more kind of drug oriented. I'm not saying that war will not go away, not that there's no utopia where war goes on. But I think it's crazy thing to say, really. Unfortunately, I think that we're always going to be fighting for some reason. So the last 30 or 40 years, all these drug wars, we were fighting revenge, effectively.
This is my one bright spot that I think about with AI as well. It's like everyone's terrified of the open border situation.
What up? What up?
Wouldn't the solution be did not have a place like a desperate third world country where people are trying to escape on foot with their families? If we were living next door to another United States and you could just travel freely back and forth between the two, it really didn't matter. Both of them are equally safe, both of them have equal economic prosperity, both of them are equally democratically governed. No problem. Let's go over there, go over here. I mean, it kind of used to be like that in Canada.
to go over there with a driver's license. Used to be able to go back and forth to the United States. I mean, I think the first time I went to Canada, I did not have a passport. I had a driver's license. And it was kind of the same sort of deal. You just accepted. Oh, that place is cool. We're cool. We're next to each other. If the whole world was like that, it would be incredible. And I think AI makes that possible. I think it makes that possible, and we're going to have to deal with a few very uncomfortable factors. One of them being the illegal drug trade, and another one being the consequences of prohibition and forcing people into doing things like drugs. Yes, which is I'm not comfortable with that, but I feel like the only way to disempower illegal drug manufacturing is to have legal drug manufacturing. It's regulated. The only way to stop fentanyl overdoses is to have cocaine become legal. But the problem with that is you get a bunch of people that are addicted to cocaine. So, can I ask you a question? I don't understand.
What's the step before? Like, what causes you to want to do this?
They don't do fentanyl on purpose.
Okay.
Most
Most
people,
of it is a prescription.
no. Most fentanyl overdoses is fentanyl that's cut into other drugs, particularly party drugs like Molly and ecstasy, cocaine, even heroin, things along those lines where people think that they're getting a pure thing, but they're getting it from the cartel. And
It's laced with this.
yes, it's cheap and it's very small amounts of fentanyl do incredible damage. Like the amount of fentanyl that can kill you is like the head of a nail. It's very small. Have you seen it in relationship to a fentanyl? I've seen it. It's crazy. So the problem is if you have a drug and you cut it with a bunch of other things because you want to sell as much of it as possible, you add a bunch of things into it and it increase the potency of the fentanyl. And because that it's all done illegally, it's unregulated, so a lot of it die. In numbers in the United States, I think there are upwards of 100,000 people.
Is there something to do to motivate folks to do the party drugs?
Well, I think you're going to have massive education campaigns. People are going to have to understand it the same way they understand cigarettes. So cigarette smoking in young people is down quite a bit from the 80s, right? And I think that's because of people understanding the consequences of it. But you're always going to have people that want to smoke cigarettes. And my belief is that they should be able to smoke cigarettes. I don't think you should do alcohol all day. But if you get a prescription, you can do it. But at least in my mind, you're getting Adderall from the pharmacy. And the pharmacy is going to give you actual Adderall and not some fentanyl-laced thing that's going to kill you. And you have no idea. You think you're taking the same thing you've always taken, and then one day you're taking. And that's the case with a lot of people today, especially with party drugs. I don't think you should do heroin. I don't think you should do cocaine. I don't think you should fuck your life up. But I know too many people will fuck their life up. But I also don't think that I should be able to tell you what you can do, especially when there's all these drugs that are readily available, particularly alcohol, which is one of the most destructive drugs to your health, to relationships with families and societies. How many alcoholics, how many drunk driving accidents, how many drunk people murdered other people. There's just horrible consequences of alcohol, but I completely support alcohol being legal. So we have learned how to consume alcohol in our culture.
What about what happened in Europe? You know, like Oregon,
Yes.
they passed, they
Yes.
legalized it, and now
Right. Well, first of all,
unlegalized.
they were already off the rails. Okay, this is not like legalizing drugs in it's not like legalizing drug in San Francisco in the year 2000. It's a completely different scenario. So you have these people that are really, they're accustomed to tents and subsidizing drug addicts, and they're accustomed to this very bizarre breakdown of civil society, where you're seeing open air drug markets and everyone's fine with it, and it's somehow or another kind and compassionate to allow this to take place everywhere. And that's what you have in Portland, right? Portland is probably one of the most liberal cities that we have, the most leftist cities that we have. So for Oregon to do it that way, I think it's like an awesome libertarian notion. So you know what? We shouldn't make any of these things a crime. These are personal choices. You can make good personal choices or bad ones, or whatever. But the problem is the fabric of society, the encouragement of discipline and of hard work and of accomplishment have been eroded to the point where accomplishment impoverishment meant that there was something wrong with you. Like if you were a person that was eat the rich, tax the rich. If you were a person that accomplished something, but it wasn't because of some extraordinary effort you put in. Even if it was you did something to fuck over other people. That's the only way you get rich in this world. And this is bizarre. And it is permeated. So when you introduce free heroin to that, like you're gonna get more problems. It's just, and you're subsidizing people for living on the streets, which they do. I mean, I watched this interview where they were talking to these people in the Pacific Northwest where they moved there specifically so they could be homeless because they knew that they get money. And there's no incentive to get out of those tents. There's no incentive. There's free food and free drugs, and they give you money. They're like, okay. Right, so that's what you get because of the actual drug use. Right. But no, the other social uses. I think, have you ever heard of Dr. Carl Hart? He's a professor. Does he have I believe he's Carl Hart was a straight chemist, like a guy studying chemistry and studying these substances. And he was clinical researcher. And along the way, we started realizing that our understanding of these drugs and the pros and cons of them has been flavored by propaganda heavily. Particularly the sweeping act of 1970 that made almost everything illegal, which was really to target civil rights groups and anti-war people. And so this was during the Nixon administration. They made a bunch of things that were psychedelics. MKL, for example. Well, MKL was actually before that. So when you're experimenting with people, particularly with LSD. So when they started doing this, they made everything illegal. And now the only way you can get any of these things is through illegal sources. So you're getting them through the cartels. So if we don't have the ability to legalize things, and the problem with legalization, there's no good answer to it. So to keep things illegal, you're going to have fentanyl overdoses. I know people have lost their children. I know people have lost their brothers and sisters. It's a horrible thing that happens. You're also going to get heroin overdoses if it's legal. So Jesus Christ, and you're going to get more people to try it because it's legal. But it's just like prohibition during the 1920s or the 1930s, rather. When they had that, what they did was they enabled the mob. And they enabled organized crime, and that was the rise of Al Capone, that was the rise of the moonshiners, and you always had a demand, and the people that were willing to supply that demand were criminals. And they were criminals in this country. We are empowering criminals that are essentially running Mexico, which is bizarre. I know during the latest election, how many assassinations were there? Was it 37 or 35? In their latest elections in Mexico, there was at least 35 assassinations. Others were Portugal. Portugal's decriminalized everything. And they saw a massive decrease in HIV, a massive decrease in drug addiction, and all sorts of other things. I don't know what the long-term study is on that. 37 assassinated candidates. I mean, you have to play ball with cartels. Just like you had to play ball with the mob in the 1930s. You have to play ball. They have the guns and they're really mean and they'll do what the fuck they want to. The 2021 midterms, when 36 candidates were killed. Yeah, it's wild stuff. That is a direct result of having trillions of dollars being made by selling illegal drugs and made most of them to sell to America. I'm sure you sell other places as well. Or is it all? No, I don't think there's a lot of money in that. The real money is in meth, cocaine. They have a problem with illegal marijuana that's grown in the United States on national forest land. Because what happened is, especially in California, my friend John Norris wrote a book called The Hidden Rule, and he was a fishing game officer. And basically wanted to be the guy that checks your fishing license. So great job, bro. I'm going to help you. And why did you do that today? Why did it is a big neighborhood. I'm sure they're probably doing it, but in one day they find this creek that is dried up, and they think that perhaps, they diverted it. Someone's diverted it. They thought it was a farmer that had done something inappropriate or So they follow the creek up and they find this illegal grow off that's run by the company. And this is then they become a tactical unit and they have the Belgian Malinois, bulletproof vests, and machine guns. The whole thing's crazy. They get in shootouts with the cartel in national forests because it's a misdemeanor to grow pot illegally in a state where pot is legal. So California has legal marijuana. You can go to any store, anywhere. There's credit cards. It's open, free market. If you follow the rules, you can open up a store. But if you don't follow the rules, you can sell it illegally. It's just a misdemeanor.
I want to learn about the market, but you can't process the money.
In some states, like I know in Colorado there was a real problem, and in Colorado they had to do everything in cash.
It's like breaking down like bricks of cash.
Well, they were using mercenaries. They're essentially using military contractors to run the money back and forth to the bank because you had to bring the bank money in bulk, right? So you'd have $1 million in an armored car and a bunch of guys like tailing the car in front of the car, and they're driving to the bank, and everyone knows there's $1 million in that car. So we have to like really be forward that. And so it was very sketchy for a lot of people. I don't know what the current condition in Colorado is now. I don't know if they still have to do it that way.
A couple of companies the reason I know this is like the guy doesn't pitch me on some business. He was like the software. And the company went public and I just realized it just went silent because like nobody wanted to touch it because they didn't want to build rails for that economy.
Yeah.
Which didn't make much sense to me at least just because if the laws say it's legal, it should all be treated equally. But then the problem I think I remember them telling you is that federally it's still good.
Yeah, it's great, and they're trying to diminish that. The latest steps during the Biden administration is to change it to a Schedule 3, and that's a proposal. It's going to but really it should be just like alcohol. It should be something you have to be 21 years old to buy. You should have to have an ID, and we should educate people how to use it responsibly. And we should also pay attention to whoever the fuck is growing it and make sure you're not going wacky. Like there's people that are botanists that are out of their mind potheads that are just 24/7 hitting bombs, and they're making stuff that'll put you on Mars, but without Elon Musk.
The problem that somebody raised, I love this in the was you need to make it more than like more legal than this, so that you can get folks to put like some version of a nutritional label on the thing you show. Intensity, right? Because the intensity is not
right. Well, they're too regulated in California. If you go to good places in California, they'll say this is 39% THC, which is very high. This is 37. This is, But then there's also the problem with one thing that marijuana seems to do to some people that alcohol doesn't necessarily. Some people have a propensity for alcoholism, and it seems to be genetic. But there's a thing that happens with marijuana where people who have a tendency to schizophrenia, marijuana pushes them to it. Alex Berenson wrote a great book about this called Tell Your Kids. And I personally witnessed people who've lost their marbles. And I think it's people that have this propensity. Because one of the things that I think is beneficial about marijuana in particular, and this is one of the things that freaks people out, is the paranoia. Right? The paranoia is, I feel like what it is a hyper-awareness. And I think it pushes down all these boundaries that we've set up, all these walls, and all these blinders, so that you see the world for what it really is. And a lot of people freaks out. But what I think it does is it ultimately makes you more compassionate and kinder and nicer. And you realize, like, in the moment, I'm happy. I think it's a tool for recognizing things that you are conveniently ignoring. And, my friend Eddie told me about this once. He was saying, if you're having a bad time and you smoke marijuana, you're not really time. Because you're already freaking out. You're already freaking out about something. If you're going through a horrible breakup, you get higher. But if you're having a great time with your friends, you'll probably just laugh and be silly, right? Because you're not freaking out about something. You're in a good place mentally, which we should all strive to.
I had this weird psychosomatic scars that developed. My father was an I didn't drink at all in my teens and my 20s, mostly in my 30s. And then in my mid 30s, I started drinking wine. I love wine, and I think I could handle it. I really enjoy it. I love it. Try to do, but I cannot drink hard alcohol. The minute that it touches my lips, I get severe hiccups. I mean, like debilitating bad.
Really?
Any kind of alcohol.
Do you use psychosomatic?
I think it's completely psychosomatic because it makes me the tequila touches my lip. I just start hiccuping like crazy, and it's like this weird protective thing that I think my brain has developed because my dad used to drink some stuff that would like make you blush.
Like blue chai.
It was like 150% proof that I was just chugging. I mean,
Well, I think there are whiskey connoisseurs, and there is like Scotch, like old Scotch does have a fantastic taste. It's got an interesting sort of acquired taste. But there's real wine connoisseurs. Like wine is a different animal. The flavor of wine is a factor. It's the most delicious of all alcohols without being sweet.
I completely.
Yeah, it's a different thing. Like the people that say they're tequila connoisseurs, like shut up. It all tastes like shit. It just tastes less like shit. The great tequila tastes less shit.
It's alcohol,
Yeah,
and it's like then there's some flavor around it.
yeah. I take a glass of wine with a steak, and it's like, it's wine. It's fucking great. And it puts you in like a calm. It relaxes me. You don't like want to go drive fucking wild and crazy, get in a fight and you're drinking wine.
Exactly. And the amazing thing about wine is you can go on these journeys where, like, when I first started to buy wine, I did what every knucklehead does, which is like, oh, it's expensive. Right. And you start down that road, and it's just so dumb because the amount of money that I spent on stuff that was marginal, but it had a good label and it had a good pedigree. And then when you discover and you learn, like, I remember, like, my wife's Italian, so we spent a lot of time in the summer with her kids. And when we were there, you find these incredible Italian white churches. In the summer, I'm just going to be honest with you, there is nothing better to drink in the world. It's better than water. You are like, it's cold, it's refreshing, it's got a great bouquet. But these bottles are 40, 50, 60, 80, maybe maximum 100 euros. Max. And then you spend $1,000 on some stupid white bourbon, right? And it tastes like half. You know, the other great example is the like Chateau Peppers. You know, I don't want to get in trouble with the Chateau Peppers because it's not. Those bottles cost 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,000. You see some in restaurants, 18,000. I've never bought it. I've tasted it once because in Vegas I have a host. And once a day, the thing is, you can use this for, you know, like for dinner. And I'm like, was there a cap? You know, and he's like, this time no cap. And first I was like, and they say no cap. So then I said, okay, I'm just going to try this. So I went to Caesar's, and it was like 4,000 or 5,000. I would never buy this anymore, but I got it because it was free. It was okay. All this build up in the drive. This is, oh my god, this is going to be imperial. It's going to be ambrosia. It was not ambrosia. Yeah. Whereas you could find these other ones that are made by, you know, folks that just put their entire lives into it. You taste the whole story. I just think
It's a weird like goddess expensive wine. It's just like Cuban cigars. It's really different. Yeah, it's a weird thing.
the real skill is being able to know price point. And when you know it, it's so satisfying because it's like, oh, this is just delicious. And then when your friends enjoy it, they're like, oh my god, this is delicious. And I'm like, yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
Oh, and I'm like, well, it's very hard to find. So that the skill is like, it's how that you. This is how bad it is. Meaning, like, I love the story, I love the people, I want to support the industry stuff. You couldn't register for an alcohol license at the APC in California, really. Because I was tired and frustrated trying to buy retail. Because you have to go through folks that have their own point of view. And I was like, well, if we just become, you know, we as in like me and a friend of mine. So we set up a thing. We set up a I filed the paperwork. and it's called like CJYLLT, E Joshua, and we're able to negotiate directly with the wineries, and we're able to get it from wholesalers in Europe or in South Africa or in Australia, and it just allows us to buy a bottle, try it if we really like it. Thursday nights at my house is always open. We serve a truck that they like it, and we can buy a couple cases and share with my friends. And, you get it at wholesale. It's a great little hobby.
Is there a limitation? Like, is there a certain specific amount you have to?
No, it's like a retail store. It could be like Amazon,
And so retail store can just buy a few bottles.
They could buy a case, they could buy a few bottles, but that's a little bit harder. Do it so you have to have a more personal relationship. But then the really good stuff, you could buy a few cases and then pass it on to your friends.
And it is incredible. When I hear people that are going to open up their own wine label, I'm like, oh, how much do you know about wine? Like, oh, I'm going to start a wine business. Like, what?
I went to a couple of these wineries, and I just asked them, just let it know. Like, just explain to me how you got there. And all I could think of was way too. But these folks, it's like animal hunting. They're breeding this vine with this vine, but they're going to take, cleave off this little bit. So it's like it's a breeding program over 10, 20, and 30 years. And it's really cool.
Oh yeah, they do weird stuff. Like they'll splice avocado trees with what is that? Pistachio. So they'll take avocado trees and they splice them with pistachios to make the tree more sturdy. Like you take two different species of tree, and if you cut them sideways and splice them together, they'll grow.
Potatoes. It's an incredible thing because the yield is through the roof, and his vision is I'll be able to feed the world in a cheaper, more abundant way. But it's all this engineering to hack the chromosome of the potato. and it generates a huge potato and it generates a seed. I didn't know this, but potatoes don't have seeds. In order to plant more potatoes, you chop up the potato into quarters or eighths, and you stick the potato into the soil. And so he's like, no, this is stuff. I'm going to make a huge potato, and I'm going to have the potato have seeds, and I'll just take the seed.
So when you usually do it, you have to have that potato and they have to soak it so a sprout comes out of it and then plant it. Is that what it is? But I've seen that before. I've always wondered how they're doing that.
But he's going after potatoes and go after fruit. I love fruit, but fruit will not tilt me because every time I go to a store, sometimes you'll get there are seasons where white nectarines are usually one of the most incredible fruits. But if you get it in the hot season, it's just they're dull. It's dull. Mangoes are the same. I love mangoes. And when you see these mangoes in the summertime, I don't know where Europe has been. This is probably one of the best fruit juices. They have this oil and too. They're just incredible.
Well, they still have real tomatoes. You have to search for real tomatoes here. If you want an heirloom tomato, that's an actual tomato. The tomatoes we have are these freaks.
I think we were born Google's not I wore one for 90 days, and my wife, when she was younger, she runs a pharma company, so she has a proclivity for science, obviously, and she thinks about a lot of this stuff scientifically, but she also grew up with that she was alone. So she's very sensitive to inflammation. But she's hacked a lot of food so that she can minimize inflammation. I wore this thing, and I was totally blown away. The things that I thought were healthy for me, my body was like, this is way too much. What stuff? So the way that I ate rice or quinoa, I would have a small amount of rice, right? I'd have brown rice, right? I'd have black rice, right? I'd have quinoa because I was like, oh, it's more protein. It didn't really matter. It had the same, my body reacted to this massive sugar. The minute I cooked it off, put it in the fridge, waited 24 hours, and made it the next day, No glycemic index whatsoever.
Same with potatoes.
Potatoes. I found that pasta, if I made it more al dente than what I was used to, no glycemic index. And like the problem was
More al
frustrating.
dente and less cooked.
Has a totally different reaction in my body than if I make it soft, mushy. So I train my body to have like really, al dente pasta, and I see that the glycemic load is much lower. I think just the point is like the food supply in the United States. I think it's the most precarious it's ever been. It's brutally hard to figure this out. I mean, is everybody supposed to get a glucose meter and then figure out what little things, trigger insulin spikes? Well, that's not possible. And then even if you do find out, how do you get it in a cheap, affordable way? I mean, no wonder like everybody's, really struggling with this.
Have you ever worn a glucose monitor when you were in Italy?
No.
A war hero? I'd like to know because there's a difference that in my body.
I can tell you how my body feels. If I take a picture, I mean, I try to work out, and I take pretty detailed, like, what's my BMI, what's my muscle mass, what's my fat percentage. And I always take those readings right before I think. And when I look afterwards, and I don't do anything with it, I sweat and I see when I can, like when I'm on vacation or whatever, I walk a lot, but nothing else. No weights, no. My muscle mass stays the same. My fat percent goes down. I look healthier, and I feel really. And all I do is I just eat what's in front of me. I don't think about quantities at all. But when I'm back in the United States, so I get to be there, call it 6 weeks a year, right? So when I'm back in the United States, I have to go back to lockdown. Because, like a lot of people, I have this thing. If you look at a picture of me in Sri Lanka, looks like old age. I was like this. I was just a total stick. Within 1 year of being in North America, in this case in Canada, when you look at the school pictures, I was happy.
It's just a difference in the
And my parents were making the same things because they wanted to have that comfort of what they were used to.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if it was the food supply or not, but it has to be. And
everybody says the same.
And then my whole family is struggling, So I think that there's something, and then when I go now, Italy has a different reference. It's like the best shit.
Yeah, to me,
do less.
Even when you eat things like pizza over there, I don't feel like you eat bread. Because I've eaten pizza here and I love it, but when I'm over, I'm like you eat a brick. But over there, it's just food. It tastes great. The pasta doesn't bother you. Nothing bothers you. It's just whatever they're doing. And there's many things. One of them, they're not using rich flour. And another thing is they have heirloom flour, so it hasn't been maximized for the most amount of gluten.
I'm curious to see what Bobby does with truck rates. If they will make America healthier. I don't exactly know what it means.
Yeah. What's possible? Like, how much can you really affect with regulation? How much can you really bring to life? And what are we going to learn about our food system? Even Canada, one of the things about the hearings that they just had was they were comparing Lucky Charms that they sell in the United States that are very brightly colored versus Lucky Charms they sell in Canada. Completely different looking product because in Canada it's illegal to use those dyes that we use in food stuff. And those dyes are terrible. You know they're terrible for you. Canada is terrible for you, which is why they're illegal up there. The food tastes the same. It still sucks. It's still bad for you. It's still covered in sugar, but at least it doesn't have that freaking poison. It just makes it blue or red.
And it's impossible like, to teach my kids healthy eating as a result. The food in the United States, it's everywhere, and it's eating into you that this is a cheap way of getting caloric intake, and it is full of just all this stuff you can't pronounce.
It's garbage. Yeah, it's all garbage, and it's so common. And then if you're in what they would call food desert, if you're in a place that only has fast food, like my God, like your odds of being metabolically healthy if you're poor and you're living in a places food distance. It's fucking too hard, and it's also very expensive, which is even crazier. It's so expensive to eat well, and to eat like clean, and make sure that you don't have any additives and garbage in the food.
Do you remember in like the 90s and 2000s where what we were told was fat was bad?
Yeah.
And like you would see sugar free, and I would just, oh yeah, I didn't know that sugar free. I'm doing the healthy thing. Well, this is great. Margarine. But then I would see fat free, and I'd be like, oh, I'll do that. You know? And it turned out all the stuff was.
Well, it's not even, it's such a small amount of people that affect it. That's what's so terrifying. There's a small amount of people who drive these scientists to falsify data so that they could blame all of these coronary artery diseases and heart diseases on saturated fat, but it was really sugar that was causing those problems. And we had a very dysfunctional understanding of health for the longest time. The food pyramid was all fucked up. The bottom of the food pyramid was all bread and carbs. You know, it's terrible. It's so nuts. And just made a bunch of like really sloppy humans. And you could see it in the beaches, the photos from the 1960s versus look at it in the 2000s.
Have you had Casey and
They're coming out.
yeah. They have an incredible story. Should I say it or
Sure.
yeah. They have this incredible story that they tell about what happened. What they say is in the 80s, when you have these mergers, one of the mega mergers that happened was tobacco company and food company. There was two of them. And a lot of the scientists started to focus some of their energy on taking that skill, just for better words, of making something very addictive and transposing it to food. Right? It's like, okay, if I'm at RJR, I'm not using this cigarettes, how do I think about structurally building up something that wants you to eat more, but now instead of smoking, instead of the cigarette, it's a Twinkie. And a lot of the food science that we have in America is built on the back of a bunch of these mega mergers where you have the scientists go and build super, quote unquote, addictive food. You know, that was a failure. Obviously, it's a failure market, but it was a failure.
Well, it's a failure of our regulatory process. It's a failure of our exposing the public to this and making sure that whatever this is labeled the same way cigarettes are. Because if you want to buy cigarettes, you can buy them today, but it's going to have a big warning that tells you this can kill you. And arguably, sugar is probably as difficult to kick as nicotine is. And there's a lot of other problems.
I found it much easier to stop smoking than it was for me to cutting out sugar is basically awesome.
It's very hard.
You encounter everything.
I have a friend who has diabetes. He has type 2 diabetes. He's thin, my friend Duncan. And one of the things he found out was when he stopped eating, it was all just eating too much sugar. When he stopped eating sugar, he's like, oh my God, I have so much energy. Like, this is what I'm supposed to feel like. He had thought that it was just life. Like, he's in his 40s now, lethargic, and he didn't realize he was poisoning himself. And that's what most people are doing. Most people out there are drinking regular soda, eating candy, and you're eating burgers, sugar in the bun, bullshit, bread, French fries, cookies, seed oils. You're just poisoning yourself.
You should fact check this because I think I can remember it. There was something that came out very recently about the percentage of the U.S. food stamp system that goes to the soda. It was like 10% of the total budget.
Something that, yeah.
It's like some ginormous amount of money is just basically getting fake sugar. Yeah. And you wonder why now the solution is just to give everybody on the back end of it just a cookie.
But it's also like, let's be real, that's not food. Okay? It's something you put in your mouth. You can't buy cigarettes at food stamps. Right? So if you can't buy cigarettes at food stamps, why should you be able to buy something that's really bad for you? I mean, what would change if we said food stamps, we're going to actually increase the amount that you get, but we're going to regulate what you can buy? And you have to buy all the things from the outside of the store.
I don't even think you have to regulate it. Like, think of what companies like Uber Eats and DoorDash. And I'll tell you why I think this is important. Those guys have gone in, and cloud kitchens, of course, two times. They have bought up every single kind of warehouse in every part of every city and suburb in America. And what they put in there are these things that they call ghost kitchens. So that when you launch the app, and a lot of the times when you get a drink from Starbucks, it's not coming from the actual Starbucks down the street, it's coming from the ghost kitchen. Why? Because they centralize all the orders and it creates an economy of scale. Why am I telling you this? I think that there is a way for food stamps to sit on top of that infrastructure and just deliver food.
But the problem is people, especially people that don't know or care, want that treatment. You know, like it's the choice is like, yeah, you're gonna have people that choose that Big Mac because it is delicious.
Yeah, and I think that they are delicious. And once a year I have it. But I think if we're going to tie it to something like a government subsidy, at least the government should have a conversation with themselves that says, well, we can ship them all of this healthy food and, change a bunch of downward conditions in these folks' lives. Like, I've seen it. I know what it's like to be overweight. It sucks. Your self-confidence is negative one. The way I dressed, the way I felt, it just took an enormous amount of work to overcome it, and you're still left with it. Then there's the physical thing. Then there's the internal issues that you create for yourself. This is not a win. I get that the hamburger tastes good, but this is where the government, I think, has a responsibility to say, look, we're going to spend hundreds of billions of dollars a year, so let's spend it in a smart way. We're not going to give you profits later. And we're going to start introducing some fruits, and vegetables, and fiber. Like, why can't you do that? That's like a very reasonable thing to do, especially if on the same hand, the other hand of the government is going to go and negotiate insulin prices and metformin prices and GLP-1s.
Right. That is the issue. Did you see what Bobby Kennedy was talking about with these GLP-1s? He was comparing the amount of money spent on GLP-1s and what you could give every obese American. That you could give them free healthy food and a gym membership for 10%.
I think what Bobby said is the cost of GLP-1s close to $3 trillion a year.
Just something that controls your appetite.
and for $300 billion, you can give everybody food. By the way, you can use this ghost kitchen infrastructure to give the food in a correct way, right? So you can even make life super simple for you. The idea that we don't have to truly this, but we have a responsibility to make sure that people don't kill themselves with food.
But now there's an industry that's making $3 trillion by giving people these GLP-1s. And the problem is, just like every other industry, once it starts making money, it does not want to stop. And
By the way, I think that they should be allowed to. But what I'm saying is, in a free market, every actor is allowed to act rationally. And actually, what you want is everybody to have their own incentives and act naturally. That's when you get the best outcome. Because if you're acting with some shadow agenda, you're not going to necessarily do the right thing. So my point is, in this example, the government's job in this narrow example is to get the best health care out. Because if they're doing any form of long-term planning, it's pretty obvious. Like, we are hurtling to a brick wall on this healthcare issue with respect to people. You don't have a solution for that. The only solution cannot be to Medicaid and then triple and quadruple the budget deficit that we already don't have a path to take out.
right. But the only other thing that I can think is if there was some sort of a way that would be effective at establishing discipline other than just promoting it. I could conceive of, especially when you're dealing with something like Neuralink, or some sort of a new way of programming the mind, where it just changes whatever the behavior pattern is that accepts these foods as choices, like lobotomize your appetite.
That would be a very
sketchy to put you earlier.
If you want the subsidy, you need to do this.
Oh,
It would not be a good place.
case scenario is just have like a national scale promotion of health and wellness and abandonment of this body positivity nonsense. These fat doctors and people that are telling you that every weight is a healthy weight, all food is food, and to think otherwise is discriminatory, which you're hearing from people. And by the way, that stuff is funded. That's what people need to know. That nonsense is actually funded. They pay people to be influencers, and they're getting paid by these food companies to say these nonsense things that are scientifically, factually incorrect. They're not true. It is not healthy in any way, shape, or form to be obese. And when they tell you that it's healthy, you can be metabolically healthy, it's not bad, it's okay. It's not. It's not okay. That's just not true. And is that fat shaming? You call it whatever the fuck you want. It doesn't change what it does to the human body. And it doesn't make someone better if you don't make them feel bad about being robustly unhealthy.
So it's an enormous disservice to folks because we don't expose an alternative path. Okay, we're spending this much money. We spend so much money on all kinds of random stuff. Like just a simple example that we saw this past week: $50 billion spent between rural broadband and chargers. We have no rural broadband and we have free chargers. No, this is the data. That's $50 billion. So, okay, that's not the $300 billion that came So, there was in Congress, when they come together to pass these bills, sometimes what happens is there's a lot of horse trading, right? And you get what's called a Christmas tree, which is like everybody gets to hang something off the Christmas tree. And the crazy part of the United States is these little balls now, 10 billion here, 50 billion there, whatever. So we passed a few years ago something that was meant to get rural broadband into thousands of people's homes. And initially, it was given this basic installments. And then I think it was pulled back. They said, you know what, there's a better, quote unquote, better way to do it. And there's other folks that decided that the better option would just be to like lay fiber. Now, I'm just going to, this is not a concept, I'm just going to show you. The thing is, if you were like in Kansas from here, okay, between here and Kansas is like a big distance, right? It's like this. When you're in orbit, it's just here. Right. It's just infinitely shorter distance. So just at a practical level, solving that problem technically is way better through satellites. Fun. They make, I think what was the right decision, they unmake it, and so they say, we're going to go and figure out a way to lay fiber down. They blame zero. So there's these thousands of people that were promised broadband that you can get for basically $1,000 or $100 a month or less. And instead they're spending upwards of thousands per month and haven't delivered.
Isn't it like $42 billion?
It's 42. And then the other example was a $7 billion program to install EV chargers. $7 billion. And they've managed to install. So all I'm saying is, if you add the two together, that $50 billion, that's 1/6 of what Bobby Kennedy was talking about in terms of giving people organic food. So maybe we can't give everybody organic food, but you can get tens of millions of people, right? Start with the 40 million people that's on SNAP. You can get maybe 2 million of those people, get them organic food right away. So there's all of this waste.
Yeah.
All we got to do is just like focus a little bit, take some of these dollars that are just like falling into the seed cushion, it seems like, and just reallocate it somewhat intelligently into the things that really matter.
It seems worse than falling into seed cushions. It's 42 billion people, and none of them have received any other access. That's really,
$42 billion.
I should say I used the Starlink Mini this past week in Utah in the mountains. It's amazing. It's the size of this book. It's crazy. It literally fits in a small laptop case. My friend couldn't believe that was it. I was like, this is it. I got a very early one, and I used to carry it around in a laundry basket. It was incredible.
And then when you see what they've done in a couple of years, from this thing that was a little bit bulky, it is so beautiful and simple. And you see it, you just plug it in, and it auto starts to rotate, figures out where it is.
Yep.
The app comes up and shows you this, speed, and then you're just going. And I've used it in all kinds of situations, like where, I'm traveling, I bring it with me, it's everything. And then I think, it's just it's $100, it's less than $100.
It's crazy.
And then, in a year or two, you'll be able to run your cell phone over this thing.
Yeah.
This is crazy.
Yeah, in a year or two, it'll probably be straight to your cell phone, and you won't need that dish anymore. But right now, the dish is a small iPad, and you just sit it down and feel it. And we plug the cord to it, and you don't even have to have a cord. There's a battery that comes with it.
So how much do you think it really costs to get every American just a starting dish?
Pretty fucking cheap.
It's very cheap.
It would be $42 billion. Guaranteed.
And by the way, the cost of that would basically fall to the floor if you put them in order for 50 million of these units.
Right.
Right. SpaceX is looking for like $8.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like,
And it's fast in there too, which is even crazy. Yeah.
there's all of this stuff that we should do. We just need a few folks, I don't know, that can either course correct or just to shine a light on that. I mean, it's like this thing where I'm like so optimistic, married to enormous fear, and just like a little. I kind of go back and forth.
Well, let me paint the ultimate dystopian solution. The ultimate dystopian are our problems. We have corruption. We have what we were talking about with deals, sort of like the border wall deal, money for Ukraine. Like, there's all these weird deals. So there's bills that don't make any sense. Like, how did you add all this stuff? Why is this 2,000 pages? How many people signed it actually write it? AI government. AI government solves all these problems. AI government is not corrupt. AI government just works literally for the people. And instead of having all these state representatives and all these bullshit artists that pretend to be working on their truck and they don't know what they're doing, they're just doing it for an app, you don't have any of that anymore. Now everything's governed with AI. The problem is who's controlling the AI. And is there some sort of an ultimate regulatory body that makes sure the AI isn't biased or tainted?
I think there's a step before that, which is a lot more palatable. I think the thing with, I thought about your version, and the problem that you state is the key problem, which is how is this model trained? Right. You've got your hands on that core stuff, the weights and the values. Who decides? Right. And at some point, there's going to be, or not there is already today in the level of humanizing. It's just a natural facet of how these things are. There's a way to reinforce the learning based on what you say and what I say. It's a key part of how an AI model becomes smart. It starts off as primordial, and then Doge, Mach, and all these other people are clicking and saying, yes, that's a good answer, bad answer, ask this question, all this stuff. Sure, those people.
So then it could be gamed as well, right?
I think that's good. We haven't figured out. We haven't seen it yet, but it will be when the incentives are that high.
And we've seen distortions, right? Like the Gemini AI they were asked to make Nazi soldiers. They made these multiracial Nazi soldiers, and that kind of stuff. Where it's just who the founding fathers? It's all this black guy. It's like he's Chinese lady. Like, okay, you get it. You're not racist. But if this is you're being crazy.
You're distorting facts.
Exactly. You're talking specifically history. We want to present a Native American woman as a Nazi soldier. This is so nuts. So that's the problem in that AI is not clean, right? It's got the greasy fingerprints of modern civilization on it and all of our bizarre ideologies.
But there's a step before it that I think can create a much better government. So it's possible today, for example, to understand. Have you ever done a renovation?
Yes.
Okay, so you make plans. You go and your architect probably the standard at City Hall. There's a person that goes and reviews that plan. They give you a bunch of handwritten markups based on their understanding of the building code. There's this type, there's aluminum, this window's too small, all this stuff. You come back to your eyes, you go through this 2 or 3 times, which is the solution, and then they issue the prints. now an AI can actually just adjust by the rules, knows exactly what's allowed and what's not allowed, and they can take your picture and instantly tell you to fix these things. You fix those things. You go to the decisions. You can show them the apps that are released, so you can streamline them. You can also point out that they're making decisions that don't match to what the rules say. That, I think, is going to be a really important first step because it allows us to see where maybe this administrative state has grown from where you got to knock some of this stuff back and clean up some of the stuff because there's rules on top of rules and one conflicts with the other. I bet you there are things on the books today that are like 100%. We have no idea, right? You know? But I do think that AI can tell you these things and say, just pick which one. So A or B. And I think that that starts to cut back a lot of the difficulty in just making buttons.
Right.
You know?
You know, one of the things that I thought was extraordinary that Elon was getting pushed back on was his idea of making the government more efficient and that auditing the various programs and finding out how to make them more efficient. And a lot of people really freaked out about that. And their main freak out, the main argument for the intelligent people that I saw was, what are you going to do now to fire all these people that are in charge of government? Now, I don't think that's the answer for ineffective government is to let the same people do the same thing because otherwise you have to fire them. That sounds insane. And to say that the government is as efficient as is humanly possible, or even close to it, no one believes that. No rational person believes that. Everyone believes in bureaucracy. Everyone believes there's a lot of nonsense going on. Everyone believes that. Look at the difference between what Elon's been able to accomplish with SpaceX versus what NASA has been doing recently. Look at the difference between what they're able to accomplish with Starlink versus this $42 billion program that yielded zero results. Look at the difference between all these different things that are done in the private sector when there's competitive marketplace strategies. So you have to figure out a way to get better and more efficient, and you can't afford to have a bunch of people in your company that are doing nothing, and they're creating red tape and creating making things harder to progress. That's bad for the business. That's the argument for letting private companies take over.
By the way, I think, just to build on what you're saying, people jump to this conclusion that like government shouldn't exist. It's not some anarchic thing where like government's actually very good. They create incentives, and then those of us in private industry go out and try to meet those incentives or take advantage of it. That's very normal, okay? And a well-functioning government creates very good incentives. An incredible example of this is in the 1950s. Do you know what the GDP of Singapore was? No. It was the same as the GDP of Japan. And then you fast forward 70 years and you understand what good governance looks like.
We actually were talking about Singapore yesterday, how extraordinarily efficient their recycling program. It's unbelievable. I mean, it's really amazing what they do. They really recycle. They recycle how we think we're recycling. They really do. They really separate plastic. They break it up. They use it to make power. They use it to make road materials. They make building materials out of it. They reuse everything.
They were thrust into the spit of life with no natural resources. They had to become incredibly well educated and industrious. And so, Lee Kuan Yew was able to create the right incentives for government to do a good job. They pay their civil servants incredibly well, but then also for private industry to show up and do the rest. And it works incredibly. You can do that in the United States. The thing that we would benefit a lot from is if we could just point out all the ways in which there's either too many laws or laws are conflicting, we can at least have a conversation about that. And the second is, if you look inside of private equity, there's one thing that they do, which I think the government would hugely benefit from. It's called zero-based payment. This is an incredibly powerful tool. What private equity does when you buy a company, some of them, the best ones, they'll look at next year's budget, And if they say, what should the budget be? Well, guess what's going to happen, Jerry? Everybody runs X for this, Y for that, Z for this. And you have this budget that's just junk. Instead, what some of the best private equity folks do is say, we're starting with Z. Next year's budget is zero. We're spending nothing now. Let's build it back up meticulously, block by block. So somebody comes in. Okay, what is it exactly that you want to do? I want to do an interface that allows it. Okay, what do you want to do? I want to upgrade the factory so that we can make it more high yield. Okay, so how much do you need? One by one. And if you go and do that inside the government, what you probably would find is that same group of people would probably enjoy their job a lot. They'd actually be, their hands would be on the controls in a much more directed way. We'd spend a lot less because a lot of this stuff probably just goes by the wayside if we don't use it. And people would just be more able to go and work. You could do what you wanted to do. I could do what I wanted to do. You want to do what he wants to do. There was a thing I tweeted about today. He cannot get the FAA to give him a flight permit for Starship Flight. So they're waiting on dry docks, right? They're slow rolling in through, right? It takes him less time to build these starships now than it does to build other things. Meanwhile, the FCC, which is a sister organization to the FAA, fast-tracked the sale of 220 radio stations in part to some folks that were foreign entities. Right before the election. That's touched like 160 million. When you look at that, you would say, how can some folks cut through all the red tape and get an answer so quickly? How can other folks be waiting around for something that just seems so obvious and so exceptional for the action? And there's no answer. I don't know what the answer is. I don't think any of us
No, and then there's just folks that are stuck in space.
Meanwhile, there's these two people stuck in space.
Yeah. And Jamie said they were supposed to be there for how long? 8 hours? They were supposed to be there for 8 hours. It was supposed to be quick. And they've been there for months.
They're going to be there for coverage.
So insane. How terrifying is that, dude?
I mean, for maybe you and me,
8 days. They're supposed to be there for 8 days.
I think I would freak out.
I think you would too.
I read this article for the interviews. Now, this could be the part you want to know. They're like, this is great. This is an actual place.
Oh, how would be there? I can't do that.
I have a friend of mine.
That's what they say to themselves, keep them good.
Well, yeah, a friend of mine, the founder of Systems, and he brought super high. Now it's
Until February 21st.
yeah, February 25th.
We're stuck in space.
Ended up being
That's great. That's just AI. Wow.
Yeah,
It could be way more.
it could be weird.
That's weird. AI. That's another flaw with AI, right? They read it like that. What the incentive is for AI? How does AI not know it's not 2025 yet? And we're stuck in space until February 2025.
That's just the space.
So that's a weird error. Yeah. But these poor people, you know, and
So my friend that was out there said it was incredible. He has this funny story where he was a smoker. Still is a smoker. This was like years ago, so he was going up and this was rocket. And he shows up, I guess it's Nigeria where they do the launches, and he was really stressed out because he had to stop smoking. He was not drinking. He shows up and the customers are smoking.
oh no,
They're like, oh, it's totally fine, don't worry.
they smoking.
No, I'm saying underground weather trade. So they go up, he does 8 days, he comes back down. He took these incredible high-res pictures of like all the parts of the earth. He said it was the most incredible thing, but you know, when we get back, he's like, it was hard to
there's like real controversy about some finding that the James Webb Telescope has discovered, and there's some talk of some large objects that moving towards us that's course corrected. This is the weird part about it. And there's all these meetings, and so all the kooky UAP people are all over. So disclosures out there. There's a mothership headed towards us. So it gets fun. I don't know what they mean by course corrected. What does that mean? And how do they know it wasn't impacted by something else that diverged it?
It could have been
Yeah, well, that's
a gravitational field.
sure. But they're not telling you that. There's something going on. Do you think they would tell people, like, imagine if there was a giant chunk of steel, of iron rather, that's headed towards us?
That's a great question. I think the question is, what would we do?
Do we have the capability of moving that thing? Would the FCC wait 5 months to give Elon
I think you probably just say this name. Let's see, I mean, it's all a physics problem.
right? It's also less problem of breaking it up. If it breaks up, then you have smaller pieces that are hitting everywhere. So
By the way, isn't this like the perfect reason why being multi-planetary just makes so much sense?
sure.
Like, for example, would you get on a plane if they said, hey, Joe, this is the best airplane in the U.S. It's incredible, it's the most luxurious, it has the best weather, it can surf, but there's only one navigation system. If it goes out, never do that. Would you ever get on that airplane? No. So, well, I think we owe it to ourselves to have some redundancy.
Yeah, but ultimately, I always wonder, like the universe sort of has these patterns that force innovation and constantly move towards further and further complexity. And if you were going to have intelligent life that existed on the planet, what better incentive to get this intelligent life to spread to other parts of the planet than to make that planet evolve? Make super volcanoes, earthquakes, solar flares, all sorts of different possibilities, asteroid impacts, all sorts of different possibilities that motivate this thing to spread.
But to say, like, this is fragile,
Yeah,
and it's not forever, so we need some redundancy. I mean, I was raised with it. I'm not that religious in that way, but I'm kind of weirdly spiritual in this other way, which is I do think the universe is basically it's littered with answers. You just gotta go and find out what the right questions are. So to your point, like for all these natural phenomena on Earth, the question is, okay, if that's the answer, the question is like, do we want to be a single species, or do we want to be a single species? And maybe 100 years from now, that builds on top of what happens in the next 5. We'll have discovered all kinds of things. That's an amazing thing.
unquestionable. And we also know that there's planets in our immediate vicinity that used to be able to harbor life, like Mars. We know that Mars was covered in water. Mars had a sustainable atmosphere. So we know that this is not just a dream. That this is possible, that what we're experiencing here on Earth is temporary. And if we get hit by something big, Earth is hit by a planet in its formation. There's Earth 1 and Earth 2. The formation of the moon, the primary theories that we were hit by another planet, and that's why we have such a large moon. It's a quarter the size of Earth. It's like keeping our atmosphere stable. It's a wild shooting gallery out there. I mean, it really is, and especially our particular solar system has a massive asteroid belt. It's like 900,000 near-Earth objects.
Isn't that so like inspiring, like this idea of discovering all these other questions that we don't know the answers to?
Right.
How does a life well live?
Yeah. That's the most promising aspect to a hyper-intelligent AI. That it'll be able to solve problems that are inescapable to us, and also offer us like real hard data about how big of a problem this is and when this needs to be solved by, and then come up with actionable solutions. Yeah. And that seems to be something that might escape us as biological entities with limited minds, especially if they're not working together. And you can get AI to have accumulated power, mind power of everyone, 10x.
The mental model is if an alien showed up today, would humans by and large drop all of their internal issues and cooperate together?
Perhaps.
Perhaps. I would hope that the answer is yes.
It would have to be something that showed such overwhelming superiority that it shut down all of our military systems and did so openly to the point where we're really helpless against this threat.
Well, so I think that's one way to think about AI is that it is a supernatural system in some ways. So if we can just find a way to cooperate and harness this, people will research. I think we'll all be better off. Like, again, killing each other is just so barbarically unnecessary. It doesn't solve anything. All it does is just create more tension. It creates more hatred because what's left over is not positive. And I think that we need to be reminded of that without actually living the experience.
Yes, my hope is that one of the things that comes out of AI and the advancement of society is the allocation of resources much more equally, and that we use AI, as I was saying before, the best way to keep people from entering into this country is to make all the other places as good as this country. Then you solve all the problems for everybody, and you don't have this one place where you really get a job or you really need murder.
Well, so that I think that why are a lot of people coming to America? A lot of the reasons. Some are clearly reasons, but a lot of the other reasons are weak. And so if you can create economic abundance generally, that's like what people want. Those people want, as you said, a good job. They want to come in and feel like they're going to something which they made that, and they feel proud of that. They want to hopefully get married, have some kids, have fun with them, teach them what they will know. And then we're swans on and we're kind of what we're doing.
Isn't it interesting the idea of people not getting together in groups and killing people they don't know? That's utopian. That is some sort of ridiculous pie in the sky vision of the possibility of the future of humanity, where that's common in small groups, like even in cities. I mean, there's individual murders and there's crimes in cities, but cities aren't attacking other cities and killing everybody. So there's something bizarre about nations. There's something bizarre about the uneven application of resources and possibilities and your economic hopes, your dreams, your aspirations being achievable pretty much everywhere. If we did that, I think that might be the way that we solve most violence, or the most horrific, nonsensical violence.
So, and you have this data. I said this before, but the most important thing that has happened is that in the last 25 years, we have severely curtailed the likelihood of return in the nominal sense. I think Trump was able to basically draw a hard red line in the sense. And the underlying reason is because we had enough economic abundance with incentives to go to work. We have just a complete rebirth of domestic hydrocarbons. Whether you agree with it or not, my point is, it is quite clearly correlated. As we were able to produce more stuff, so economic abundance, we have less need to go and fight with external funds. So I do think you're right. This reduces it down to we need to find ways, but allocating this abundance more growth to more. Meanwhile, that one crazy thing that you can't unwind is that you can just never. And you just have to make sure nobody believes it. Because in a nuclear event, I think that's not
clear. But I saw this brilliant discussion that you had where you are explaining that Trump is the wrong messenger, but many of the things that he did actually were very positive. And I think that is it's a very difficult thing to describe. It's a very difficult thing to express to people because we're so polarized, particularly with a character like Trump that's so polarized. It's very difficult to attribute anything to him that is positive, especially if you're progressive, or if you're on the left, or if you're left on Democrat, or if you're involved in tech. I mean, it's this bizarre denial of basic reality. The reality of what can you see based on what was put in place, what actions were taken, what were the net benefits.
When I've always been hurt, and I think I should define what words used to. It used to mean absolutely no part, and it used to mean free speech, and it used to mean supportive a government that was supportive of child rights. All right, guys, fill out there. We'll look up. I'm back to this. That's an incredible view, and I think what happened was when I was given a choice, I would vote Democrat or support Democrats because I thought that's what we expected. And I didn't really understand. And so what happened was I got too caught up in the messaging and I didn't focus enough. And I didn't even realize that. I didn't realize it in 2016. I don't think many people. And then in 2020 I got this. But probably by 21 or 22, I started to see all this data. And I said, hold on, I am not being responsible about the way I'm being responsible. I'm not looking at this data from first person. And I need to do it. And when I did, what I saw was a bunch of decisions that turned out to be pretty smart. The problem is that because he's the vessel, he turns off so many people with his delivery. And I think this is a moment where the stakes are so high, you have to try to figure out what the message is versus what the message is. Or look to somebody else that can tell you the message in a way that maybe will allow you to actually listen to it. That could be J.D. Vance, it could be Elon Musk, it could be RFK. There's all kinds of Tulsi Gabbard, there's all kinds of surrogates. Because I think that they have realized that there's a lot of value in these messages. We need to have multiple messages so that folks don't get tilted and go upside down. So that the minute that one person walks in the room, and I had to challenge myself to go through that process, and at the end of it, I'm like, wow, he's the only mainline candidate here that will not go to work. And just on that head, it's like very unique times creates strange deadlines. Sort of like one thing that kind of like always like helps out. They work. They cooperate. I always think like, what's going on? And when I saw him and Bobby alone, Bobby is a very balanced view of him. There's the good, there's the bad. Even now, even with everything that's on the line for Bobby and Bobby's agenda, he's quite honest about Donald Trump's positives and negatives. But they both do it. And one of the things, and probably the most important thing, was they were sounding the drum from day one is under no circumstance will the United States go. I just think we should observe them. People should have an opinion.
He's so polarizing that there's been 2 attempted assassinations on him.
He's like Neo in the Matrix. He's like dodging
for now. Listen, no one can dodge forever. But the thing is, it's like no one seems to care that the rhetoric is ramped up so hard and it's been so distorted.
The other thing that people need to, I think about is the domestic policy agenda of both the Democrats and the Republicans are within paragraphs. What I mean by that is when push comes to shove, they both, whether it's Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, they have to work through a very sporadic, which means that very little will ultimately get done. If you just look at the track record of all these things, you typically get one piece of landmark legislation passed in your first 2 years, and it all just gets unwritten. It's happened from Clinton on. Bush had one bite at the apple, Obama had one bite at the apple, Trump had one bite at the apple, Biden had one bite at the apple. So the American political system has a really incredible way of insulating. So if people would just take a step back and look at that, a lot of the policy agenda that both of them espouse are going to be very hard to get done. There'll be one thing, maybe they both do something on domestic taxation. Maybe they both do something on the border. But the likelihood, based on the past, is that they'll get one of these things done and then not much will be done. This is why I think folks then need to think about, okay, what are the super presidential powers where they can act? One area where they can act alone is they can issue executive orders. And that can direct the behavior of governmental agencies. Okay, so people should decide what they think about it. Do you want muscular American bureaucracy? Do you want the more slimmed down ones? Do you want ones that has, bigger ambitions, more teeth? Do you want one that is zero-based budgeting? They're pretty stark. And then foreign policy, I think, one camp is much more in the view that, we are the world's policeman. There's a responsibility that comes with that. And one says, we got a lot of folks in color. We're not going to take this. And I think people need to decide about that. But other than those two threshold issues, my honest opinion is that there's, we're in era between the two. One will cut taxes by this much, one will increase taxes by that much. But there is real decisions that have been made during the Biden administration about the border that are affecting people. I think it's a decision. I don't think it's a lack thereof, especially the flying people in, and the utilization of an app to fly people in. That seems insane. Like the whole thing seems insane. I don't know what the motivation is. I've talked to people that know a lot about the construction business, and they believe the motivation is cheap labor. I think that's part of it. And then a lot of the problem is, in many industries, the lack of cheap labor, people that are willing to do jobs. It's one of the things that I've heard, there's a lot of criticism about the Haitians that have moved to Springfield, Ohio. And one of the positive things that I've heard from people who live there is that these people are hard workers and they're willing to do jobs that the other people weren't willing to take on. So you have pros and cons, but you have this incentivized effort to move people into this country illegally, which will undoubtedly bring in people that you don't want here. Gang members, cartel members, terrorists. That's real. And we've documented that, and these people have been arrested that were trying to come in as a terrorist, and these people have gotten through for sure. I think that if I give both of them the benefit of the doubt, I think both of them will have to act on the border. I think that Donald Trump has had a clearer view of this issue for much more younger. But Kamala has had to shift her position to make herself more powerful with his interests. But I do think that both of them will probably have to act. Because I don't think what's happening today is just me. I don't think it is either, but the fear, and Elon's talked about this, the real fear is that they bring these people in, give them a clear path to citizenship, which will allow them to vote, and then you essentially got to vote. So if the Democrats bring them in, incentivize them to become Democrats and vote, and give them money, which they clearly are doing, they're giving them EV cards, they're giving them housing, they're giving things they're not giving to veterans and poor people in this country. That seems to be an incentive to get these people to want to be here and also to appreciate the people who gave them that opportunity, which is you would essentially, in swing states, which is Ohio, it's one of them, if you can get a lot of people in there and you've given them a better life because of your policies, meaning, but I do agree with the outcome. Meaning, I remember very vividly, um, my parents took up the whole family, three of us with self-conscious sisters, to Niagara Falls, and then we crossed the border to Israel, and we applied for refugee status. We didn't get it, we were rejected. And when we went back, we got a tribunal hearing in Ottawa, where I was. And I remember that it was in front of this magistrate judge, the person comes in, robes, and everything, you sit there, and they hear us, and they say, oh, and then they sit there, but they hear your case, and my father had this thing, the whole thing. There's, what my life was like, there's what we did, and I remember just crying. From the minute it started, that's all I did. So, scared of my life. Because, like, your life is right there. It's like a crucible moment for your whole family. They're like, I'm dying, occupied. We go back and I don't know what we're doing. Coaching me, you see, we were done. And then, you go through the process that became Canadian. Then I moved to the United States, get all these, then I became an American. I have an enormous loyalty to these countries. And so when I think about, like, Americans not getting what they deserve before other folks, it really does touch me. Like, I get very agitated about that. It's not that those folks shouldn't be taken care of in some way, shape, or form, because I was one of those people that needed a little bit of a safety net, right? We needed welfare, we needed the places to go in to get the free clothes and all that stuff. But you have to sort of take care of all of the people that are putting in effort, time, to be here, all of the rules, and when I came to the United States, I came on a TN visa. Every year, you had to get it renewed, you had to show up. If the person that was looking at you said, come on, you're charged. Then I had to transfer to an H-1B visa. My company had to show that there wasn't an American that could do this job. And we were able to show that. So I've lived this experience of an immigrant following the rules and just methodically and patiently waiting and hoping. And the anxiety that comes with it. Because it comes with tremendous anxiety. If you ask people that go on H-1Bs in America, there was a website, I don't even know if it exists anymore, but we would check what, because when you apply for a green card, you get an application. And I would sweat the website every other week. Hey, did they update it? And it would be like 4 years in the past. Okay, the visa's been expired, and I can make my but I still play by the rules. So I just think it's important to recognize that there are a lot of folks that play by the rules that are immigrants to this country. There are a lot of people that were born here that are playing by the rules. And I think we owe it to them to do the right thing for them as well. And then try to do the right thing for some folks that are coming across the border, because there probably are some of them legitimately are escaping some really bad stuff.
Quite a lot.
Quite a lot.
And I'm sure most of those people are people that just want a better opportunity. And that's a great thing.
And that's a great thing.
But you have to take care of a lot of people, especially the veterans, and especially these people that have been struggling in these inner cities that have dealt with the redlining and all the Jim Crow laws that have set them back for decades and decades, and it's never been corrected. There's never been any effort to take these places that have been economically fucked since the beginning of the 20th century and correct it. And instead, you're dumping all this money into people that have illegally come here. That, to me, is where it starts to be conspiracy.
I think that as long as people can explain what they're doing for these other folks that you just mentioned, I think for a lot of people, for 50% of the population, that means rest on this topic. You can at least explain. Right. The problem is that there is no explanation. There is $150,000, home credit that Gavin Newsom was about to give. I think he did, right? Because it was wildly. But that bill somehow gets to his desk. And is there a bill that says we should have better food for the food deserts? Did that bill get passed? So there's really a way for, state legislatures to do what's right if we have the folks in their states. But if we just had a little bit more balance, and then if we were able to try to write on those things, a lot of the people that live here that contribute would feel better about where things were going and wouldn't feel like the whole thing is just rigged.
Right. Well, that's one of the things people are so excited about this Trump union. Also, you have Robert Kennedy, is that you're having these movements that seem to be almost impossible to achieve outside of an outsider, like the "Make America Healthy Again" concept. Like, what are you talking about? You're going to go up against these companies that have been donating to these political parties forever and have allowed them to have these regulations that are allowing them to have these dyes in food that's illegal in our neighboring Canada? Like, what? No one's done that before, right? So that's very exciting.
Okay, so
But again, messenger message.
messenger message, just take a step back, though. And if you were just the average Joe citizen, I think an important thing to just notice is why are all these totally different people acting as a team? I just think it's an interesting thought question. So I don't have an answer, and I'm not going to plant an answer. But just ask yourself, why are all of these people collaborating? And I think the 2024 election is a lot about the traditional approach to governance and a very radical reimagining. And I think that's what effectively we did this. The traditional approach says we're going to create robust policies, we're going to work sort of top-down, this muscular foreign policy, muscular domestic policy. The government's going to play a large part of the economy, and we're going to try to right some wrongs. The radical reimagining says we're going to go back to a more founding notion of this country. We're going to have a very light governmental infrastructure. We are going to cut back a bunch of the rules, and we're going to take a little bit of a step back from foreign policy so that we don't end up in a situation we can go back. In that lens, it's very different. In the lens of actual policy, honestly, it's pretty much 6 of 1, half a dozen. But in that first lens, they're really markedly different. And we'll see.
But the lens that you're describing, the thing that distorts everyone's vision is Donald Trump as a human being. That's the thing. It's also the media's depiction of him, which I think is really distorted.
And I think that, I met him and spent time with him. But also had lunch with Kanye. She's very kind, very nice person. Donald Trump, very funny, very kind, very polite. Like, he talks. And I just was like, wow, this is like totally exactly what you said. I was expecting something totally different. And I think though that at the core, part of where the media is, I'm guessing, is that there's a part of this world that's like, I mean, he's as good as any. Yeah, he's on point. He's got rhythm. He knows how to land. So there's a thing that he's doing when he's on stage, which for the audience is no different than going to a show or a revival or something. You're seeing a skill.
Right.
But then if you're looking at as Donald Trump the person, I think the media really gets out of this. They get to.
Well, not only that, they've distorted who he is. Whatever flaws Donald Trump has are nothing in comparison to the media's depictions of him. And
Everybody's his, I think, his existence are well described. But I do think that I think there's like a couple of good examples. one example about father was the Charlottesville press conference. When I first heard the media depiction of it, I was really upset because of what I thought he said.
Right.
It turned out he didn't say it.
Exactly.
In fact, not only did he not say it, he said the exact opposite.
Right.
And then I was really frustrated and a little bit angry because I thought he was never lying to me. The filter was lying.
Right.
And I'm not paying for those people to lie to me. I'm paying for them to actually give me the transcript of it so that I can decide for myself. I think that's part of the responsibility of being a coach and adult.
And the only repercussions of getting lying is a lack of trust that people have for them.
And so then they make their own life, they make their own grave over it because I think the trust in the mainstream media is the lowest it's ever been. I think way more people trust you, way more people trust us to tell a version of what we think is happening because you're not gonna, and you're like interested in just showing the clips and just debate. What did he mean? What did he say? Why did he say this? Why did he say that? By the way, the same goes for Kamala because now, the domestic political machinery is going to try to characterize her as well. Cherry pick comments, she says. So my point is, I think we have to suspend this over the top.
Like particularly with this debate, where they check Trump multiple times, but they didn't fact check her.
Is this true or not? But the co-host was her celebrity history. That is true.
Yeah. I mean, not just that, but there's the affidavit by the person from ABC that said she was aware of the questions and that she was told that there were certain things going to be off topic or off limits, like her record as a DA and also some other person that she's attached to that's involved in something shady. And then on top of it, there was things that she said that were absolutely untrue. One of the grossest ones was she saying that we don't have any troops deployed in combat zones. You ever seen that one where the troops in the combat zones are going, what the fuck are we doing here? And then Dan Crenshaw, thinking about Dan Crenshaw's post on Instagram,
He's an Navy SEAL.
Yeah. I mean, that's got to understand the consequences of war, right? Clearly, paid the price personally for serving. But on his Instagram, he laid out how many troops are in active combat zones. It's tens of thousands in multiple combat zones of American citizens.
I mean, look, I was trying to be charitable when I said that. I think that there is, I'm going to assume that both people are smart, they believe what they believe, they're both trying to do what they think is right for both. Okay, let's take that off the table. The filters that then try to give them that message will try to revert that truth to their own best interest. And I think what they have decided that the media is their best interest are better served through one, i.e. Kamala, and less well served through another. Yeah. So if there's ever been a moment where it's time for all of us to show up, be grown up, try to get the source material, try to think about things from first principles. I'm telling you, it is the most consequential election of our lifetime. And the simplest reason why is that the president decides to hit the button on the nuclear system. So just imagine for 1 second, irrespective of what your politics is, what do you want? The whole button. What do you want them to do? Under even the most excruciating pressure of fear. And I think what we want to find is someone, at least in that very narrow moment, will be a JFK life decision. I would want everybody else out. It is entirely about my desire and wish for how I want America to be known. And I'm going to protect my children and my grandchildren. You cannot touch the button. You can't get close to the button. I think we're a lot closer.
I think so too. Thank you very much for being here. It was really fun. I really enjoyed it. Thanks. I know you're very busy, so I really appreciate your time.
Israel.
It was an honor for me today. Thanks. Thank you. Bye, everybody.
It's in trouble. It's me.
Good to see you. What's happening?
What's up, Joe?
You have a little adventure coming over here.
We do.
Got a little lost. This one we dropped off the wrong spot.
This one might be on me. No,
About
you never
halfway.
dropped us off at the completely right spot in Bismarck. And the amount that I cursed him because we thought it was the wrong spot. I mean,
That's on me. That's on me because I should have gotten you guys the car service. We have the car service. It takes guys over. I figured you guys were here.
yeah, that's funny. When we were about 3/4 into our 3/4 mile walk here, you sent somebody over to come get us, and he pulled up in a car, and he goes, you guys for Joe, right? He said, yeah. He goes, follow me, and then just drove away.
You know what? You were too sweaty.
Yeah, that's what it was. You guys here for Joe Rogan? You came to bring the street.
The sun is ready when you get there. I was in Utah where it was like 50 degrees, and I came right here to Austin where it was like 98 when I got out of the car. I'm like, yo, I forgot.
Yeah, that's a lot. Summer doesn't end in Texas.
It lasts a long time, but it does get winter here. It's hilarious. When the Austin people don't know what the fuck to do when it snows out.
There's no
I
infrastructure
got
at all.
stuck in Houston for maybe 4 or 5 days because they had, I was thinking light flurry, and there was a little bit of ice, but Texas doesn't have like,
No trucks.
No
No
salt.
plows. You know what the big freeze the first year I moved here? They did nothing.
Yeah.
They did nothing. They just let it thaw.
I was the one flight that was able to get out in time to go to Dallas for a gig, and they had like, it was 3 inches of snow, but the whole place shuts down. And then, thank God, the car that picked me up to drive me to the hotel that night, there's other cars in the way, dude, it would have been really calm. Dude, every time you stopped the car, it was like turn, sideways, it was just calm, because there's nobody else in the road, so it didn't really matter.
Tell me the sketchiest feeling was not when you're like camping or some shit. You have to spray that stuff on the wings. The icer and the wings. And you're like, oh, like there's a real, because it's kind of misty, freezing rain thing going on. There's a real possibility. Like, fucking 1 in 1,000, 1 in 100,000 chance that those fucking things aren't going to go up. Because they're frozen stuck, so they have to spray it.
And what would happen if those things didn't go
You're
up?
fucked! There's no control of the plane.
I don't want to go anything. I remember talking to Ben Bailey years ago, and I was like, it's so funny, the more I fly, the more I'm afraid of flying. So now I go back, I just assume planes are designed that, like, if all fails, like, they're designed to kind of be able to glide into safety.
Yes,
Lose all the engines. Lose all the engines, it nosedives directly into the ground.
That's why it's such a big deal when you're going out. It was a miracle. I think I was literally landing the plane when the engines went out.
Right? And that's because this guy was like a real serious pilot.
Yeah.
That guy really knew how to fucking fly.
I love the
He's a
argument.
real hero.
I love the argument that he's not. It always makes me laugh. They're like, he did his job. Sure.
Listen, if he was a trans woman, he was a trans woman from a third world country, he'd be the greatest hero of all time.
I remember when landed, I was rooting for him to be Trump.
I just wanted him to come out and be like, we did it.
On coke.
I also wish there was like a drag queen who would do something wrong, so it was going like crazy music, like cut lips, thunder tits.
How weird is it that it's an argument whether or not drag queens should be reading books to kids?
It's
What's the upside of that? Yeah, like, why? Whose idea was this?
Yeah,
Can you talk to the first person who came up with this idea? Like, what?
because young kids rapping these days, the most aggressive gays yelling at them.
Yeah. Well,
Just listen to the story.
at the very least, I've met some very nice drag queens. But at the very least, it's an odd choice that might be one that someone's out of their fucking mind chooses. It's a possibility, right? It's not zero.
Absolutely. Well, I went to watch. It's almost like we actually did a sketch. We did a sketch where we performed dirty comedy to kids in the library. And that was the whole point. Is that we were like, it's an adult job. You know what I'm saying? It's not meant for little kids to sort of wearing makeup, and even though it's not inherently sexual what they're doing in that moment, it's like their whole thing is meant for a nightclub for adults. But it's like the people who defend it, they always go, I don't know, have you ever been to one? Like, it's just a guy in a dress reading a story. It doesn't have to be weird. But then you're like, you know what would be even less weird? There's a guy not in a dress reading a story. Or just a teacher. Yeah, it's like another person.
So I guess the argument for it would be, this is what makes these people happy. We should normalize the fact that they want to dress up like very flamboyantly. We should normalize. That's the argument. If you want to take the other side's position, like what would you say? You would say, hey, this is fine to do that. It's fine to do that. But it's still a biological man who's dressed up like a woman, who's reading things to kids. It's like the odds of this being 100% like really rational, fascinating person that's going to read books to you, or someone's out of their fucking mind. It's not like a 0% thing. It's like something you should be kind of concerned about.
If it was just like a really good books to a kid.
That's kind of it.
It's just not like the whole thing that's interesting about it is you take a fish out of water, and I just don't think you should be experimenting with kids.
How about guys on parole for violent crimes? How about have them read the kids? How about corrupt politicians? Have them read the kids. How about CEOs who've been arrested for embezzlement? How about them reading the kids? How about all kinds of like maybe cool, but maybe super fucking sketchy people reading stories to kids? You know, there's a lot we going a lot.
It's reading time with Dave Shaw. I don't know, dude. I was
people convicted of violent assault, but they couldn't do it again. It's bad food. How read the kids?
I was on one of those apps to hire a babysitter recently, and it's a very weird guy. I've never done it before, and it's almost like a dating app, like you're like swiping left and right, but it's on for babysitters for your kids. And I will say, I don't know what you do with scams. I'm a comedian. I hang out in a pretty seedy world. It is amazing how judgmental you get when you're just judging a person off their face before whether they're going to watch your kids. I was like, those men, you'll never be so racist.
The tattoos in the face is a no-go. It's not like being an MMA fighter.
Yeah, it's like, you might be cool, you might be a cool person, but
Show O'Malley could pull it off, Post Malone could pull it off, but not the fucking thing.
I'm considering getting tattoos like this.
Like, how about those guys with tattoos in the face that just then wanted to read stories to kids? Would that be cool? Who would be cool with that? Guys with tattoos. If it was Post Malone, you'd be like, of course, he's so cool. Let him read the stories to kids. That'd be really fun.
What would you bring out if your kids have like a face tattoo teacher at all?
Yeah, I'd be bringing out. Listen, like Jelly Roll's the coolest motherfucker alive. These are face tattoos. There's a lot of people that do them and wish they didn't do them, or do them and are happy with them and like them. That's cool. That's what I'm showing. You being out of your fucking mind is in there.
No, absolutely. But I was trying to say, the idea that like I'm not like you said, I don't think a teacher with face tattoos might be the best teacher like in the world. I just think it's like as a parent you walk and be like, this motherfucker's here.
It's possible that they could be.
They might be history. But they have gone so far above and beyond.
Right.
If someone with a face tattoo is an excellent teacher, then let them teach inmates.
Isn't it funny you have no problem with sleeves? Listen, when you talk about fitness, you're probably thinking about the gym, lifting, running, training, but your gut health is just as important. So just like I keep up on my workout routine and training habits, AG1 is an amazing addition to my routine. AG1 not only contains your daily vitamins and minerals, but it also includes pre- and probiotics and other gut-benefiting ingredients, so your hard work in the gym pays off. Bloating and gas are signs your gut needs support, and AG1 can help. AG1 is not your average supplement. It's a comprehensive blend of essential vitamins and minerals carefully crafted to elevate your baseline health, and that's why I've partnered with them for so long. Seriously, I trust these guys to get it right with the research, science, and my health in mind. So try AG1 and get a free bottle of vitamin D3, K2, and 5 free AG1 travel packs with your first purchase at drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan. That's a $48 value for free when you go to drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan to check it out. Like, if you tell this teacher to sleep, like, oh, teacher,
I think 30 years ago they probably did. If you showed up as a teacher 30 years ago, people were like, what the fuck is this guy doing?
Nowadays, you start teaching someone with like a button-down shirt, and like this part of the arm is completely done. You're like, all right.
Yeah, but still, I think that probably Scottish conservative America would still feel like a little weird about somebody with a sleeve teaching a little as a representative of conservative America here. I will say I was at my daughter's t-ball game, and there was one of the moms pregnant, and one of her kids is in the t-ball game, and she's in shorts and just has 2 leg sleeve tattoos. Now, no judgment, it's fine, but there was something where I was like, it's just a little odd.
let's
Like,
go
that's all
change.
generation.
Let's go change.
I'm judging this for letting the girl play t-ball.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's
I'm
dangerous.
judging you for coming out as conservative.
Well, I know, Joe. This is my new grip. Mr. Conservative, we got to get
Giving up on this libertarian stuff.
There's no money in it. Figure it out.
There's definitely no money in it, but that's why they let it exist. You know, if there was another legitimate party that was actually challenging to the Democrats and the Republicans, they would attack it. They don't say a peep about the Libertarians. Those are, in their eyes, the Libertarians are just vote stealers from the Republicans.
Yeah, they were mad when Trump came this year, but aside from that, they don't see us as a threat.
Yeah, it's it. They don't. No political party gets mad at the Libertarians. They're fucking furious at the Republicans. The Republicans are furious at the Democrats. Nobody gives a fuck with the Libertarians.
Dave speaking at the film was the funniest when he goes, "Oh, Trump's gonna come up here," and we like showed him that we know how to act and behave. We are the right party.
Well, I got off stage and I passed by Andrew McCardle, who's the chair of the Libertarian Party, and I walked right by her and I went 0% chance. Let's go watch the shit show. This is going to be
So
ridiculous.
how much of a shit show was it?
Oh, it's awful. I mean, just the way So they kicked me out backstage. It's like a Secret Service like checkpoint thing or whatever, because they're real on top of that. Not so big on people with rifles on buildings, but they got me out of there. And so I go out and I come back around in the main room and I'm just like walking into the middle of just all the people. And one of them, at one point, Trump goes, "I fired Comey," and one of the libertarians goes, because he was on to you. I just turned to him and I went, "Yeah, that's not even the right tackle." And then the guy goes, "What's the right tackle?" I was like, "Okay, I can't get to you right now."
Well, the
There's a
Comey
lot of things.
thing was what would they were alleging first of all that the Clinton campaign was spying on the Trump campaign, right?
Yeah, it was after that. He was trying to blackmail it. And fucking Trump fought on him.
Really?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
I know. How do you know?
So, okay. So, here we go, guys.
Here we go.
So, you know,
Heard about this when he goes, "You did it, definitely talked to everybody and did this and raped everyone." And they were like, "How do you know?" It's like, "How do you mean?"
But that's what you can do in comedy, is that is enough to checkmate most comedians. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's also it's just a funny thing. So you can also be like admitting the ridiculousness of it yourself. Or saying, "I agree." You know, because it's kind of an admission. Like, I'm not there.
Man, he did it. He's like, "If you excuse me, I'm gonna go fuck you up with that." But like, that's never gonna happen. No one comes down to
So if you're looking at that, what makes you conclude that he definitely was doing that?
Because he basically, the first time they ever met, he presented him with the steel glass he had, which had all of the like dirt,
The PP stuff.
yeah, all the PP shit in it. I shouldn't say shit. There was no shit, alleged. Just this. Russian piss. Yes, alleged Russian piss. That's the aspect of it. Something like that. And then
It's dirty like a movie.
it's pretty crazy. Yes,
It's really wild.
I don't know. I mean,
Did you see that? That was the number one fear of having these big agencies have so much power. So there was not institution. People decide. Like, it's like everything else, man. Once you start running shit, you don't want to stop.
No, I've seen friends of mine have way less power go to their head.
It's weird, right?
I wouldn't trust these two with power.
But it is a weird thing to watch, right?
Yes, it's bizarre.
Yeah.
That's human beings.
Now, imagine that with no shit. No shit. So you get into that rush, but now the rush is controlling you.
It's like the way we feel about like crushing on stage, the way Taylor Swift feels about crushing Olivia.
Occasionally we saw you die.
Wasn't it Ella Hubbard was like a funny start this and joined this Star Religion, and then like years later, so when his friends he told that to hit him up like, "This is crazy, what you did." It's like, you ran that scam. He was like, "Scam? Better get the feet levels checked." So it's like he was starting to keep his own shit. It's like,
Well, he was. Did you know he's the most prolific writer in history?
sorry.
More fiction than any other human being ever.
More than Steve McCann?
More than anybody.
One
More
time.
than anybody. And not a second draft amongst them. Everything he wrote was nonsense. Everything he wrote was hot nonsense. If you read it, it's like these are the dumbest stories.
Did you remember the Guinness commercials? You remember the commercials with the
Yes.
a lot was going on. It just gave like the most generalized things that you feel. He goes, "Are you sometimes tired and sometimes awake?" Because
You did it, right? It was the square people. Because it was just kind of cool. I was like a dumb kid. So we're like, hey, do you want us to test your stress levels? It's like, boy, do I. I hope these dumb things is like, yeah, they're like, you're stressed. And I was like, I am, right? They're like, come on, it's up. They brought me into this weird thing to try to sell me a book. I don't really
I
remember.
did that too, and I did that in San Diego. I was down there filming something here in the park, and it was like at a time where a lot of people didn't know who I am. I could sneak in, and I sat down at this guy's table, eating the e-meter, and I put my hands on things and tell them what it was reading. I'm like, how does this thing function? Like, what is it reading off my? And the dude was like, he didn't want to really be there. He's just a member who got roped into doing this thing. He had zero enthusiasm about
Yeah,
this.
like the street team job for it's the lowest level job you can have. Is having to go out and bulk people into your church.
Have you guys read Lawrence Wright's book about it? It's called Going Clear.
I saw the
The documentary, the HBO thing. Yeah, the book is off. The documentary basically tells you all you need. But
thank God.
it's so it's such a strange religion. But here's the thing. This is what's weird about religion. This is my, I'm a moron, but I occasionally have these moments where I'm like, I think I know what the fuck is going on. If you really believe it, it benefits your life. Even if it's hot nonsense. Even if it's a 14-year-old kid who finds golden tablets that contain the lost work of Jesus and only we can read it because he has a magic rock. But if you get enough of those people, then you create neighbors. Like, is it better? Here's my question. Is it better to be an atheist and to be this person who just like objectively looks at the world and like none of this makes sense? There's no way there could be a God. I think when you die, you die. And that guy's fucking miserable. It's like he's taking medication and all of his friends think he's annoying.
I'm a half atheist, and you're right about all that. You believe like in a higher power?
No, I don't not believe. I believe that I think there's more to the universe and more to life than we can think of through a narrow field of perception. That's what I think. I think there's more to human contact and interaction than just people talking to each other. I think there's a thinly veiled reality that we live in when we express our souls to each other. That's what I think. And I think it's a very complicated and confusing thing that's fucked up by lies and deception and violence and war. And it's enhanced by friendship and love, communication. And it's weird. There's a thing going on that's beyond just like you're born and you die. And if that thing keeps going when the physical body stops existing, I wouldn't be surprised.
I think religion is always the funniest to dial back to it because all the organized stuff, we're doing the Joe Smith story finds the tablets or the plates,
Right.
everything. Like, can that be more of a religion that was like a pitched by a dude to a bunch of dudes?
Well, this
Guys,
was a
turns out
kid.
we can have a whole bunch of chicks, and they all
It was like racist up until like 30 years ago. That like black people were like the seed of the devil or whatever, and then they changed it. They're like, they're not green.
And they were racist when your women are bearded. You ever see Sister Wives?
No, it's scoped it. Yeah, but you're two fours to me.
When you know the guy who wrote it, that's when shit gets sketchy.
Yeah, there is something about like when it's been thousands of years ago. It's easy to go like, look, there was a burning bush, and God spoke to this guy, and you're like, what, like 5,000 years ago? You're like, all right, fine. When you're just like 3 Wednesdays ago, it happened. You're like, I'm not buying that.
There's enough stories that are similar about the ancient stories of like apocalypses, like the stuff about like, the Epic of Gilgamesh is real similar to Noah and the Ark. There's enough of those
Yeah,
stories.
Jesus was like, they keep on just redescribing him like thousands of years before Jesus was around. That story of him being the son of God and the virgin mother is on that Jesus is true.
He could have been an alien.
Jesus?
Yeah.
Sure.
Look, if
That's not what Joe
this
Rogan
not saying if there was like someone that came here and didn't make any sense to his born and just existed but knew everything. He was the son of God who's trying to straighten everybody out, and then they said, all right, you're trying. It literally could be an alien. If you're thinking about how long this is, it's just thousands of years of people telling stories. Right? I mean, how long after Jesus is dead before it's even writing the new stuff?
Well, why is it
Right?
considered
It's
that
like
long?
100 years after his death, right? At least 100 years after his death.
Well, it's, you know what I'm saying? Like, also, years ago, I know it considers the idea of works of fiction.
Right.
Like, everything then was just written from the thing
But
versus
it's
about
also-
the entertainment.
There's a combination of that and then real events are trying to document. So both things are true. Because they had a lot of shit going on back then. Like, they didn't have to write fiction. They were getting killed by swords. People getting lit on fire, shot with arrows. Like, it's not a time to be making shit up.
Yeah, it's like what happened with brother. It's like, I don't know what beast got a hold of
Yeah,
him.
but
It can't be all
it can't be all Coliseum, man. What's the you got to back?
You're not gonna listen. That's my stuff. You're not gonna write Harry Potter. Then you're getting slayed by the robots. Everybody putting in it. Hey, that's a good idea. You're school. Come on, who's not happy with that?
A lot of those miracles happen. I am studying magic right now for my magic show at Gamefest, and I'm reading a book about magic. But a lot of those miracles that they talk about, it's theorized that they were just like magicians that were like doing tricks for people, and they would get like,
By the way, Jesus Christ would be a great name for a magician if there was no Jesus Christ. He's got a disease
Great.
rate.
Jesus Christ.
Come see Jesus Christ, that's the real.
Yeah, it's got like a little bit of a Latin flair, if you know you can say it like Jesus. The Mexicans are the only people that I know of, or I guess Spanish people as well, where the name Jesus, it's literally Jesus. You can name your kid Jesus. Like, how many Muslim kids are named Muhammad? A lot. It was like the number one name for boys in Ireland. Like,
that's usually
Muhammad. Yeah, Muhammad. They freak people out there, right? But you can't name your son, your American son, Jesus.
it's going to raise a few eyebrows if you bring baby Jesus.
Isn't that crazy?
You legally can't name your child Jesus Christ. Oh, is that true? That's it. That's what learned.
Have you ever had these swing back to like, there was a time naming kids Jesus? No, but naming kids, like, when there was no actual like lines drawn on naming years and years ago as far as like race goes. So my grandmother's boyfriend, when she got his name, was Jerome.
Look at this.
There's all Tyrone, like white Tyrones.
Wait, dude,
That
that's
just stopped when they just became black names.
These are all names that are ruled illegal by courts within the U.S. So Bobby Green just got his name changed to Ken. He got his name legally changed to Ken Green.
yeah, he's going to have to take this to the Supreme Court.
Maybe not, because it said, go back to that picture. But it's the states. But before that, it was like showing how many states. Does it say that?
Why can't it be
So it was just the way it was phrased in the earlier thing that you had. Okay, here it is. There's a handful of names that were really illegal by courts within the U.S. So that could be,
So in some areas, it's illegal to have these names. Not all of them.
but how imagine you call your kid Santa Claus. How about imagine
Imagine you can't call your kid Adolf Hitler.
I'm gonna name my kid Roman numeral 2.
too.
You can only call it His Majesty if you are Harvey's.
There's so many rapper kids. There's so many rapper kids. See if I can Prince.
Yeah, that's fine.
The Prince is just that's fine. Could I name my kid Messiah with an apostrophe in the middle?
Right, I bet you could. Yeah, definitely change the spelling.
Messiah, do you have a list?
What is the third? Can't be the third. You can't be Roman numeral 3. That can't be your name. Does that come up with that? And they had to make it illegal. I mean, that's just all the shit that's illegal. They'll let you live over, but whatever you do, don't use that number 3 thing, that Roman 3. That's fucked up, dude. You can't call your baby Roman number 3. Or like 2 and 4 out there. Okay, in North Dakota, a man named Michael Herbert Ganger, who was adopted, wanted to change his name to these 4 numbers, which held philosophical and personal significance for him. State court rejected his name change request in 1976. There was a numbers can't be used, can't be names due to potential confusion.
But isn't John Musk's kid's name like the sounds AOL?
Well, he calls his son X, but it's like a bunch of other letters too. Right. Imagine if you were that guy's son to be a moron. That would suck.
A son that was a shrub, and then the one he didn't know he had was just looking at him shredded. Such an outcast. Yeah, it's hilarious.
I think the other son is Jack too.
How is he? He has to catch up because he was a schlubby kid.
Sometimes he's, I'm more with you.
Yeah. You have so much privilege. Like, I would just never want to lift weights at that point. I never imagine building the foundation as like a young Schwarzenegger to go, I'm just going to work really hard to want something.
Right, because you're born inside that house.
Yeah. Well, if you is you're playing to Schwarzenegger, it's crazy. Tom Hanks as his son became another time, like Hanks personally, tucking in his polo shirts on a Sunday, and then one went full winter. So it's like
there's like a thing about the way you name your kid that someone brought up the other day. Fuck, I wish I remember who was saying this. But there's like an actual principle to it, and I think it's based on Chet Hanks. It's like calling him Chet, just sets him up to be a Chet.
You never met Austin Chaz is except Chaz Palminteri is the exception to the rule. That's not what you picture a Chaz.
Well, isn't Chaz Palminteri, is that his full name? Is that what he said, or is it a short?
Or is that a Charles? There's certainly the like I had an ex-girlfriend, I won't even say her name. It's so crazy. She was like, every girl I've ever met with this name is a crazy bitch. But she's so crazy, and I refuse to say her name. I won't say it. How was it?
It's fucking great. It's fun as shit, man. It's fun as shit. I heard the reviews are not good.
That's probably one of
I didn't hear about the reviews until after I saw it. I didn't know anything about it. I just went in cold. It was great.
That was like the female Ghostbusters. Everyone hated it so much that I watched the fight. I was like, cool.
But Beetlejuice is better than that. Beetlejuice is really good.
The female
It's fucking great. It's like on par with the original. It's Tim Burton at its best. It's really good. I fucking enjoyed the shit out of it. I heard that people didn't like it. I was like,
Why are these other bullshit right away? We're like, the team's all here for 10 years.
well, no, that's not true.
I really, so they wanted to make sure that he wasn't in it anymore. Because in the first movie, he was only in it for 13 minutes total, right? Yeah. So they were like, they didn't want to change that element, so they purposely made it so he was in it for around the same amount of time.
Yeah, all that fucking number star nonsense. It's the movie's fun. Like, you don't give a shit. The Nolan Ryder's great. Everybody's great. It's a fucking fun movie, man. And it's Tim Burton. Like, at its weird best. It's very
I met her on the streets of Italy when I saw Hamlet got tickets right after she got arrested for shoplifting. That was the most bizarre thing ever. She was like, oh my God. You're like, oh my God, she has the same place as me. She's in like so it's just genuinely like craziness, right? Because she's rich. She was a movie star at that time. She didn't do shit.
So I think it's for a lot of people.
What's the last thing you stole, Joe?
Still a candy bar when I was 13.
That's the last thing?
Yeah. In the back. Those and I didn't even know how I feel. I just did it because I thought I could get away with it. You know, we were fucking young kids walking around.
That's really what's the worst thing you got cost? Mine was stuffing porn magazines on the phone. And I mean, the guy.
Oh my God, try to resell them that now.
The guy at the drugstore was baiting me to do it. Like he couldn't wait. Baiting me? No, he was leaving porn out. No. The porn section was. He was. Yeah, meetings are all work once. He knew I was getting ready to. He felt that I was waiting to find out before you did the first time before I did it. Said, "Hey, you can't be in here unless you get a bottle." Like I kind of made notice. He laid back, and I was kind of like, "Who knows?" And I guess now he's just sitting there, and then an old man spinning you around and lifting your shirt to show the half of porn magazines that you got. How old are you? 12. I ran so fast.
Oh boy, should be here.
Yeah, well, for their own device. I used to run cars when I was old. Me and my friends would break into cars in the ShopRite parking lot and just clear out all the change. And the center console.
All it takes is one to it's done.
My biggest steal wasn't even like the money, or I was staying at my grandmother's friend's house. My aunt needed Uncle Herb, and Uncle Herb had a nice stack of like porn magazines. Correct? There's a pattern. No, this is one. This one I thought I'd get away with forever. I took it. I think every one of his stories is going to end with Jay being spun around with his shirt lifted up. Like all the Herb gets in there. The Herb really that because I took a few of his giant stack, being like, he'll never miss these. And if he does, he's not going to think it was me. And if he does think it's me, we're going to have this quiet code of like, what are you going to tell my mom I took? You have to find out you were porn magazines now. That's exactly what he did. He didn't give a shit. He was like, I want my porn magazines back. And I got a chance to my granddad, to my mom, and my dad. Did I grab these? Oh, shit. Oh, dude, that's such an embarrassing event. Your Uncle Herb watches.
The pre-internet porn was like gold. When you were a kid at that age, because we had a magazine we found in the woods, and another kid stole it from us. And it was like every kid's out there in the woods. Yeah, of course.
You just hope it was wet for the right reason. Yeah.
Yeah, I had that when I home for a little while. I used to listen to the shitty apartments that have the drop ceiling. So it's to keep it inside of my ceiling to hide it from my mom. And it was like really covered in mud and water. Did you guys see that shit that was going down in Philadelphia yesterday with the street takeovers?
I saw a video of that.
A cop car drives towards it, hits his lights, and thinks it's going to get them scattered, and they just jump all over the car. I didn't see that video.
And what is it doing?
Check this out. Look, so the cop they've got a street takeover. So they just decided to stay in the middle of the street and block traffic.
Oh, is it a protest?
I don't know what they're doing. I think they're just getting crazy. I don't know if the protest is. I think it's just a group of kids just decided to get crazy. This is like the United States of America. This is like if you saw this was happening in Ecuador, you'd be like, yo, Ecuador's out of control, right? But no, this is the United States of America in Philadelphia. Watch it after this country.
So what was the first who spun out? The person hanging off the car?
They're going crazy. It's a street takeover. They're doing that with their cars. That's what they're doing. So they block traffic and then they spin around in circles in their cars and they organize it. So this cop tries to break it up and they just fuck this cop's car up, dude. Hundreds of kids. And you know what control of it. I mean, if you are in that situation and you're parked in your car in like traffic, because it's like fucking cop, just put your mouth out. Like you just want to blast everybody to the windshield and shooting up people. There's hundreds of people. So get you. You're not kidding. You get 16 of them. You might see get 3 of them. The first one I was seeing every time you just get shot. It's such a wild panic. You know, you want to put the bullet in the first yourself.
So I was trying to see someone with authority in your life or something have to realize that a can't-win situation is awful. You know what I mean? I've seen it have to kind of surrender or have to give up. My stepfather, we were driving back. My stepfather's like a power lifter always. A big, tough guy to me. I always thought. And we were driving back from the Philadelphia Zoo and they did Fairmount Park and they shut it down for what's called the Greek Picnic, which is all the black fraternities that party in this big giant park. And the traffic guy that shows up for it.
We can't put that video back up.
But they, these guys are coming and they're walking off the street, all these like black frat dudes, and like sitting with traffic jam because they're in the middle of the street and sitting like on the hood of our car and stuff like that. And that's what I'm just being like, I just see him just kind of sitting there kind of eating and like realizing, I was like, Joe, you know, it was always a good Joe, why are you gonna, you know what, you're right. Like this is just
That's
kind of
one
my
of the biggest fears, and I'm going to be with my son, and I'm going to get chunked out by tougher men. This is the horrifying thing in the world, dude. Look at this video. Imagine if you're a person that just was going to see your aunt, got in the car, you get stuck behind this. You have no idea you're going to be trapped in this kind of traffic, and they're just going to block off the street for who knows how long.
I see the chicken fucking donuts. Also, the people, I mean, Jesus Christ.
That's my car. The likelihood of a lot of these kids getting run over is very high. It happens all the time. They get hit by cars all the time. They're flying through the air. It's like a dumb thing that they do. Yeah, they're stolen cars. But these guys get so close to each other, they hit each other all the time. All the time. People go flying through the air.
If you're a teenager, it does look like you are.
Oh, look, man, if you don't have a dad, and your mom's a dad, and she does math, yeah, I'd be there too.
That's a nice cut, dude.
Yeah, if your dad beats you, you know, if your dad's an alcoholic, he just beats the shit out of you, and you won't love you, bitch, from your friend on the streets. I would be doing that too.
I saw these guys yesterday. I saw a video in Mexico. Everything else, a guy in Times Square who films himself doing it and just robbing a guy. Like, all the time, just talking. He just goes, and then he goes, you're shooting a new documentary, but I just got robbed. He goes, what did you rob? Don't do this. It's like intimidating the guy. The kid's so happy that he's not getting beat up. He's nervous, knowing that he's not getting beat up. Like, he pleasantly like gives him everything. It's kind of like, I go over there. Be easy, man. Be easy. And he goes, all right, cool. And just gives him the stuff and walks away.
He gives me stuff back.
I don't know.
He just does it on you too. Are you sure? Like, are you sure it's real? Are you sure that he doesn't give it back to him after he stops filming? So that he's not a crime? And it's just a stunt?
No, I think this happens all the time. People get arrested actually for it. There's no somebody's going to say, I'm about to go kill so. This happens all the time with you. Like, this happens with like a former Miss New York. She was in the park and two, you know, maybe Puerto Rican kids or black kids, they come up like, oh, you know, we're trying to start playing for a basketball team, that old team. And then she was going on the cash. They're like, oh, send us a Zelle. And she was like, sure. And then they got her to give them their phone, and then they just set themselves $2,000 on their Zelle and their phone back and ran away. And they stripped the money back.
Jesus. I started paying attention when you said they may have been black or Puerto Rican. You said selling candy for their football team or whatever. It definitely is black. Never had a kid trying to make me all five, so I'm pretty scared.
It's dangerous out there. You need people for their own devices. You get that shit. You get people going wild in the streets.
It's very scary.
It's so behind because you're just so stupid, and yet you're in the body of kind of a grown up, and you just have like all this, you know, this testosterone and fucking being young and not knowing. Like I could so easily
But does that kind of guy idiot jumping over the car and like the fire to go? Is he back like? Is he 55 one day? Go like, oh yeah, I was a little.
You think he is now 55?
No, probably not. Probably dies under a donut. SUV.
That young man's
It's just those guys. Like, I don't know how you like grow up out of that. It's going to be something that really nails it.
I'm not, my childhood was outside of a crazy fault from that. I mean, it wasn't, I just wasn't with that crew, but I was doing pretty like rancid shit to steam. And you guys just couldn't afford to pull that off. You would have. Well, that's not the thing. It wasn't a thing back then. Like, that's only been a thing for the last, like, how many years, Jen? Maybe with the internet. I don't know. Honestly. Never, when I was a kid, there was none of that. No one ever blocked the street and did donuts.
Yeah.
You did donuts in the school parking lot if you knew where the cops were.
The drag race still in Florida. Really stuff. But off streets and like drag races.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's true. That's true.
Did you find Jamie the guy Robbie? I checked a couple
That's
places.
the 80s. Look at that.
Instagram.
Sideshows. They call them sideshows?
Well, that's how I saw it first. It's things from that day.
So that they first occurred from the streets of Oakland during the mid 1980s. Back in the days.
It's very Asian.
Yeah, I think
Everyone's stealing the cars is probably the newest thing. Car show, essentially.
Right, they're showing off their cars.
Yeah, in the 70s and 80s, it went through a bunch of hydraulics and shit. That were happening. It comes from the British thing at Bay Area for Richie Rich's sideshow. Down Bancroft, to the right, let me warm it up. I hit it down that tight, that sucks. I hit it down, it's like Chevy on my side with their straight titty. You got a high 40 side spinning. Like this. Fix this. I love tons of crap. That's whatever that was, is terrible.
Also, you didn't really sell it, like folks had an audition, had been like Big J next time, be in the moment, you're wrapping up with these things, you really feel very strongly about these issues,
I
right?
don't know where those little fossil
Sideshows.
We have to rap battle this Friday.
Oh, yeah. I see.
Although I have a feeling it's going to be better than I did, but if we find the song Sideways, or I bet that guy doesn't kill it. It's all that. That has to come from the air of the 90s, I guess. So we're going to be number one.
Right. So I'm fucking steps.
Oh, yeah, he's going to go.
Yeah. You know what I listened to the other day? Tim Dog.
Oh, yeah,
Tim
yeah.
Dog. You remember that guy?
Oh, yeah.
He was like the first guy who went against the guys from Compton. And
Was he based out of
he had
LA?
a song, no, he was a New York guy. So he had a song called Fuck Compton.
That was pretty ballsy at the time. Well, that was the worst rap beef ending. What's happening now? Yeah, it's really become like a so-called star of the internet now. So a lot of these guys are like really popular and getting killed like young rappers.
This conspiracy theory about that has to do with intelligence agencies. Or that the CIA made on music and gangster and shit like that. See that they funded it, promoted it, it's the wildest. But it like we started to destabilize society. And you get kids, like young kids, we're talking about dumb, stupid, real easily at points, don't know what's going on, and you introduce them to rap music, it will most certainly change the way they think about life.
Yeah, especially, I'm saying, I don't know enough about that whole conspiracy and stuff, but it is crazy if you remember the 80s and 90s, the transformation from hip-hop, from being like the KRS-One, kind of like, there were like all these songs about like cleaning up your streets and listening to your dad. Like, rap is just, it took this drastic turn from being like very positive, like pro-black kind of thing, to just all of a sudden being like, we're killing everybody. And fuck bitches. Because I listen to a lot of hip hop like when I work out, but it's like it's this loud, listening to like this hardcore shit. I was like, this is nice. Let me turn up this Red Bull. Like you're the hood, it's just inspiring you to murder people.
My favorite workout rap is Nas because the lyrics are so good. It gets you hyped up. Like that's the thing about the 90s hip hop. It's like so lyrically based.
You ever listen to any beef raps? Any beef raps are the best to work out to. Just like I take no sides. I'm not at the end.
This is what these Remember when Ice Cube put out like Vaseline? You did not want to get in one of those rap battles with Ice Cube.
Yeah, he was so good. For his time in rap, he was fucking
Bro, he's such a good writer.
They will make the song Jacking for Beats. You have to make the song as everybody else's. He keeps changing all those popular beats and he just does rap. That's great.
Didn't he do a lot of the writing for NWA?
I think he wrote I think that was basically like the thing was he wrote all the songs. I think that DOC guy probably wrote a couple too.
I'm friends with Willie D from Ghetto Boys, and he wrote everything. He wrote like most of their songs. He told me he wrote "Fuck a War" in 45 minutes. If we were talking about it on the podcast, he said he had text because I'm gonna fuck a war in 45 minutes. I sat down and I was like, "Motherfucker war!" Have you heard that song? Rush McMillan's getting recruited. Oh, bro, we got that.
Yeah, that way, like one of my favorite beers that never struck out to me, or stood out to me when I was younger, but always makes me laugh and my mind's playing tricks on me. Is when Bushwick Bill, he's a midget, and then he sings a song and goes like, "This wasn't no ordinary dude. He stood about 6 or 7 feet." He goes, "That's the where I be seeing in my sleep."
Look at what Jamie just pulled up. Jamie, the investigative journalist that he is, just pulled up that Ice Cube formed his first rap group called CIA in 1986. Oh my God. It's all right, friends, man.
Like every interview with Rabbi, he's just like, just being a little bit weird, but it's right in front of you, bro. Just let him smoke the whole time. Dude, when Bill Maher said the N-word on his show, and then the next week had to give his apology to Ice Cube, was the funniest thing. He goes, "I'm really sorry, Ice Cube." I said, "Well, Bill Maher, he's just a good moment to teach you." He was so bad.
Dude, let me hear a fucking word. This is one of my all-time favorite Bill songs. Bushwick Bill was fun because it was like a South Park character. Like he didn't say the wildest shit because he looks different and you're like, let him say it. He's a tiny guy.
Did you ever hear Everclear where he tells the whole story of making his girlfriend shoot him in the eye?
Yes.
Like,
Yes. Crazy. When I used to deliver newspapers, I used to listen to this on cassette, son. You delivered on a bicycle? No, I was in a van.
I delivered to my uncle. I would go with him like 2 o'clock in the morning.
Right out the window, yeah. Dave Smith, you should go on stage to this.
I am loving it.
Oh, it's great. Give me a little more.
That picture's crazy. The album. It's so funny. This was like hard in the 80s.
Yeah.
I know.
That makes you damn high.
I know, but the flow of it doesn't seem anymore. Yeah, it seems bubbly.
Call me a funky sucker.
Can you imagine being a woman being abused by a black midget and he makes you shoot in the eye?
Well, that can't be her first mistake. She's made a lot of mistakes.
No, that's the end of a long series of
You don't just get there because you won the lottery. You gotta do the work. You want to get in a position where you're fucking being forced to shoot your tiny man's eyeball out.
Hey, shoot me in the eye.
Jesus,
You crazy tiny asshole.
Jesus Christ. He's got some really got some great Bushwick stories. That was the guy that I wanted to get on the podcast and he got sick. Like right when we were talking to his people, he got sick.
Bushwick Bill.
Yeah, and he went up in the hospital. God damn it.
How old he died?
It was a few years back. He wasn't that old. You know, he had a lot of. What year was it? 2019. Yeah, so it was right before he got sick.
52. You ever get Scarface?
No, I love that one. You ever see the tiny desk thing he did?
Mm-hmm.
Fucking incredible. You know that tiny desk performance thing they do? But Scarface did it and like slowed everything down to fit with the vibe of being in this like really tight thing. And so it's like, you know, he's always been a great guy. Give me some of this.
Okay.
My face is not
How does it feel, Jay? How does it feel to be on the other end of it? Like it one bit. If you should fall to get the things, you really taste. Everyone is getting it's kind of strange.
Yeah.
Also, what's strange is again,
me or not an old Biggie or Tupac would have been. Oh, yeah. Like, he's corny, but he's just an older guy. You know, these guys live any kind of game.
Do you think this is corny?
No. I'm saying
What are you
that we get to see how people look at them. No, it's not corny at all. It's much softer energy than you ever put on Scarface in the 80s and 90s.
It does feel like it's a Scarface song that you could read one of these books to.
I mean, if you told me this was a guy who was in the Roots or something, you'd be like, yeah, that makes sense.
But doesn't it make more sense that he's like this now? He's an intelligent and more capable as a human being, right?
100%. And you should have.
Yeah, which is great. It's genuine.
Nothing that hasn't evolved since high school.
If you're Justin Bieber and you get to sing in a girl's voice when you're 80, you know that high pitch thing. His first time I heard him sing that, I was like, wow, this girl sounds amazing. And they go, that's Justin Bieber. And I was like, oh, what a crazy voice. So but he was really young back then. What about looking at
DJ Paul at 369? I just saw DJ Paul at Gathering in each other. It's so funny seeing the people who get what's happening there versus the performers who don't, because he knows up there. He knows that he's fitting with that audience. I think Tech Nine also does that, so he does all the family chants and stuff. DJ Paul, and he just gets that crowd gets them going. They throw shit constantly and they throw a bunch of crazy shit. Rakim went up there, and by Rakim, like the third song, and like they were throwing shit because they were into it, the audience, and then he just kind of stops the song and he goes, "Hey, I ain't about that fuck shit throwing stuff, man. So you can throw shit, we can leave, or we could do some rap music." And the crowd just like, "Oh, we got it."
So back when we did it 15 years ago, they were fucking savages. So I think they gather the general crowd has gotten older. They're all 40 now, so it's like they're like, okay, we don't have to throw stuff away, which is great. They had to have a moment where they were like, oh, it's a choice between throwing stuff or happens. We did it 15 years ago. We were starting on comedy, and we didn't know what it was. It was midnight in the woods with the insane crowd boss. It was a comedy thing. It's still there. I know. I mean, they had a clown pick us up in a van. It's like Rothschild's got his that joke.
James Joel, he's a comic from Michigan. He still runs it. He just doesn't do it.
So they get up in a van. It's the scariest thing ever. Like, it's just pitch black in the woods in the darkness. And when they put us up there, like, these people aren't there for hunger. They're there for this whatever experience. So they just start throwing like just cans of soda and beer and alcohol. Jay goes to me, he's like, see, just because I'm going first. He's like, I'm going to be your comedy. He's like, just go up there and do jokes. Don't just go up there and smoke weed and crowd work. And he's like, respect you. He's like a straight up joke guy. So he was like, you're going to set us up to fail if you don't do jokes. So within 10 seconds, like a beer can goes past my head. I was like, oh, is that weed? And let's smoke weed. But then the front, Lewis had on, put on the gas mask weed thing. You couldn't even talk through that weed. I was like, and then I said, and then Mike Vecchio went out. And obviously, when I was booked on it, I was just like, they want me to do a show. So we were working on another gig. I'm like, I'm going to do this one. And you guys go out. So Mike Vecchio was on. They were not paying attention to him and yelling at him. And I remember he came up to me outside the stage. I was like, wrap it up. And I'll go through the rest of this shit. I remember one of his premises, I remember the premise because he goes, I said, you know that feeling like when it's going off and you see the light? Someone even have like another 5-minute burst and you know you are done. So like, let me see what I can do now. It's almost that freeing thing. So I gave him that kind of like, wrapped up dude. And he goes, and I noticed what his energy changes. He goes, he's going to do his last big joke or whatever. He goes, so, hey guys, I had a dream last night. And the crowd, some of the crowd goes, fuck your dreams. And I said, great, dude. I don't think he finished the day. And he brought me up. And then I was supposed to do 45, of which I did 20 maybe, because I never say, well, they got me at the it's a rap festival with no black people. And then a black guy stood up and he was like, Rabbi. I had one jug of rice. And they just booed and yelled, they all see clown. And I just was like, oh, God. Yeah, I never responded.
Isn't it interesting? Just if you just create a place where everybody can join, you're gonna get a group of people. You know, whether it's the Insane Clown Posse or Mormons, if you just like throw it up there, I think they're similar. No, they're not. So the more people be juggalos than there are if juggalos didn't exist.
That should be the judge of all. Like you said before, it's like, what does this actually do for you? Right. Forget whether any of it's real. Just like, are you happier? Is your life better because you're a juggalo? If you ever listen to the Insane Clown Posse's music, it is unironically pretty awesome. I thought I was going to hate it, but after we saw the rules, just like clowns killing people. It's just hard. It's a great beat. It's hard. It's hard.
I am thoroughly, I said that festival's pretty amazing. I'm thoroughly so it's always impressive. The music is subjective to anybody. I'm like, what they've done of it. I mean, they are world famous now.
And they're kind of the only band that's ever pulled off having like a whole festival.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like,
We're the second one. We didn't even done something. There's so much influence from the Gathering of the Juggalos, and all audiences, there's a lot of crossover. In fact, I'll say it now because it's too late for people to go, but our secret guest is the Insane Clown Posse on Thursday night.
oh, that's amazing.
It's going to be so
That's amazing. Dude, the Legion of Skanks is one of the most important things in comedy. Definitely are.
Thank you.
You really are. Yeah, I put you guys in the same, like, this is brackets of, like, Kill Tony, Legion of Skanks. There's a thing about having these battlegrounds where you go, no, we're going to say what we would say if we were fucking around. Like, you can deal with it, or you cannot deal with it, but this is how we do the conversations we're having are exactly like real conversations.
Yeah, and I feel like now, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like almost like the tide has turned in some weird way. Like it's kind of coming back.
It definitely is.
There were like these big moments. I think, like when they tried to cancel you and that didn't work. Shane getting SNL, just like big things where it's kind of like they're almost admitting, okay, we lost the great censored comedians war. But for those years, I think it was good to have Legion Space for a lot of those. So a lot of those comics were just like, well, this is a place where we can still do that. You know, just opening the door a little bit to say fucked up shit. People would come on our show. I mean, you're not touching people like sure not said that on the show after they did.
Like, you guys did a wise thing too, though, because you were subscription based, right? So for the longest time, if you wanted to find out what you guys were talking about, you had to subscribe. So you had like loyal subscribe
on that too. It's kind of keep ourselves a little safe.
The overall platform, and we put out the version on YouTube, we put it out on iTunes, we edit out so you can't say on this platform. So if you want to see the real version, the way that we do it, you gotta go subscribe. And honestly, with YouTube, the way we started censoring everything, it actually now, because we can do this for 8 years, but now more than ever, a platform that we have is more important than ever. Because now YouTube is super strict with everything we do. We have to bleep things, we have to censor things. There's certain topics we can't even put in the podcast.
It's so wild that you're saying being on YouTube. Like, if you have to predict at the beginning of the internet when you first started putting videos, like those little media players, you get the videos. But you fucking remember thought there'd only be one streaming site that anybody cares about. There's a few other ones.
When we do it, it's like Google. It's like the search engine, but like there's a whole bunch of other ones.
Yeah.
But Google also put out YouTube, and I mean, they were so smart the way they did it. But yeah, like you can't go to it. There's a Rumble. Like, when you put the podcast on, nobody watches it. There's been big audiences on Rumble. Like,
They're bigger than Rumble.
Yes, that's kind of the dynamic. And it is Google and YouTube, which are one of the same. It is amazing how they just became the thing for something that there's no real reason why they should be one thing. But nobody is like, if you say something, and you go, is that true? And I go, yeah, they did.
Well, the YouTube thing, though, it's like they have it so dialed in. It's like the recommendations, and it's constant. You could go down rabbit hole after rabbit hole after rabbit hole and never find the end and be endlessly entertained. And it encourages you to keep looking at other stuff. Keep showing you other stuff constantly.
And then all the genre in the universe is that algorithm now.
Mm-hmm.
It's insane how much has this much power, and they like if YouTube decides we're going to push this person, they could make someone one of the most
influential people.
So the industry, it's not like the industry become tech nerds that are like in front of all these algorithms and making like, who knows how it works? So that's why they just pick and choose and what they.
All I know is YouTube thinks I want to see Ben Shapiro or what I want to see Ben Shapiro.
YouTube's like, I'm pretty sure you're gonna love this guy.
I told you yesterday, right? The guy's name I asked you about, so I just got him yesterday, was the Kirk. Charlie Kirk.
Yeah.
I watch you and Ben Shapiro yell at college kids. Video.
That is such a weird one. That is such a weird one. When you sit down with young kids that don't know what the fuck they're talking about, they've never been on camera ever, and you give them a microphone. It's so, you know, even if they're willing to sign the release, 19-year-olds don't know what the fuck they're saying.
Well, the one for like, I was gonna say, like, she even says it what I do, like, you know, kind of like, yeah, you sound dumb. I felt very bad for her when she goes, you know, gave her like some kind of snobby, like, and then she just kind of goes up, it's like, well, I'm sorry, I'm nervous. Like, I don't talk them nothing about it. I think you do. It's like, I'm sorry. I was like, yeah, dude. Like, it's like out there, and like, going. She says something, everyone's around, starts booing, she starts kind of like smiling, but it's not a smile of like, bring it on. She's doing the smile like, I don't know what to do. It's just like scary. I've been frozen before, Robbie. You feel that.
Not only that, but then that girl now is internet famous, right? So, did she really understand what she was doing? Like, did you really understand what the consequences of that are when you're 19, whatever age you is?
Also, if you're an adult and you're arguing with a child, a 19-year-old, a 20-year-old, the goal of it should always be with the tone of like, hey, look, let me give you something to consider. Like, maybe I get why you feel that way, but like, hey, maybe look at it this way. It should never be like, I want to have the crowd go, oh, God, you destroyed. It's like, that's why it's like, you ever see like a comedian who's like a kid, like a 16 or 15-year-old kid? Like, I have a hard time ever really enjoying him. I'm going like, you have no idea. You have absolutely no experiences with no like perspective on the world or anything. Maybe it was an adult joke, but it's kind of yeah.
Well, that's what this was famous on America's Got Talent, something like that. What did he do?
I became friends with Chappelle when he was 19. I saw Chappelle when he was 19. He was doing like,
he was just about that.
He was, but he also did a thing that was really interesting. He would do outside shows. He just throw a hat down and stand up on the street. No, anywhere.
Oh, yeah.
He did it in Montreal. He did it right in front of Club Soda. We did a show, and then Chappelle goes outside and fucking just stand up people in the street. And they all gathered around. And he was doing stand up in the street in Montreal. Crush.
And this was him at 19.
Yeah.
So no, he's not famous
Maybe he
at
was
all.
a couple years older than that. Maybe he
And
was.
nice to meet you guys
So
first.
this was I did the Montreal Comedy Festival and I met him in like 91, somewhere around there. So what? How old was Dave in 1991? That
We did May Rothschild said at night when he was 19.
dude, it was crazy. Like he would do this thing where he would just do stand up out to people. He was 19. He would just do stand up on the street. Because it was the craziest thing you've ever seen that.
I would
If
think
everybody did that now and put it on video, we would all mock them.
He learned how to do it from Charlie Barnett. And Charlie Barnett was like a famous New York comic that got on Saturday Night Live and couldn't read.
he used that's how he Murphy got paid.
Yeah.
Why?
But he got
Why he lost the case because he couldn't read the script. Yeah, he was probably pretty popular at Charlie, but he was a DC cab, right? A couple things, like
he was a hilarious comic.
he was popular, and yet couldn't read the cue cards, so they could hire him.
And I think he influenced Dave a lot in that too. Like he saw Charlie do those.
Better learn how to read, dude.
Yes.
Because he was super talented. The early influence of Tony Wood.
Oh yeah, for sure. Tony Wood still.
He's in the festival with you, right?
He was there last year.
He's awesome.
He did my podcast when we went to the Balkan to the show. So he's like
Really good.
He's
Enlarging levels.
starts out. It's so good at engaging. He's very good. As some comedians just have that gift, like luring you into their world. So like Nate Bargatze's very like that. Like when you watch him, you're just like you slow down and you just kind of like sink into his feel and that's like yelling at people. There's no turning on. That's more of your personality. You're forced to do Stephen Wright's act. be like, this is not me. But for Stephen Wright, it's perfect.
Yep.
For Stephen Wright, it's the fucking best act
Yeah,
ever.
right. You're very low energy. You kind of bring it in you, but it's very like you sit down, which is like
That's by design though, because really, like I said, I watched it very nice. No, I watched Patrice. Like it's a complete like mimic of Patrice's thing. It was watching him go from stand to sit in and seeing that the crowd, some of the people that took him in is very like looming over them and saying these like crazy things, like being like turned off by that. To see when he was laying back and looking to come into him, much more people like embraced that. They were leaning into him.
That makes sense.
And when you're a big guy, that's why this guy's a big presence. I'm gonna say this kind of crazy shit. Like when I'm there over there, it's like I'm like pointing down at them.
Right.
So that's kind of like,
That actually does make sense. And also, they're sitting down too. Why stand up? They're not moving down. Unless you have some activity in your act. If you've got some activity, you get some things you got to act out.
when I started to work comedy clubs, I was doing a straight Chris Rock pace, non-stop, a lot of direct finger point. You know what I'm talking about? I know what I'm
Those are
saying.
good. Those juice people act out. Yeah, man. So it's interesting now too because Kill Tony's sort of a similar situation as getting interviewed by Charlie Kirk. So it's what they're fucking do. For their first time ever, they do stand up and it's at Madison Square Garden. And it's like, what the fuck? And they go out there and they just frozen in the eyes of 16,000 people, and that's going to be them forever. Everybody at work like, look at Mikey Bowman. Look at Mikey Bowman. This fucking idiot thought he was funny, and then that's all your neighbors.
Just got booed. I think he really got booed. I just know he followed a handicapped guy who gave a sweet emotional speech about being handicapped, and then he walked off. And so the other guys got there, and they were like, "Fuck this, biped."
it was like whatever it is, a show like Kill Tony. If you're good looking, it's held against you pretty quickly. You wear your porn stars
like the rest of Earth. Usually someone that's good looking and they're going to spotlight them. Fuck you. It's like a natural.
I think it's a subconscious thing. I think these people we want to grace the wheels for a little bit. People have kind of pretty easy in life. In comedy, it's just a weird thing. It's just you almost get a little bit humor is the weapon of the not good looking person. So like how do you this? So you're immediately going like, you're hot. You're not a fucking personality. Even though there are people who are hilarious now, good personalities, but generally speaking. It's not likely.
Sheila thing was actually saying I saw on stage at the Cell once. It was about her and her boyfriend meeting Kate Upton, and like she walked away to go get some drink with him. When he came back, he was like, "Yeah." Her husband said that he was like, "She's great, man. She's like the funniest story." Fuck you. Dude, George Clooney, that prankster, he's the best. That guy's the funniest today. He's fine. At best, I'm sure.
Yeah, it's a personality trait to get laid. You don't want to get funny when we're kids because we're not good looking enough to get laid without. It's like, look, I either got to get funny or do donuts in the streets of Philadelphia. And it's easier to get funny.
I love when they do good looking actors tell you. They're my favorite. They're my favorite. These are the guys with all the waste time. And they're tell they're the same guys towards the guys too.
Well, the best was like early in it, like in March and April, when they would all take videos from their mansion and be like, we're all in this together.
Imagine you're twirling a Tom Collins with your finger.
In the future, if we go into apocalyptic times, do you think they'll look back on like the shutting down of the country for a year and a half as like the trigger that made society begin to collapse?
I don't think they will. They'll never acknowledge where we are.
But with historians, objective historians, you think they'll look back at this time and be like, this is all grown?
There's going to be a lot of talking about this, but I think it's the internet. The internet is the beginning for everything.
But the internet's not. Because the internet didn't shut the fucking country down for a year and a half. The internet didn't do that. Yeah, but it's a very specific group of people who decided that was a good idea.
Now, you wouldn't have had anyone even fighting back against it if it wasn't for the internet. It would have all just been the
Without
same.
the internet, they would have pulled that off so much easier. They would have scared the shit out of you. You would never know. You would never. If there was this happened in the 1980s, you would never know how many people died on March 8th. You would never know about any of that shit. You would know about a goddamn thing they didn't want you to know about. That's what's so scary about the media today.
You hear about the Spanish flu, you're like, how do you know how many people died? There was no internet, there's no way.
Yeah, by the time you got your first Guinness, there's the information.
Living back then, you would fuck. You lived in the city, the hygiene was insanely bad. People would shit in these outhouses that were set up in block.
They
There was
never
this disease.
they never presented it.
I think I always want to see like the tombstone stuff and like Kurt Russell going off with the woods to go kiss. Their armpits smell like shit. Yeah, she could be all
Everybody smelled like shit. They had a shit a hole in the ground. They hadn't even invented toilet paper back then.
What do
That
you
was how they even
do? You have to be so horny in the 1600s to just power through all of that. It's a big hairy gorgeous space.
I guess you just be like, oh, God, shit, this shit over there. Dogs don't give a shit what anything smells like, and I guess you just get used to stuff.
Yes, sir. It was very hot. He was thinking because he was probably hot in the 1600s.
By 1880, horses in New York City deposit 4 million pounds of manure on city streets every day. In dry weather, it would turn to fecal dust and choke pedestrians. Vacant lots were filled with the waste. These manure piles would rise up to 60 feet high.
Now it's called Staten Island.
60 feet high. Yeah, so say 60 feet, you're dead.
Yeah, save me all that shit about carbon emissions. We're doing great. This is way better than what it used to be.
Oh my God, you're breathing shit air.
By the way,
Everyone was sick.
I'll tell you who's right now not in your hand goes through. That's why I'm the guy who has that bag that goes behind the witch's ass.
Isn't it amazing, though, that the invention of the internal combustion engine and the adoption car by everybody, and the abandonment of driving horses, literally stopped there from being shit air throughout every city street. Shit air.
You know, it's so cool.
It's warm in New York. I've been there. It's not much better smell in New York. I lived there in the 1990s.
There's like a amazing
Yes, I lived with my grandfather saving up money to get an apartment. When I first moved to New York, I didn't have enough money for an apartment. And my grandfather lived on North 9th Street in Newton. And he was there from the blockbuster days. So he bought a house there like in the 1940s or 50s. And then in the 60s, they came by and they said, black people are moving into your neighborhood. Sell now. And it was like a real estate scam. And then they tried to sell to black people and just like get money out of those houses. My grandfather was an Italian community. My grandfather was like, I love black people. I don't give a fuck. Get out of here. This is my house. And he wasn't moving. And so all these
grandfather's old enough also that he's like, I was the black person 5 minutes ago.
Exactly. What do you mean? Yeah, when he moved here, he came here straight from Italy. And he told me this, well, horrific. Just like the term block ice thing was funny. When you say around him, he would get angry.
Yeah.
Like someone called somebody a guinea, he would get angry.
Classic walk behavior.
He was abusive about that. He would just get like that was a terrible thing they used to call us when we were kids. But you know, that's like
It's
really crazy.
all the like basically across the country, even like California, but like all the like areas that people think of as like the hood, like Oakland, Compton, like New York, Crown Heights, or any of that. Those were all white areas up until like the 60s, and then like a bunch of black people from the South came up, and then all the white people left.
And they did do these scams. They did. It was like a lot of it was like social real estate guys who would purposely fuck up the neighborhood and make money on it. And then there was redlining, where like they wouldn't sell to black people outside certain lines, like as a Baltimore issue too.
Well, my grandmother, it's funny, the neighborhood I grew up in, like was Jewish and black. And then down the next neighborhood was Italian. Everyone started became predominantly black by the time I'm dead. My grandmother, like 2 years before she died, was in a nursing home. Stayed in the house, and it did not scare them people at all. It didn't like as it changed around them. It didn't scare them. These literally people like on front stuff like her neighbors and a bunch of like teenagers like rapping the loud stereo, and she just be like, "Oh, they're nice." Like they call me Miss Jeanette or so whatever. I
My grandma was delightfully racist. My grandma was racist. You know, grandma puts at the table like the most racist. My grandma was like openly racist. She didn't give a shit. I mean,
The penalty of being a Puerto Rican, it's racist, is less. The penalty of being
she was Italian.
She was Italian. Oh, okay.
They would literally, I would be at the dinner table, and I remember the one thing my grandma said, because I was getting kicked on by white kids in the neighborhood, because it was like a white trash neighborhood, I was only people dinner kid, and my grandma was like, you know what, it's not his fault that he's the N-word. Oh, Jesus Christ. And she was right. She was not your fault. She was right.
Yeah, that's the deal. It's not your fault. It's not my fault. It's not your fault. Not you, Jay. Don't use Jay.
Have you guys seen that Matt Walsh movie that I'm racist?
I watched the trailer today.
It's really fun.
I heard great things about it.
It's a top 10 movie in the country right now. I think it's like good numbers.
Well, the first one was
Which is crazy to me. It's got no press. No press reviews on Rotten Tomatoes, but customer reviews is 99%, which is why, like, no one will review it. Why? Because it's funny.
Well,
And
it's
he's
real.
he's not being sanctimonious. He's not, like, talking down to people or preaching to them. He's just showing how nutty all these fucking people on these struggle sessions, white people.
The other one's funny.
It's just like, it's good. Yeah. This one's really fun.
What is a woman at certain times? Well, the trailer says it's a comic.
Yeah.
We called it is a comic. I don't think everyone signals pushed it back.
But he's essentially doing like a right-wing version of one of those like Sacha Baron Cohen type shows.
Yep.
He's essentially doing that. He's sitting down with people and he's pretending that he's with them and he wants to know, you know, how he can do better. Number seven in the fucking country with no press.
It made it 2.5 million this weekend.
Do you know how nutty that is? Like no press and have a show take off and become a top 10 movie in the country. It's pretty wild. No press reviews at all. It's an interesting time. It's interesting.
And it is like, it's this thing that was real interesting about the first one, and I think probably was true about this, although I haven't seen it yet, is that even though he is obviously like a real right-winger, it's not like that's the movie. Like the movie isn't even making a right-wing argument or anything like that. It's just like letting these crazy left-wingers showcase how crazy they are. Like, okay, you tell them. Like, it was nuts. He just went up to these, in the first one, he just went up to these gender experts and just kept asking them what a woman is. Crazy. And they all just kind of laughed into themselves. This is the toughest question.
That's not the best. What is a woman?
I think I they tried to boil it down. I think I saw somebody do this the other day too. But like try to come up with a logical explanation for something really ridiculous. Like although recognizing that there are biological differences, a woman is anybody who tells you they're a woman. While recognizing biological, so this is like the loophole. While recognizing that Harry probably can't get pregnant, he is now Marietta. And that's just it. That's just it. No conversation to be had here. And in some countries, they try talking about jail. Was it Scotland that had something about the proposal about literally jailing people for misgendering people?
I mean, that's a ridiculous question. Yeah, it's fun.
That's they were talking about putting people in a fucking cage. Like,
I mean, the thing that happened in Canada, a guy got sent to jail for misgendering. You wouldn't agree to call this like son or daughter or vice versa.
I don't think it's actually legitimately true. It's like 0.001% is the most actually. Well, now it's way higher than that with young people because it's not a real thing to do. It's 3 steps away from racing my cars and doing donuts, and also 3 steps away from becoming trans.
They're just like movies.
If you were Asian, you would have been better at both things.
Well, you would have been a tough sales and chick. Not 12 sales.
This chick's uses on it for the guys we fucking podcast. We did sketch dressing episode. I like fucking.
I'm sure you did, but there's not a lot of news. We got about climbing. You're
intimidating lady.
You're a big lady, man. You're a scary lady.
Yeah.
Claiming that you would jail people for misgendering is false. And look, you are the picture. Is misgendering a crime? What does it say? False. According to Adam Thompson, one guy. Not trust him. Misgendering could only be considered a hate crime if it was done in a way that a reasonable person would consider to be threatening or abusive. That's subjective. That means yes. That doesn't mean no. That doesn't mean it's false. That means you just if that's how you're gonna write it out, that in quotes a reasonable person would consider to be threatening or abusive. What the fuck is reasonable? How many people do you know that are reasonable? And also, threatening on the side, whether or not you should be jailed.
Threatening is a little bit more concrete than abusive. Abusive is really vague. Like, what do you mean? If verbally abusive?
If you're a 100-pound man and Lewis calls you a man name and you want to call the woman's name, that would be threatening. Right. That would be threatening. You should be a guy.
I also want to
That's a weird thing. Misgendering would only be considered a hate crime. Okay, what's this below that? According to Adam Tompkins, a law professor and former conservative MSP, asserting that sex is a biological fact or that it is not changed just by virtue of the gender by which someone chooses to identify is not and never can be a hate crime under this legislation. Okay, so he's saying that the dead naming someone will never be a crime.
Well, no, but see, even this is in its kind of a little bit vague way because it's saying asserting that sex is a biological fact. So if I just say men are men and women are women, that's not change. I can call an individual, like to be like, no, you're not a woman, you're a man. Could that be considered abusive or whatever? Like, it's all the interpretation. Like, what is that? You know,
that's a very good point because this is just step one, right?
That's what it seems like to me.
Right. So this is not saying no, arguing with them that you're a man. It says it's not changed by virtue of the gender by which someone chooses to identify is not and never can be a hate crime. But that's weird because like asserting that it's a biological fact, like what if you're arguing? What if you're saying you're a man? Is that grasping now? Fuck you, I'm a woman. You're a fucking man, and if you're getting in one of those exchanges, what's that?
Yeah, like that. Well, if I call somebody an asshole, they're not literally an asshole, right? So like, technically, isn't it all just sort of like deciding what words have power and what words don't?
100%. Because if you're not swearing, and this person's swearing back at you, they want to be called a woman. Fuck you, you fucking cocksucker. I am a woman, and you're like, no, you're not. You're a dude. Like you're like standing your ground in that situation. Right? You can also be the case.
What if you don't threaten them, but like if you hypothetically, like if that dude was like, I am a woman, and I was like, if you were a woman, I'd slap the shit out of you right now. But you're a man, so I'm afraid you might beat my ass. So
that's a good balance because you're putting yourself in. You're not saying I beat your ass. You're saying I'm going to get that.
Like, I don't know. You train.
That's very well for me.
Doesn't it have to feel how you feel and also just not giving a shit? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, I feel like, as I said before, I think they should not give hormones or any kind of operations to children to, change their gender. I'm saying, but also, if they're like, they're not making it illegal, they're doing it, I'm like, well, now I want to see a 5-year-old with tits. Like, I want to see it. I'm against it. I just want to go, they already did it. Let me see.
No.
You say what?
It's a boy's tits. That's the thing that's weird. It's like, it's a weird, the nipple thing is odd, right? Didn't New York City, didn't it free the nipple? Did you ever see it?
Yeah. That's a lot.
Did you really look forward to it?
Rarely, but that's around the park. You'll see my spare tits. And we just that's the Springfield Springs. So it's tops are optional.
Oh my goodness!
I brought my son there, dude. He was 10 years old, and I just saw him staring at this girl. It's all hot chicks. It's all like hot, awesome chicks.
That's they're being free. They're kidding.
James was just fucking cheating on this girl's tits. I was like, hey, what are you doing? He's like, it's natural, Dad. Mom says the body's natural. So,
Mom says, the fuck was she talking to you about?
Bro, imagine what people like when they have clothes. They're like, just like chimps, just fucking every chance they could, just to the trees and shit. Imagine before people figured out clothes, how wild it was.
I think we figured them out pretty early on.
Clothes?
Yeah.
It was millions of years of being so. I think it was
what I should say is I think pretty early in the game of being humans. So like whenever they're like they trace like the genetic to like this is when we consider you like a modern Homo sapien, especially the first thing we came out of the water.
Dicks were so small.
I don't know if that's true. I think it was all climate based. I think in Africa, like how much they probably covered their dicks. Well, if you go to like some places in the Amazon, totally butt naked.
Well, I have to like cover the dicks, otherwise it's dangerous.
They would need to stay warm, right? So I think it's only when people start moving.
Yeah,
when they
might
start, I think it's a migration thing. Because where human life evolves, the same area where like a lot of different primates evolved besides us. Yeah, human beings got to Europe. They got to Europe and
Let's cover our dicks and build some shit. I know in the Bible it says it was like, you know, God gave us embarrassment at one point or whatever. Like, why did we really start getting embarrassed? It was cold. Who was the first guy that was like, oh, my dick is small. I don't want people to see this.
I hope we don't find out. Sebastian's not going to have anything to talk about.
I think it's as soon as we started moving to places where it was cold, and then we don't see people's dicks and pussies all day long, like kind of changes your behavior. And it probably led to us like saying that, listen, we don't sleep and all through the block all these wild motherfuckers, these bare dick motherfuckers from coming into the house. That's probably what happened. Probably people started getting really shy because they're covering themselves up with animal skins to stay warm.
So why was it having a small dick? You need to get prepared for this. What was the problem with having a small dick that everyone's like, you need to cover the little dick up? You know?
Well, you know, the Romans thought that having a big dick was gross. The big dick was a sign of barbarian. That's why they like had little dicks on all those giant dudes. Like the odds of like, if you look at some of Michelangelo's statues, the odds of those guys not having a massive cock are very small. That is a dude built like Francis Ngannou. You know,
all those kings and all of those poor people, they literally commissioned them to build them like they were gods. They built the statues bigger than the statues of gods, right? And you would think that they would give up big special just so fucking
they all have little tiny dicks. Because
That's just the artist's signature.
some person, just like the same people that are tricking people into thinking your cat could be non-binary, somebody back then tricked them and think that big dicks are bad. And it's probably some conniving little dick nut. So she's like, little motherfucker who's figured out a way to what's that look from? Oh my goodness. This is fucking dog. Look at his dog. Look at all the extra skin he's got in front of his dog.
That guy must be military.
It looks like a fucking hawk space.
By the way, that's the only one that's uncircumcised of all these.
Well, once their heart pops out, you know, look at these animals. Jesus, what is that from?
My bedroom.
That's what keep my braces. Look at that one right there. The guy has a tiny dick. The one in the milk. Yeah, right. Look at that tiny dick. It's so funny.
Yeah, but everybody can't stay fucking phoned up for them. Looking for their fucking statue.
Jesus Christ, Joe. Leave that alone.
That's a tiny dick. That part is so hard.
Yeah.
No, that's not one. That's not one. We're walking around Heil Hitler with a giant rock. I don't care what your excuse is. If anybody ever gets a picture of you, Heil Hitler, go back to that picture with a giant hog. The one that you just have with the guy Heil Hitler.
Maybe he's saying it's upside down.
Heil Hitler, bro. Is it the one in the white? Yeah, that one right there. Click on that. That's Heil Hitler. That's not the one, though. That's not the one we got. That one's freakier. This one's just like more modern.
This guy's playing with Thursday.
That last one looked like she was wearing her. What was the one you just had?
It is.
Oh, that one right there. That one right there. To the left of that. To the left. No, in the middle. It's a great one. Up one row to the right. That's it. Bam. Bro, that guy's that's how it started. It started like this. And then they flipped it over. It's like they turned over punch.
Yeah.
That was he was getting ready to give a fucking strong one. Look, the guy's got a giant heart on. He's very excited.
He's Nazi on the left side and gay on the right side.
I was going to go, they make it sort of flamboyant too.
Jamie, go back to that one and give us a description. What does that mean? Don Lucas, like some kind of a job. Oh, okay. What's his name? Oh, that's right. Let's go, champ.
He's the only guy with a big dick in the
There's so many different versions of
It looks like someone's used to just fucks, but he's got a shower.
But like the City Hall one, he looked pretty reasonable, right? It was a reasonable dick. It was a big dick, but some of them were like, hey, how's your sister? Come on. There's no way.
I just got to an age now where I just go around the locker.
Jesus.
I go in the locker room completely naked now for the first time in my life. Like, I think it's funny, the men's locker, right? The men's locker room, yeah. Men's, women, children, it doesn't matter. This is in there. I think it's so funny to just be naked amongst men with my little dick. It's like it's not comfortable.
I don't like it at all. And take a little bouncy kid onto a shower.
Nuts.
A little bird.
Yeah.
Not fun.
Did you guys hear about that Canadian guy who was 50 years old and as a teenage girl? He wanted to do a swim meet with teenage girls, and they're letting him. I believe there was like an argument. See if it's true. Didn't let him actually into the locker room. I want to make sure that this is true. Like the girls' locker room. Can you imagine you have a teenager
What a dream.
that's going to do a swimming event?
Oh,
It's just like a school. 50-year-old trans swimmers shared locker room while competing against teens.
That's awesome.
And this is how crazy Canada's got. They're just like the Moonies. They're just like the Juggalos. Like they're in a cult. They don't realize they're a cult. But if you think this is a good idea to let a 50-year-old guy who decides to identify as a woman change in a locker room with teenage girls because he identifies as a teenage girl, you're out of your fucking
Ladies.
Does it say that this person? I mean, let me be clear that this. Like, does this person say they identify as a teenage girl? This is
If not, then I would have drummed up when I was 12 years old.
I don't think that it was an offense that teenage girls can 16 and over.
I think it's just a locker. She's going to go in his locker in general.
Okay, 16 and older. This person's competing at 16 and older. So you could be any age. Okay. So is there any evidence that this person identifies as a teenage girl, or is that just the internet? Google that just in case. I would like to know. Because that makes it extra crazy and fun. It doesn't make it extra crazy and fun. People are like, okay. It's the same way I feel about all the other things we talked about. Like, the odds of you not being out of your fucking mind are really low. They're really low. They're really super low. And the fact that everyone's like, yeah, inclusivity, like, but also, how did we get to this funny point?
There's also, you should be allowed to say that some things are weird and crazy. And that doesn't necessarily mean you have to hate them or be against them. Comedians are weird and crazy. Like, we're all weird and crazy.
Okay, see, this is apparently, that means Weishart was swimming with young girls because of how fast or slow a swimmer is, not because she identifies as a young girl. But the competition is presumably separated by gender, so there's an issue where Weishart is competing against females while being biologically male. And also, I think, intact. So, which is also the weird one, right? Like, you could be a woman, but you don't even have to try to
No, you don't have to see
All right, turn around real quick and hit you with my pussy on your back.
and then you can go back and forth. And you don't have to choose.
I'll tell you your name if you cut your dick off. Does anybody don't cut your dick off? I'm not gonna call you. Well, maybe I'll call you. I might fuck it up, but I think that's okay. Either way, he's gonna check. We'll figure out. We'll go from there.
It's just so nuts, man, that you're just giving this pervert pass. But like, it allows, because there's real trans people that are like this, like, it's happening for all eternity. There's something wiring to be a female, but there's also crazy people. There's also real perverts. And you give a pervert a really want to go overtake it.
I've got real good at calling people the gender they want. If they, like, I still will fuck it up. And I find I'm pretty good at it. If they look like a girl, if it's a guy transition to a girl, look like a girl, I say, shit, I'm pretty good at all the sheep. If I fuck it up, look at yourself. That means that you're not shaving enough, or you haven't done whatever it is to make me quiet. I mean, I'm pretty good at calling trans girls.
But it's also a weird thing that gets stuck on, because you have to agree to this thing. You have to agree to it. This thing, especially if you meet the person that's one thing at one point in time, and then you decide to change their name and gender, and you're like, this seems like I need a lot of attention. Like, what's going on here? This is strange. This is strange, and you're getting mad if I fuck it up and call you Harry.
Well, that's the weirdest part of all of it. Is like, you can't like be mad at someone, especially if it's like always a mistake. That's what I was saying. It's something the internet is such a bad place for it because everyone has such balls. Everyone's a keyboard warrior of the internet. Even people that are like, bleeding heart liberals and people that are looking to, they find a place to go and have this voice. Back in the day, if you were trans and you were like a man that was dressing up as a woman, and you wanted to get mad at somebody about it, you had to get in your fucking face. It wasn't going to happen. They went to the village in New York City. They did. They did get in your face. They were aggressive. You're not going to West Village by a trans chick.
But what's the one? That's what I love. The GameStop video, right?
Yeah.
It's one of the famous one, right? Where it's man.
Yeah,
So cool, we saw it.
that's not how man's talk, bro.
GameStop there, just going like, okay, sir. So start kicking over PlayStation.
See, that's the problem that women have, is that these men who decided they're women are now they're entering these places that are just women's only and women's events and women's things. They're dominating like men do.
It was one of the very few points that I've had with seeing the other side of it that kind of recently. It's like the argument in sports is almost like, oh, they're going to dominate and kick ass, and it's basically a guy beating up a girl in this fight and all those things. But then it was the scholarship thing. I don't know why that never dawned on me before. It's like, no, these girls were like, they're always going to be like the number one recruit out of my school.
Yeah.
Sure. And then this girl going to make me look like I'm terrible because she's 6'5" and 35 pounds more than me.
Yeah, it's nuts. You're letting people cheat. You literally, there's a reason why Title IX was invented. It was invented so that women could be able to compete with other women. And you can't have an exemption for that just based on feelings. Because it's not about feelings. It's about fairness in sports. And the only way to make it fair is if you're an intact biological male, you have to compete against intact biological males. Yeah, it's just, you still call yourself Debbie. Get on aisle 4, Debbie. You're in lane 4. You're competing against Mark and Steve. We're not children. We're not fair.
It's a rational sense of the trans community. I don't know if I've ever heard some of the trans community come out and agree with that sentence. Agree?
Oh, no. Oh, yeah. I think there's a bunch of people who are trans who are like, basically come out and say, like, look, I know I'm not a woman. I know I'm a man. Yeah, we shouldn't be around kids. We should be competing in women's sports. There's a decent.
We shouldn't be around kids at all.
Blair White goes to these events where like trans people, she gets like called a Nazi and kicked out.
Yeah.
It's because she's trying to walk up. Huge guy. No, I think she's got through the truth, the whole thing. It's like one day they're going to be able to manipulate chromosomes where you're not going to ever have to worry about that again. They're going to be able to change you to a woman. They're going to actually be able to do it. I don't know if they're going to be able to do it to us, but somebody's lifetime in the future. There's going to be people that are like, people like serial divorcees who get married, divorced. There's going to be people that go back and forth. Yeah, with women, they're just going to be pigs. They're just going to be dirty, greedy pigs. They just want to fuck and get fucked. They just. If
they have a whore or like a woman out of it, because I was a bit of a woman in my 20s and I did my 30s as a guy.
Yeah, some women are living like that, only been men the whole time.
I'm not sure teenagers that like they change and then a few years later they're like, oh yeah, it's a face.
Yeah, especially these cool girls are getting mastectomies.
No, it's making a choice with God at one point. Yeah, next time I wonder tattooed when you're 16.
The crazy thing is you don't let them get tattooed, but you will let them get gender alternating surgery, which is just bananas. Gender affirming surgery.
Not a lot of surgeries are great team. There is a lot, and when I say a lot, I think tens of thousands of like the puberty blockers.
Only if girls are getting vasectomies very young. If you're doing that before you're an adult, you know what the fuck you're doing. It's insane. It's insane. It's just nuts that people are agreeing to it just to be kind.
Look, there's also a real debate with surgeries like that about whether that should be allowed even after you're an adult. I mean, like, I'm not even saying
But shouldn't Steve-O be allowed to get fake tits if he wants to?
But listen, I'm not even saying allowed that though.
Yeah, get out of
He's not the only one.
I think that was dangerous.
It was whichever.
Well, you also have to cut the muscle on a dude, I think.
All I'm saying is, there's, that's tough.
Go up in there, it's going to come out. I think
I think
it's
Steve will make the right call.
I mean,
Yes, they would have been a great group.
But I think that's the only way it would have stuck out because the other has no tissue in the front
Yeah.
to give you like a traditional regular type boot job.
All right. I'll do it. Yes.
But my
Damn
point
it.
is like,
Next man up.
if you're a grown woman and then you're 40 years old, you decide to get your boobies with like, who the fuck am I to say you should be able to
No,
do that?
listen, look, I'm a libertarian. I tend to agree with you. But if there was a doctor and you asked them to just like remove my fully functioning left arm because I identify as a right-armed person or whatever, and doctors were like, no, I'm not. I'm unwilling to like perform the surgery on you. You would take a good job. Yeah, you just didn't say elective surgery.
There's a surgery that a lot of women do if they think they have that gene for breast cancer.
Right, that's a little different.
Okay, Steve was supposed to level of oppression. He said, but the person in the supermarket spoke to Steve about the level of oppression that the trans people face in a pretty heartbreaking way, which made him realize, wow, maybe it's not all fun and games. After this, his fear stuff would seem like an exercise in celebrating violence against trans people. And he decided to call it.
Well, so that's why he called it off. I thought it was just, this is insane.
I'll tell you what, he was like, I don't want to do this, but he really got it up by making a nice speech. Like, that's pretty great.
That would be a good move. In other words, you have to ruin your kids forever. And then you have to do it under another time, get them removed, and then you always have scars in your tits, and you're 50.
So when you're afraid to fight you after school, you go,
It just, what we wait to say to a fire.
just like dress up and go to a biker. I guess that's terrible.
You thought you would get a crazy reaction out of the motorcycle riders who checked was. I would have considered it to be better footage if I was to be beaten up with the motorcycle rider. So, but the thing is, like, you could get fake tits put on by prosthetic people. The same people that did, like, the penguin. You ever see, what's his name? The handsome fella?
Colin Farrell.
Colin Farrell. The handsome fella, right? They made it look disgusting for the penguin. Like, they can give you tits, bro. You don't have to tell them.
Yeah, and it'll look indistinguishable.
Yeah, and it's the same fucking stunt. Marilyn Manson. But that's a thing, isn't it?
Oh, no, but it's also.
Is that something you weren't? Oh, look, no copy either. Do you know there's people that are doing that? They're just getting castrated. These people want to be nulls. They want to be nothing. Is that a real thing? Oh, yeah, it's a real thing.
Crazy actually when someone gets the surgery.
Well, they were trying to get more.
Yeah, they want to. This is just like they become like.
They just want nothing.
Yeah,
Exactly. They want no cock, no balls.
maybe.
Let's go, champ. Little holes. Piss hole, little piss hole. Trying to keep a little fucking band-aid on our trip close to the I don't know. I don't want you to do that, but if you're an American, I feel like you should have the freedom to do something stupid. I'm covered in tattoos. You want to get your dick chopped off? Who the fuck am I doing?
You're never going to hear it there where someone goes, you cut your dick off, it's the best thing I ever did.
Probably not. But some people just don't.
Well, there was that like Pan Olympics thing back in the day where the guys would mutilate their cocks. And you're like, wait, you only got one shot to slice your dick.
I saw one of those videos where guys just chopped the head of their dicks off with knives.
It's like you get it. I mean, how good is that orgasm? You get it one time.
I don't even think their orgasms are soft. They don't slice into a hard dick. They bleed out.
How good
This is right, which is all right, Joe. So the conversation. Can you imagine what a terrible time to get chopped off?
How good is that joking? If they have sex and then there's like where it down.
Hey, Rabbi is
An
disease.
enthusiastic young lady might get a little wobbly on the top and let it slip a little and tank slam you.
How can they not tell?
Like Anderson Silva's shin.
How can these ladies not tell that they're at the end of the dick when they're checking up so
They're having a good time, Jay. They're having a good time.
So you know we're walking around. I know on the tightrope. We're walking a tightrope. The come-ups are coming up too high on her.
I've had it a few times where that obviously nothing, no real
She
issue.
might have been with that Heil Hitler dude before. She's used to a little bit of travel in her suspension.
We got plenty of time.
She wants that raptor type travel. She wants some lift.
You should have that thing like on the back of your car where it's like, you guys will get
Just have some sort of strapping system, where you like you're spotting her. You just sit her down. Okay, that's this much travel. That's it. That's crazy. So if we're gonna agree to this with you, savage, try to break my dick.
I wish my, that's a terrible way to break a dick too. I wish my dick was big enough to break. Yeah,
There's a guy out there right now.
I'll be that cop right in half.
That's what we have a lot. That's how you get my new propulsion system. It's the funny coming in this room and think about the things I've watched that are made such a look at the cat waves thing. I mean, that was wild. The one just said, Terrence Howard.
Oh, Terrence Howard is very interesting. He's a very, very smart guy. He just doesn't have formal education and stuff. So, like, when I had Brett Weinstein, Eric Weinstein on the podcast, Eric sort of explained to him the things he's getting wrong. He explained to him, you gotta stop teaching. You gotta stop saying you're teaching. This is very offensive to people. So, he's like an actual super genius. But they were talking about, like, crazy equations, and he was explaining the equations to him. And he was like, "Do you understand how to read this?" Like having him go over the equations. So it's very interesting. So Terrence is like this super smart guy, way smarter than anybody around. But then the really super smart guys are actually super smart guys who are educated about it. They don't engage with him. So Eric was like, "Let me just. I think he's one of us who's just gone astray. Just a brilliant guy who hasn't actually gotten the correct education and stuff."
Well, I like to use the Joey, you have to understand because the Fontainese showed us words that I don't think that they were things. Maybe they were.
I think some of them were things, but others the things that he invented. Like
You do whatever you want.
yeah. What is the invention of the flying? What is it called again? When all those little components move together and it creates like he's got this. What's at the tip of my tongue? Linchpin. So this thing that he created is like these. They're like geometric shapes, and they fit into each other. And each one of them has a band and a circle. And through this thing, as a drone, it can move like in any direction. It's just very bizarre. And Weinstein was looking at it like, this is a very legit invention. Like you came up with this crazy. But see if you can find videos of it. And so it's also you could add more to it. It's not like a one single shape. So they connect into each other, and you can keep adding more and more to it, and give it more power and more maneuverability.
What's the utility for it?
It's drones. It's like you could have a drone that moves concrete bars. Concrete blocks. You could have a drone that moves railroad ties. They could flying through the air. It's scalable. So this is the small version of it in operation, and it's all of those things that you see, those little geometric patterns. They're all individuals. You can keep piling them on top of that and connect it. You can make them larger and smaller. It's a fascinating idea. And this is the dude was an Iron Man. He's fucking flows like in his and he's got like some crazy amount of patents. The dude has like, what is it, 90 something patents he has? Something crazy. But this is all like his invention. He's very not to the level of like Eric Weinstein, which is really all these people that are actually working on stuff. And generally, they have, depending on what the discipline is, they have a long education in traditional universities, and he's kind of like a self-taught genius.
Nah.
No, dude, he is, man. He's crazy smart. He's not like he's got to hang out with more people like him. You know what I mean? He's too smart for anybody he knows. This is right.
He needs more Eric Woods. So I was on the episode after the first time you had him on, and the episode with him was just insane. It was like the biggest thing on the internet, and almost 100% of the comments on my episode, the next one, were, "We want more Terrence Howard."
It's fun.
Did you go to Uber to give it to him? Get the fuck out of here? I did. It doesn't go to the right address, but I did invent an Uber.
Yeah, it's fun. Those things are fun. Yeah, it's fun to hear people like come up with these wacky theories. But he has some great ideas, man. And one of them is the idea that all the planets are coming from like stuff that's jettisoned off the sun. Like his theory about the creation of solar systems is very bizarre. And it's really interesting because he thinks that a planet gets to a certain distance after a certain amount of time from the sun where it can develop life. And then that life evolves as quickly as it can because it's going to eventually, over the next 100 million, 200 million years, it's going to be further and further and further out in space, and it's not going to be habitable anymore. So you're going to have to figure out a way to make your own environment, or you're going to perish. And every planet goes through a transitionary period. It's called people. When a planet gets to a certain distance, these hominids start figuring out things, figuring out tools and engines and civilization and agriculture and then electronics, and then they have to get to a point where they realize, like, this planet keeps moving away from the sun. We are fucked. We have to figure out artificial environments. We have to figure out interstellar travel. We have to figure out how to fucking planet that we can populate other worlds. So that's what we're at right now. We're like 100,000 years away from people.
This is brought to us by Terrence Butler.
And his theory about planets is fascinating because nobody really knows why planets are formed. How the distance from the sun, you can Ohm's law to figure out roughly by the size of one planet when another planet's going to exist, and that's where they look.
His voice is too cool to be a nerd. That's what I think the problem with this next guy out here. He's like, you know, it's simple.
Too cool, too handsome.
He does that thing where, especially because most of us aren't people who even think about this stuff. So then when he's saying it, like when he was saying the whole thing, when he was on here about how the periodic table shouldn't be squares, it should be circle, and he had like a really good argument for it. I remember just being like, it's not really impressive.
Right,
And then well, that's what the thing is. Then, like, when you see someone like Eric Einstein, you're like, oh yeah, he's got a good point about this. You're like, wait, seriously?
Yeah.
He's nailing it? Right?
He's fucking genius, man. Terrence Howard is fucking genius. It's just sometimes guys are too smart for everybody around them, and they just get up on the wrong track.
Yeah.
And if you're used to being the smartest guy in the room, and then all of a sudden you're talking to a guy who's like spooky stuff, it's it's people inside. It's like a guy who tells you he's a comic. He's telling everybody he's a comic. Hey, Mike is a comic. Mike works down there, and then you meet Mike, and you're like, how long have you done comedy? Oh, I've done a couple of like things. Like, okay, you're not really a comic, right? Right. You're not making a living. You're not getting paid.
I don't have any money for Terrence Howard's projects. I give it all to Eddie Winslow from Family Matters to clean up the ocean machine he's building.
There is a kid that's cleaning up the ocean. What's that kid's name? Boyan Slock? You ever seen that cheese?
His name is Buoyant.
Boya.
That's not
I never thought of that. Please, that's hilarious. I can download that. Boyan Slock. He was like 19 when he invented this gigantic skimmer that's been scooping stuff off the ocean, and then they turn the plastic into like sunglasses and shit, which will eventually find their way back to the ocean. Sure.
That's out for a little bit.
They make stuff which will find their way to landfills.
But that's really good.
19 is super fucking smart, like spooky smart kid. Just said that this is what I want to dedicate my life to. So you get a video of how they do it. It's pretty wild. But they've already cleaned up a significant amount, and they have this proposal to make and scale the thing up and make it huge, and they think they can clean up the whole garbage patch in the next decade or so.
It's incredible.
It's not big. It's not such a fucking thing existed when plastics only been around for like how long? 100 years?
Yeah.
And we already have a Texas-sized chunk of it sitting in the middle of the fucking ocean.
People are great.
I know people also make things that young and get this kind of thing. I think they're later in life flash shows was end up being crazy.
Oh yeah, it's going to be all
They gave up all their funds of things. This is too wild afterwards.
right. He's going to get all that ecosystem too.
Yeah. Much as good pictures. There's usually something out
It's usually the kind of gals that are willing to throw paint on statues. You can glue themselves to the floor. No more oil.
But this just all sitting in the ocean.
Yeah, so it scoops all this stuff out from each run of this. And this is just, one haul. And they just continue to do this, and then they crane it and pack it and turn it into different objects and stuff. And you can buy that stuff. It's fun. It's a good thing. I mean,
It's great. If it's like a cokehead partier, or he says, he dies like a whale ate him while he was helping out. Beautiful thing.
I was watching this thing of Singapore, how well Singapore recycles. It's incredible. Singapore takes all of their garbage, they pick it up like multiple times. They have this insane facility where they sort it out. They find out what's plastic, what's this, what's that. They use the plastic and they figure out some way to use it to make power, generate power by burning it. And they have this insane filtration filtration system that stops it from polluting the air. And then they take it and they grind a lot of this stuff down and they use it to make roads with it. And they like recycle everything.
Isn't all recycling bullshit? I remember reading about it years ago. But all recycling is
Every time I put stuff into my recycling, it makes me so angry because I bet like 10% of it gets actually recycled.
Yeah, we thought we were good people. We're just getting scammed. Just getting scammed to buy fucking blue dumpsters.
What is the point of it though? What is the whole scam? I don't understand why you're
Scams
really
is
doing it.
it's too expensive to convert.
Like Singapore guys sitting on a bunch of balloon garbage cans.
So you need to find something on how Singapore does it. I know I'm saying it. I'm not going to find it.
You're saying they do a good job.
Incredible. They fucking recycle everything. They have like this insanely efficient way of taking the plastic and reutilizing it and using it to like fill streets and pave roads and build things. And they're using all of it. Whereas we're just fucking sticking it in the ground. Somebody else is covered it up with dirt.
Singapore looks like it's made of Legos. It's just plastic everywhere.
It's pretty nuts. No, it's pretty
It also feels good as shit that plane.
That's right.
Jim is fucking weird.
We are weird. Do you remember how much we used to litter back in the day? In the 90s? Dude, I would fucking, anytime I had like a Coca-Cola cup, I just felt like I was doing shit.
So this is so it used to be a big problem. So they used to have a big trash problem. And that's what led them to this insane, like super efficient version of recycling. It's super thorough. Pretty interesting shit.
Waste generating, we're making a lot of waste.
Yeah, we make plenty of it. So that's what America does, motherfucker. If you don't like it, you can move to China.
Yeah,
We must do
that's the shit.
Yeah, so they take it, they burn it, and that burning it is what powers electricity. It's like, it's really insanely efficient. And then again, they use it for all kinds of stuff. But the point is they utilize all the trash. And that's what we're supposed to be doing. But there's a bunch of knuckleheads, the same knuckleheads that are in charge of the homeless, and the homelessness just keeps growing, and we need more funds to deal with this issue that we can't deal with. It's the same fucking thing. If you had private companies that were incentivized to collect all the plastic, and that they can take that plastic and use it for all kinds of things, and that's right.
Yeah, all you gotta do is set up the incentives, and human beings figure that out. All you gotta do is go, if you solve this problem, you can become a billionaire. And then some genius will figure it out and become a billionaire.
Isn't that interesting? We're not willing to give the private sector access to garbage so much that we'll let them pretend they're recycling and just stick stuff in the ground that's plastic because it's not cost effective to turn into things.
Is sanitation one of the last mafia-run businesses?
Well, it's run by a section of the government, right? But it's like if you were competing against Singapore, you would lose. Okay? If like one city was run by Singapore, like Chicago was run by Singapore, but Detroit was run by the people who do it right now. And you have to figure out which way is better for the city, which way looks better, which way is more efficient, which way actually like creates less overall waste because you just recycle it and reuse it, and it actually works as an asset and a commodity. Would that be better? Like, if somebody could do it, you could do it. But the problem is, there's no fucking incentives.
There's so much infrastructure within all of these, like, it's just been how many years that we've been having this system of sanitation, and it's just like to try to change that in any sort of like abrupt way is like insane. We didn't even do it. I remember there's a landfill in my house. We would go like ride our bikes down to the train tracks and find the landfill, and it was just piles and piles and piles of garbage.
It's basically the modern version of what it's like to live in a city with horses shit in the streets. Yeah, freaking miles version of it.
It's really like much thought, but it's like the down the road type stuff. It's just weird.
Not only that, it gets in the water. You know, you just dump a bunch of shit on the ground like that. And, you know, you're allowed to have a policeman just fill it in. What the water that's running under that? What happens there?
With that.
Yeah. Yeah, there's like so much fucked up in how we do things and not course correcting.
Well, I mean, is it so with the recycling thing? Is it just designed to fine us for not recycling and create more revenue
I think
streams?
initially they have this idea that that's what they're going to do. They're going to recycle things. And they do recycle bottles. And they do recycle cans because it's cost effective. The problem with plastic, it's not cost effective to recycle. So 90% of It's thrown in the ground. They just put it in the dirt, which is fucking worse. Like, why are you making me separate garbage if you just get? Can I just put plastic? Can we just admit? And I'll just put plastic bottles in the garbage dump. That's what I've been doing. I gave up. I gave up on your little bullshit charade. I'm not going to be a part of this if I know you're not doing it.
Well, I see that there's like a rule of follow for a lot. Like people, it's so funny. You just gotta see results, but I don't know what the actual fight is. Like sometimes in New York, there's plastic bags everywhere, and then one time it's like, no, they're completely illegal now. And then
You can have paper bags instead of killing trees.
in New York, during the pandemic, they kind of, because they made that law maybe 6 months before the pandemic, and they were like, no more plastic bags, only paper. And then the pandemic hit, and they were like, all right, we need to figure out priorities here. And then they started using plastic bags again. But in New Jersey, you have to, when I go to ShopRite, I have to pay for new reusable bags every time. They no longer give even paper.
No, you go to hot scan and recycle. They're good for like fires. People will start a little fire. Fire paper bags. Stick it under there.
It is like at the airport down there with the big paper bags. They charge you for the paper bags. It's not like bags were always free. I existed for 30 years on this planet of bags. I think it just makes you think about it like every time. One out of 100 people remember to bring their own shopping bags. But they're like fucking nerds. They're like zero their own shopping bags.
Paper bags are good, man, but they kill trees.
So my girlfriend watched this girl and she's been like, oh, let's go. And I'm oh, wait, I'm going to run back to the apartment. I forgot to get the bags. I'm not.
You know what the biggest scam going is? The paper bag industry. Because they show up in hemp paper bags. If they were on hemp paper bags, they would be 100 times better. They're so much stronger. You would chop down a tree to chop down a stalk of a plant. It doesn't even make weed. You know, they have them where they don't, there's no THC in them at all. And you make gigantic fucking chunks of this paper that's almost indestructible. It's so different, you can barely tear it.
Is it cheaper?
Sure, it'd be cheaper. If you had the infrastructure, because you can like, see, if you have an acre of trees and you chop them down, it's going to be fucking years for it to chop down new ones and plant afterwards. It takes forever for them to grow. But hemp, you can redo it every fucking few months. Yeah, shit grows like 8 weeks.
Wasn't it a big part of why like weed was made illegal because they didn't want the competition from hemp or something like that?
100%. It was William Randolph first.
Right.
He was the Reefer Madness guy, along with Harry Anslinger. They demonized it as a commodity. If we had like true freedom in terms of like we use the best plants to do stuff, that would be one of the number one. Forget about the weed argument. The number one thing is hemp. It's so much better paper. It's almost it's like it's really strong, like in a weird way. Like you have a piece of hemp, and you're like, what the fuck?
But that's legal now, right? Everyone's just
it's been suppressed for so fucking long that the infrastructure is not really available to compete with like regular paper or to compete with. I mean, they're making hemp clothes, sort of an oddity.
That was always like a hemp shirt that you could find, like even if you house working on hemp for a long time.
That's way better. There's a company called Datsusara that makes hemp geese. They're the best geese, and they don't rip. Cotton geese rip. They rip off. This hemp geese are indestructible. The only thing that gives out on them is the threads give out.
I feel like you don't want to get caught in a hemp geese show. So I'd much rather just like a regular geese than a hemp geese. Like, dude, I forgot to tell you.
The only geese that rip are old geese.
Regular geese. I read a thing about spider silk earlier today. As we're talking about materials, spider silk is like one of the most strong. Like it's actually they make actual clothing and like garments out of it, and it's like I believe that because you can come in one string of it, and it's like on you for 5 minutes. Get it off you.
Imagine those. Yeah, as thick as like a power.
It's 1/5 as thick as a human hair, or 1/10 as thick as a human hair, and there was a team of guys who spent 5 years like. I don't know, milking spiders, but they were like using you were getting the silk out of these spiders. They made this like big fucking gown with it. It was
well, you know, there's a thing they're trying to do. Okay, you're saying the human side. Silk is used to make bulletproof clothing. There's a thing they're trying to do now, though, where they're trying to make human skin. And you know how they can kind of splice genetics together? They want to make human skin that is made with this gene for this spider silk. So they see if you can find them. So we'll do the chunks.
Yeah, you end up in a superhero movie later.
This is about bulletproof too. Human skin. I mean, because right now it's theoretical, but if you think about what they're going to be able to do medically just in the next decade or two, especially with the AI stuff that's
Oh, that's the scary shit.
it's a scary shit. As soon as they start integrating humans with that stuff, they're going to come up with all sorts of solutions to all sorts of problems. And one of them is going to be non-bulletproof skin. It's stopping crime. We're going to just like make everything mandatory just so you get vaccinated. Everybody's going to have to get bulletproof skin. So we don't have to worry about gun violence anymore. It doesn't work anymore.
We're just shooting each other in the head like Wolverine.
We're going to follow new technology. We're going to all live like turtles. We're all like Ninja Turtles in the future. We're all going to be like covered with armor. And it'll be just wild kingdom out there in the streets. Every day's a fucking street takeover.
Philadelphia street takeover.
Maybe that's how we get out of this. You know, like humans had to figure out a closable thumbs to be able to throw spears. Maybe at one point in time we have to just throw armor. We're not going to fix this problem with violence.
It would be pretty badass.
Yeah.
Just have it, especially if you're the first human with it. Like if you get to be the first human who's got armor,
For real, how the fuck did a turtle become a turtle? How long did that take? And
I'm guessing that I think it was a rat found in the sewers.
And think of all the animals are so bad, and this one motherfucker is no. And somehow or another, over the course of who knows how many fucking million years, it becomes a goddamn turtle. And it's such a good design that it's changed.
Like alligators and crocodiles just fucking smashing through turtles.
Like a cookie, the saltwater frogs, it's like washing them up like they're nothing.
Really?
Oh, it's so disgusting. Yes, it is like this.
I tried to bulletproof skin to start myself.
Yeah.
Project was hard. I don't know what they're actually doing.
That's a fucking CIA cover. They're going to cover Jason Bourne with bulletproof skin first. They're going to say, Jesus Christ, that's Jason Bourne. Bulletproof skin. Inspiration of this project. Oh, Genghis Khan wanted it. Of course he wanted it. His legendary emperor said to have issued his horsemen with silk vests. As an arrow hitting silk does not break in, but ends up embedded in the flesh wrapped in silk. Interesting. Wow. So the silk was so strong that the arrows would just go into your skin through the skin. You wouldn't get hit. It's like a Kevlar. So you look, it's so get fucked up. You wouldn't get full penetration. You wouldn't penetrate. Wow.
Silk.
That's
very
crazy.
why you were so sure to shoot you with an arrow.
Those arrows sucked. Those projects sucked.
Yeah, Joe Rogan could fucking shoot somebody with a silk shirt on.
You could not do that today. You know, this is different. I don't know what kind of silk they have, but a modern day broadhead, those things are horrifying.
Well, I don't understand it, but it can't just be like a silk t-shirt. They have to have some sort of thick silk, even for arrows back then.
Yeah, it must have been really thick because they were powerful bows too, especially the Mongols. The Mongols had these insane bows that took like 160 pounds to draw back, and they were famous for like when they looked at their skeletons, their bones. The one side of their body was like deformed because they were pulled with the right arm their whole life. So their whole spine and everything is they have like giant bones in their shoulders and arms. Like their whole body developed to pull this fucking insane bow back. So that kind of a bow has crazy power with this bullshit homemade arrow and fucking whatever kind of heads they were
Dude,
using.
that would suck to put all that effort into hone the bow and then silk takes it out.
Yeah.
You're like, oh, you for nothing. I got beat by silk.
I wonder if it would work with their bows. I wonder if that was just for the enemy's bows. Because the Mongols were so advanced militarily, which is really bizarre. But there's like one dude's group who likes to live in tents, decides to literally take over the fucking world. And would have done it. Got pretty close.
Yeah.
They killed 10% of the people on the fucking planet during his lifetime.
All people like that always have weird facial hair.
There is, however, little historical basis to the silk shirt claim. Okay.
This is bullshit. You stop making stuff like assholes and every scene.
There is, however, little historical basis. No primary source can be found containing the statement. Earliest mention of it in relation to the Mongols comes from Michael Crawdon's 1934 The Genghis Khan, Der Sturm aus Eisen, Did I get that right? Eager to give Mongols every technological edge over their foes, appears to have assumed the Mongols as a warrior race would only have worn silk for military purposes. But is there any historical depictions of silk stopping arrows? People can find that. Maybe the Mongols didn't do it, maybe it was like a theory.
The AI seems that they wore silk underclothes to get prevent blood loss from arrows, and that they had armor that was sewn together with silk for the cross or plates.
That makes it so good. Just like the December outfits. Well, they have these plates, right? They have the mesh on the plates and move around. We have those samurai outfits up there.
That's real.
In the 1800s.
Really?
It's freaky. These dudes.
Joe had to use his time machine to get it.
You can buy them. It took a long time. On it, actually. That one is, it's like a pain in the ass to get over.
I mean, that's a tough thing to buy. Yeah.
It's a weird thing.
We talked about so they do these like medieval fights, like something's like MMA and like medieval gear.
Yeah.
We talked about doing a Skate but to ship the armor to Vegas from wherever they were, it would be so expensive. We'd have to, it would make more sense to drive it out in the van, just like
Yeah.
to the people.
You've seen those Russian videos where these guys beat the fuck out of each other with
Yeah,
swords?
yeah.
Dude, don't do that. I can't believe I'm telling you don't do that. Please don't do that. Yeah.
Then I got a sword.
Bro, you're going to get hit in the head with a sword, you're going to forget all your jokes.
No, it's all right. It's not French.
That's just sword ways.
No, I got him a spider silk hat. He's fine.
Even if you have that over, imagine how much a fucking sword weighs and it's hitting you.
Well, the armor is like 120 pounds, 130
Right, but
pounds.
how much would you need around your head to let someone hit you in the head with a sword? I need a lot more than that.
Yeah, more than that.
A lot more than that.
That'd be fun,
Bro, you get a shield to the head, you're getting CT motherfucking E. You can pretend that you're protected. You are not protected from that.
You're just throwing up any jokes.
Look at the deaths. That guy's horrible. He just got hit in the head with a fucking sword.
I'm one medieval references fucking rules. I was doing it live for what I would describe as not that many people. Yeah, for 45 people.
Well, I know, but if I went for this, I would go home like, I can't believe there's only 45 people.
I'm just trying turkey leg, giant goblet.
Gosh, we got everything. That's fair. You got the dog game where you can look at it. I'm going back.
Look at this. He's on top of
There we go.
with this shield. Oh my god. This is a weapon. He's beating him with his weapon.
That
That's
knight,
insane.
that knight had really good top control.
Bro, that guy got shit fucked up.
Are you okay? Yeah.
That kind of weight dropping down on your head with that big ass fucking shield.
And with this version, it's like something else.
Hello. Thank you, everybody. You also have to take into account. You have to take into account the weight of all that armor on his arm and how much more that's driving down the impact of that. It's coming down. Yeah, all that weight because it's all covered in steel, and then he has this big ass fucking shield and steel gloves. Is coming down your head with that over and over and over. You think that's a terrible event? Yeah, man. That guy got real fucked up. Like a different kind of, like a cracked skull type fucked
You
up.
fed it to a dragon afterwards.
I mean, that could hurt. That makes seems like that could kill someone. Like that doesn't seem like, even with armor on, I don't believe that you can be okay from getting hit like that in the head.
Well, also all the shit from the NFL is like the helmet doesn't really matter because when it's cracking against your head, you're rattling around. It's
How
still
could that helmet be where you let the shield and the iron fucking sleeve slam down on your head over and over and over again? That could crack your skull.
I
really
agree with you.
it's the slap box for the MMA version.
Bro, there's no way
I would do that with a power slap any day of the week.
I'll make it. Oh my god, these guys have fucking hands. This is so insane. This is so fucking insane.
What's new when you guys go? Spears. Let's go.
Here's the thing.
Don't do this, you two. And I do want to watch a full pay-per-view of this. This does roll.
Here's the thing. If you allow these guys to have no armor, dudes would sign up. If you decided you're going to have a full sword fight version of this with no armor, guys would show up with a fucking bikini on, ready to slice you up. If we decided one day, if some crazy country, some fucking warlord dictator type dude decided to have actual sword fights with no armor on, dudes would do it. There's enough psychotic men out there that would sign up for that. Yeah, that's what it is.
guy that was we used to watch family fights, dude. And those guys they would give the two guys nunchucks and like just beat the shit out of each other in the parking lot. Just two fucking Mexican guys wailing on each other.
I remember this Mexican. He pulled off this white dude up, and he was a good boxer. He cracked and knocked him out. And then when he got him on the ground, he kept dropping knees like unconscious. Legs. Like nothing at the end of the day was bleeding. It was crazy. It was really hard. It was hard. It's seizing up and shit.
This is Howard Stern dude was one when he was talking the people that were the people that were trying to get on like the one-way trip to Mars. They were going to try to do this for years in 2012, and they said it wasn't going to go until 2020 something. So I don't know that. But there was, they said it was thousands of people were trying to get on that mission.
One-way trip to die Mars. Yeah, thousands.
They said they had to be wheeled down, but it was being wheeled down to like 16 people, so there's not a lot of people. But they were like, oh yeah, you have to go through it. And it's like, how many doctors and all that? It's pretty crazy. How much people will do some shit.
90 people, bro. There's a lot of people out there. And
they said for sure, they said for that for sure. They said odds are definitely will never make it to Mars. And if you get there, it's every just kind of like you're probably going to die en route. It takes.
You're always going to have people that want to sign up for that kind of stuff.
Yes, whatever the thing is. It was like, remember back then, it was a big thing in the 90s, the bug chasers. It was like a sect of the gay community that was trying to get AIDS.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. There's a great series on Netflix right now called The Terror, and it's about these guys that try to cross the ice paths in the 1800s, and they never make it. Spoiler alert. It gets fucking dark. Yeah. It gets dark. These dudes just got stranded on a boat with other guys. Of course, they start eating each other. It's the real story. It's based on a real story. These gentlemen actually did do this. And they didn't find their body. They didn't find anything for years and years. They found clear evidence of people getting cut up. What was the time period? 1800s. They just thought they were slick and they're going to make it across. And it was a particularly cold winter, and the ice never thawed in that area. And they just got stuck there. They just got stuck under the ice, developed all around them. They were there for years.
I mean, that's like a thing of survival, which I understand. But you see people that go to like basically
fish concerts.
There's no stairs. What's that one? Like the tallest one, the hardest one ever. Yeah, you see those videos of like the bodies that are like the bodies that are markers that you get to a certain. Like everybody's seeing a guy like Jim. It's like that's Jim. He's at however many feet high, and there's no way to get their bodies back down, so they just like stay there.
You have to leave them. No one can retrieve them. Stay alive. It's too dangerous.
That's why.
It's fucking nuts. You can find like one of the first guys that ever died up there. It's like it's all white. It looks like a statue. He's face down on the rock, frozen.
And they don't touch the.
See if you can find the images.
I mean, somebody must
haunting because it's there where anybody can see.
Who can climb it? Who can like?
No.
You know, I'm saying one person that can climb it, they can like that's done like something shitty the stuff up there.
You know when you were kids, you take up the reindeer on people's lawns and put them in different positions?
Because these guys dead. But there's one where you got one in the lower left-hand corner, lower left-hand corner, that's the one. Look at that. Wow. Imagine walking past that and go, yeah, that's a person. And I'm going to come back down, I'm going to jerk off on its back. With a fucking Chicago Bulls hat on.
Sweet man, he's frozen.
Yeah, he's frozen. He's dead forever. He's been dead for a long time. Look, that guy's got old ass clothes on and just slowly blown away by time. It's amazing.
It's regular picture of the 70s.
Yeah, that's what happens. Like people die, like you'll be in a group, and somebody dies, and they go, "Well, guys, we have to leave." And you're like, "What?" That's not how this is.
You have to leave them while they're dying.
Yeah,
you'll be done. Yeah, like you can't help them. You have to just go.
And they're just gonna die.
I can't believe people agree to like do like death sentences, but like they do stuff like the submersible thing that was just like everybody like cheers and champagne and it just ends immediately.
They see that kind of thing like trapped.
Oh my god! Imagine getting trapped with it. And that's it. You just slowly die. Wishing you could just get shot in the head and then just slowly die.
It's so insane. It's all so insane. And it's just to get to the top of the city back here.
I mean, is it how exhilarating? It has to be so. I bet it's not that great.
Well, it's probably you realize you can do something very difficult, which a lot of people have a desire to do, and it's also a bragging right for a lot of dickheads. There's a lot of dickheads, but I tell you, I've been in Nepal, I've been up Everest to really help the community. And there's a lot of people that just do it for street
Really,
work.
it's awesome up there. Yeah,
There's some people that just want to challenge themselves. Same way we do that.
I think we want kids. Any of those things, like skydiving, I was wanted to skydive, and I'm terrified of heights. And as soon as I get it, it's like, I'm not
No,
jumping.
I'm the same. Yeah, unnecessary risk. And I think now my daughter's older too, and getting that thing. It's like now she has to be like, what happened to your dad? Well, she didn't open. He didn't get his motorcycle. I think he turned. It was raining, and he turned on his motorcycle a little too fast.
Yeah, I was just getting a motorcycle license. I was sitting in traffic, and I was just watching cars or motorcycles zip between me. And I was like, dude, I gotta get a motorcycle. And it was maybe the fifth time that I crashed my car in 2022. But I was like, this is gonna be the death of me. Yes, Lewis had a moment where it was like, I don't think I should be armored fighting or getting a house. Maybe neither of these are good ideas.
I have to trust you because I have to be. So keep saying
Okay, listen. Nope, you're leaving the number one show in the world being left in the hands of the Legion of Skags. What could possibly go wrong?
Let's take calls.
Lewis? It just turns out there's been phone lines the entire time. Just people waiting to get on.
Got some new ideas for the show.
It's all way behind. It's all a guy who's like, I want to say something to Brian Rick. This is for years late. So. Yeah, it's happened on board for 17 years. This is good, right, guys? What do you guys think? He's doing pretty well. Does he like us? When I say us, I mean, I think this Joe Fowler is the future of broadcasting.
I do feel that. I'll give you some notes, but yeah, I'll tell you what, now this like arm, hair stuff, his accoutrements to the table is very different.
It's cool, man. He's got the racist kind. I like to think we're getting there.
Yeah. If no one's really made his art out of drawings or stuff like that,
it's all really cool stuff. This is an actual dinosaur head.
the real skull.
Yeah, he was like, dude, this is actually a real UFO. We actually went to Mars and found a nature UFO.
Is this like a Tyrannosaurus windpipe or something? I don't think I'm wrong about that. I think it's something like that.
Jamie, is that what you're looking at? Or different things like that? It does kind of look like a water stick. You mentioned that was
This was.
that's like shape or something.
That's just
If I steal the thing from the comic
everybody take a little thing. Okay, remember the coins. I'm gonna take Dice's cigarette.
Yeah, I know this thing. Like, I'll be back. We should do some shit. Hey, Dave. Yeah, we really bring you down for the show, huh? Oh, Rabbi goes.
No, I don't think so. Jimmy was telling us about this. Yeah, unfrozen walrus stick or something.
Yeah, it's, that's not, oh, no, it's not. We actually have a wall. What is it? What kind of phone is it? What kind of phone is it? The wall stick out. Where's that? Is that in the other studio? Not up there. We have a wall stick.
Is it not very big? It's very
It's fucking huge. It's giant.
This
The
big.
walrus sticks actually have bones.
Yeah, what's it called? Proboscis? What is it called? Something like that?
dude.
Isn't that a nose? Isn't it proboscis a nose?
He has sort of his body.
Yeah, that's right. Exactly right. It's called a vacuum. That's it. That's what they look like. But it's giant.
And that's an actual walrus's cup.
Yeah.
That's why they're always doing it.
Big fancy.
Yeah, it's actually a bone. Because nature doesn't have time for your hard ends. You get a bone. With us, it's like too complicated. Raise kids. Like, you gotta be really into this. I want you to be like in the mood,
Yeah.
fully committed.
Do dogs have bones? Or
Yeah,
do
dogs
they-
have. No, yeah, they do. Yeah, dogs have bones.
Isn't it at least?
I think cats have bones. I don't know if dogs have bones.
Isn't there?
I don't they all have
Isn't the
bones?
Loch Ness monster actually like a whale flipping its like into his top coming out of the water?
Ah,
I've heard that,
the Loch Ness monster is totally famous one.
but they say it's actually
It doesn't have dick,
if you see a whale flipping over on its back and it's dipping out, that's what it looks like. They said probably which could have been that.
It's horseshit. Or it's a sturgeon, probably a sturgeon. Yeah, used to have dog dicks. Dogs have a bone in their penis. Yeah, it's called a back. So they have the same thing back to them.
Yeah, it doesn't taste like it's bone.
I think it's only us. I think that we're the chips and the primates, the only ones that God doesn't trust. Like,
But it's just
People just use it all day long. You never build houses.
it's a good God made the right call on that one.
100%. It's too easy for us to fuck, so the bone dies.
That's why what happened.
Because it's too easy. Because if we just break, like we're already overpopulated. Not really, but I mean, if you want to look at us compared to any other animal, the balance is way off. There's way more of us than there are them. We're every fucking part of the country, every part of the world. Which ones? Oh, we were out.
The cool ones. This is gorilla and chimpanzees.
Back to them with the dogs.
Did you watch that thing yet? The lady who was the chimp crazy on HBO?
I loved it. Did you say gorillas? Gorillas up the hill. So that's exactly what happened. We developed agriculture in cities, and the bone went away because then we would just fuck all day. We would never figure out cities.
Well, it's like chimps have them, which are supposed to be our closest.
No houses. No houses. Where's this? Or to get his stuff, we turn you off.
That's like whatever the common ancestor of us and chimps is, that was the split. Because they were like, look, we're going to go in this direction where we build civilization, and the chimps were like, we're going to keep our dick guns. So good luck.
That's exactly what happened. We had a conversation.
I'm like, I get it.
The female has one. She's a bone in her clitoris. Damn. That's how hard she comes.
Wait, there's a clip bone?
Yeah, buddy.
It's a clip bone.
Well, it probably has to be because all animals that are mammals that start off as female anyway. Right? Like the same process, I think, for primates in that. Right? That's why boys don't use this.
You haven't done yet? We haven't gone into them?
There is definitely a market for grinding down dick bones and fucking putting them in your drinks or something.
Oh, your drinks? In China, it's probably right up there with tiger bones.
I guarantee it. I guarantee it that if they grind dick bones in certain cultures.
Yeah, in certain cultures, like they would want to drink rhino tea because it's not. Yeah, they know rhinos are a dangerous species, but they cut their fucking horns off just to make tea, and it's supposed to make your dick hard. For real.
So you're fucking.
I was like, just because it's like
So
so crazy.
Because it's not naughty pulling. It's so useful. You know, imagine you go over a guy's house and look, house in this guy. Rhino tea. Oh, you've got the real shit.
It's a dude.
Dodo bird. The guy's got a raccoon. They sell them. Oh, I need one. Looking at that going, yeah, I need a raccoon bone dick.
You don't want a raccoon one. You want a fucking like a big wolf.
Yeah,
A wolf dick. A wolf dick would really.
When did I open the shirt?
that's what happened. We were like, I don't need the dick bone. I want to figure out space travel. You can't figure out space travel if you have that dick bone.
It's like it's already got away a little bit.
Once they develop bulletproof skin, the next thing is going to be a reemergence of the dick bone.
That's what I
You're not going to fight against it. You're going to be like, fuck you, earn it.
Yeah.
You know?
You put it on with stuff bulletproof skin because of the. Because this thing goes all the way up. Well, you gotta follow money.
It's going to be really great. For sure. You're going to put a dick bone in there. Why make it a regular bone? I like the one that can't break. The rope is crazy.
The CEO of Viagra, like as this podcast is out, is in a room somewhere going, "We're talking about it on the Joe Rogan Experience. All right, this threatens our entire business model."
Once AI goes live, it's going to be one of the first things we fix. Bring back the dick bone. We're already devolved enough. We realize there's like a limit. You get to the end of the road and civilization has to collapse and start over again. But in the meantime, we're going to
That might be the thing that drives the collapse.
Yeah.
Which we want to for civilization.
No, I think civilization collapses, and then the reemergence to the dick bone becomes a necessity because you have to fuck very quickly because you get eaten by animals.
Okay. All right, I got it.
Yeah, and so there's madness, cannibal gangs in the streets, fucking block takeovers, times a million.
Juggalos.
Yeah, well, and you're gonna need a dick bone because you have 13 seconds to impregnate your wife, and then hope that neither one of you gets eaten on the way to the lake.
You're like, that was my third life, by the way. So that's it.
Is this the skull of a Wendigo, the evil mythical
No,
forest
it's
creature?
a mule deer. It's just a regular deer.
Did you kill that?
Yeah, that's the first animal.
You told us you could kill the crocodile that's out there.
It's an alligator.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, Jeff. That's misgendering.
No,
That's
no,
just like, should actually get mad at me.
No, I didn't. But crocodiles are like, that's a big culture. That's a scary one. Way scary.
That is a huge alligator.
It's a big ass.
That is a massive beast.
Big ass.
Wait, the crocodile is scarier than the alligator?
Yeah, scary. way
And what is it that makes them
so way bigger, way more aggressive.
Jake, some of us are here to learn. You look stupid.
Yeah.
Now because I'm fucking terrified.
If we, they found a bunch of them in the Everglades in Florida. The same assholes that let loose their fucking pythons. So a bunch of them have let loose some giant Nile crocodiles.
Oh, it was the guy that was riding like the fan boat through it, and then all of a sudden, like the ground is more.
Oh, that's a different. I think that's in Costa Rica. I think that video. I don't think that video is in America. But that might actually be a different kind of crocodile. It might be in the Amazon. I don't believe that's America. But the ones in America, the ones they're spotting, they have like a kill on cycle for them in the Everglades. Because if you have like a population of breeding Nile crocodiles in conditions, it's over. It's fuck your golf. Like they're letting people.
It's a funny thing if you're unarmed, you just see what out there. You go. He said, I gotta kill this thing outside. Let's go.
How do you have to shoot it? How many to date they killed in the Everglades? Because they've spotted more than 4. So the problem is they don't look through much of the Everglades. It's too crazy. It's so thick. The whole middle of Florida is like Florida's the dick of the country, and that dick is infested with monster soup. It's just pythons and fucking crocodiles and alligators everywhere, and there's no mammals left. Like 90% of the mammals in the Everglades are gone.
The crocodiles just fucking
The pythons have killed everything. Pythons have killed everything.
And that's just very recent, right?
Pythons have killed alligators. They eat alligators. No. Nile crocodiles in the Everglades for sure. I was watching the news thing. Nile crocodile. Yeah, that's something I read it. Yeah. 10 years ago, something commodified. There's been more than one. I think there's been 4 different ones that they've caught.
I don't know how we got this, but it was like if you ever get attacked by a Muslim crocodile, it was not like they told you what to do.
Yeah,
You watch it. It's always, by the way, step 1 is always stay calm. Yeah, first thing you want to do, you gotta roll with it. You just try to roll, right? And then if you have an opportunity to play dead, because I don't think you're dead, or if that punch it in his nose, which is the fucking
all of it's hilarious. You're doing shit.
Try tickling it.
You ain't doing shit. My friend Jim Shockey.
You know that joke? I'm gonna tickle a fucking alligator.
My friend Jim Shockey got sent to Africa to hunt them because they were killing these people in this village. Everybody in the village said, listen, I'm here. They all had like bites taken out of them. These crocodiles were like targeting these people like they were food. And so they brought in this professional hunter. This guy was a friend of mine, Jim Shockey. He went to Africa and shot this crocodile. And while he was there, one of the ladies got taken. And one of the ladies was washing clothes in the river, and they just fucking snatched out.
Where you dad wash clothes in the river?
But this is how crazy it is. They developed like a system where they stick logs in the ground in like this circular area because they think the crocodiles can't come through. But I think the crocodiles are figuring out how to go on the ground and sleep and slip right into that. And
Don't lions do that shit in Africa too? Like they really hunt humans, right? They really like plan it out and shit.
you see that
They have people overseas.
Shut dude. No, it'd be like, it's a pussy.
Are you guys hearing that? I'm gonna go check this out real quick.
Why doesn't the alien, the predator, like the guy who comes down and fucks people up, why does he hunt us that way? With cold. Wouldn't that be more exciting for him?
Yeah.
Instead of just running people down and fucking taking their heads.
That's
not
nice.
Trick them into going on a wellness retreat. Set it up like a deer barn, like a wellness retreat.
If you're a duck, you think you're about to get laid and you fucking just get blasted in the head?
Well, they think it's a safe place to land. It's even more despicable. They take rubber ducks and they put them everywhere. Like, oh, it's a party, duck party, everyone's happy. But then you come in and just imagine ducks get blasted out of the sky. Like,
Yeah, that sucks.
I thought I had to worry about dogs and things like that. I didn't think I had to worry about getting blasted out of the fucking sky.
Duck is delicious, man.
It is.
Delicious meat. Yeah.
And it's probably fun to blast them out of the sky. I haven't done that particular activity, but I bet it's a good time. Just fucking pop the hatch. Boom, boom, boom. You cook them up that night. all the bees because it's a shotgun. You shoot it up there. It's a scatter. That's how you can shoot birds.
Not for the miners. They just grab and break their neck and cook them up.
That's the better way to
buckshot.
really.
Yeah, no buckshot needed.
The buckshot needle.
Get those bitch ass domesticated ducks that are subject to grabbing. Those park ducks. They don't know any better yet.
Oh yeah. I assume you can't just eat like lake duck.
You could.
Yeah, it's really great. But is that like, is there any kind of good?
Is that the same duck that you just see in like Central Park?
There's different kinds of ducks. Some ducks are called diver ducks, and those are the least appetizing because diver ducks go all the way down to the bottom of where the ground is, the bottom of the lake, and they eat all the algae and all the bullshit and like anything that's down there. They eat anything. They eat dead fish and all kinds of rotten things. And the idea is that they're not very tasty. But the other ducks, there's like mallards and different ducks that like people hunt. They don't dive. You know, they eat things that are like on the surface. They don't go down and eat them up. But I've had diver duck that was really well prepared by a chef. This guy owns Dai Due in town. It's an amazing restaurant. And he cooked it fantastic. It was awesome.
And this is the ones who eat all the bad shit and it still tastes good.
You can still do it right. It's just an involved process. You know, like he had to grind them and do a bunch of different things and marinate them, but ultimately you can't eat them. But I think like a regular duck, kind of like sitting on the pond, you could snatch one of those up. I bet it'd be just like a regular duck that you'd shoot out of the sky. It's just a duck.
Well, fellas, we know what we're doing after this.
I mean, if you came from a country where there's no fruit, and all of a sudden they flew you into Ohio, they're like, why are we all here?
And no one tells you not to eat the rice.
Right.
There's just ducks there.
No, yeah. Maybe you don't need to speak English. But there's always signs saying, don't kill the ducks. And you say, oh, look, ducks.
You don't.
You ducks. Wouldn't you automatically grab a duck if you came from a place where there was no food?
Oh, yeah. No, I'm not blaming the Haitians.
Pekin duck is the most popular duck to eat. Pekin duck meat is known for its mild, satisfying flavor, easily adapts to a number of cuisines. It has a lighter flesh and milder flavor. So
Is it not?
So this is a duck. It says Pekin. Peking is a type, but this is like domestic ducks. That's what they're showing. So like if you buy duck in a restaurant, you have to buy wild duck. You're buying a domesticated duck. But there's wild ducks that taste really good, and there's wild ducks that are really funky, and those are the ones that they call diver ducks.
Yeah, there's like fish. I remember fishing in Puerto Rico, we went deep sea fishing. There's like certain fish that like they eat. Well, I guess the bigger the fish were, like they eat like all the algae and stuff off the reef. And I guess the fish was really big. You had to like throw it back because you can get like roots sick.
I think it's the toxins from the fish they eat stuff like food.
Oh, right, you're right about that actually.
Yeah, we caught some barracuda. In this area, you can keep them, but if you catch them over there, you can't keep them. It's weird. It's like, especially with the big game species, because there's ones that just won't eat. It's too risky.
Pretty wacky. We were fishing on Rothschild this summer. And we caught a fish. He was gonna I thought he was gonna gut the fish right there on the boat. What he was doing was when you pull them up very fast, the fish they get like the bends. So it looks so violent, but they're actually saving the fish. You're gonna throw it back and just stab them almost like bring it up. Just lets the air out. Right?
Fish with the bends?
Yeah.
The pressure that their body has to be under when they're like 500 feet underwater is insane. And so when they go to the top, their organs are
Well, it's crazy. So yeah,
It's filling up.
filled up. So you let the air out of the balloon, and then the fish start moving together through that.
I took the lobster once, and you're supposed to put the knife into the back of its head. You're not supposed to just boil it, but I couldn't do it. I was like, there's no way.
That's what it looks like. They got eyeballs pop out. It's kind of nice. I've seen that.
It's kind of hard.
It's very good.
It looks like a wacky, like a card you get at Spencer's.
Isn't there a fish called a jewfish? There is, right?
That's gefilte fish.
Yeah. But that's imagine what that does to your body going 500 feet down the fucking ocean to pulling up to the top.
Yeah.
It just pops out.
Yeah, that doesn't sound fun.
Why is that not the case? That's probably exactly what would happen if you went to the moon. You took your helmet off.
Well, we've never rolled.
So that also happens on Mars.
Jewfish. There you go. There's no.
Do you think the other fish? fish base.
It's a Goliath.
That's what solutions.
Isn't that what part of it?
Only one fish can get to the bottom of this problem. Do they have a disproportionate control of the fish media? I'm just wondering.
Is that the
Who's running
that
fish rates?
a jewfish is a Goliath grouper?
It is an Atlantic Goliath.
Whoa, we see that motherfucker.
Well, hello.
I'm here for your
Jesus Christ. Look at that picture of the guy. Look at that picture of the guy. That's fucking insane. That's like a largemouth bass that can be a person.
If I saw that, I would think that I was about to be murdered.
I would not be comfortable with that thing being right next to me.
I would think
Josh.
What are you saying? Fish tank?
Bro, if you were a little kid, like if you were a 4-year-old kid and you went diving, free diving near that, there's a real likelihood that that swallows you.
Oh yeah, jewfish eat babies. Let's play that real quick.
You ever seen largemouth bass take out a duckling?
No, but I want to now.
They take them out. They take out birds. There's a guy that was developing a lure for there's a giant pike called a muskie. They're notoriously hard to catch, and they're enormous, like really ancient fish. It looks like a monster, and hard to catch. They call them like the fish of 10,000 casts. And so this guy developed a lure for them that's a duck. It's a little ducky moving across the water. It's very effective. The muskies like to fuck up ducks. They're huge. They're like this big. Ever seen one?
No, I don't think so.
Pull up a photo. No, that's a large round bass. But Google muskie. Giant. Just Google giant muskie. That's it. Wow. You know, the things are crazy. And they're super predators. And they take out ducks and all kinds of things. If you want to catch them, you have to a big ass lure. Look at that. Look at the size of the fucking mouth. It's just covered in teeth like a barracuda.
Is there a video of one of these things like eating a duck?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Do you have to catch it just like Antifa?
Yeah.
James gets his weapon.
These guys are cool.
Juice
You gotta catch those motherfuckers. It's a cold ass water. It's like no
Jewfish water place.
Look at this giant muskie eats a duck. Look at this.
So you
Check this out, cocksucker.
I thought that was it. It wasn't solid. Okay.
A muskie eats a duck. Can't sit through that. Okay. Is this a duck lure? Yeah. Unless he's got a duck with a hook through it, like a monster. Isn't that fucked up? Like you hate mice, you kill mice with a mouse trap, but you went fishing with a mice and a hook. Oh, piece of shit.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense. Right,
But if you did that to a mouse, everybody would get very upset with you.
Not
You
me.
piece of shit. Isn't that crazy? Like they kill them with a spring. And everyone's like, oh yeah, mouse trap, good job.
It's not a humane way to kill them. You can do it. You kill them with a hook trap. I got also YouTube learning once with a guy who made mouse traps, and he would like create little systems to drown mice and rats in buckets. It was great.
Oh yeah, they actually like sent to like a bucket.
Yes,
That's crazy.
that was all of
That is crazy. That's New York, right?
Yeah.
The system of mice and rats that just catches them and puts them in the buckets to drown. And then guys the end of the month he just has like buckets of mice and it's so cool.
You guys seen that Netflix documentary, Rats? It's all about rats in New York City, rats all over the country, rats all over the world. I think the biomass of rats in New York City is equal to the biomass of human beings.
And there are so many rats on the outside. There's just
No, that's what it is. Think about how many people walk on the street. Think about the idea that the number of rats is greater.
And the people in rats.
cockroaches eat rat shit. The entire underneath the
This is a bullshit estimate. This is an estimate that there are approximately 3 million rats in New York City, which is close to a third of the city's population. It's a 50% increase from a decade ago. This is the AI overview.
Although we do have a rat czar now, so maybe she's doing her shit.
I think the documentary was saying that here it is right here. There are 8.2 million humans, average mass of 70 kilograms, about 2 million rats. That is not true. That's not too big. Who knows how many?
Yeah.
One said there's 2 million, one said
That's gonna be not safe for work. A girl saying with a pussy.
they got deleted. There's no good measurement of how many rats So,
Yeah, there's not like a guy going down there who's like, everybody hold still. 14, 15. How is it possible?
you cannot. They just justify their job, just like the people in the homeless community. There's no fucking way you can tell me how many rats there are in New York City.
No.
I parked my car once. It was back in the day when I had cell phones or payphones rather, and I was pumping gas using the Bronx, and I went over to this payphone. I'm on the payphone. I'm watching rats jump on the wheel of my car, jump into the engine bay, jump all around it. They're coming out of the sewer and jumping on the car. It was
That's why I started.
2 minutes on the phone. What the fuck?
I didn't realize until I lived in the city what a crop that is. Rats will go inside. If you leave your car, like sit for days at a time, rats will get inside, like chew like wires and fucking fuck your car. It's crazy.
So it says for over 100 years, nearly everyone has believed New York is about 8 million rats, a ratio of 1 human to 1 rat. Theory began in the 1900s when author and rat expert W.R. Rothschild hypothesized that in England there was a ratio of 1 human to 1 rat. However, Albert points out that the hypothesis was erroneously applied to New York City and is widely quoted to this day. Many expert has debunked. And you know what? I lost a lot of faith in experts over the last few years. I'd like to see some fucking data. You know, it's actually 36 humans to 1 rat. I don't think you know that. I don't think you know.
I mean, under the grounds, like, how do you possibly know? The entire subway systems are full of fucking rats.
Didn't it say after that, Jamie, someone said it's 11 to 1? What did it say? In the city. Okay. That's why we're wondering. And it's probably even worse now. There's no fucking way to know. The tunnels, that's all filled.
I'll do it in the city, and we all, you know, we've been in the city for years and years. Jason does. But there'll be, every now and then, there'll just be like a block where there's like construction or something like that, open in the ground. And third, you just have to walk through it. You just have to like stomp your way through it because there's just rats everywhere. It's the fucking rats. It's like it feels like your skin is like,
I've never seen it in the rats before, but I will say, and I found out what it was after. But so the first time New York thing happening was I was just outside smoking a cigarette on my stoop when I was in East Village, and all of a sudden I was like, that's weird. 3 roaches walking by in the daylight. They're like, that's kind of weird. You don't see that a lot. Just like, you know, it's like 3 different times, 3 different roaches, and that's pretty strange. And then several more, and then I'm telling you, within 5 minutes, falling off the buildings. Our superintendent came out. He was like, "What's going on?" And then we saw him like landing on his jaw. He was freaking out. And then we went inside. Came out a couple hours later, and there was thousands of down the street. And I go, "What happened?" Oh, that's what they do in New York. Whenever they like bomb a building for like roaches, it just shoots into other buildings. And he goes, "Oh, one building. They're probably trying to sell a building, so they bombed it for roaches." And it just sent tens of thousands of them off the street. I mean, I was saying like it was you couldn't take a step and not be stepping on like the carcasses of like 50 of them. They just
But they like water New York is the ones Jay's talking about. But those big ones, it's the most disgusting creature in the world. Those water bugs in New York City. That's what you used to call them. And then all of a sudden it takes flight and comes at you. You're like, it's like 1 month a year that they actually fly. But when they do, man, they just become the grossest thing.
If you want to live in a big city, that's just part of the program.
Yep.
Can't get rid of the rats either. It's not like anyone's incompetent. It's too deep. You would have to move out.
it's our job to go. Let the rest have it.
Yeah, you have to move out and then you get some space.
There's all types, like I live out in the country now, there's all types of animals that I don't love that are around, but nothing's gross like that. Like it's like, there's like a bobcat that we've caught on our camera a few times. I'm like, I don't really want that thing around. Like it's not, yeah, it's cool. It's not like disgusting. But there's some gross animals. I live really close to the city, New Jersey. I get some gross animals. So we have those, what are the things? What are the things that was like a big problem in New York last summer? Like
The bugs?
Yeah.
Oh, they're still back. They're back this year.
Oh, yeah. We have some bugs.
They're a little invasive, so it came over in a.
So in 2020, in the summer of 2020, they started seeing. They're being funded by the UN.
There's one over. They were doing work on the highway.
But I know they said in the summer of 2020 we started seeing these little bugs we had never seen before, and they said you're supposed to kill it. They said you're supposed to kill it if you see it. And immediately we're like, I don't work for you, government. I'm not going around killing your bugs. And then by the next summer, there's like 10 times as many. And the red underbelly or something. Yeah, they're like a little red. They're almost kind of pretty looking until there's a bunch of them and they kind of fly. Like beautiful little butterflies. It was like, oh, they're nice. And then I heard that they were a problem. And then they scoop me out like
They
crazy.
fucked up plants, but they came over the highlight Europe was doing something. They brought in plants from China, and they came in.
Is that why?
They came in adopted these plants from China, and now it's just they're everywhere. And it's crazy. It's about a month and a half. They are with the roof of my building. Like, you can't go on the roof. I can't go on the roof of my building. Like there's maybe like tens of thousands of all over. There was a lady up there once, and I walked up there covered in like fucking candy bear. It was crazy. It was crazy. She was expecting, but they're evolving too in the fact that the first year that I was aware of them, you could step on them and they didn't really do much. Now they fly. If you have no screen on your window, if you open a window, there will be 100 of them in a room.
Oh my god, it's so disgusting. It was only like this for like 2 weeks last summer, but there were 2 weeks where my dog was unusable.
Yeah,
you just could not go. It's about one of the ones that like over the years they come up around and cicadas. That's like the Jersey as well. Like cicadas are cool. They make cool sounds. They make really cool sounds. Like you find little carcasses, like the hollowed out carcasses of their bodies all over the place. They're not trying to run from the bathroom.
No, these things are. They're killing all like plants and stuff too. So it's really bad. But they're like, if you read one article, it's like, here's New York's 5-year plan to get rid of lantern flies, and the next article is like, no, they're just here. Like this is going to be a month every year. China.
China got us twice.
I mean, that's it. 2 strikes, China. Don't you try this shit again?
They come over to the right on your face and your head and your body.
Did they come over in some sort of a cargo ship or something?
Yeah, I think it was with the plants that they were bringing.
I'm pretty sure Fauci knew that.
Maybe they can vaccinate us that way. Should engineer mosquitoes to run around vaccinations?
They would do this thing at my old place. We used to like, there's like a sliding glass door. We'd have just like the screen open. And it was like, in the weeks where it was bad, every 10 minutes you'd look over there and there's like 4 of them. And then you hit the screen and they kind of fly off, and then they just fly right back. And if you like left the room and come back and there's 50 of them. And my colonies here just works. Yeah. I'm a real chick when it comes to bugs, the creepy things.
You're normal. People who like bugs are weird, man. People keep bugs in their house. That's true. They feed it in house. Fucking psychopath.
Oh, yeah. It's wrong that you think icky is not my thing. So I went over the girl years ago from the diner. Turns out she was a tarantula. She was a tarantula. That's right. It was weird pets, and on the final straw, I left. We didn't hook up with her. She was like, oh, you gotta let my albino rat crawl on you. And I was like, I was good. I was like, this is not worth it.
I had a buddy who hooked up with this girl. She had a crocodile monitor. She had a crocodile monitor in her house. It's a pet. You can give it as a pet.
What is it?
It's a crocodile monitor. It's the creepiest looking lizard that you can buy from an inside pet store. You can buy it. You can have that. This girl apparently had that. And they just like,
Yeah, she got her things out of the car, and I hate it.
this lady thought you loved Games of Thrones. Get her on Dragon. So
You said you watched that chick crazy thing. Yeah, it's lonely old women who can throw heartfelt emotion to anything in the world.
yeah, women are caregivers.
What is they just chips?
They want to keep these chimps and raise them. This lady, this fucking chimp attacked her friend, tore her face off.
That was it for Snowball?
Yeah.
The documentary's not about that lady, but they talk about that.
Oh my God, that
And
was
then
horrifying.
the thing is, that lady got a chimp out.
Another
She
one.
missed having a chimp.
That's cool.
It got murdered.
I went to that Doc Annals place down in Myrtle Beach with my son. It was in the Tigers.
Documentary?
Yeah, they just had tigers. They had like baby tigers, which was awesome. But they had like chimps that came out, and like it was a really cool experience. Bluetooth.
Yeah,
No, it was definitely they were torturing animals, but it was definitely really
they castrate those chimps too. Most of them. The one in Connecticut.
The mind-blowing thing was that
like
Oh yeah. Yeah, they're way more aggressive when they're castrated. I had the guys on. The guys who made the documentary.
Oh.
The show.
that chip crazy thing. I was blown away actually by how much bitch about me. Like, she made her weirdly self-sufficient on something. But she go, a McNuggets.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't any open McNuggets. Then they threw them. She goes, oh, here's your sauce, like a sweet and sour sauce. And the monkey was going to go like rip the right off and like dip.
Yeah, no, they weren't dipping. I kept asking them, did they dip? Like, why do you show that they dipped? Like, they just drank that stuff.
Oh yeah.
Because there's a weird line. It's like if they dip, you're almost like maybe they deserve rice. I don't know. Like if you go look at that, I know it makes a lot of
sodas.
Yeah.
Drink them. Yep. They don't like bite the top off of
yeah.
They listen to things too. She'd say, grab that paper, give it back, or give her the garbage. She'd give him the nuggets and shit. But she has to keep him in a cage because he's a male. He's a grown male, and they'll just go crazy and just rip your face off, and there's nothing you can do about it.
But you get cancer. There was a Kool-Aid at Doc Hamill's place. They were chugging the Kool-Aid. These chicks, they loved it. They were really scared. They came down. And they were like, "You weren't at all." But I just thought you were about to make a really racist joke. And I was just put it down for you. So they love Kool-Aid. No, but they came down. They were just so like, kind of like walking around us in the forest. They were like 6 feet tall. It was fucking, dude, that's scary. Yeah, they were
full-grown chimps.
They were full-grown chimps. They just felt at any moment that they could just lose their shape and just take over.
If they just wanted to at any moment, they can attack you. And that's what. You see the one where the guy was like, it was a bear. He had a trained bear. He had this guy stand still. The guy to stand still. The bear starts to rip his neck off. Just out of nowhere.
I'm thinking of the book. Was that the one? I don't know. Joke about it.
Yeah, but that's different. That's different. That's a body. This is different. This is a guy who's just standing there. It's a bear that's in a bunch of meat. The bear that was a trained bear. This bear out of nowhere just decides to rip this guy's throat.
What kind of bear? Okay, those are the. Because what did I got in Jersey by me? Black bear.
They'll kill people. Oh yeah. They killed the kid at Rutgers.
It is so funny.
Yeah.
When someone has to scream though with the name they give like chimpanzees and stuff, like Mr. Man.
He's biting things inside.
It's a funny thing because especially like little kids, like all of their like stories and shows, it's all like nature personified and things like that. And I remember like my daughter when she was like 3 asking me why like bugs are running away from her. Or she's like, why is the spider running away or whatever? It's like, oh, it's like, well, you know, you think you're gonna kill it because you might actually kill it. But then you almost bears, especially the young ones, they're so fucking cute. When you just look at them, you're like, oh my god, you're dead already.
Tiger cub is cute. Nature's dirty trick.
It is the problem. Like they said about like having chimpanzees as pets is like for a while it's totally fine, and then one day it's just not. That one and rippling his face off. You said that video. They show a video of like they should have known this was going to happen because a kid one time picked up a shoe off the floor that like the monkey wanted. And he goes over, he's throwing after it. It looks a little aggressive, but it's not that big, so it's not that scary. But then he just makes a move like to grab at the shirt or whatever. You see the kid like almost falls over. He's like, whoa, whoa, whoa. And like all of a sudden jump in front of the monkey, like, over something he's unaware. He doesn't know he did wrong. He just grabbed the shoe off before the monkey wanted that shoe. Denied it down.
And he just decided to beat the fuck out of that kid. And just take your genitals off.
They take your genitals off so you can't procreate anymore.
They'll bite the feet off. Yeah, really. Some shit. Don't kill them. Do you know what they don't do? They don't kill people. They just maim you. Just rip you apart. That's what's really nuts. They don't kill them. It's very few instances of chimpanzees killing people. They kill, these guys were saying they kill people, like as far as like little kids get snatched up in Africa. You know, like if you're a child or a baby and you're aggressive, hungry chimpanzees, and if you're alone, they'll steal your kid. There's been instances of them stealing kids. Yeah, they eat monkeys all the time.
Yeah, I've seen videos of, which is insane. I think I saw you playing that on the show.
Chimps eating monkeys.
Like chimps eating monkeys is like dogs.
Well,
The way they
even
do it.
It's start filming. And he got this footage of these chimps setting up an ambush on these monkeys. And they rip them apart one or a lot.
Yeah,
He's like, I've got them alive. And just eating them. At first, just pulling chunks of the meat off. It's when they're ripping arms off and handing it to their friends. And you see
it's just because you're so related with it, it's so much more gruesome. But like I watch like Nature's Metal, it's a great follow on Instagram, and I I watch a lion like eat a baby out of an antelope's stomach and like just swallow it like a pill, I'm like, oh, that's awesome.
Or Komodo dragons, they swallow it in the
Legs are really
And no animals have one lot of emotion in the faces of those two, especially lizards. So like they eat a whole goat and they're just like, there's like on the next thing.
no highs, no lows.
Yeah. Dude, you just ate a fucking goat.
Dude, watching a bird eat a mammal is just one of the weird. It just doesn't look like it should happen. So like, it's like a bird, or like a seabird, like a seagull, and like pick up a squirrel and just
Rats, they kill rats all the time.
Yeah.
They swallow them whole. There's crazy videos of seagulls swallowing rats whole.
we got to bring the seagulls into Manhattan. We'll figure out the seagull problem.
Seagulls are going to eat your cat. They're going to eat everything. Once they run out of rats, but they won't. Well, that's one of the reasons why the Hollywood lives aren't filled with rats. It's coyotes. Right. The more coyotes there are, the less rats.
We one time in I think actually it was the last time that we all did your show to get the three of us there. And we were back in LA, and I was staying in some Airbnb out in the hills, and me and my wife heard, we were literally sleeping, right, and we heard, I believe, coyotes attacking dogs. And it was like the saddest thing to hear, because you hear them when it come up, and then it's like 30 seconds of going, and my wife loves dogs. She was like crying. And she's like, we have to do something. And I was like, we would be doing nothing. But letting this happen. It's hard to wait. That's pitch black outside. I was going to go out there with a lantern. Of course.
They usually don't kill people. The last time coyote killed the person on record was a Canadian folk singer. She lived in a part of Canada where the coyotes had started eating moose because they were running out of things to eat. And they realized that they bite on moose's legs, especially like young mooses. They could take them out and they could eat them and kill them. So they were going up and they were accustomed to going up things large.
So they started to learn.
They killed this lady.
We know female folk singers. We know what
I don't know if she was big. I don't think she was. I think she was pretty small.
it might have been an honest mistake. They thought it was a moose. They're like, we're used to this. And that's how much folk music sells.
Well, they don't give a fuck about people. That's more like you were in a place where there's actual bears. Like New Jersey's so bad that the mayor ran a platform of having bears, the bear hunting be removed. And then once he was in office, he was like, fuck that, start hunting again.
Yeah.
Because there's so many human bears that are out. New Jersey has more bears per capita than anywhere in the lower 48.
Yeah, there's
Yeah.
New Jersey has a lot of bears. They're not crazy. I don't know.
Look, the thing is, forget about the Rothschild Mountains. Like it's rural.
Rural as shit, man.
Look, Jersey is all the Garden State.
Yeah.
Everyone, when they think of Jersey, they think of New York or Canada. Jersey Shore.
Yeah.
So big. Yeah. Jersey now, you're imagining a guy there. But most of New Jersey is not anything like that. It's just mountains and woods.
Yeah.
And not New Jersey.
Yeah, there's like rednecks in New Jersey.
Oh, yeah.
You ever see the movie Out of the Front? It explores that it was Christian Bale, PCF, like the photo. And Lee Harrelson played the character of like those like mountain people, like just meth trade, cousin fucking. It's like it's really like they made it like a weird place.
I was in Pennsylvania or
No, Jersey side. It's actually on the border of Texas, North Carolina.
Jim Miller, UFC fighter, he was from New Jersey.
Yeah.
Like the roots.
Yeah.
He was
Yeah.
in Sparta, New Jersey. That's great.
Smart.
You would think, everybody thinks smog stacks.
Yeah.
You think it's the smell.
Well, it's like some like people think of Pennsylvania, they think of Philly and Pittsburgh and shit, but most of Pennsylvania is not. They're not producing Jeffersons out there. They're making like it's you, but you just went in the lumberjack.
Yeah. It's me with the dad stuff around. Really,
That's where the world gets dark, right? You get born into a spot where there's fucking no way out. You know? You get stuck in the coal mines of West Virginia and you're like, shit. Like,
That's why big cities like are because if you think of a big city, there's like people are dreaming and shit. If you're like in the middle of nowhere, it's like well, even if you're in the suburb of a big city, like if you're in kind of nowhere, but there's a half-hour bus to like a city where something's happening. But there's people. I remember talking to Jeff Dice was really brilliant dude. He was Ron Paul's chief of staff for years. And so where Ron Paul is, it's like 2 hours south of Houston. At Lake Jackson, I think was the name of his district. And he was telling me, he was like, dude, there's nothing here. Like, there's no, like, if you're a kid coming up here, it's like, I don't know, we got an Arby's, and we got like something, place where so many of those kids join the military. Because that's like the only way you could get Juggalo. It's one other option, off overlooked option, become a Juggalo.
Or join a cult. You know, that's how you get someone in a cult. It's the best option available. You know, like, hey, can you get travel? Can I be a missionary? I'll go to Brazil. Fuck it.
You know, I'm just going to cigarette.
Let's wrap this up. About 3.5 hours in. Boys, it's a lot of fun.
So you're the man, Joe.
I really believe what I said about Skankfest. It's very important. What you guys do is very important. I know it seems like fun. It is fun, I'm sure. But you need things out there that are genuinely open and free and pushing the boundaries of comedy. You know, and Skankfest is a great place for that. So it's important. So I appreciate you guys. And there's a live stream event. Tell everybody about this.
Still get passes for Sunday, I believe. There may be a handful of Fridays left, but we're live streaming as well. If you guys can't be there live in Las Vegas this weekend, September 27th to 29th. So go to skatefest.com. There's a bunch of events you could actually watch live as we stream them. And we're just pumped.
Get your liver detox pills ready, you fucking animals.
Yeah, we're going to party like we've never done before.
Liposomal, glutathione, get that. We need that. All right, gentlemen, appreciate you. Always fun. Good times. Good man. Bye. Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Hey, great to be back. Thanks for having me. The movie it's really fun.
By myself, laughing out loud hysterically today. Like, I watched it in the sauna. I watched it in the gym. I watched it. It's one of the best comedies I've seen in a long time. There's so many moments in it that are so uncomfortable.
That means a lot. I appreciate it. Yeah. That's what we're hoping for.
The Robert D'Angelo one, where you gave that guy money for reparations and you got she thought it was uncomfortable.
Yeah, that was kind of when we had the idea for the film to talk about race, we knew we needed to do it well. Well, I didn't think we did that. I think it should be a lot more cautious. Yeah, savvy and cautious. But apparently she doesn't. She has no idea what's happening inside her body. So she didn't know who I was. I gave her my name. She didn't know. But we kind of went into that knowing what the end was supposed to be. We could get her. We came up with that idea. We went to a bar the night before the interview, and we came up with this idea. We give her actually pay reparations. The band, a black producer. And we had to kind of talk him into it. And, we really just like, in real time, I was there for like 2 hours. And it was an hour and a half of the most mind-numbing conversation. Just, none of that's a rule. It's just me. Bluff question. And I'm repeating back to my own ideas. If you're not a safe person, it's a safe space. And then you build to it and build to it and build to it. And finally, you get to a point where you can do something weird. That she'll probably go on with. And she did. I mean, you saw me. We go through the whole series of exercises we were going to do with her. And she did it. She was game. So that was one of the first things we filmed. So after we got that,
I feel like you got your money's worth with her, seeing as it's $15,000. But I feel like you got robbed by the way that you got upset about the NASCAR. 50 grand, you barely got anything out of her.
Yeah, that was part of the point of the movie is that's why we put the price tags on the screen. We want people to see how absurd it is. So in a certain way, it was like the higher they quoted the price, we said, "Correct," because we want this in the movie, right?
Because if all these people had said, "Oh yeah, I'll do it for free," or "I'll do it for $300, just pay my travel," it doesn't really make the point.
Yeah.
But they all were quoting exorbitant prices, and she was the most. And then she basically said almost nothing. But it was okay.
No one ever found out who the identity of the master is.
I don't think so.
It would have been blurred to his first effect.
Well, it almost certainly was. It almost certainly was, because if it was a white guy,
They were throwing him under the bus.
yeah, they would. So the fact that they didn't, yeah, because probably some like Hispanic kid or something.
And you gotta imagine, you can't see real good with that fucking costume. You ever put a mascot costume on?
I have it, but I can tell that there's little eye slits. You can't even see what's below you.
Exactly.
And that's why,
Duncan and I did a whole podcast where we pretended to be birds. We lasted, with every podcast we do, we dress up. We dress up. Always. We did a podcast as far as we kept the helmets on from maybe 5 minutes. We're like, I can't fucking do it. Like, props to the pros. You can run around with this thing on. This is hard to do. You can't see shit. You can't breathe. So the idea that you missed those kids is
the furries are doing a lot more running around.
they designed special ones.
Yeah, I don't even want to know. But it's actually a perfect example of what these people do is assessors that something happened. It was a little bit unpleasant.
Yeah.
It's not a big deal. There's a million ways to interpret that. It's just a normal human thing that happens in the world. If things happen that are a little bit unpleasant, you're disappointed, your kid didn't get a high five, it happened. But for them, they have one lens for seeing the world, and the lens is through this left-wing racial ideology. So everything that happens is colored by that.
Right.
And everything is understood through that lens. So anything, I mean, if you think about Michelle Obama, when she was First Lady, she had multiple stories that she would tell about as First Lady being discriminated against because of her race, allegedly. And one of them was she was in line for ice cream or something, and someone cut in front of her. And she told this story in some interview, this very dramatic story of, well, they didn't see her because she was black. And meanwhile, it's like, we've all been cut, lady, but people have been cut in front of all of us. It's just that if it happens to me at Walmart, I don't think of it racially. I just think, oh, this person's an asshole. Exactly. But for her, it's all racial. So
that's crazy now. You say that someone cutting in front of you, a selfish act, is somehow racist. Just because that's like looking for racism everywhere. Yeah. That kind of situation is so normal. It's so normal. Some dick cuts a cut.
Right, exactly. It's an unpleasant thing that happens to all people. And if you're not in the kind of race hustler bubble, you don't see it that way.
It's interesting that nobody wants to call it out. Nobody wants to be honest with it. Nobody wants to say this. Like, you just say call it out. You have to listen to it. That's part of the problem. Like, you can't say, are you sure that's racist? Because then you're a racist apologist. And then you're racist by proxy.
Yeah, and how do you know? So how do you know it's in that other person's mind? How can you ascribe motives? It drives me nuts that this is what we do now, where someone does something who says nothing. Someone else is offended by it. That person who's offended gets to decide what the intent was behind the other person's action, to the extent that if the other person says, no, this was my intention, I'll tell you what it was, they don't get to have a say in the intention behind their own actions. They are certainly not authorities in their own behavior. This other person who is the offended party gets to inform you what you meant by that thing, which is really what the move called anti-racist. But in reality, there's only one person who can answer whether you're a racist person, and that's you. And if you don't think that you're racist, then you aren't, because racism is a thought process. And if it's not in your head, then you're not racist. You might have stereotypical views about people of other races, everybody does to some extent. You might think things that are even insulting about people of other races, but it's not racist. It's not. You hate people of other races, or you think they're inferior. Yeah. But you could be not a racist person and think that whatever Asians are bad drivers. I mean, you could think that stereotype is true. Whether it's true or not, you just happen to think that that's a true thing about this group. Doesn't mean you hate them. Doesn't mean you think that they're inferior. It's just,
you can say frat boys are ignorant.
exactly.
Yeah. This show is sponsored by BetterHelp. It's a really healthy, good thing to talk about what you're going through with people. The good and the bad. Don't keep it all bottled up. And sometimes that can be friends or family, but it also helps to talk to pros. And that's where BetterHelp comes in. It's therapy that's totally online, which makes it so easy to get started. You just fill out a few quick questions and they match you with someone to talk to. And if you don't get the right match at first, you can switch therapists at any time for free. It's easy, it's flexible, it's wherever you are. Seriously, it's a great thing to try. Scan to get started or visit betterhelp.com/JRE today to get 10% off your first month. That's betterhelp.com/JRE. This episode is brought to you by Blinds.com. Do you know the right window treatments aren't just about privacy? They can actually save you some serious cash on your energy bills too. But is it really worth the hassle? It's a lot of waiting for some pushy salesperson to come to your house with an overpriced quote. Sucks, right? Well, say goodbye to all that nonsense because Blinds.com has revolutionized the game. Blinds.com lets you do a virtual consultation with their award-winning design experts whenever you have time. No pushy sales rep in your home. Just hop online and Blinds.com will send free samples right to your door. How cool is that? Whether you're a do-it-yourself beast or you prefer professional installation, Blinds.com has you covered. And guess what? You can get your entire house done for one low price. No hidden fees, no showroom markups. What you see is what you pay. Now I get it, ordering online can be sketchy, but not with Blinds.com. They've covered more than 25 million windows, and they've got a 100% satisfaction guarantee. Blinds.com is hooking up my listeners with an exclusive $50 off when you spend $500 or more. Just use the code ROGAN at checkout at Blinds.com. Go to Blinds.com and use the promo code ROGAN. Limited time offer, rules and restrictions apply. See Blinds.com for details.
Exactly. And most of the time, these stereotypes, they didn't just fall out of the sky. Like,
Right. If they did, it wouldn't make any sense.
And nobody would be offended. That's the thing. Nobody would be offended by a stereotype that really was not true at all.
Right.
You're only offended because it rings true at least a little bit. Because otherwise it would just be
Exactly.
absurd. Which is why when you get, in the movie we go, there's a section where we go from outside this bubble, we go down and we talk to bikers and biker bar in the South. We talk to the poor black community in New Orleans. And the only reason we did that was just, let's find people who are not, they probably didn't go to college, so they didn't get brainwashed there. They're not getting the corporate DEI seminars. They're not reading around the different or any of these people. What do they think about this stuff? Are they worried about systemic racism? Do they see everything as racist all the time? And what we found is no, just not even. They don't even speak that language. When you say the term systemic racism to them, they say, "What do you mean by that?"
Well, this was something that, like people are always concerned about people. But there's something that happened in this country somewhere around 2012-ish, where things really, really ramped up. And it just became much more of a subject that was constantly around, worrying about racial bias, and it ramped up, right? It ramped up to get to the point where you do have some of these race hustlers that are saying everyone's racist. You must confront your unconscious bias, and you're just constantly hearing about it.
I think you're right. That was around 2012. BLM came into formation in 2013. I think that's the trade on that. And it's not a coincidence that it seemed like race relations in this country were improving decade after decade. They weren't perfect, but it seemed like they were pretty good.
Much better than the 60s.
Yeah, the 90s. I grew up in the 90s. It was not perfect, but I grew up in a diverse area. I went to public school. A lot of people with different ethnicities or races. We weren't talking about racism all the time. It was basically fine. And then something happened in the middle parts of the first decade of the 2000s, where it seemed like things started backsliding, and that's right at the time when Barack Obama was elected, and that's not a coincidence. And a lot of people have noticed that it's odd that we had a black president, and then all of a sudden, now we're having race riots again. And I think the reason is that when you elect a black president, I didn't like
Obama. I didn't vote for him. I think his policies are terrible. But you would think that at least one positive you could draw from it is that, well, at least that means that systemic racism is not a problem in this country. I mean, if a black guy could rise to the top of the system and run it, then clearly the system is not racist against black people. And in fact, was overwhelmingly voted into that position by Americans, which is true. So that is evidence that America is systemically racist against black people. But the race hustlers don't want us to draw that conclusion. They're worried that we'll look at Obama as president and say, okay, well, racism isn't a big issue anymore. And that's a problem for them because there's a lot of power, money, and influence to be found in the racist narrative. So they had to kind of like double up on their efforts to convince us that America is actually racist, which is why during Obama's term, that's when we started getting these race hoaxes and race riots and BLM. That's when things like people started talking about microaggressions and this kind of nonsense. Because they needed to tell us that, yeah, you might think that this issue is kind of soft now, but it's not. Racism is actually worse than you ever imagined. It's lurking everywhere. And now we're at a point, yeah, and then, I mean, not long after that, they started tearing down Confederate Civil War monuments and stuff that's been there for like 100 years, which was always weird because 100 years ago, people could, whatever, walk by a Robert E. Lee monument and not care. It wasn't a big deal to them, black or white. Now, all of a sudden, it's a bigger deal to us than it was to people whose like parents fought. They have grandparents who fought in the Civil War, died in the Civil War. They were okay with it. And yet for us, what, the wounds of the Civil War are fresher or more raw for us than they were for people a century ago? It makes no sense. How are we less able to be objective and non-emotional about the Civil War than people who had family members, ex-slaves were still living back then?
Well, I think it's because it's just like a religious ideology. Like when the Taliban started blowing up those ancient statues of Buddhas. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Because like they destroyed things that were a part of human history that we have studied for thousands of years. And they destroyed them because they didn't go along with their religious ideology. And I think part of the woke thing is this religious ideology that has to be followed. And you cannot stray from the lines. You have to stay inside whatever this ideology is promoting and telling you what to do. And one of the things was that you had to take down all of these statues of terrible people. And I remember Trump saying at the time, well, the problem with that is like eventually they're going to take down George Washington. And everybody thought he was crazy. Like that's crazy thing to say. But once they got past Civil War people, then they got to who owned slaves. And then they got to taking down, they wanted to take down statues of Thomas Jefferson, and eventually did get to George Washington.
Yeah, and it was always going to be because George Washington, the founding fathers won slaves. Not only that, but they were rebels, rebelling against the governmental authority. And if they had lost, then they all would have been hanged as traitors. That's how they did it. Thankfully, they didn't. But so it's not that far of a leap to go from one to the other. And of course, the issue is that everybody who lived on Earth certainly prior to 100 years ago, is racist by our standards today. Ever since there was no one who lived on Earth 100 years ago who would not consider racist anywhere of any race. If you go back 200 years or earlier than that, almost everybody either owned slaves or was okay with slavery as an institution. You go back 500 years, and there was nobody on the planet who considered slavery to be wrong fundamentally. We might have had issues with how slaves were treated in some contexts, but it took like thousands of years for it to ever even occur to a single human on Earth that slavery is actually fundamentally wrong. Which is a crazy thing, and that's actually an interesting thing we could talk about and think about. Like, why is that? How could it be that? Right? It's so obvious to us, but some of the greatest minds of history, they never thought of it. But we can't talk about that because we have to talk about slavery and racism.
Well, I've had friends that have a different perspective on the Obama situation. And my friend Willie was talking to me about this. He was saying that what happened was when one thing that we can be sure of is that racists there are real racists in this country. There's real anti-black racist, anti-Asian racist. There's certain people that have hateful ideology in this country, just in a certain percentage of the group. Those are groups. And when Obama became president, those people became more vocal, and he said that he saw a lot more of that online, a lot more attacks, and especially in uncensored online forums, 4chan, places where you couldn't get those in really fucking well. He said he saw a lot more of that on the streets, and he said this is probably why people think Michelle Obama didn't want to run for president, because she experienced so much of that hate while they're in the White House. Forget about hate for their policies and as president, as vice president, and first lady, but that racism hate. So his perspective as a black guy was like, you had to be a black person to realize how angry people were as a black guy, because that was real too. It was real that racism in America and racial relations in America had changed radically since the 1930s, since the 1920s and 30s, and over the years it's kept getting better. But in his mind, there was something that happened where when Barack Obama got into the White House, that the real hardcore racists got very vocal, and he experienced it. And I think this is akin in some ways to what's going on with anti-Semitism online. Because I think there's always been a certain amount of people in this country and in the world that are like deeply anti-Semitic. And they just don't like Jews. And when something happens where all of a sudden now it's okay to criticize Jews because of Israel's position in Gaza and what they've done, now you see anti-Semitism just pop out of the woodwork. I think there's something like that where people feel emboldened to talk about things. So maybe we just don't have an accurate account of how fucked up some people are. But the general population, whether you're conservative or whether you're liberal, everybody kind of agrees that racism is a stupid thing. There's amazing people of all ethnicities and colors, and you should judge people like Martin Luther King said, by the content of their character. We all do that. But there's a certain amount of people that are always going to be racist. But when you start looking for it everywhere and saying everything is racist, first of all, it's an insult to real racism. It's an insult to the people that are the victims of real racism. When you consider microaggressions, cutting the line in front of you with ice cream, there's people that are real victims of racism. And pretending that everything is racist just minimizes that, and in fact probably makes more people racist. It's going to make a bunch of dumb liberals like drop to their knees or give you money for reparations, but it's going to make a bunch of other people really mad. And it just polarizes us and drives people further.
Yeah.
It's just genuinely stupid.
It's a self-fulfilling prophecy. I think that's true. Like what you said about, I'm sure that when there's a black president, we know there are real racists out there. Yeah. Anti-black, anti-white racists, but they're out there, and social media was also really coming along around that time, so people had forum to express this kind of stuff.
And
anonymously. And so, yeah, those people come out of the woodwork. I'm sure that did happen. I don't deny that. The difference, though, is that that kind of racism is personal and individual. It's not systemic. It's not in the system.
Right.
And also, it's absolutely rejected by society. It's absolutely rejected by polite society. So there's a reason why they have to go to 4chan or whatever to express their views. Because you can't come out in public and say it. And if you do, it'll be like the end of your career. And that's the most you're going to, when it comes, as you said, there's never going to be a time when there's no racism. So the most you can do is, okay, we're not going to have this stuff systemically. The system's going to treat everybody equally, right? We crossed that off the list. We've already done it. Actually, I'm going too far because we have to move action, but the anti-black racism is out of the system. Fantastic. That's good. It's not accepted by mainstream society, right? And then, so that's kind of it. I mean, what else can we do with this? You can't get inside people's hearts and make them not feel things. Those people are going to be out there. They know that it's not accepted in mainstream society, and I kind of think you sort of move on from it culturally, it's another issue. It's not a major issue. But they won't allow it, and you're right, but then it's got this pendulum thing where, okay, well, if you go after white people and you demonize them relentlessly, and you do it practically from birth now through the school system, some of those white people are going to end up being stricken by guilt, and they're going to walk around feeling like they're guilty of something. That's the white guilt liberal thing. But then you get others who kind of become exactly what you accuse them of being, because they're like, you know what? If you're going to call me racist anyway, then, you know, fine. And there's an resentment that builds up, and you actually create more, which I think they're happy. If actual racism is increasing in society, I don't know if it is or not, but I think people call themselves racist are quite happy.
Well, business is doing it. But the other thing is, like, think about Robert D'Angelo, who said just lives in her own bubble and really didn't know who you were, didn't catch on at any point in time, that any of this stuff was ridiculous. Like, these people, that's all you think about, and that's how you, like, I have friends that live in California, and every now and then I'll talk to them, and some politics issue will come up, and they give me this fucking CNBC, they give me this MSNBC, this fucking propaganda viewpoint on something that's so wrong, and I just go, I can't. Like, you're in your bubble. There's no real discourse. There's no discussions about whether or not what these people are saying is correct. It's just you're a part of this tribe, and this is what you believe. And I think that's the case with these anti-racist people too. They might not. Some of them might be like just hardcore grifters. That they could be playing three-part money, or they could just get corporations to give them money by saying that everybody's racist. There's some people that are definitely like that. But there's other people that are just, that's their friend. Like, that's their social circle. Their social circle is all people believe this stupid shit. And they all yap it to each other, and they say it like it's a mantra, and they pray 5 times a day with it. You know, it's really like a religious thing.
I think it is like I think exactly. That's why for me, the more when the grifters are getting paid, that's not that complicated to figure out. Yeah, they're getting paid. A lot of them are, and even when they're not, there's still power and influence, and they're being consulted as kind of these moral gurus, which is very strokes the ego.
100%.
That's what we're worried with. The more interesting thing is, what about the people who go to those people and consult them with moral gurus? In the movie, we have this race to dinner. We've got these white women who sit around the table, and then invite these other 2 women, Sally Rowell and Jackson, to come to dinner. They pay them to come to dinner and call them racist for 2 hours. And it's like, why would you subject yourself to that? It seems like the most miserable experience. To volunteer to be broken down and insulted and graded, which is what happened to these women. It's like 2 hours of them just getting, you're racist, you're racist, you're racist. They could go around the table, confess their racist sins, and then they all each go and they say what their racist sin, like what's a racist thing you've done recently. They all confess. And I'm listening to it. It's like none of you have actually done anything racist. Listen to all your stories. None of them is racist. There's a woman who said that she's married to a black guy, and he's loud, and she tells him to quiet down sometimes. What wife has not said that to their husband? So,
I get that once a month.
Right. So what?
My wife is racist.
She could be. She could be
Sexist.
Yeah. She's sexist. So what are they getting rid of?
Well, they're getting out of it. First of all, they're terrified of being called racist, so they jump the gun. So they headed off at the path. Like, I'm going to make sure I'm not racist. So I'm going to become anti-racist. You know, I talked about this before, but when my kids were young, like my youngest was pretty young when they started doing this anti-racism thing at the school, where they said it's not enough to be not racist. This is actually right after we left. So it's right after, like, the George Floyd. They said it's not good enough to not be racist. You have to be anti-racist. You're talking about some of these kids in that school are 6. Like, what are you saying?
Not enough.
What are you saying? Are you saying a 6-year-old has to be an anti-racist? Can't they just play with their toys? Can't they just go to the park and hang out with their friends? Can't they just play sports? Can't they just enjoy each other? 6-year-olds don't give a fuck what color's happening. They don't. They all just play together. They just want to play with the people who are nice to them and who they have fun with and laugh with. And here you've got some fucking grifter who latches themselves onto some school system that's filled with all these terrified liberals that are just terrified of being called out for anything. And then all the rules are changing and everyone's like, oh! And so they bend the knee. They bend the knee.
And with kids, it's so considered. The kids don't care about race. They notice it though, which is fine. But then you give them like this complex from such a young age, which is so unnecessary. And that's why, I mean, I remember when my oldest daughter was 5, we were at the mall or something, and a black family walked by, and she pointed at them and said, why are people black? How do their skin? She wanted to know why do skin color exist? Like, how do some people have different skin color than others? And of course, I told her that to be polite, we don't point at people in public, so I told her that. But then we talked about it. It's okay to wonder. It's okay to notice that. I think with these anti-racist people, if I was listening to them, I should have. This would have been an opportunity for me to give a whole lecture about racism and make her feel really bad for noticing that and asking about it.
Yeah.
And then you create this complex. And yeah, fast forward 20 years, and she's one who's running a race thing. Exactly. Yes, it's awful. But it's a very potent thing. I mean, white guilt, the fear of being called racist. It's hard for me to understand because, I get called racist all the time, 50,000 times a day, and it just rolls off my back. I don't care. It doesn't mean anything. But for you and I, it doesn't mean anything. But for a lot of normal people, especially,
It does something.
Right, to be called that is so the worst thing in the world. Yeah. They're terrified of it. They literally rather be called anything than racist.
Yeah.
And then, so for them, those kinds of people, when that's the threat, when being called racist is a threat, you can get them to do anything.
Yeah.
And I don't spoilers or whatever, but in the movie, the last thing in the movie, I do my own anti-racist workshop. These people, and they're all real people, and we get them to join in on some things that are really like morally repugnant, because they're terrified of being called racist publicly. They can't stand that.
And the other thing that happens with kids is if you have a thing like you're telling the kid they have to be anti-racist, well, some kids are going to use that as a platform to increase, whatever social credit they have, and they get feedback from it. It's positive feedback. I mean, they get very vocal, and the more people are impressed, and the more work they do, the more people know you're doing great work. And then you get what's essentially like the racial version of Greta Thunberg. Like, what is that lady? That lady's moral outrage, and what have you done? How dare you? And everybody says, yes, we like what you just did. And so now you do it all the time. So now somehow or another, a 16-year-old kid travels all over the world telling everybody they're bad, flying around in jets, telling everybody they're bad for ruining the environment. Like,
She gets to feel
morally superior, virtuous. And for a child to be in a position where they become virtuous is, they love that. They love that.
to be in a position where they can lecture adults.
Yes.
Or lecture, looking to them as authorities.
Yes. Don't you college kids love to do that. The moment they're out of the house, the moment they don't have the parents telling them what to do anymore, now they can tell other people what to do. And it's just like, it's one thing that you see online from people who have been bullied in the past. People that have been picked on and fucked with, boy, they like to do it to people. Like online, on Twitter moms, they like to jump in. And I know a lot of people that have engaged in these things. I know them personally. These feeble, weak, terrified men. And they say the most heinous things about people. Like uncharitable, not knowing what kind of response these words are gonna have in that person. And they bully these people because it's that hurt people thing. That's what it is, but they don't think it's a violent, they don't think it's as bad as bullying like emotionally scarring people online every day, and you think you're doing it through this. When it's like one of the things Elon's talked about this, that one of the things that woke does is it allows really mean people. This ideology allows really mean, shitty people to have a virtuous way of expressing it.
Yeah, I think that's right. And also the internet. I mean, the whole idea that the internet is real. We hear all the time. That's why I hate people say Twitter is real life. But, and I understand what's meant by that when people say that, but it actually is real life because these are human beings who are communicating with each other. Now there are bots too. But if you're a human being on Twitter saying something, that's real life. It's not fake. This isn't happening in some kind of dream world.
Right.
But then people think that, well, okay, if I just say this on Twitter, I put a YouTube comment section, and it's this heinous, awful thing, it doesn't count. It doesn't mean I'm a bad person because it's not real life. Which is like, that's like writing on a loose leaf paper, calling someone a piece of shit and handing it to them, and then they get mad at you, and you say, hey, man, it's the paper. It's not real life. Like it just happened on the paper. It's a method for communicating, and so I think people have been conditioned that in this world it's like a moral exception, so you can do and say whatever you want, and you don't have to feel bad about it. Right. I mean, it turns people into sociopaths.
I think it does too, and I also think it ramps up anxiety in a huge way for the people that are actually engaging in it. You know, the people that actually do it, I think they're just fully anxious all day long, and it's terrible for mental health. Even if you're like quote unquote winning these verbal battles online that are engaging, I think it's terrible for everybody. It's really terrible for the people that are just like all day long angry. They're just an argument with people. But what do you want out of your life? That's a very unusual position to be in, where all day long you're in conflict. That's only war. In the real world, most of the day there's no conflict. That's why conflict is so unusual.
Yeah.
If you're used to conflict with people all the time, and you see some guy and he's like, fuck you, no, fuck you. But if you're not used to someone saying fuck you, and all of a sudden, hey, fuck you, you're like, what? You're terrified, you're freaked out, like, what's going on? Oh my god, this is conflict. The kind of conflict, the verbal conflict that people engage in online all day long has the same sort of effects on your psyche. You are perceiving the world to be this. This is one of the things that's so polarizing about this particular election, right? That people are willing to accept propaganda because it feeds into their view of the world, which is that they're engaged in this moral battle with good versus evil. And both sides think they're good, and both sides think the other side is going to be the end of the world. And it's accentuated heavily by mentally ill people that are on Twitter all day.
Not one of them. So,
You seem fine.
but I mean, I am guilty of some of this. Like, I'm on it way too much. First of all, but I don't have an excuse, which is part of my job. It's part of your job. I do often think I didn't do this for a living. Don't think I did.
I think I'd be off everything. If I was not a quote unquote public figure, I would be off everything.
Because I don't know if I go on vacation or something, and I'm taking time, I have no issue with it. I have no compulsion to my job. In fact, I have to, when I come off vacation, it's effort to get back. It's like, okay, I got to get back to this. It takes me a couple days, and then after a couple days, now it's a compulsion. But I have to reignite this weird compulsion to constantly look at my phone.
I have a problem too when I'm a comedian and I'm also a blogger, right? So what that means is when I'm going through my news feed is the thing I'm the most addicted to. I'm minding the phone. Like, what's going on? What they do? They did what? They did fucking what? And I need those. Those are really important. It's like those can be my next hour of stand-up. Those can be the chunks. And it's not every day. It's like I can go through 30 days of nonsense. It's just not one thing. But every now and then, there's a chunk of gold in there. And then I put that in my notes, and I justify endless scrolling to get to those gold nuggets.
But if you didn't do any of this for a living, you just worked it. These are something you think you'd still be.
The problem is I still be me, and I still have this really intense curiosity. And I'm really curious about all kinds of things. There's so many subjects that I'm really, really interested in. I mean, I would for sure still be paying attention to science issues, space travel, and new discoveries. universe. There's a bunch of stuff that I would just be ancient history, ancient civilization. I would be. There's no way I would not be fascinated by them because they almost have nothing to do with the time.
Yeah, I think I would be the same, but I don't think I feel the need. So I would like to absorb all that interesting information, but I wouldn't feel the need to say, "Hey, what do you think about this?"
Right.
I would just absorb it.
The problem is if you do, and you do it just once, and you get feedback. You say, "Hey, I really like your post." And then all of a sudden, you can, and then you're like looking for these feedbacks. You're trying to post things to get likes. You're trying to post things to get reposted, get comments. You're engaging in comments, and now you're fucked. Now you're locked into this weird ecosystem of these people you don't even know. They might be all stupid. They might be all, really annoying people that you can avoid in real life. Like if you work with them, you go to the other side of the office. But now you're engaging with them. People that you avoid having conversations with, you are now like in mortal combat with words on Twitter. It's fucking stupid.
And not only that, but their engagement with you is they don't care that much. But even if someone gives you positive feedback and they say, "Oh, that was a great tweet," they forgot about it 2 seconds later. You're just scrolling. You're just the latest thing they saw. You're scrolling and you've already forgotten about it. They don't care. If they cuss you out because they're mad at you, same deal. They forgot about it 2 seconds later. So yeah, I guess it can be kind of intoxicating to the engagement, but then it doesn't matter. And that's one of the things that makes it so toxic is how sort of like nihilistic it is. That's why this never was an issue before, but now I feel like when I go on social media, I'm constantly seeing just horrific videos of people dying, snuff films are all over social media now. It feels like a relatively recent development, and that's really horrible what it does. I don't really think we quite understand what's going to happen. I actually think we all are traumatized from it. I don't use the word trauma loosely. But what's traumatizing is not only are you seeing somebody die, but it's the context. It's like you see this horrible video of someone just got shot, and then you keep scrolling, and a second later you're reading something about whatever, celebrity news, or you're watching a cat video. So it's like this. It's this horrific human thing that happens, but for you it's just content. You absorb it. And I don't know. After a while of just absorbing human suffering in this way, like it's gotta mess with your mind.
Of course it does. I mean, you're the product of what you take in. Even if that information is like low impact, it's not the same impact as being there when the hitmen show up and gun the guys down in front of the cafe. Like I've seen these videos where it's just mass shootings. This one video I saw the other day of some gang violence situation. These guys drove by, gunned these guys down, and then the guys started shooting back, and they were all shot. And they're shooting back, and the car backs up, and they gunned them down more.
Same that way.
But it's not the same as being. If you were there, they were happy for the rest of your life. If you were across the street and watched that happen, and you watched these people die, it would hurt for the rest of your life. But it's just you get a little blip. Instead of getting 100% dose, you get 41% dose, 21% dose, and you get them all in there. By the end of the day,
But it's a thing. It kind of should.
right.
It's a horrible thing to see.
But it's like Twitter in that it's not a full experience. Like the full experience, like if you were having the kind of exchanges that some people have with each other, where they're just ruthlessly insulting, shitty people. If you're having those in person, there's a high probability that's going to lead to violence, actual violence. Like two men are in a room, and one man starts insulting this other person, like really, like viciously, and talking about their life and their family and all kinds of crazy shit that's going on. There's a probability, it's more than 0% that this is going to result in violence. But there's zero possibility of it online. It's just free. It's a free shot. And that's part of the problem as well, is that it's not a real human interaction. So you're getting like these little doses of shittiness from people. You're not getting this one burst where you and this guy are about to throw down. Because he's insulting you to the point where like this person's actually dangerous. Like this person hates me. But this could be a real bad situation. And I think much like that exists on Twitter, you have these shitty interactions, like 1% of real hate, and it just adds up over time. That's just seeing violence, seeing all these executions, seeing all these botched robberies, seeing all these people that get murdered in some third world country. And you just get a little tiny piece of it all the time, and it normalizes it. It's probably really, really bad.
Do you pay attention to what people say about you?
No,
You never do. You never
No.
search for anything.
Nope.
Never.
Nope. Shouldn't do it. Not good for it.
All of it.
It's just
It's nothing but. If you want to just destroy
your
yourself, then
self-esteem.
you just be a good person.
Well, that's what they want. That's what they want to do. It's like, this is not. And a lot of it is like really not. Like a lot of it's just like the worst possible. Like I said before, like the least charitable takes, the least nuanced, this ridiculous caricature of a human being, just to try to demonize them to make yourself look virtuously superior. It's just dumb. It's a dumb way for people to communicate, and the kind of people that do it are all losers.
Yeah.
There's no like really exceptional, fascinating people who engage them.
Well, the thing that gets me, I don't mind when people insult me. I'm just, it's the lies. Like when I see something about myself, that's just a straight up lie.
Mm-hmm.
Totally made up. And then it picks up traction, and people are, sometimes it could be even someone Photoshop a tweet that I never said, or whatever, anything. That stuff still like bothers me. And I try to tell myself that shit bother me, but at the same time, it should. It's like, no, it's normal for a person to be bothered when you're being lied about.
Right.
And other people are believing a lie. I think it's a normal human reaction. And I'm like, I don't want. That's not fair. It's not true. You know, you can attack me for things that I really have said and done. You can't do that. That's not true. But then at a certain point, you just have to sort of get into it and realize it's.
Well, it's also who knows who's doing it, and at this point in time, we have to accept the reality, and that there was an FBI former analyst did some sort of study on Twitter where he was estimating the amount of bots. Of course, this is like right around the time when Elon was saying it's more than 5%. He said he thinks it's about 80%. He thinks 80% of the accounts, 80% of the accounts are fake. Which, just stop and think about if you're in a country. Let's imagine you want the politics of America to swing in a certain direction, because we most certainly do this now. I mean, you don't have to educate people on the long history of interventionist foreign policy, where we have gone in and installed new leaders of countries and organized all kinds of shit. So we do it. And we do it, and we know they do it, but isn't it like the cheapest way to do it? Wouldn't it be to do it on social media? And if you did it, why would you do it like one account? Why would you have a million accounts? Not a million accounts. Like you're just going to get a computer to keep making new accounts. And you run a program. It's not the most difficult thing to do. People that know how to actually code operating systems. You don't think there's someone out there that can code a computer program that can operate millions of different Twitter accounts, and you run it through some sort of AI that you develop, some large language model on things to say about MAGA, or things to say about abortion, things to say about conservatives, or things to say about liberals, and you put a fucking American flag in your bio, or you put a pronoun thing, he, her, he's, her, whatever it is, and then you just flood the internet with fake and fake discourse, and you lie about people, and anytime there's a post about anything controversial, you insert something in there to get people more riled up. You could get people, you could swing the vote. You could swing the vote in one way or another, especially with fence sitters. With people that are not sure Trump really did. And then you get online and you see all this hateful shit, or you might get on MAGA forum and you go, oh, they are even cats. He was telling the truth. ABC's biased. And you could swing it one way or the other. I think they're all trying to manipulate all these foreign governments, and I think internally in the United States, I'm sure there are groups that are manipulating things one way or the other in a disingenuous way because it's available. And I don't know how to start. I think the only way for you to not personally be really affected by it is you have to understand that it exists, and then you have to recognize that some of these takes are not even real human beings. So instead of saying, Jesus Christ, people would think that way, they're like, maybe not. Like, maybe this isn't, maybe there's a few people who think that way, but you're being led to believe that it's a huge movement of people, but it might not be. But the problem is that even if it's fake, people are so stupid that even if it's a fake thing that becomes a bit of a movement online with fake, dumb people will jump in there and then it'll become a real thing. Like, you're aware of the free bleeding movement that 4chan pushed?
Yeah, I think I heard of that. So it became kind of real.
It became real. That's what I'm saying. Or flat Earth. It's the same thing. It became a joke. People were fucking around at first. We've known the Earth has not been flat for a long ass time. And then,
But now that's totally real, right?
now there's massive groups of people. Which is, yeah.
I don't know how that, yeah.
Yeah, you can't. But the thing is, that's how dumb people are. That you can have a fake thing and say it enough times, and enough people will jump in and be on board with it, and then it becomes a real thing. And then you don't even have to like use propaganda anymore. These morons are doing it for you.
The thing that gets me with the flat Earth thing is, I didn't realize it was a real thing until a few years ago. Posted something about it. And all these comments from real people that gets me is, well, you have the people that say, yeah, I think that's fine. And that's just really stupid. But I was more fascinated by the 80% of people who, 80% of the flat Earth crowd, 80% of them, their take was, well, I'm not saying the Earth is flat, but I'm open to it. So I'm open to the possibility. I get it if you're just completely stupid and you get sucked into this cult thing. But what I don't get is how can you be on the fence about the shape of the Earth?
Well, it's just people that really are not educated. That's number one. And people that believe that there's a collusion that's so large that all of the space agencies from Japan, from China, from Russia, all of them are lying. That all of them are colluding together to hide the true shape of the Earth. Because if you really knew the Earth was flat, then it always is connected to some sort of a black hole. Like it's the fundamental thing. They believe that we're hiding the fact that God is real and somehow there's some mass conspiracy that all these world governments, every person ever who was involved in space agencies, they're all hid things.
Yeah. And then you're moonlight. You're not
I used to. You don't anymore? I have a joke Mac that before COVID I would take you vaccines. After COVID, I don't think.
Yeah, I know that was in your, but yeah, you actually think.
I think there is a less than zero possibility in that. Why do you think that?
Because it's exactly what you just said about, look, there's a lot of things, but the main thing is what you just said about the Earth. The vastness of the conspiracy that would be required to fake that. It's so vast that it's a lot more incredible to believe that we faked it than to believe that we just went. And going to the moon, it's a massive achievement. But I think the greatest human achievement of all time. But even so, to fake it would be even more massive, because not only would you need all of the space agencies and all the different other people, American institutions to be included, but you would also need foreign governments, including adversarial foreign governments, who at this point certainly would know we faked it, and for some reason haven't blown the lid on it. So they're letting us like take this achievement that they know. Like, why haven't the Russians come out and said?
All those things you're saying, right? I don't argue with any of the things you're saying. But one of the things that I think you have to consider is, if it's not possible for human beings to safely go through the Van Allen radiation belts and out into deep space without much protection, and face the temperatures that are on the surface of the moon, which get up to 250 degrees and 250 degrees below zero in the shadows. There's no environment. It's hostile beyond belief. The micrometeorites are flying into the moon all the time. They're flying through space all the time. We've never had a single biological organism go out into deep space, past the Van Allen radiation belts, and then come back to Earth and come back alive, except human beings during the Apollo missions. Every single space station mission, every single space shuttle mission, all of them are inside 350 miles from the Earth's surface. The only time human beings have ever been past them and through the Van Allen radiation belts was the Apollo missions. And we were the only humans that were ever able to do it. The Russians never figured out how to do it. No one else figured out how to do it but the Apollo astronauts. And we did it 7 times, 6 successfully between 1969 and 1972. If you said to me, do you think that they could fake the moon landing today? I would say no. I would say no. People are going to be able to track it. It's very easy. They have satellites. They're going to know it. But in 1969, the technology was so crude that when they first showed the Apollo 11 landing, they didn't even show a direct feed to the networks. So, like, if you're on CBS News, you don't get a direct feed. What you do is you point a camera at a projection screen. That's why the film looks so shitty. The camera is pointed to a projection screen where you see the astronauts jumping around. And you see this weird, grainy, third-generation image, right? And we did it, and we've never done it since. We've always said we were going to do it, and no one's ever even come close. No one's ever even gone into deep space since 1972.
We also haven't tried.
We haven't been trying. But we always talk about going back, including Herbert Walker Bush talked about going back, George W. talked about going back. They all talk about going back, but nobody ever gets anywhere.
Well, I think that's because we've lost the spirit and hunger for discovery.
We didn't just lose that, we lost all the technology from the satellite rocket. They don't even have that anymore. In fact, they don't even have the original film. They erased all the original footage of the Apollo. So you just have copies of it.
You could develop the technology again. You could do all that.
Sure, you could. If you can get through the Van Allen radiation belts into deep space with human beings and have them safely come back.
But I think what you're describing to me, all that does is highlight how incredible an achievement
If they did it. Right, if they did it.
But here's the main thing. There's no evidence. Because saying there was a hoax is an assertion of it's not you're not just denying an event, right? You're asserting a whole other event that you say happened instead. And there is evidence that we went to the moon. Now someone who's a skeptic might say it's not enough evidence or it's not good evidence. There's like evidence. There's eyewitness. There's people that went and came back and told us. There's footage. There is evidence. Okay, but there's no evidence of the hoax. Like no one has come and said, here's my affirmative evidence that this hoax happened. It's never happened. But as far as I'm aware, no one's ever provided that evidence.
I see what you're trying to say. The evidence that they went to the moon, there's a bunch, right? There's moon rocks, that's one. There's lunar reflectors that they placed on the moon, that's another. And there's a couple problems with those. First of all, the Soviets put laser reflectors on the moon as well. And also, the moon itself, in many places where you shine lasers on it bounces back by itself. The reflective quality of the moon, the reason why it's brightly white in the sky when the sun gets hit. There's a certain amount of, you get a certain amount of bounce back off of different things with lasers. There's some photographs that are interesting. Was the India? What was the one where they got the most high resolution photos of the lander? One of the things that's interesting is they gave a moon rock to, what is it, Prime Minister of Holland? Is that what it was? Which one was the moon rock they gave that turned out to be petrified wood? The Apollo astronauts gave the moon rock to some foreign dignitary that turned out to be a piece of petrified wood. They do have samples of moon rocks that came from the moon. We also have those on Earth. In fact, Herb in 1968, I believe, went to Antarctica and all these photographs of him in Antarctica. Antarctica is a great place to take moon rocks because Antarctica is just this gigantic sheet of white and you can spot meteorites in the ground. So this is the photo. And this is from what? What is this from? What is the this is in India. Indian Space Research Organization's Chandrayaan-2 orbiter captured images of NASA's Apollo 11 and 12 landing sites and lunar modules from 100-kilometer altitude. Apollo 12 image, astronaut boot straps are still even visible. Due to recent interest in another post I shared, cited download a view imagery. So that looks like there's some kind of thing on the moon.
Pretty good evidence.
It is evidence of some sort. No, it's not evidence of human beings. See, we have things that are on the moon. We have things on Mars. We had things that we shot things into space for sure.
Yeah, well, it's evidence. It's not proof in and of itself, but it is evidence.
Listen, I'm not saying we didn't go to the moon. What I'm saying is the subject is complex. And it's not even a little complex. It's really complex. There's a documentary called A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon. Scott Barnes, he's been obsessed. He was the expert instructor. Been obsessed about this his whole life and absolutely believes in everything. And there's enough shit that you go, okay, if he's right about any of these things, it's weird. One of the things was some of the photographs of the moon, they ran through one of those AI detectors that can tell you whether or not something's false or artificially generated. And it showed different images from, I think it was a Chinese satellite of the moon. They said this is legitimate. But then it got to these Apollo images, and he said, come back. AI was AI? Or from
All the images, or
a few of them.
have been other ones found to be?
I don't think so. I think they only ran a few images through. See if you can find that, Jim. Find what they did. Again, this is not saying that we didn't go through it. It could be, and this was the fact with the Gemini 15 program from Michael Collins. There was a photograph of Michael Collins that took in one of his training exercises where he had those packs that they put on that can move around when they do moon walks, or not moon walks, space walks outside of it, where they're connected by a tether. And he was like in this harness and manipulating this device. And what they had done is taken a photograph of them training, and then someone, probably some overzealous PR person, had taken that photograph and then blacked out the background and tried to pass it off as a really clear photograph of him out there on a spacewalk, which is probably very difficult. Right? You have to have another person in the camera, bring her in. They have this photo, they're like, look, he did it. Let's just pass this off as the real thing. Which is, you're also talking about the Nixon administration, where there's full of shit constantly. Yes. Yeah. So there's different video where they ran it through, and they said it was real. And was it the Chinese program? But when they ran the American ones, the American images, they said they were documented. Again, it doesn't mean that we didn't go to the moon. But it does mean, okay, there's that. That's weird. Have you ever seen the Apollo 11 post-flight press conference? Yeah. It looks like a hospital. It looks like a bunch of guys who don't want to be there. They look real fucking nervous, and they look real deceptive. If you watch that video, it's weird.
Well, but I think that's the temperament requires to do something like that. Mm-hmm. It's basically, it's almost suicidal to go to the right. And so you have to be like not barely even a human psychologically to do it. So that to me, it's just like, and they just went through this whole experience. Who knows what that does? It's like, to even just like be in the vastness of space, even space, I feel like that would change me as a person, but not necessarily for the best.
There's actually like psychological conditions that sort of understanding we're all connected. That a lot, it's like a religious experience that many astronauts do. When you go up to the space station and look down at the Earth and go, oh my God, what are we doing? We're all together and stuff. We're so alone in the universe. For us to be fighting over these trivial differences and these stupid lines of dirt that we draw, when we are like just clinging to this ball in the middle of everything.
So then what would you say for someone who full-on believer? Someone who is a full-on believer in the moon, what would they say to apply the point that there is evidence we went to the moon? You can try to nitpick the evidence. Mm-hmm. There is zero evidence of a hoax. That's a whole other event that would have had to have happened. There is no evidence at all, not one sliver of evidence ever, of that hoax having ever happened.
That's a weird way to frame it, right? Is there evidence of a hoax of the JFK assassination that the Harvey Oswald acted alone? Do you think there's evidence?
Well, but the event itself, being that JFK gets killed,
right, but that's not the conspiracy. So the conspiracy is, did he act alone? And is there evidence that he didn't act alone? What do you think?
I'm very skeptical.
Yeah. Right. But
I don't know who that is. I don't know who it is.
Exactly. Same exact perspective. the same exact perspective about this movie. Like it may have happened, but this was a time of deep deception in the American world. This is a time after Operation Northwoods. This is a time after the Kennedy assassination. This is a time. I mean, this is a weird, fucking shaky time in terms of propaganda. This is after Eisenhower going up the military-industrial complex. This is like there was a lot of deception. Called the Tonkin incident. There's a lot of open deception that the American people were being subject to. And then there's this Cold War between us and Russia. This space war for superiority. We wanted it so bad we brought in Nazis.
But I think, I mean, the JFK is an interesting example. But because yes, there are things I'm skeptical of. I don't really have evidence that the thing didn't happen or didn't happen. So I'm so skeptical. So I get that. But it feels different to me because the JFK assassination did happen. The question is, how did it happen? But if we're going to assert that a major historical event, probably the greatest, the most significant historical event in history, every one of them, did not happen at all, no one did it, then, like I said, that's, so what you're actually claiming is that some other thing, they went somewhere and they pulled off this hoax and they planned it, and they did, like an event happened where they were faking it.
Right.
And so what I would want to see, has anybody come out, any whistleblower ever, to say, hey, I was involved in the shoot, I'm in Hollywood, I talked to a guy who was there,
But that's not even real evidence would be some sort of documentation, some sort of way to go over, like there's a binary code that shows the distance between the Earth and the lunar module at every stage of the journey. But that's missing. That stuff's missing. All the tracking data is all the original footage is missing. It could just be people who are really bad at historical values. That's possible. But to say that faking the moon landing would be a bigger achievement than actually going to the moon, I would say only if people could actually go to the moon. So here's the question. Can we really, everyone's dismissing, can we really send a biological entity into space, go through that radiation, which is thick, covering the Earth, and have it come back alive? Well, supposedly, this is the only time people have done it, and supposedly the way they did it was by going through the top area of the Earth, where the Van Allen radiation belts. It's like kind of like a geometric surface that covers the Earth. It's not uniform. There's an area at the top of the Earth. But according to the parts of Earth, they didn't go that way because you would have had to launch from Antarctica to do that. It's not really possible that happened if they went that way. So he thinks that if they did go through that, there is no other examples of living things that have done that and come back alive. And they've known that this is an issue. They've known that this Van Allen radiation belts, which is this band of heavy radiation that covers the Earth and protects us. They've known that it's out there because they tried to blow it up once. There was a thing called Operation Starfish Pony, where they launched one of several nuclear bombs into the radiation belt to try to blow a hole through it. And unfortunately, 60 maybe with Starfish Prime. But it did the opposite effect.
Why did they do that?
They wanted to see what happens. So much trouble. Can't believe it. They're still doing studies. They're doing tests all throughout Nevada. But that's what killed John Wayne. John Wayne got cancer because he was working on a set doing a western right next to where they were blowing up nuclear bombs. There were like 200 people on the set got cancer. Starfish found a high-altitude nuclear test conducted by the United States, a joint effort of the Atomic Energy Commission and the Defense Atomic Support Agency, July 9, 1962. So this is like while Kennedy was in office. They were trying to figure out, we will get to the moon, not in this decade, but in the other, or whatever he said. High-altitude nuclear test. So the thing it did, unfortunately, was it supercharged the bands, and it made it much more radiation. Not only that, it blew out power in some parts of Hawaii, I think. It cooked a few satellites, right? We talked about this the other day. It cooked a few satellites.
Okay, so ask this. So we have examples. So we're saying, well, we don't know if a human can go through. I
I would say, well, we do know because they did.
If they don't.
Well, but if we're
Listen, we know they sent people into New York for it. That's fact. We know that
well, how do we know that if we don't know? I mean, maybe it's
because we actually can see that. You can see where they launched. You can follow the trajectory. You can know about the propulsion units that they used. You know about what they were trying to accomplish, and you can watch it.
So my question is, have we tried to send humans through the radiation belt and not been able to? Does that matter?
They never even tried. They just did.
Right.
That's what's crazy.
So, but how do we know?
So how do we know they did? But the only time they
How do we
did it
know
was,
they can't?
the last time they did it was 1972. You don't think that's a little weird?
Not really.
No. Listen.
I don't
Even if they did go to the moon, let's say outside the internet, it's fine. Everything from 1969 was easier, cheaper, and faster to reproduce today, except the moon, except space travel.
I just don't think
Because
there's a
we
rule.
thought,
What? I don't think there's a
do you know how much fucking resources there is on the moon? Do you know how many valuable minerals there are on the moon? And trillions of dollars of things that are very difficult to find in the United States or on the moon?
I don't think the American, like the people, in the 1960s, the American people cared deeply about going to the moon. I don't think that these days, most people, I think we should care about that, but most people don't care about it.
If we found out that we didn't have to dig for lithium, that we could just go to the world and pull giant chunks of it out and not have slave labor, no one has to feel bad about using their iPhone. You don't think that they would do that? Of course they would do that. If they could. If you could have a mining station on the moon, no problem at all, totally safe, of course they would.
Yeah, and I think,
And it takes 2 years to get there. People mine in northern territories. Like people mine in Canada in horrible conditions, fucking freezing cold out.
but it probably takes a lot of time to get to a point where you can do that consistently.
Right, but it's so. And the idea that they wouldn't do that, they haven't done anything even remotely close to that since 1972, is weird.
I agree that it's. I mean, weird makes it sound necessarily nefarious. I think it's
No, just weird. It's very unusual. It's unusual technologically. It's incongruent with technological progression.
Yeah.
We have that with everything else. Everything else. Phones are in your fucking pocket now with more computing power than the entire cluster that they use to launch the Apollo program. The Apollo program is a fucking giant room full of computers. Your phone is significantly more powerful. Everything else got better, except that we thought that people were going to be going to space all the time. You ever watch that TV show Space 1999 when you were a kid? There was a stupid show called Space 1999. And they thought, oh, 1999 will be space and people will be living on the moon. Every time they've done, like in the past, like after the moon landings, every time they did any sort of like science fiction movie, it always involved like colonies already established on the moon and on Mars, people traveling. Because we thought that was going to happen. Only thing we were right? Think about the launch of the first airplane and then the launch of the Apollo program. It's only like 60 years. It's kind of crazy. The launch of the first airplane ever and dropping nuclear bombs out of an airplane is only like, what is it, 50 years? I think it's something like 50, something kooky. Yeah, 50, 60 years. That's nuts.
I agree,
But then now you have supersonic jets, like 100 years later.
Yeah.
Now you have insane capabilities of like Air Force fighter jets. Unbelievable power and maneuverability, far beyond anything anybody would have possibly imagined when Orville and Wilbur had that stupid fucking bird-looking flimsy thing. So everything progresses back to launch programs.
well, but here's what I would say. I would say two things. Number one, I think that it does take. Yeah, we're kind of spoiled by the fact that there was this burst of incredible technological advancement.
In everything. In automobiles.
It doesn't necessarily, like, not every facet of technologies will continue at that pace forever into infinity. So I think it does take, especially if you take a historical perspective, a longer term historical perspective, it just takes a while to get from one thing to the next. It hasn't even been that long. I mean, 1969 was not that long ago from the historical perspective. And especially if you want to do the next thing, I mean, what's the next thing? The next thing is to go to Mars. Most people agree. That's so much exponentially farther away and harder to do. Sure. And so if it takes decades more to figure out how to do that, that doesn't seem that crazy to me. And the second thing I'll say is that I do think, I get your point about resources on the moon, there's a reason to go back. I agree, practically speaking. But it's just true that it requires a society that deeply values exploration for its own sake and is willing to make the sacrifice, is willing to send people off to do things just for the sake of exploration, knowing they might die. I think we have almost no appetite for that now. Maybe the Challenger explosion was, you could point to that as the time when we sort of just, we have no appetite. We don't want people to die for this.
I see what you're saying. Here's the problem with what you're saying. The American people don't get a say in whether or not we do things. They don't get a say in whether or not we make a space shuttle. They don't get to decide whether or not we establish a new space station. No one talks about it. They just do it. Like, we barely get a say in how much money goes to Ukraine.
Yeah, but it's got to be fun.
Right, like how much is funding to go to Ukraine. Like, all of a sudden, they have $175 billion plus to fund this proxy war. And who decided that? But wasn't the American people, right?
It wasn't. Unfortunately, but politicians are the ones who decided. When people vote for those politicians, unfortunately, there are a lot of Americans who are basically okay with sending money to Ukraine, which they shouldn't be. It's insane.
I agree with you. But what my point is that if you have a skillful politician on television explain that we have found a solution to all of our energy problems, it's mining on the moon. And through this mining on the moon, we're going to increase the overall way of life for every single human being on America's soil. We're going to raise everybody above the poverty level. There'll be no impoverished people because we've literally found trillions of dollars in very, very valuable minerals. And by using our United States taxpayers' funds to fund this program and finance it, we're going to allow the entire country to share in some of this wealth, and we're going to change energy distribution and consumption in this country in an incredible way. It's going to be beneficial to everybody, and it's going to make a bunch of people really rich too. But it's going to change the quality of life of every person in this country, and this is how we're going to do it. Everybody. Right, but you could make that case with the amount of minerals and the amount of valuable resources you can get, not just from the moon, but also from mining asteroids, which we're attempting to do now. You can get people out there. If you really can get people out there. So here's the question. If you couldn't do it, if they knew they couldn't do it, but they wanted to show that they could do it, could they compartmentalize things? Could they feed a computer program that is, instead of the actual binary data that shows the distance between the module and the surface of the Earth at any given time, could they just calculate that out with computers? Of course they could. Yeah, that's possible. If they couldn't get human beings into deep space and have them come back alive because they couldn't figure out a way to get through the Venel and radiation belts and survive micrometeors and all the other shit they deal with, could they get enough people to shut the fuck up because it's in the best interest of national security? Of course they could, especially in 1969. People were fucking terrified. They just killed the president 6 years earlier. People were absolutely terrified of getting under the sights of the intelligence agencies. And if you have top secret clearance, if you're involved in some sort of project, whether it be the Manhattan Project, the people kept their fucking mouth shut. They knew they were working on something of importance that was above and beyond their need to yap about shit.
But for the moon landing, you have way more people involved.
I don't know more institutions because you actually have a real space program. So the space program's not big, right? So let's just assume I'm a non-believer. I would tell you that the space program was absolutely real. The Saturn V rocket was absolutely real. The modules, the way they were able to parachute down into the ocean, 100% real. They did go into space. But how far did they go? This is the real question. Mark Sibrel, the guy who made this documentary, he asserts that they went somewhere into Earth's orbit, but, in space, but not through the Venel radiation belts and not to the surface of the moon. And that they had video footage that they had done in some scenario. Some people think it's in the Nevada desert. Who knows what it is. But they had this footage of people bouncing around, and they said they got it on the moon, and they brought this back.
Does he have any evidence of that event would be saying, well, I know they only went so far and came back because of this.
Well, there's a bunch of different things, and one of them is the one that's like very hotly debated, and it's the different light sources in the photographs. So a lot of the photographs from the surface of the moon have intersecting shadows. They have a shadow that's going this way, another shadow that's going that way, indicating more than one light source, or a close by light source that's not something that's thousands, millions of miles away from the sun. There's those. There's the photographs. There's the photographs that run through AI. There's this other video of what looks like them filming the Earth through one of the round portal windows with everything blacked out in the cabin, and then they pull down the things that were blocking off the other light sources, and the cabin floods with light, and it looks like they're in near Earth orbit, and it's very confusing. Because you're like, well, what is that video? What exactly is going on? Because if they really are in deep space, and they really are filming this small image of the Earth, because that's all they can see from 200,000 miles out, well, why, when they take those things down, does it look like the whole cabin's filled with light? Why does it look exactly like they're in near Earth orbit?
But that's still goes back.
Have you ever seen it?
It's specific.
You want to see it? The shit's a movie. Yeah, because we're in the middle of a stupid conversation. It's a fun one. It's one of the most fun of all conspiracy theories. Because if they did it, wow. First of all, if they killed the president, wow. I mean, it seems like the guy did that. So, if they did this too, like, what else did they do? Like, what other hoaxes were played on the American people if this is real? That's why it's fun. I'm not saying it's real, but it is a fun one. It's not as simple as the Earth is flat. That's a stupid one. But this is a fun one. This is a fun one because you're dealing with the kind of power with complete control of the media, complete control of the newspapers and what they're reported, the interest of national security, the Cold War with Russia, the space war with Russia. We wanted it so bad. We brought in some of the most heinous human beings that have ever lived to run our NASA program.
Yeah, it's not as dumb as Flat Earth, but it does remind. To me, it reminds me of. To me, it's in the vein of like saying the Earth was a hoax.
No.
But that's why that's not more.
Let me show you. Jamie, you got that? Funny thing happened on the way to the moon. Is it Guinness? I know it's available. I think I got that. Proof. Okay, you'll find it exactly. Okay, you'll find it. Again, I'm not saying we didn't go. I'm saying this is a fun one, and it's a weird one. There's a lot of weirdness to it.
Isn't it similar? Okay, because a lot of this comes from it's such an incredible feat that's so difficult to do that it's hard to believe anyone actually did it.
Sure.
Which I can understand that mentality. But the thing is, you can go back in history and you can look at, for the sake of discovery and exploration, you can look at what other men have done hundreds of years ago that arguably is more impressive than going to the moon.
Like what?
I mean, you name it. Like take any famous explorer from like the 1500s to the 1800s. Whether it's Magellan or James Cook or Christopher Columbus or any of them, what they were able to do navigating this vast ocean, going to play, no water technology at all, being able to go from where their starting point, hit some little tiny island somewhere, and then go around and navigating a world that they don't even know what it looks like. They have no maps, they have no GPS, they have nothing at all. I cannot conceive of how they could have ever done that. I don't know how in the world, not knowing what the world looks like, having no map, having no GPS, having no navigation whatsoever, how in the world could you possibly get on a ship in, launching out of France or Portugal or wherever, and make it anywhere across the ocean? How could you, I don't know how you do it.
It's incredible. But it's incredible.
But how would they have?
Okay, it's incredible, but it doesn't compare because they do it now easily. So anybody can get in a ship right now and travel. You can get anything, a small boat that you have enough resources and you have enough gas and you can travel through these routes. You can do it.
It took them hundreds of years,
but you can do it right now. So it's way easier to do now, right? So it's something that they did that's incredible, no doubt, no argument, but something that can be reproduced that easily, or at least possibly. I won't say easily. It's a task.
but it also took centuries to get to the point where it can be easy.
But it got better right after each one did it because they had maps now. And then they also used their sextants, and they understood constellations in a way that most people don't today. And sextants are, if you actually use them correctly and you understand which way the tides go and which way the water currents are going, which way the flow is happening, they had a deep understanding of the currents of the earth. They knew travel lanes, and they knew which ways they had to go with ships. So applying that to the open ocean, applying that to these continents we weren't even sure were there, it was very dangerous, very courageous. But once they did it, then everybody else could do it easy. And then they started doing it better and better. And then people started coming to America, and then and now here we are. And now anybody can get in a boat. Anybody with enough resources can have a boat that can travel those routes. No one can just say, I want to go to the moon today and get a private moon craft and fucking shoot off into the atmosphere and land on the moon. So no one's done that since 1969. That's a recent occurrence in terms of like human history, but not technologically. The technology from 1969 is not even, it's like cave people shit compared to what we have today. So you really can't compare the courageous, amazing deeds of these early explorers. What they did was absolutely fantastic, but they left a clear record of how to do it, and then each person improved upon it, and now it's easy to do. But still, I mean, the spacecraft travel is not. There's nothing like,
I would say 100 years from now.
yeah,
Christopher Columbus was 300 years before James Cook. The technology they were using was not that different. It was pretty similar. It didn't progress that fast.
well, they had maps. They had maps and they had sextants, and they had a detailed, at least crude understanding of the shape of certain continents. Like there's maps from the 1500s, there's maps from before that. There's plenty of maps that are rough estimates and pretty good job actually. The cartographers back then were astonishingly good, because it was so valuable to be good at that. Now this is a let's just watch this. So this is Neil Armstrong talking to Houston. Give me some volume. How's that? All right, so let's do this. Let's just, he and I will watch it with the sound on, and we tell everybody else to just go to the website or go to the YouTube video. So we don't get pulled up to YouTube. We'll watch it and we won't say anything, and then we'll, after it's over, we'll come back to play it. Because I don't want to get here. That's
I mean, it's interesting.
yeah.
Not a slight disadvantage because I'm going to assume that people have addressed some of those issues and have given responses. I went to YouTube right now and looked up that video and performance people have probably done.
I'm sure some.
So I don't know what their response would be. So it's interesting. I just don't see it. So to me, I listen to that and I think, well, that's interesting. I look at that to figure out what. First thing I want to know is, okay, here's your claim, the claim they're making. I need to know what is the official narrative, let's say. How do they respond to it? Because I know they do. Right. So I need to know that.
But here's two problems. One, the English accent. Those motherfuckers. If they want to sell you something on late night TV, they use an English accent because it makes someone look more intelligent, more sophisticated. Crescent insults. Why would they fake any of it? And then they got you with the music. The music is manipulated. So they're manipulating you in two ways. They're manipulating you with the woman's voice, and they're manipulating you with music.
So you're saying they are manipulating you?
I'm saying they most certainly are manipulating you in that video. That video is not just the video. So what I would rather have is just the video and watch that. But we do get to see them say the distance they are from the Earth. Here's a couple of questions, right? What does it look like? What is the shine from the Earth from 200,000 miles out? And maybe in order to be able to film that, you have to block off the light from all those other windows, because even though it's 200,000 miles out, just like the moon lights up the sky on a night where there's a full moon, you're outside, you can see like a really good full moon with a clear sky. You can see the ground. It lights it up. And the moon is 1/4 of the Earth's size, and the moon is 250 plus thousand miles away. So if something is 4 times bigger than the moon, and the blue from the Earth's oceans, like when you see it from the space station, it is powerful. I mean, it is a potent reflector of sunlight. So you could say that he's just ignorant about how much reflection you would get from the surface of the Earth from 200,000 miles away. And even though they are filming it by blocking out all the lights and filming it through this window, that actually is the Earth. That's actually what it looks like when you're in deep space. You could say that too. You just don't know. It's hard to figure out what's what. It's hard to figure out what's what. When you see a video like that, you just go, so what is that? And I don't think it's impossible to fake people going to the moon. I think it'd be very difficult. It would require a lot of people to be on board. But I also think it could be compartmentalized. The people that make the rockets, what you're doing is you're making a specific part, and this guy's making another part, and the engineers put this thing together, and you launch this thing into space. The people that would have to know are the people that are actually charting the trajectory of the Apollo mission, the people that are actually talking to the astronauts and explaining to them what to say during the press conference, the people that are engineering the whole thing. And you could probably get away with doing something like that with a few hundred people. And you could get a few hundred people of high-ranking people that have top secret clearance keep them out short.
You could. I would need some kind of solid evidence of that to believe that it's true.
Yeah, me too.
This, to me, there are some things that we call conspiracy theories that I think are clearly true. There are some things that we call conspiracy theories that I think are maybe true. But there are conspiracy theories that, to me, are just that. They're not even theories, really. They're just kind of like fanciful, whatever, projections. And the ones that I don't find convincing are where they usually start with, there's a so-called official narrative of a thing that happened.
Mm-hmm.
There's a couple of things about what actually happened that are kind of weird. And we look at that and go, that's a little bit weird. And in the conspiracy theories, in that case, they come in and they find these little tiny cracks, what I call it. And then inside the cracks, they shove this whole, like, Hollywood cinematic narrative that they have created to explain what's actually, like, a pretty tiny crack. You don't need this whole thing to explain that. So with the moon thing, I mean, one of the first sort of weird aspects of the moon landing that I think started kind of the conspiracy theory about it was the flag, the fact that the flag's moving in the picture. And so, yeah, it's like when you look at that, you don't really understand. You're like, well, that is weird because there's no wind on the moon. But then you understand that, okay, for example, when you put the flag down, it creates reverberations, it makes the flag move. It's going to move for longer because there's gravity. So there's an explanation for that. But if you're the conspiracy theorist, then you take the flag moving and you just you're like, nope, the whole thing is bunk.
Have you ever seen the video footage of the astronaut on the flag and the breeze of them hopping down makes the flag move? No, he doesn't touch the flag at all. The flag's stationary. And the astronaut hops by the flag, makes him hops by the flag.
You're saying that wouldn't happen?
No, she wouldn't. There's no air.
Yeah, okay. I haven't seen one.
We'll show it to you. It's weird. Listen, what you're saying is entirely correct. Everything you're saying is entirely reasonable, and if they actually can get people that out of radiation drugs. If they can, this is stupid. This whole thing's stupid. But if they can't really do that, and they never have done that, and the only time they say they've done that is these missions, it gets real weird. And since they haven't done it since then, it gets real weird. And it's not just that. There's other video footage. It's not just the one where the guy's hopping down a flag. It's other ones where it looks like they're on wires where they're being pulled up and they fall down, they're being yanked up. The whole thing is weird. There's a lot of weirdness to the footage. The physics don't line up exactly the same. If you go to the early days of the like Apollo 11 footage, and you look at the difference between when they're playing golf and jumping around the world. They move different. They cover more distance. It's like it looks different. They got better at it. They get better at filming it. They got better at whatever they're doing. And then there's the other question. Maybe they actually did do it, but the cameras weren't able to handle the radiation, and the film, which you wouldn't even be able to send your film to a radar detector at the airport. You'd have to put it aside. Maybe the radiation space fucks up the film, so even though they did do it, they show you recreations or show you these test runs that they did, and they film it because the actual film footage is impossible to obtain. That's possible too. Hasselblad, who made the cameras, didn't put any special protection on these cameras. There's nothing about them that was unusual that would be able to withstand that kind of radiation and that kind of heat in deep space. See if you give that one with that flag walks by that flag and hops around and it wiggles. We definitely played it good. That flag, no, that's not it. What did you write? Astronaut flag. Type in astronaut hotspot flag. Flag wiggles. Astronaut hotspot causing the breeze to move the flag. Okay, that's it. That's it. That's the page. Okay. So watch. So he's gonna hop by. Yeah, he could hit them. Yeah, but he didn't. Look at the distance. Look how far away he is from him. Go back again. See where he is? So he's in front. He's way in front of him. He hops by and he goes. Yeah, he's in the suit. The suit's pretty funky. Everybody's not close to it. Look at the perspective. Let's look at it in slow motion. To watch him hops by. Just breathe. It's a breeze, dude. So that might not have actually happened on the moon. Okay? That might be footage that they filmed in the Nevada desert. But if they got on the moon, got all fucked up, and so they tried to pass that on. It doesn't necessarily mean we didn't go to the moon, but that does look weird. And it's just not. It's not one thing. If that was the only thing, you'd be like, oh, well, who knows? But there's a lot of.
You could also. I mean, it's close.
It doesn't look like it. It looks like it.
Yeah, but then the other part of this is that they said, what? The people that are going to Rothschild and fake the landing, how would they miss these things? That's the other.
Right, I don't think they thought people would catch it. First of all, you're dealing with time. There's no VHS tapes. There's no that. Right? So you show it on television once. You get to choose what gets shown and what doesn't get shown. You film a bunch of shit. That's how they got that footage done inside the crowd, filming for the circular wall. Because they don't air everything on television, but you have archives. They have all these archives and these coops go through the archives. They find things like that. Okay, that doesn't even mean that was actually moved footage. That could have been some of the trailer footage.
I'll tell you what would convince me to. Not that it's a fake, but at least would make me open to it. One thing that would shake my faith considerably if Elon Musk were to come out and say, yeah, I don't know about this moon landing thing. Then, okay, fine. Because I'm not saying this is my whole reason for believing it happened, but Elon Musk, first of all, if the moon landing was fake, he knows it is. He knows it was fake. Sure. He's the richest man in the world. He's shown zero concern for, propping up official narratives at all, right? So he's a guy that would know if it's fake, there's no reason for him to continue that narrative if it was fake. In fact, he could even say, they faked it. I'm going to do it for real. I'll be the first one to go to the moon because they faked it. And he hasn't said that, so I also find that to be pretty compelling. The fact that he, as someone who would know, this is the problem. You and I, most people talk about this. We have no direct access to knowledge about space. This has all been given to us by the people. So you got to go to people that are actually working with this stuff. And so the fact that he has no time for this, I also find persuasive.
It's good. It is persuasive, definitely. But also, he has a contract with NASA, and he has to be very careful about what he says and does. And for him to say something incredibly insane, like we never went to the moon, even if he believes it, that would be a big circus with zero reward because there's no way to prove, as you've said, there's no way to prove that we didn't go. And to say that we didn't go to is a coup take. Like that's it. What the fuck is wrong with you? You can say stupid things like that when you're a comedian as a podcast host. You know, but if you have contracts with NASA and you run SpaceX and you're legitimately making some of the greatest breakthroughs in space travel that human beings have ever done. Like what they're doing with those Falcons when you have them land, insane. Insane. Come back and land. I mean, never been able to do that before. And it's all because of Elon. I mean, if he really is going to get people to Mars, something is going to be addressed eventually. As you know, if they do it and they pull it off and it's easy and comfortable, okay, we probably did it in 1969. They go to the moon and there's no problem going through the Barren and radiation belts with no particular insulation of them like the spaceship had. Maybe. Yeah, they probably did.
I will say, I don't even, the moon landing hoax idea, it's barely even a proof take anymore. I think it is, but you're probably in the majority with your take on it. And the last time I talked about this publicly, I got absolutely ripped to shreds. I mean, it felt like 99% against. And it's going to happen again in response to this conversation.
99% against you?
Yeah.
Against your take. But most people think that we didn't go to the moon.
It seems
You guys are followers, bro. I think you get the overall internet, it would go the other way. The overall internet, if most people would think you're cool, or even entertaining the idea that we never.
maybe, but it seems like it's shifting drastically. And a lot of that is people just have lost all faith in institutions, which I understand.
Yes.
So people are, I mean, that was kind of the point of your bit, that if people are, once you see, well, this is a lie, this is a lie, this is a lie.
Exactly.
That is that. And I'm totally sympathetic to that part of it. But I just think that the moon is a lot of evidence. And also, this is an emotional argument.
Yeah, it's an American thing.
It's one of our greatest achievements as Americans.
Sure.
You got to pry that from my pulpit. I mean, you got to really show me something to make me willing to give that up.
I would tell you that one of our greatest achievements is bigger. I think it's an amazing achievement. It's akin to turning Kamala Harris into the most compelling presidential candidate since Barack Obama. Like there's things that they can do with propaganda and spin that are truly amazing. And watching her become this like celebrated character when just a few months ago everybody was upset that she was on the ticket. Oh my God, if Joe Biden dies and she becomes president, people are freaking out. Now all of a sudden everybody's like, yes, she should be president.
That's also rare enough. I mean,
Do you think so? I don't think so.
They were able to make her into a sensation, a political sensation, for about a month. I don't think she has that anymore. I don't think people are, because you can hype somebody up, you can turn them into the next political savior through really good branding. We did that in Obama, but you got to have something. That's something that they at least have to have charisma. I mean, Obama had charisma, so you at least have to have that. If you have a politician who has charisma, then the media can come in, they can do the rest, and they can turn you into.
Well, she certainly has charisma when she has planned speeches and she gets to read off a teleprompter. And think that's legit?
It could be.
You see the company has responded?
So
Yeah.
What did they say?
They said they definitely didn't deny it, and they said
Really?
it looks very close to like what our device is. And I go to their website. It might be on their website. They might have. Somebody sent me something, and I just looked at it briefly. I'm like, oh, this will probably come up today. I want to see it in real time. Because whatever the website is of the company that makes that thing, they apparently addressed it on the website. But is that illegal?
I don't know if it's illegal. But
You're not
it's incredibly unethical.
I know, for sure. But also, if they pull that off with earrings, like,
And it would explain, because she stayed on script really well.
amazingly well.
She was,
Amazing. Does it say anything about the presidential debates? The company's definitely responded. Maybe it was their website, maybe it was social media. What is the name of the company? Okay, Google Nova audio earrings response to presidential debates. Nova audio earrings That's why I want to see real time because let's see if there's a website where they responded. I think they did respond. Website calls strikingly similar to its Bluetooth device. Okay, there it is. Strikingly similar to its Bluetooth device, offers to make lunch for Trump. Imagine Trump says we're idiots. First of all, that would never work because you can't tell him what to do.
Yeah, he would never.
You're not going to listen to him. You know, he's pretty good. We do not know whether Mrs. Harris wore one of our products. The resemblance is striking, and while our product is not specifically developed for the use at presidential debates, it is nonetheless suited for it. Okay, there you go. To ensure a level playing field for both candidates, we're currently developing a male version, and we'll soon be able to offer it to the Trump campaign. The choice of color is a bit challenging, though, as orange does not go well with a lot of colors. That company's funny. They're funny. That's a funny company. I would buy your shit.
Bulletproof things.
Yeah, right? Yeah, I mean, how crazy is the conspiracy theory that we didn't actually get shot? They like covered you on the pro wrestling.
Yeah, that's another. Or that it was shrapnel, which to me would make even less sense. Because yeah, it's a very minor injury because she gets just got hit. But if it's shrapnel, you expect marks all over his face.
Right. Or not. You know, the thing is shrapnel could be a small piece of shrapnel. You know, shrapnel. Right, so if it hits your ridge, which I think there is some shot, there's some video footage, like, I think there was 9 shots fired total. Is that what it was? Something crazy. So, Trump sustained 2 severe live gunshot wounds to his ear. Okay. The thing is, ears heal pretty quick.
2 centimeters. I mean, you can't see.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, but that's different. That's a hole. This is a scratch. Like ears, like I've gotten my ears fucked up a bunch of times, and they heal pretty quick. It's foreheads heal quick, ears heal quick, things around your mouth heal really quick. There's parts of your body that have a lot of blood vessels, and they heal pretty quick. He's old, which is odd for him not to have a scar, but it's not inconceivable that it could just scratch the surface and that would cause a lot of blood. Like if you got a forehead cut cut's crazy. It just pours blood into this. But if you get a cut like under your knee, it doesn't even drip, you know? You have to have a real cut on your knee with dribbling blood down your shin. You know, the forehead is filled with blood vessels as I think of the tips of the ears. So I think it would bleed a lot, and it might be a minor injury that bleeds a lot, and it can heal in a few days.
Also, it wouldn't even if you didn't get over, which you did. But if you didn't, it doesn't make a difference. You still got shot at. Yeah. It doesn't change what happened.
And one guy died,
yeah.
And other people got grievously injured. Like, terribly injured to the point it's going to affect them for the rest of their life.
The more bizarre thing about the shooting is that it's only been 2 months since it happened. Right? 2 months. Or not even 2 months. It's been like a month and a half.
Mm-hmm.
And we've moved on like it never happened.
Like it never happened in 2 weeks.
Yeah. It's had no political impact whatsoever. He got no polling boost from it. Reagan got like 12 points briefly.
Which just shows you the polls are full of shit.
Probably. But,
yeah, full of shit.
I mean, they are full of shit. But also, it would not shock me if, because we're so easily distracted, if people really did just forget, don't care.
Well, as long as it's not the news, you don't care about it. Also, there was no press conference, so that's not crazy. There was no disclosure of all the information about this young man's prior history, what led him to this. They went to his apartment. It was professionally scrubbed. There was no silverware in his place. There's also this bizarre thing where there's, you know, they get ad data where you can track where phones have been. This one phone was going from outside of the FBI office in Washington, D.C. to where this kid is, multiple times. So how did this kid get these explosive devices? How did he get up on the roof? How did they not flag him? And you see a guy walking around with a rangefinder half an hour before the event. That guy's going to jail. Like, what are you talking about? There's 2 reasons for the rangefinder. You're try to shoot something, or you're using it for golf. Or if you're not doing golf, then you're trying to shoot something. That's the only other reason for a rangefinder.
That was like 3 hours.
Yeah. They knew about that kid. They were aware that he was there. He saw another gun on the roof with a weapon. It sucks. It stinks to high heaven. And then they cremate him. He's gone. They get his body. Someone snatches his body like 5 or 6 days after the event, and 10 days later he's cremated. The whole thing is nuts. Like, who is this kid? Why did he do this? Why did some 20-year-old kid take shots at the president? Why didn't he have a stroke?
This is when we're totally only because there's not even like an official narrative for it. It basically told us nothing. So we're left to fill in the blanks.
Not only that, think about how perfect it would have been for a plan to assassinate someone. If you do get this lone crazy kid, give him whatever. I mean, there's been no toxicology examination, right? So who knows what the fuck this kid's on. If you were going to try to convince someone to go shoot the former president, you'd probably dope him up with some crazy shit, right? And then that would be in the system. They would be like, they would trace, okay, how do you get this? Let's talk to all the people that are on his cell phone, all the people that are in his email. Let's investigate, find out where the fuck he got this stuff that he's on when he shoots at the president. You don't hear a peep out of that. So this guy, somehow or another, figures out how to get on the roof, take these shots, and then they kill him. Now, if he shot and hit Trump, if Trump did turn his head at that pivotal moment we're talking about, and it's a headshot, Trump is dead, the world's chaos, and this kid's dead seconds later. And then it's like that. Crazy kid who shoots the president, and that's it. And then, okay, now who's going to run as Republicans? And the world's in chaos. It would have been a perfect plan if that kid just pulled it off.
Yeah, I mean, and I can't. I think about it. When I do a college speech, we'll have a few security guys. And there's no way if someone showed up with a rangefinder, they would not get in the building. Anyone that looks vaguely suspicious with any kind of bag is getting flagged. Now I got like 3 or 4 guys, and I'm just a guy. I'm like just a guy giving a speech at a house. That never would have happened because it's not a happened. They would have flagged, especially 3 hours ahead of time. So how does that happen with the president of the United States or the former president? It's impossible to wrap it in. It's not like they've come up with. It's not like they've come up with some explanation where you could go, okay, well, now I can see that. Everything we've heard since then just makes you even more confused.
No, it's insane. The whole story is insane. And the fact that he went away is even more insane. And the fact that there was a brief moment where even Biden was saying, I'm going to stop this, polarize and stop attack and check, help this country heal. And then, a week later, fuck that guy. That guy's a threat to democracy.
But I also think part of it, the fact that America seems to have moved on is nuts. Part of it was it's a political mistake. A lot of it's the media, of course, they mention some of it goes to the Republican Party. I mean, you had the Republican convention was like 2 days later. So timing is nuts. And even at the Republican convention, I just felt like the fact that this guy was almost killed 2 days ago should be like the centerpiece of this thing. I mean, you've got all the cameras on you for 4 days. And so everything you were planning for the convention should change now because of this. And it should take on an extra seriousness, and the whole tone should change. Yeah. Because of this incredible historic event, fist up, fight, the whole thing. And I don't know, they just went to the Republican convention and they started parading around and normal, they have their celebrity comes out. They've got Instagram influencers and they've got, they got MAGA rappers from YouTube, and it's just like you are not showing us how serious this thing is. And so I think that was a mistake.
Right. Well, I think he only wanted to address it once, and it's probably, look, he's got a great ability to push things aside. And it's one of the reasons why he didn't age like everybody else ages in the school. He kind of aged one, Yeah. He didn't seem any older when he got out as when he got in. He's the same guy. I think he's got this ability because so many people have hated him for so long. He's attacked so often. He knows how to just shut it off and shut it out. And I think he probably did that with the assassination attempt too. It's one of the reasons why I said I want to talk about it once, and I'm not going to talk about it again. And he's basically held to that, other than briefly mentioning it, that he thinks he got shot in the head because of the way they talk about it, which I would agree. I mean, if we watched that footage right before the podcast of Trump on the Colbert Show that apparently never aired. But James says you can get it on Colbert's website. No, but it was just saying that it never aired on television. Is that true? Well, because sometimes things get on YouTube that never air on television, like Fear Factor. The Fear Factor episode that got us canceled. You can't watch it on television. It never aired on NBC, but if it's on YouTube, you watch it on YouTube. There's things that get aired.
There's things that go around.
Okay, so he might have actually been a guest. Okay, so it was a guest on it. But the way they talk, the way Colbert talks to him, and the way they talk to him on the View is my favorite. The View is wild. When they're all hugging him and everybody loves him.
They both, I think, are equal as well. Because Colbert apologizes to him for being mean to him. Tells him in the clip we watched, tells him, I'm so grateful you're running for president.
Yeah.
And this was this was September of 2016, 15. So this was, of course, after he'd already announced
A year plus before the elections.
Yeah.
But I thought he was a joke.
Yeah, I think it was. I think it was that they were happy that he ran, and they wanted him to win the nomination because they thought that he was good leader. So he really is a Frankenstein kind of story from their perspective. Yeah, because they look at him as a monster, this monstrous figure, and the media deliberately created this. They gave him all the attention, they sucked all the oxygen out of the room for every other candidate because this is the guy they wanted, and they thought we were going to annihilate him. There's no way he's going to win a general election because he won. But and I think that's one of the reasons why ever since then they haven't been able. The media they hate him with an extra passion that they have not had even from Republican presidents. And I think a lot of it is it's like this. They're projecting because they realize that they did this, and they just can't get over it.
But there's definitely this overcorrection. Robert Epstein talked about that. Robert Epstein's done all that work on Google and these ephemeral instances of interacting with Google where it shows you search results and with the news stories that get brought to your feed that they're temporary. You don't record them. So he records all these. And what he has found through his research is that, especially with people that are on the fence, like people that are 50-50, you can swing 50-50 to 90-10. Like people that don't know who they're going to vote for, you can make it 90-10 just through these interactions with Google. It's really shocking.
What do you mean 90-10?
90-10, like say if you want Hillary or you want Trump, whatever candidate you choose, if you manipulate the search results, if you manipulate just the filter, the suggestions, is Matt Walsh A, and then it just fills in. Just through that, just through the suggestions, they can manipulate it to a significant difference for people that are on the fence, that are independents, or that are undecided. And he said you can take 50-50 and turn it to 90-10, which is fucking stunning. It's stunning. It's terrifying. It's unregulated. And one of the things that happened was after Trump won in 2016, there was some sort of a meeting at Google where they were openly talking about it. And they were talking about what's happening, which is such a crazy thing to say. And we can't let the people decide who they want to be president. Again, if that is what they said, if that is what they let's find out what the actual report was. I could see how someone would say that if they were at an insurance company and they're a diehard Democrat, no matter who, and they're like, we can't let this happen again. I could see how you say that. If you're just an individual voter who doesn't really have an impact. But if you're someone who can shift undecided voters from 50-50 to 90-10, as Rob Epstein's alleged, if that's true, that's crazy. If you're deciding, we're going to decide the result of the election. And you don't give a fuck about debate and free speech and people being able to decide for themselves because you think that you're right. You think everybody else should agree with you.
You also think that you've told yourself that you are the vanguard protecting democracy in our way of life, which is insane. Of course, the idea that you have to prevent people from voting from a certain body in order to protect democracy it's nuts. It's so nuts. But that's what they actually believe. And when you tell yourself that, you convince yourself that well, this is for their own good. These people are silly. They don't know. They're dumb. They're bigoted. They don't understand what they're doing. And so for their own good, we have to prevent it. We do whatever we can to prevent this.
When I talk to some of my hardcore lefty friends that are still left in that I was telling you about before, they say we have to win this. They say that all the time. We can win this. They say that shit. And they talk about it like they're talking about the Dodgers. They really do. They talk about it like they talk about our team. And they're connected to all these other people in the community, and they're all on this team. And it's weird. It's a weird little hack that it's just like hypnosis. It's weird when you just do that to people. It's weird that you can get people to just ideologically be captured and join this team and lose all the ability to look at things objectively and just understand nuance and understand the influence of propaganda and how many people are spending money on this. Why the news have this one specific narrative and Fox News are totally different? Well, it's one on here. It really doesn't.
And not only can you get them to obviously they hate Trump, but also demonized half of the country's population. There was just it was MSNBC yesterday. One of these pundits was talking about Trump and said, well, he's terrible, but his supporters are too, he said. And they went on about how terrible his supporters are, which is you're talking about tens of millions of Americans. And it's still terrible. Right. But, we take it for granted now, but 15 years ago, that would kind of be unthinkable. You wouldn't do that. You say whatever you want about a politician, you hate them, they're terrible. But it's just generally understood that you don't use that language to talk about all people voting for. These are American citizens.
Do you remember when Rothschild, it was the most cordial, professional, respectful discussion of the issues and you could do a better job?
Yeah.
Kind of amazing. That was 2012.
Yeah, kind of is. Then I don't mind, because you can go back farther in American history and you can find, back to the beginning during Congress of being each other with fireplace pokers and that sort of thing. And I don't, there's an argument to be made for that kind of, it certainly makes C-SPAN a lot more interesting. But that shows a certain passion for the issues, I suppose.
Sure.
But it's what we have now is different from that. It's much more. I mean, there have been multiple cases recently of congressional hearings where they start screaming at each other.
Marjorie Taylor Greene,
AOC, and who's the other one? Jasmine Crockett, I think. And it's like a waffle. It's like just no respect for each other, but also no dignity at all.
Right.
No class. No respect for the position. Right.
Like you can't be yelling out, "Oh, baby girl."
Exactly.
Congresswoman. And they're making fun of each other's rules. Google versus Trump leaked video reveals executives' negative reactions to Trump's 2016 election victory. So what is the actual quote?
I don't see the actual quote.
Trump's a bit happy. And this was a confidence meeting.
So he's saying here, most people are pretty upset and sad because of the election. Imagine that, most people. Myself, as an immigrant and a refugee, I certainly find this election deeply offensive, and I know many of you do too. I think it's a very stressful time, and it conflicts with many of our values. That's great, but that's the I don't have very high hopes, but he could do anything. You have no idea. Maybe he will do something great. Who knows? Take a little bit of wishful thinking. That's bias right there, saying that most of us are upset, right? For over 20 years, everyone who has been able to freely express their opinions in these meetings. Nothing was said at that meeting or any other meeting suggests that any political biases that ever influences the way we build or operate our products. This is Google's official statement. So what else did he say now? Because the thing that Robert was alleged when he was saying we're going to make sure it doesn't happen. Scroll back up so that we can right. Mm-hmm. think a lot of us agree this election was particularly hard. He said it was a lot of rhetoric. But, yeah, well, that's what elections are.
One of the things that's always interesting to me is that they are so desperate to stop Trump, that they act like it's the future of planning future violence. Meanwhile, they still own everything. They own all the institutions, legal, the federal government. So the truth is that Trump could get into office. The second last time he was in office for 4 years. The act was under and he's out of office, and they basically reversed everything he did in like 2 seconds. A couple executive orders, whatever, and most of it never took hold anyway because the bureaucracy is entirely aligned against Trump. So that's the problem. Is that even when Trump gets in there, his handicap is ability to do anything because the entire federal, he might be at the top of it, but everybody underneath him despises him, and they're all leftists. So and they could just reverse it the second that he leaves. And yet they still act like if he's in there, that it's the end of the world. They still can't. You think they'd almost have an attitude of like, yeah, whatever, fine. Let him have it for 4 years. Yeah, it still won't matter because we're still going to be in charge of it.
Did you see the conversation where this woman was talking to someone from Trump's team, saying, worried that he was going to weaponize the judicial system once he got into office, that if he got into office, he would weaponize the judicial system and go after his enemies. And he says, like, what are you saying? For you saying that and asking whether or not Trump would do that, you have to acknowledge the fact that that's absolutely happening to him right now. And then she tries to push back against it, and he does a brilliant job of explaining why she's incorrect. I'm going to find this joke. This is a good one. Unless you can find it. But it's kind of crazy, like, to see this conversation take place. What? Like, how are you so blind to what's absolutely happening that you can even say that? It's so weird how things you say social media platform. See if you can find it. No, it was from a conversation between someone in the Trump administration, someone on his team, and
that Trump is going to weaponize them.
Yeah, that's her argument, is that Trump is going to weaponize the political system. It's just, how are you even saying that without admitting that they're doing that right now to him? I don't know what I'm saying again. Sorry. I know, but that's because you Google it. That's why that's his face is correct.
Of course, the funny thing is that he definitely did not do that.
Well, he did do that when he was in office. He could have done that to him. I said he done with the bad.
Yeah, he ran out locked up. I mean, that's the thing. They always, the criticisms of Trump, one of the reasons they don't really win is that they're not hitting you in the places where, like, they don't even understand what his weaknesses actually are. They try to make him out to be some kind of dictator. That's the opposite. If anything, he has the opposite. If anything, he has the opposite flaw, that he's actually hesitant to wield power even at times when he should. So, if anything, that should be the criticism, that you should use your power more. Like, he's probably the least dictatorial, presidential candidate we've ever had.
Yeah, probably. When you think about what he actually did when he was in office. But that's why it gets weird. It's like, because they can say something and it could be not true, but yet enough people repeat it, and then it just becomes a narrative that everyone just. It's true that he's a convicted felon, but is it true that it makes any sense? No. For you to say he's a convicted felon, okay, right. But what did he do? Do you know what he did? What he did is a misdemeanor. And also, it lapsed the whatever the fuck it is for you, statute of limitations. Thank you. So, and there's 34 counts for a bookkeeping.
But they don't. People saying they don't know. They don't care.
Right, they don't care. So they just repeat that Because it was really interesting. I hate when it escapes like that.
And the funny thing, these are also people who otherwise would say that the court system is entirely corrupt. That just because they're convicted felon really doesn't mean anything at all necessarily.
Right.
So, but in this case, they pull that stuff.
Well, it's just, we're in the weirdest time where people are willing to believe bullshit. So it's not as simple as, you know, they recognize bullshit, they recognize it, they have it right in front of them, and they're willing to believe it because it's more convenient to believe it.
Well, they said stuff like,
Yeah, I know they have, but this one was really interesting because you see this guy combat it, and the way he combats it is so interesting to see her respond. Because, yeah, that's exactly what they're doing. I mean, it's not a terrible crime that he committed. I mean, making it seem like something that he deserves to be in jail for the rest of his life. That's crazy. That's a crazy thing to say. And that might actually happen if he doesn't become president. If he doesn't become president, they might actually lock him up for 25 years. Which is essentially the rest of his life. He'll be behind bars.
yeah, I kind of go back, and that's the conventional style that people like talking about. So, if Trump doesn't win, and so he's got a lot of money. I kind of think, are they really? Maybe it's naive of me to think, but would they do that, or would they rather just he loses, Kamala wins, and then they can let Trump? They'd want Trump to just fade into obscurity and never talk about it. I don't know. I would tend to think that would be what they prefer, but probably not.
Yeah, you don't know. Just so committed to their side. And I don't know what the solution to that is, and I don't know how we get past this. What Trump wins or loses. Like, what happens? What happens?
There's certainly a real thirst for things. They want her to come in. That's what it is. Whether it helps them politically or not, because I think that's the problem. If Kamala wins, then they really go after Trump and try to actually do things. I don't see how it helps them politically. I think that's just going to radicalize people, right?
It will radicalize people on the right.
Yeah, for good reason, by the way. I'm radicalized. So it doesn't help them politically, but I think he has to pay the price for 90%.
But if he does get one, it's going to get what can he do? How much different is his take on it now? Because one of the things he said is the first time he got it, he didn't know. I had to find people, I fix some of the wrong people. Okay, I know better now. I can do a better job, which kind of makes sense. Because if I wanted to practice, one of the things I really want to practice is what is it? The person, when you actually get in there and you don't think you're going to be in there, and then all of a sudden you're the actual president, like, what is the resistance like? What are the communications like? What can you say about how you have these conversations with these people, and how you govern, how you get things done?
Yeah, how much power do you have?
Right. What is it actually like? Because we all have this sort of mystical view of what it's like to be the actual president. Very few people, and only one ever, it's not part of the system, has ever snuck through and attained that position. It's only one.
Yeah, I'd be interested to hear into that. It wouldn't surprise me if, in a weird way, when you become president, you feel very powerless once you're sitting there because you realize that you're overseeing this just gigantic mammoth thing that's just so unwieldy. There's no way to really control it. And especially in his case, we've got so many people within his own administration fighting against him. So,
Is there a lot of people within his own administration now? You think it's just like backstabbing? That's what they do, period.
I mean, at the time, there certainly was. But I think he also made some bad choices. Pretty bad at the time. There's no chance that you're not going to get somebody like that. And especially, in Trump's first campaign in 2016, Drain was long for his build the wall and lock it.
three big things. And we don't hear drain the swamp nearly as much anymore. I don't think I've heard it. It's never said anymore. Right? Which is unfortunate because that is the first thing that is that that's in there. And what I would love to see is that, okay, he's in there now. He got back in. They tried to stop him. They tried to kill him. They tried to put him in jail. He still got in there. He's not getting reelected. This is it for him. 4 more years. He's out of politics forever after that. And I'd love to see him just. I got nothing to lose. They're going to put me in jail in that. So I got nothing to lose. I don't care what these people say. And just ruthlessly push your agenda through, no matter how much they can do that. I'd love to see him do that. I think that they're assuming he will, which is why they're so desperate to stop him. But I don't know. It didn't happen the first time. I hope it does.
It's also going to be very interesting to see what they do to try to prevent this from happening in the future. Because one of the things that has been discussed is cracking down on misinformation. And that free speech does include misinformation, which is a wild thing to say after what we just went through with COVID, or what people were saying was misinformation turned out to be 100% true. And not just that, they read a bunch of things, kind of like top stories, but different things you can get to. Like, who the fuck gets to decide what's information? Only the government? You guys? The people that have lied about basically everything? This is a crazy thing to say, and to be running and to get people to support that. Just the lack of understanding of what it means to be able to freely express ideas and communicate. And whistleblowers from corporations that are telling you about something illegal, it's illegal. Whistleblowers from government agents that are telling you they're spying on you, but it's illegal. All that shit. But to have that be filtered through the government is an insane position. And yet, that's something they talk about. This is something bizarre that the left side.
But even if it is missing, most of the stuff I call misinformation isn't. But in the case when there's something that is missing, it's not true. It's been plenty of that goes around. That's still free speech too. You have the right to say things that are not, as long as you're not slandering somebody. You have the right to make claims about the world that don't happen to be true. So the idea that doesn't qualify as free speech is, of course, absurd. But then that also requires some central authority to be the arbiter of what is true. It's not.
Exactly. It's like a childish view of truth and lies. It's childish. Because one of the only ways that people find out if something is correct or not is let someone say something's incorrect, and then someone who knows a lot more comes along and corrects them. But yeah, that's how it works. Like I had Terrence Howard. You know Terrence Howard? Yeah. Brilliant guy. But wrong about a lot of the things that he's right about. I brought him in with Eric Weinstein. And Eric Weinstein, who's a genius, a legitimate genius, a mathematician, explained to him very patiently and carefully, this is what you need to know, and you've got some good ideas, but you're off on all these different things. I'm an actual expert. Let me help you out. And so anybody who saw Terrence Howard talk on the first podcast had this idea. Like, oh, God, he's right about this. Anybody who saw the second podcast with Eric, where Eric clearly corrects it and actually knows what he's talking about, is really now, yeah, that's what free speech is supposed to be. That's what it's supposed to be. An actual expert comes and corrects everything. And then you have this look at it like, oh, now it's going to look at it. It's not silence Terrence Howard because it's not what he's saying. No, it's like, let him talk. Now let someone who really knows what they're talking about explain it why it's wrong. That's the benefit of free speech. And everybody listens to that has a better understanding of all these different, really weird, complex things they're discussing that otherwise you would never have illuminated in that way. You'd never really be able to understand.
That's why I think the free speech thing, the black lives, it's a complicated subject. Where do you draw the line? What qualifies and what doesn't? I don't think it is that complicated. I think it's just you should have the right to express whatever your opinion is. Everyone should be able to say their opinion, their point of view. Wrong or right, reprehensible or not, they should be able to say it. Yeah, you can't defame someone. You can't threaten to kill someone. But those aren't really opinions. That's different. If it's just your opinion on what's happening in the world, it should be allowed. It should be allowed legally. It should be allowed on every social media platform. I think it's kind of simple. It's to differentiate between that and
Because there's certain kinds of speech that should not be allowed to go.
Yeah, it's complicated, and this childish idea that just hand over the government to clean it up, that's not possible. It is complicated. There are going to be people that say a bunch of things that are true. But the way to combat that is not with the government in charge of what's true. Especially when they've been wrong sometimes. Or they just out and out lied sometimes. It's a crazy position for the left to take. The ones who are supposed to be the party of science and reason, the ones who are supposed to be the most educated. It's just a bizarre perspective just because you don't want truth. Just you don't want this to happen.
And they hate speech too is the other label they use to. You can't say something. Tim Wall said this recently.
Yeah.
About free speech. He says, well, of course you can. Hate speech and misinformation doesn't count. But what is hate speech? Well, hate speech is just you're expressing that you hate something. That's people hate things. It's legitimate. There's some things we should hate. So the idea that it's automatically illegitimate to express a view if it's communicating hatred.
It is ridiculous, but it's also a really goofy label that you can slap on basically anything. Like hate speech can get to the point where if you call Caitlyn Jenner Bruce Jenner, that's hate speech, right? That's dead naming falls under hate speech. And so, what are you saying? You can't do that? Well, that's fucking ridiculous. I can call him a cunt, but I can't say his name is Bruce. That's insanity. What world are we living in when you can decide what someone can and can't say by a label? It's so wide. It's such a net you're casting. Hate speech. It's like completely subjective. Anyone can decide it's hate speech.
But it implies that all hatred is automatically bad, or at least it puts people in power position that they can decide what kind of things you like, which are not.
Right. It makes things all equal too. Something like very benign versus something truly awful. It's all under this one stupid umbrella of hate speech.
Hate crimes too.
You want to have that through.
Different world, right? Yeah. But that's I think Elon Musk is he is actually preserving free speech. One of the main people preserving free speech in America right now. And going into space. So it's always funny for people. When the left tries to nitpick and needle at him, it's like this is one of the most significant things right now.
And literally one of the most significant human beings historically ever.
Right.
He's like a Nikola Tesla type character that people are going to be talking about on future.
And SpaceX will launch a rocket and it will blow up or something.
Stephen King was making fun of it.
Right. Yeah, someone like Stephen King. Rocket blew up. It's like, dude, but your rockets don't blow up because you don't build it. I mean,
not only that, but he made this tweet about how it damaged the ionosphere when it blew up. But you know that like heals up in 40 minutes? Okay, you finally look into that. Like every time they punch a rocket through that shit, it damages. But it's in years. They can punch it. It's like you punch a hole through a cloud.
And a lot of times when they say that the rocket malfunctions on the question, it's supposedly successful. But
no, they have to test tolerances and parameters. They have a lot of control. Yeah. That's what you have to do until you get them it doesn't blow up.
Yeah. We just need people in the world. This is very much it's like the Teddy Roosevelt in the arena speech. You need people in the arena who are actually trying to do stuff, do important things. You need people like that. Yeah. And social media is a platform for people who are like not doing anything at all. They just sit and slicker at the few people.
Yeah, but that's okay. That's okay too. That's their free speech. If that's what Stephen King wants to do today, let him go. Who cares? It's interesting to watch. It's always interesting to watch. There's a lot of people out there that are fools, and they serve as education does. You see the folly in their actions and behaviors, how stupid they look, and how ridiculous they are. And it's there for you. You learn from those people. You have a better understanding of human behavior. You have a better understanding that people are capable of, being really interesting, intelligent people, but also being buffoons at the same time. And that, we're all subject to all these various influences. And especially for the use of social media, it's just, like I said before, it's an anxiety breach. And there's so many of these people that are attached to it. It's so deeply rooted in these online conversations and so disconnected but they're there for you. They're there for an education and understanding, greater understanding of the weird nuances of human thinking. Because that's genuinely what this whole thing is all about. All the ideologies, left and right, and the immigrants are great, and the immigrants are terrible, and they're eating ducks. All of it is just human thinking, trying to figure out what's the correct and incorrect way to all cohabit. What's the best way for all of us to sort of get along?
You know, I mean, that's the catch-22 of social media. Because it could be, if you use it exactly the right way, it does give you access to all these human beings and the way that they're thinking about things, which can be quite enlightening. But that's cool. Also,
You have to use it the right way.
and you can. This is also why I'm not being used. My kids, none of my kids are politicians. Well, they're not on social media, so
I can't believe how old are your kids?
also 11.
That's young. Yeah, but as they get to like the high school ages, I think it's a new world. We're navigating it. They should learn how to navigate it too. I think it is very addictive, but also there's people that know how to walk with it and know how to self-regulate. And I think that's a valuable skill that I think everyone's going to learn.
Yeah, I think once you, I mean, we haven't quite decided when to introduce this stuff to kids, but once again, at a certain point, yeah, I don't want them to be 18 and it's their first time ever. Because then then they have no idea. We haven't given them the tools to understand how to use this stuff, like the emotional, intellectual tools. So yeah, introduce it at some point. But yeah, most kids today, I don't know what the latest figure is, but millions of kids today have smartphones. A lot of my kids, with friends, it can only harm them. You're saying as a parent, you're giving them something at this age, they cannot use it appropriately or correctly. They don't have the tools for it. It cannot help them in their life. It can only harm them, only do damage to them.
I think we're going to look at it 20, 30 years from now. 20, 30 years from now, the same way that people smoke. I think what we're doing, what did we do? Like what? We don't even know what the kids of today or on the internet who are subject to the same sort of horrific images that you and I are talking about. Like, what is that doing to people long term? Like, I never got exposed to anything like that when I was 7. Like, how many kids are getting exposed to like, murder videos? 10 years old. Yeah, how kind of cool. Pornography. Yeah, that's the craziest one, right? Because that was a hard thing to get. It was difficult. When I was a boy, we find magazines in the woods. You knew that I would have VHS to one with the moon. It's crazy. No. Now, kids have it on their phones, and it's instantaneous with 5G. Go to any porn site anytime you want.
Yeah, maybe the average age of first exposure to pornography access. I think it's around 10 years old, and it depends on it's not just because people sometimes will dismiss the harms of it because they'll say, oh yeah, I found a Playboy in my dad's mattress. It's not at all. I mean, the kind of thing you're being exposed to, how often you're being exposed to it, how ubiquitous it is, and how readily available it is. It's not at all.
But we have the guys that Chef Crazy Show, that new show on HBO, people on fed chefs. Great. It's the same guys with the type of thing. It's amazing. It's on Max. And one of the things I saw is the chips get addicted to it. Yeah. They get addicted to it and they watch it all the time. Like these certain chips that they deliver, they give them iPads, they give them phones, and they show them, and if someone shows them pornography, they get addicted to pornography.
That's crazy.
That's great. And they start socializing people.
Well, that kind of goes to show you something. Even just obviously pornography, but the phone, even like my kid, my 2-year-old twins, they don't have phones obviously, but there's just something about the phone itself, even if it's off, they're just like cool enough. Yeah. And our kids, we will, they don't have tablets and stuff. We don't have a lot of culture. It's a such a 20-hour culture. Just so we don't just throw in the same shorts and games and stuff. But then we get wherever we're going, we take the tablets away, we get them in. But there's like a detox period, like 2 or 3 days, where they're jonesing for it. They're constantly asking for it. And once you get past that, they're fine again. But it's like there's something that creates this compulsion.
compulsion, and kids take to it really quickly. And it just becomes another dream for them, or they're part of them somehow, really quickly.
Yeah, it's weird. And the addictions to phones, which we all have, then the addictions to social media, which a lot of people have, and then you get these weird insulated groups that live in echo chambers, and that's, I think, like one of the things you highlight the most about this show, this MRA's experiment, is like the struggle sessions, where these people are like the first scene where you, before they know who you are, when you're kind of like sitting there and talking to these people about this, like, who are you? Like, where do you live? How do you think like this? Like, what is going on in your life? You've been exposed to this version of the world that seems so ridiculous to someone who's not in that bubble. So ridiculous, and it seems fake. It seems like you're doing like a Borat thing.
Yeah, and we've gotten that to do with the past. It's all real. It's all totally real. We expect any of it. And that in particular is it's like a support group for white people who are struggling with their white grief because they have privilege and they're grieving their whiteness and their privilege. And there's this woman, Bashir Veda, the black woman. She'll do these sessions with white people where she'll kind of like talk them through their whiteness. And people pay money to go and sit around and talk to her. And that was another one. It was like a good 1.5 hours, 2 hours in a room in real time.
When did you start figuring out?
At some point, midway through, I started looking at me strange because I was intentionally making it really awkward, just because it was funny. But then as you see in the movie, I get emotional because I'm on my own journey of self-discovery. You know, I had to leave because it's the one rule that all these people have, who ran into multiple times, is if you're white, you're not allowed to cry in front of black people because that's white tears, and you can't shed white tears around black people because white tears are manipulative. So in this place, she had a cry room. She said, if you get emotional, you have to cry. Get away from this and you cry over there. So at one point, I left to the cry room because I was getting emotional. It's a very emotional experience to confront my whiteness. And I guess while I was gone, they started talking to each other. Yeah. They looked it up and they were Googling. They went up to you, the whole thing changed. The tone had changed. They kicked me out.
It's a great scene.
They called the cops.
When the guy is saying that he was trying to hold your hand, trying to grab you, look, I do not consent to be touched. He's like, I'm not going to touch you. I'm just going to answer your questions. Come answer your questions. He's going to answer your questions. Like, what kind of answers are you going to give me, buddy?
That guy too, I can say. One of the people in that group is a professional cuddler. It's not in the movie, but we just
They get paid to cuddle with people?
yeah, a cuddlist is what they call it. So these are, but that's again, I get fringe people. We thought about somehow we could put up a lower third on the screen but it seems fake. It's like people don't really professional cuddler come up. But this is too crazy. These people exist out there. This is our world that they live in. Yeah. They go to events like this and they feel like they have a lot of guilt for the fact that they're white, there were people crying in a circle and we were really emotionally talking about it. There's the part where she says, think about being white. What emotions come up think about being white? And everyone goes around and I just have frustration. I cringe. I feel cringe. Really? This is you. This is you. You're talking about yourself. And it's sick. It's a sickness.
Yeah. It was very funny. We tried to get people exposed, trying to get people to self-flagellate. A few people like that said I'm out. Like slowly, you lost like a bunch of people over the course of it.
I didn't think. We had that campus we took it. I didn't think it would. I thought that this would be because we didn't intend for the scene, so I thought I'd bring the person out and everybody would leave. And so then that would be the end. And that's our it's a narrative, a context story. So that would be the thing
shows me that I've gone too far. But then they start taking the risks. I'm like, I don't think I can actually have you eat yourself right now. Like, really? I don't know if I can do it. So I was not expecting it.
Well, you lost a lot of people when you asked who's the most racist person you've heard.
Yeah. It was really the right before that. But when I'm berating my racist. And you gotta watch it. Like, you gotta watch it. That was for me the most shocking. Making the movie was the most shocking thing to me that happened. And really took me back. It's in that moment when I was to it, which I was not expecting. Kind of dark.
Yeah, they got aggressive with it. Yeah. It's a great movie. And it's just like what is it in sort of the same vein. Like, just it almost feels exciting. But you realize it's not. It's just ridiculous. But you do a great job. You do a really good job of staying calm and playing it. Because I don't have that skill. I would not be able to hold it together. I would have to start laughing. I would, at some point in time, I would cry. It's just, I wouldn't be able to not enjoy it in the moment.
Well, you don't enjoy it in the moment because it's really unpleasant in the moment. You're in this environment with insane people. Yeah. It's exhausting, listening to this.
How did you develop that skill to do that, though? Because that's a skill.
I don't know if I can't say I did anything to develop it. It's more just, I just know what, we're making a movie, so I'm aware of that all the time. Obviously, if we weren't doing the camera thing, I would be reacting the same way. So I just kind of keeping that in the back of my mind. This is what we're doing for this scene. And also, but the main thing is we want to put both movies. The whole point is to create an environment where the other person feels comfortable with saying what they actually think, what they really believe, and doing what they would really do. And that means not react, because you laugh at them, they claim it. If you argue with them, if you show any real skepticism, they clam up. They're not going to tell you what they really believe, and then it's a boring movie because they're all you're getting is are the talking points, and that's especially the case we found in this. That was the case with those women who talking with friends like this, but in this, when you talk with the race hustlers, they've been doing it for a lot longer. The race hustle has been around a lot longer than the trans hustle, and they're pretty good at what they do, and then they're usually pretty sensitive to detecting when someone's being skeptical, and if they get that, then they kind of go into a different mode, and they go into this kind of HR, DEI mode, where everything's very sanitized, very surface level. They're not going to tell you the stuff about how all white people are cute and racist. They're not going to get into really brutal, terrible racist stuff. So we just thought making this movie helped them just create an environment where they're be themselves.
The cookies version.
Which was women, all that required was just going to be exciting and asking questions. But this one required more of a affirmatively agreeing with anything and demonstrating that I'm fully on board with this.
There's a feel that you have when you go into it. Like if I was there and I didn't know you, I'd be like, I think this guy's fucking around. It's just an edge, just a touch of it, that makes it even funnier. Because you're hanging in there and you're being deadpan. But there's some moments where, like, one of my favorite moments was you asked Robin DeAngelo what mansplaining was. And then when she gave you a definition, you mansplained it, you corrected her. And she didn't even pick up with what you just did. It's very subtle. I was stretching when I was watching her, just laughing really loud. It was like, you just did, oh my God.
She did, the thing is, she did kind of. And I think you can see it on camera. In the room, I could tell. She was kind of like, yeah, she was trying to figure out her head. I think she was trying to sort through it. But I think she just couldn't, the possibility that she was in the room with someone who doesn't already agree with her about everything, it's like unthinkable. She couldn't fathom. That's probably the first time in like 20 years that she'd been in a room with someone who doesn't agree with her and everything.
Has she responded to the movie?
No, she took down her Twitter page. So most of the people in the movie have taken down their Twitter pages. So they're kind of they're going into a bubble somewhere. I mean, the truth is, there's not a lot they can say because listen, if we deceptively edited it, if we pull any trick like that, they'd have to come out and say it. But they know that we did. Everything that's in there is what they said. We didn't change anything. It's all real, and they know that. So what can they say? And especially in Robert D'Angelo's case, you know, if it goes in a direction, she's willing to do some things that are quite embarrassing for her. And but you know, we didn't force it, we didn't contemplate it, we didn't force it. Right. So what can she say?
Listen, congratulations. It's really funny. It's great. And I think it's a great way to expose how ridiculous some of this shit is. You can expose it by being angry, and arguing with people on Twitter, but to do it the way you did it and just make it a hilarious hour-and-a-half movie is really good. So, congratulations. All right, tell everybody where they can see it. It's on dailywire.com.
Actually, St. Peter's.
Oh, St. Peter's. Oh, nice.
You can take it.
Nice.
So, we're trying to get it out to make it available to whoever wants to see it.
It's very fun. All right. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Thank you. Bye, everybody.
Hotel Bergen experience.
Train my day, Joe Rogan podcast my day. All day. Please introduce yourself.
Eric, good. Jeremy, right.
And you guys, did you guys both do Tiger King as well?
Yeah, I mean, I kind of came in towards the tail end when we were meeting you about.
Keep it this close to your face.
Okay.
You can speak
Yeah.
it.
Okay. Yeah, I met Eric kind of towards the tail end of filming Tiger King. Yeah, that was kind of the first experience I had.
You guys struck like with that because it came right at the pandemic, where everyone's locked at home, and everyone's like, "What the fuck is going on with these guys?"
Yeah, captive cats and captive audience.
And just crazy people. And then your new show, Chuck Crazy, is like basically all the same thing. And it is so odd how nutty these animals are. These people that have captive animals at their home. It's such a bizarre. I would like to see like a psychologist, like a clinical psychologist, do an examination of what type of personality wants to have these enormous wild animals captive in their homes.
Yeah, no, for sure. It's incredible, and of course that's what interests us. Because, I'm an animal guy, but you have to have interesting people to tell a good story.
We are animals. That's the weird part about it. We're this bizarre animal that likes to keep animals in cages.
But some people think we should have been in the same genus as apes.
Yeah.
But of course there's something called religion and dominion. And of course, we're not animals. We're not apes.
Well, we certainly are. I mean, those people, they can still believe in religion. But, the reality of cerebral science is also there. So, unfortunately, we're just a weirdo. We're the fucking weirdest ones. But, the show Chip Crazy, I just finished episode 3 last night, and we got to number 4, and my daughter wanted to watch it. I'm like, I don't think I can do it. I was so bummed out after episode 3. I was like, oh, God. I mean, I don't want to give away anything for people who haven't watched the series yet. I highly recommend it. It's really fucking good. But episode 3, man, it's like there's something about, first of all, This is one of the rare times when I'm fully with PETA. When it's like when you side with PETA on things, it's like like this got to be an egregious example of something absolutely horrific. And the one situation where the woman who was a truck kept the chimp and then they attacked her daughter and all that was at the end of the show. I was like, oh my god, I keep doing.
Yeah. No, it's interesting you mentioned PETA because I'm not fully aligned with PETA on a number of things. But in this case, I am aligned with PETA. But just to touch on PETA, I work with reptiles and I try to save turtles and tortoises, which actually are the most endangered group of animals along with primates. If you think about the percentage that are on the brink of extinction, over half of primates on the brink of extinction and over half of turtles and tortoises. I have no idea. But where I am not aligned with PETA is when you have to make a choice between, eradicating a rat that's killing off the last Galapagos tortoises, or eradicating a mongoose that was introduced that's killing off, an iguana in the Caribbean. I will make that choice. PETA basically reviews it as the rat has rights just as much as the tortoise. And I'd like to have the tortoise around for future generations. So I'm not always aligned with PETA, but in this case, yes.
Well, they have a background with the Animal Liberation Organization, which essentially doesn't think that any animals should be captive. And I do understand their point. But then you have Carl. How's Carl going to not have an owner? How's little Carl over there not going to be fed? Do you want French bulldogs to go extinct? Because they will. They can't even breathe.
If you did a poll and asked how many people at PETA keep dogs, it's like 95%.
Which is crazy.
So it's a little bit critical if they don't want people to have pets.
Well, it's one of those things. It's like how it starts and how it's going. Where did it start from? And I see that, look, all dogs are a horrible misjustice that's been done to wolves. Like, we somehow or another, we have become friends with wolves and turned them into these strange things. But the reality of life in 2024 is we have dogs, and, dogs need owners and they love you, and it's a great relationship. But it's in their genetics, right?
Yeah.
And,
Right.
It's like saying that we should be going back to chimps. Sure. We should live in the jungle. We should live in trees. Which is also crazy.
What is it ever real? Chimps are more like chimps. Chimps are closer to us than our gorillas because we are the subfamily of chimpanzees, which are called hominids. And yes, chimpanzees are closely related to us more than any other.
Yeah.
But it's, back to what you said a minute ago about making these movies. I just want to touch on, why we do this. A lot of people miss the point of Tiger King even. There's a point? Yeah, there's a point. I think I missed it. Well, we were really trying to get jokes on a collective casual. No, the point was that a lot of dogs then are great and they are really informative, but they preach to the converted, people that already know the issue, like the code, and they're great.
Right.
And what we wanted to do is preach to people that don't know about the issue. So you have to cast, you had to get a lot of eyeballs on it to make a difference, right?
Right.
So that was sort of the goal of both Tiger King and Chimp. In the end.
This episode is brought to you by ZipRecruiter. Running a business ain't easy, especially a small business. You have to wear a lot of different hats to keep things running smoothly. And when you have to do everything on top of hiring, it can be a nightmare. Thankfully, there's a place you can go to for help, ZipRecruiter. And even better, you can try it for free right now at ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. ZipRecruiter does most of the work for you to make hiring more manageable. And the secret to their success is their powerful matching technology. As soon as you post your job, ZipRecruiter will get to work finding qualified candidates for your role. Experience faster, easier hiring with ZipRecruiter. 4 out of 5 employers will post on ZipRecruiter, get a quality candidate within the first day. Try it for free at at this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. Again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. Well, I think you definitely did that. I mean, I had a joke in one of my earlier comedy specials about Texas and tigers. The statistics. There's no more tigers in captivity in Texas than all the wild world. In private collections. Yeah. I mean, out in zoos, in people's yards, there's these wacky people that have fucking tigers in their backyards. Yeah. And there's a lot of this, thousands of tigers in Texas that are in people's yards.
Yeah, that statistic has been going around for a long time. That may change. But yes, they used to say there's more than 3,000 tigers in Texas and there's less than 3,000 tigers in the wild.
Yeah. I think there's 5,000 in Texas. Well, there's also other animals that are in Texas that are exotics, like scimitar oryx, which is very rare in the wild and is endangered in the wild, but it's so common in Texas that you can hunt them.
Yeah.
And they have them on these enormous ranches, 30,000, 50,000 acres, and they're wild, but they live wild. I don't have a problem with that. Like, if they could figure out a way to actually ensure that tigers could be kept in a 60,000 acre preserve, and you had adequate funding to where the fences were completely monitored every day to make sure that they don't get out and kill people. You're talking about a different thing. But what you're mostly getting is small enclosures of tortured animals who are fed cold meat. And that is not what they want. It's not what nature intended them. They're the cleanup crew. They're everything that has to live, anything that's slow. They keep populations down. They make sure there's not an overpopulation problem with ungulates. That's what tigers do. That's what they do in the wild. And so they're all with their instincts, everything, their essence of their being is all stifled by being captive. We were talking about giraffes. They're the only animal that I want to talk about the zoo because they're so chill. They're so chill. Babies feed them. When my daughters were young, we took them to the zoo, and you could hold a piece of lettuce, and the giraffe with his giant fucking head that's like as big as his table would come over and gently take the lettuce with their tongue. And we're so confident that they have no aggression towards people that we allow little babies to feed giraffes. Giraffes don't seem to have a problem at the zoo. They seem to be totally relaxed with it. But there's a lot of animals where it's nothing but torture.
Right? No, for sure. And I think it's incredible that in the day that we live in, 2024, that in the consciousness of the culture, that we still keep certain animals in zoos that really are amusement.
Yeah.
Those are things like, the whales, cetaceans, and elephants are not happy in zoos, and
Monkeys.
and those primates.
Yeah.
And then, yes, and I think there are animals that lend themselves more, I like to say, to being in captivity.
Yeah, it's like giraffes. I think giraffes is an example.
Or a giant tortoise, maybe.
Yeah, that's a good example. That's a good example. Solitary, well, even if just animals that just don't, they're just happy that there's no predators.
Sure.
And then they're relaxed.
Yeah.
But the last time I went to a zoo, my daughters were younger, but not like babies, and we were in Denver, and I was there for a gig, and we went to the zoo, and to this day, there's this primate enclosure, and this one monkey was just screaming like in anger, like being tortured, just hold up the bars and screaming because he was by himself and just this tiny little cage, and there was nowhere to go, and people just staring at him all day, and he was just losing his fucking mind. I'm like, I don't want to do this. I can't. Because I felt super hypocritical because I've always had like an issue. Because it's animal prison. It's animal prison for animals who did nothing wrong.
I was at the Singapore zoo, which is a good zoo for zoos in Asia. It's one of the best zoos, maybe the best zoo, along with the Taipei Zoo. But there was a polar bear at the Singapore Zoo. This is like 95% humidity, 90 degrees, and it was green because it was covered in a film of algae. And so the polar bear was literally green. And you just say to yourself, Like, it's just, if you have a zoo in Alaska, you maybe have a polar bear. Like Phoenix, Arizona, Singapore,
Even if you have a zoo in Alaska, polar bears are the one bear that doesn't eat anything bananas. So polar bears are extraordinarily predatory, and they have hunting instincts. So all day they just want to roam and hunt. And I drove the most for a while, and I had this gig once in New Hampshire, and I was on my way home, and I stopped just because I do this job where I drop somebody off just a few hours away, and on the way back, I got lunch, and I saw this zoo. So let me just check this zoo out. And I went to this zoo. There's this little shitty zoo in like somewhere, I think it was in Massachusetts. And there was this polar bear, this tiny little enclosure, just going in circles. Like he was fucking crazy, just going in circles. Tiny little enclosure. And I was like, what is the wait, what is this? This is not a life. This is terrible. It's terrible.
We this current there's another project we've been working on for people with time, which are crazy, and you've been spending more time in over 10 years, which loosely covers the exotic animal wildlife trade, international wildlife trade. And through that interest, we've had this incredible opportunity to explore all of these, moral truths about American zoos. For us, one thing that was so deeply fascinating is there's something like 242 accredited zoos in this country. 750 million people visit zoos annually, which is more than 5 major sporting events combined. The way in which zoos function is it's like the 80-20, where there's 5 or 10 that contribute the majority of the income that cover most of the zoos, and they run like entertainment complexes, like amusement parks, and very little money goes back into conservation. Now, there's a lot of zoos that are doing great stuff, and I think that the things that we're learning about is the educational value of zoos for kids is no longer what they intended it to be. I think there's great things that they do, but there's nothing proven around, zoos are educational facilities.
well, what really rocked zoos was the film Blackfish.
Yeah.
And they suddenly went, wait a minute,
Yeah.
the public doesn't like us. And they started putting into effect all these kind of new programs for animal welfare, and particularly for bears, like polar bears that you just mentioned. And they have a new word, it's actually really cool, called enrichment, which means that you give a bear nothing to do, so it doesn't do what you just said. You put their food in ice, they work to get it out. You put their food in a ball, make them have to do things. But, that was the big shakeup for zoos in terms of animal welfare. And now, of course, it's still evolving. But zoos are scared when they see tiger kick and even chimp crazy.
But Joe Scotter's grandkids, we'll still see orphans at SeaWorld.
You think so?
Yeah, I mean, because
They live a long time.
that's on time. I mean, they're SeaWorld,
Maybe not grandfathers, but
okay, but I say it more. I'm, I have little boys, 4 little boys, but I think it's particularly interesting to go through these experiences of obsessed with animals. We're kind of educating them on these kind of moral issues surrounding animals. They're anthropomorphic characters that are created to describe the feelings and where they should live, and how they should feel, and kids relate with them in some form of a bridge to humanity. And we, you ask this fundamental question when you go to this group, hey, where did all the animals come from? No one really thinks to think that.
well, that where he's going right now is the sort of a big part of our next documentary, which is about the illegal animal trade, but also zoos were complicit about for a very long time, maybe so.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, pretty tricky.
Yeah,
But
but
no,
on the zoo thing, I mean, you're into it. You get emotional. What's really cool about this kind of medium that we're in, we have access to all this information and all these people over large decades of work in conservation and zoos, PETA, legislation, laws. It's really incredible. I just love the idea of synthesizing this information to a point in today's time, which is, you go to a zoo, no one seems to ask about that. Right. It is a very, simple idea that many people have to point out where they go. Now, I'm not anti-zoo totally either. I have no real position or ability to also suggest that, but I do think I'm interested in asking these questions. What we can do to make these institutions better.
Yeah, I mean, for sure they should be big. I mean, there should be a size requirement. You should have to have a certain amount of acres for each individual species, so that they don't, like we were talking about the chimp enclosure at our zoo, they fight each other's fingers off. They need space. They need space and they need activities. And ideally, what we should do is emulate their wild existence. But then you have this moral question of, are we going to let goats into the tiger cage and just let them sort it out? Because that's really what they want. What lions want to do is chase down the wildebeest and eat it. And instead, what we do is we slide a tray underneath their cage. And that's torture for them. It really is. It's torture for them to have an enclosed space where it's small. It's torture for them to not be able to express their natural instincts. I mean, it's one thing if you're talking about something like the Patterson, right? Where they kept them in captivity, and they're the last known survivors, and you had this thing, and like, wow, now we have video of this thing, and now this exists. So the zoos were like the last hope to try to keep this thing from going extinct. It may not be extinct. There's a lot of things.
Yeah, the Tasmanian tiger. Yeah, that was like the eerie footage of the last ones.
Yeah, they think there might actually be living specimens that are alive. There's.
In this state, they're bringing it.
But I know you know Forrest Gallants.
Yeah, I was just going to bring up.
I also have colleagues that have gone looking for thylacines in the Highlands in New Guinea. So far, yeah, people are anecdotal say yes, of course, but it's unlikely.
Well, they're very hard to find. I mean, like, try finding a book. Low green populations can be healthy, but good luck finding them. They're very, very, very difficult to find unless you spend an enormous amount of time alone in the bush.
Yeah, good point.
Yeah. So, and then you're dealing with thousands, you're dealing with a very unpopulated area that's extremely hostile to people. But there are anecdotal sightings. And hopefully that thing does exist. And I would love for Forrest to be the guy who finds it because he spends so much time looking for it. But other than a dying species, I can't see a good argument for keeping these things. It used to be that a zoo existed before there was videos, right? So if you wanted to find out about a lion, the only way a child could see a lion was to go to the zoo. Oh my God, that's a lion! Look at that! Look at that lion! And it is educational for children, but at what cost? And are there better resources now? And I think video is a much better resource. It's much better to see lions in the wild.
No, I mean, of course, zoos were originally created. It's like good civic planning, 150, 200 years ago. Like, to have a park, a zoo, a library, in the city.
Right.
So they were really just built as, a good city needs to have a zoo, it's entertainment, and they weren't really designed to have anything to do with conservation or anything to do with animal welfare. But yeah, today, like you mentioned, the oryx here in Texas, there are species that have either gone what we call biologically extinct, which means that one animal can't find another, virtually extinct, or they are extinct in the wild, and zoos may offer some hope for those animals where they can put them into what's called assurance colonies and try to maintain genetically diverse groups in a zoo for the day that one day you can return it to the wild.
Right.
There's a good reason how that has continued.
How much success has there been in returning animals to the wild, though?
Well, where we live is
Are they considered bucks or
no. That's actually the example he's talking about is like California condors, or black-footed ferrets, or animals that whatever it's called. There's an endemic horse that they've done some work with, but yeah, it's much less than it should be putting animals back into the wild that went extinct or went virtually extinct. Much less than it should be.
Yeah, it should. I mean, it should be a priority. With certain animals specifically.
Yeah. I'm trying to think of a really good success story of an animal that went back into the wild that was really successful. California condors, the problem is they reintroduced them into the Great Grand Canyon in Arizona. There was, when I was young, in the 70s, there was maybe 28 of them left in the wild. They brought them into captivity. Today, there's probably hundreds in the wild, but at a very expensive price tag. Because what made them go extinct in that case was the lead in bullets that kill a deer. The condor would eat the deer and they'd die from the lead. So condors, to use that example, there's just a lot of management to keep them alive.
I think there's some dispute
About
about whether or not it's the lead from the bullets that was killing them.
I mean, that's what they say. But maybe
Yeah, I was reading something recently about that it just doesn't make sense. Doesn't attribute to the you think about the number of animals that are shot with a bullet that aren't recovered. It's so small.
interesting. Yeah.
That it doesn't make sense that it would be enough to kill off these animals, and there's probably some other factors that we are not considering.
I believe that because a condor in a day, that's a cool. A condor in a day can travel 400 miles in the Philippines looking for a carcass.
Right.
And I would suspect that, the fact that there's just less carcasses out there.
Right. That's
might be
what
part of it.
I think that's the argument. I think the argument is there's less predators and there's less prey.
Yeah.
Right. So you have a deep, so like California, for example, like you have a fairly small deer population because you have so many animals that kill deer. Right. So you have California has a lot of coyotes. California has a lot of mountains. And there's a lot of people where I used to live in the hills that did not like coyotes. I'm like, do you like rats? Okay, well, if you don't like rats, you should like coyotes. Yeah, don't leave your dog outside because your dog's going to get, my daughter's probably got killed by a coyote. And I've had chickens killed by coyotes.
Ranchers hate coyotes more than.
And they kill fawns. They kill baby cows. They kill baby everything. That's just what they do, and that's their job. But there's an ecosystem. And that's a part of the ecosystem. And what's really unnatural is ranching.
There was a bounty on coyotes where if you brought in 2 ears, you got like $1.
Mm-hmm.
People would bring in 100 sets of ears at $100. I mean, they were vilified. When I grew up in California, the ranch was next to us, which were sheep ranches, because sheep are dumb and coyotes could get sheep easier than calves.
Mm-hmm.
They would trap the coyote with those horrible traps. They'd pour gasoline on them. They'd light them on fire and let them run off burn it. I mean, they hate it, which is really unfair.
Well, they're cool. They're just not cool to eat your cat. But they're a fascinating animal. I mean, I remember when I first saw them, I moved to California in '94, and I was staying at, you know what the Oakwood Gardens are? It's like those they're pre-furnished apartments that you just rent, like people that are like sort of transient, just moving in. They allow you to like have a place before you get a place. And I was driving, so it was in Burbank, and I was driving down the street, and I was like, who's fucking dogs? Who's dogs? And I drove, and I'd never seen a coyote before. I was like, that's a coyote? Oh my God, there's coyotes in the streets. And that was pretty rare then. But 30 years later, it became insane. I would rarely go. I lived in a fairly rural area where I lived in California. I lived about an hour outside the city, and I had a lot of acres, and it was cool to live out there. But you experienced a lot of wildlife, and I saw coyotes almost every day. Almost every day.
Yeah, they look like a mangy, wobbly, skinny dog.
Yeah, but they're cool. There's something cool about coyotes. But the reality of coyotes, I don't know if you know why they're so successful, but one of the reasons why is because they're the only. So red wolves can interbreed with coyotes, and then you get the coy wolf. But gray wolves do not breed with coyotes; they just kill them. And so, because the gray wolf, which lived in California and lived all over the West Coast, was the predominant predator, the coyotes had to develop a way of surviving. And the adaptation was when they call out and they yell out in the night and they're trying to do a roll call and figure out how many guys are around. When one is missing, the female will have a change to her reproductive system where she will develop more pups. And then they will expand their territory. So because they were persecuted by wolves, they expanded their territory. So now when people came in and started killing off the wolves, which they did successfully, but they were never able to kill off coyotes because of this trait. So coyotes are now in every single city in the United States. This was not the case just 30 years ago.
They're what we call, there's a word for that, it's called subsidized predators. And these are animals that do predator about man. And crows are one of those animals, raccoons are one of them, coyotes, and they're weirdly can thrive and do better around human activity than a lot of other animals. And so coyotes are one of those.
Because of garbage.
Yeah. It's a garbage, it's a water, water in arid areas. And so they're a highly adaptable creature. And, and just for the record, I do like coyotes, and I listen to it almost every night when they got tailgate party at my house. They're cool. They're cool. They make the eeriest noise together. They caught something.
Yeah, but I'm sure you've seen that video from Woodland Hills where this man was unloading his car and coyote came and snatched his tire, like right in front of him. That's hard. They're fucking predators, right? And you have to be careful. Little things and little people and animals will get eaten by them, and that is what they do.
Like dingoes in Australia.
Right. There's no doubt that we live in complex ecosystems, and we do not like the idea that we've developed these bizarre establishments called cities. But in these cities, we have removed ourselves from nature. And, if you go to the mountains of Colorado, people are well aware of mountain lions. They're well aware of bears. They have to lock the garbage out. They have like a neighborhood email list where they talk about like bears broken this guy's car. Everybody's on the lookout. But they understand they're living in this system. They're living in this system. Most people in the United States that live in urban areas have no idea that they're in an ecosystem, because we've essentially done some very bizarre stuff and isolate ourselves from nature, which is one of the reasons why we have this strange idea that we are not animals and we are not a part of nature. It's just weird. We're fucking weird. We're weird in our justifications. We're weird in what we allow ourselves to do.
Yeah, that's back to the chimpanzees. That was one of the things that I just couldn't ever, I couldn't ever connect with this woman, Tanya, that kept this chimp and tried to explain to her, that we are chimps, effectively. And, and she just, took the page out of Genesis, which you just said, I'm not, we're not animals. This is an animal. I can own it like property. Anyway, that was just one of the things that she just never really fully understood.
Well, to be kind, she's not bright. She's not a bright woman, not a well-bred woman, unfortunately. And this seems to be part of the theme of all these folks, which is weird, And then you got the one guy in Tiger King who's essentially running like a little sex cult, right? That guy. Not that cult. Yeah, and then you've got the Tiger King himself. You got Joe Exotic, who is also kind of running his drinks to sex cults. But, he's just got all this personality, and he's so interesting and fascinating. And if he wasn't in jail, it's really unfortunate, because if he wasn't in jail, he'd be a very popular person.
Can you imagine?
Well, he's trying to get Donald Trump to exonerate him and pardon him. I mean, he was constantly, after I talked about Tiger King, I get messages from that guy. I don't know how he's giving me messages. I'm assuming it's someone who works for him. Yeah. But I get messages all the time. Like, we've got to help get him out, put him on the podcast, do this, do that.
But he also has communication. He gets somehow he's able to get suddenly he's doing video calls. Yes.
Yeah.
There was a moment when we were filming the second installment of Tiger King where we covered this pardon, the presidential pardon. There's a real shot where Joe was actually on a list, supposedly, that Trump was going to like it.
Hilarious.
It's hilarious.
So I don't remember exactly what the specifics of his accusation. So was he caught trying to hire someone to whack that lady?
Yeah.
So he was.
Twice. Yeah.
Like that lady, is there any truth to this idea that she whacked her husband?
Carol Baskin.
there's a lot of circumstantial, I would say maybe evidence, but it's sort of who else?
It's not clean.
Who else? And it was either, it feels as if it was her or members of her family, and they were the only ones to gain. And so, yeah.
And what a great way to dispose of the body.
I don't know how she disposed of the body. It's nice to.
Well, you have meat grinders, some meat premises, and you have enormous predators.
You know, but
Meat premises, and you,
Don't you think the only thing I'd say there is the circumstances surrounding the change in the will? I mean, who alters it to account for disappearance?
Not like disappearance.
It's a very, very strange.
No one says that.
you just make like disparity in the handwriting.
Yeah, we did handwriting experts. We did the entire thing
Yeah.
to prove otherwise.
It's also just when she talks about it.
You know,
Yes.
just back to Joe, Joe Tsai, you know, I was on the phone with him a lot up until he was convicted, you know, from prison. And he just was convinced he was going to be exonerated if he was not convicted. And they offered him, the feds offered him a deal, which was something like 6 or 7 years. You know, you can plea or you can go to court.
He'd probably be out by now.
Yeah, I was just going to say, he'd be out now. And so he was so convinced that he was going to win, which is so delusional. But yeah, poor Joe would be out like that had he made that deal.
By the way, how crazy is that you could plot to kill somebody and let you out 4 years? Like, I know you've been locked up with a bunch of murderers and thieves, but I'm sure you're a better person now.
Yeah. It's plot. It's plot. You know, it's detained several years.
Right. There's quite a few steps.
Yeah.
But yes, Joe's now pro-Trump again. He was pro-Biden.
Because he was trying to get Biden to pardon. That really touched that with Tim before. The Trump might,
Yeah.
especially this time around. Just for fun.
Well, let's hope Tanya doesn't go to prison. I don't wish that on Tanya.
I haven't seen episode 4, so I don't know. But when you guys were filming, again, spoiler alert, please, if you're watching the series, stop right now and scoot ahead by a few months. When they found that Tonka was in the basement, and when I saw their film, when you guys were filming, I was like, Jesus Christ, this lady is so crazy. She's showing everybody. But she has, with like all due respect, she just does not seem like a smart person, and she's almost like if you gave her an IQ test, like, and then gave the chimp an IQ test, it'd be awesome. You know, I mean, I think that's part of the problem. Like, I don't think this lady understands the consequences of what she's doing, just like she doesn't understand how crazy her eyelashes are. You know, it's all of it is just there's some fuses that are missing, some wires that I can't do, and then because of the fact that at one point in time it was illegal for her to do what she was doing, and they become accustomed to being able to have, and then their identity revolves around they're the person that has all the monkeys and all the chimpanzees. It's just fucking weird.
That's still legal.
It is still
legal.
I thought they changed it.
No, there's no federal law protecting ownership.
Jesus Christ, you can own a fucking chimp still?
There's 20 or so states legally can
Oh
do
my
it.
God.
Missouri's one of them.
Oh my God.
But, you know, background, we spent about 4 years making this documentary series.
First of all, how'd you start? How'd you find out about these people? After Tiger King, how do you get anybody to touch you on camera?
I've done a lot of animal people, Joe, but I did not know about monkey moms. And along the course of making Tiger King, I started filming some monkey moms. And like as you see in Jim Crazy, you just can't make them up. And so after Tiger King, I just thought, let's scratch the surface and check into these monkey moms again. And so, it's these women that dress up their monkeys like dolls, like Joan Benet Ramsey, like a little magic doll, and they want them to be kids. And they seem to have the same pathology over and over and over. There's a lot of monkey moms out there that we did not film, and they have annually something called a monkey ball, where they all come together with their monkeys. Anyway, we discovered that in the course of making Tiger King, and
My grandma has it. My grandma, she kept in the app.
really,
Yeah, my name's Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi used to go. They'd give Chi-Chi a piece of gum. Chi-Chi would unwrap the gum.
You know what kind of monkey?
I do not. I was very small.
Yeah.
I was very young at the time, and I remember she got rid of it because it bit my cousin.
Yeah. Well, that's what happens.
Yeah. But Chi couldn't be around anybody other than my grandmother. My grandmother was very
Yeah, they're territorial, and they're protective of their owner. So, when I was young, in the 70s, 60s, 70s, 80s, you could buy a monkey in virtually any pet store across the United States. And thank God, people realize, like your grandmother, they're not good
You can buy
pets.
them in the newspaper.
Yeah, they're not good pets.
I think my grandmother, after her kids were grown, she just decided she wanted a kid forever. You know, if I had to guess. Yeah, if I had to guess.
Yeah.
Well, that's our.
Yeah. Also, a kid that doesn't talk back.
Yeah. It's a great book you love. It's by this guy who had schooled you in Tripoli. It's called They Don't Talk Back.
Mm.
And it's these kind of chronicles of his experiences, who last.
This was a big animal, exotic animal dealership that existed up until the 70s in New York City, but they had everything: chimps, gorillas, elephants, and they sold stuff to the private sector and zoos. But
I mean, you could walk into a Walmart, right, and buy monkeys.
They still, to this day, catch people with large animals in their apartments.
Yeah.
Like, wasn't there one real recently where a guy had a large reptile? Right? Was it snakes? Some guy. Well, there's that one guy. I think it was in Harlem. Who had tiger.
yeah.
And then there's a crazy image of the cops going up the fire escape and the tiger's in the window. Yeah. And you see the tiger bearing his fangs in the window. That was that fucking thing, man. That is so crazy. This thing is trapped in this like regular apartment with regular glass. Yeah. Like at any moment, the only thing keeping that thing out is it doesn't know that it could just smash that and get on that fire escape and just go running through the streets. And just,
Yeah, crazy. Right?
yeah, it's crazy. But the bizarre thing is that there's humans that want those. They want those.
I mean, the tiger thing is more like kind of a macho. Like,
What about Carol then? She's a woman.
Yeah, she's kind of an anomaly. It's funny. I interviewed Tippi Hedren, the person doing all of this, and her, Xanadu, it's called Shambhala with all of her cats. And I know you've talked about this about Melanie Griffith growing up with lions. Yeah, moving forward. But yeah, when I interviewed Tippi Hedren, literally on her property in California, she lives with all these tigers and hills. She built a museum for herself. So she's got her own museum. She became a museum where I interviewed her. But yeah, there are some women, Tippi Hedren, Carol Baskin, but generally speaking, I think it's women.
Well, I guarantee if you go through the Texas private collections, it's a bunch of good old boys.
Yeah,
exactly. Probably. Yeah.
But you've got canned ranches in Texas.
There's a lot of those. Yeah. There's a lot of canned ranches. And some of them are fairly small, like a couple hundred acres. And they keep animals there. Yeah. It's, in my mind, what that is agriculture. Okay, it's just you're doing a different form of deer agriculture. You're not really hunting. Hunting to me is you go into the wild, you go into the woods, and you experience real nature. And it's fascinating. It's enthralling. There's something about it's also so lonely. There's something about being in those mountains just puts you in check. That exists.
Well, yeah, canned ranch you could go shoot like in South Africa a lion.
Right.
And the lion was raised in a kind of domestic situation.
And recently released.
Yeah, so it just sits there.
Yeah.
There's no sport in it. Hunting in the United States, and, for elk or deer, there's a lot of things you don't know about hunting, which is, one, just obviously the obvious statistic is that more wildlands are protected because of hunting. So, yeah, you kill a deer, but you're protecting all the other stuff.
The amount of money, because of the amount of money that gets, I think it's 10% of all sales of outdoor activities gets donated towards wildlife preservation. This is the reason why we can have this enormous national forests, where you have wildlife biologists establish what the healthy numbers of these animals are and how many people can go hunt them. And they also know, because you have to, when you, like, say if you shoot a deer, you have to register that you shot the deer, that you have a tag, they make sure that your tag is right, you got the right species, you have the right sex, the whole deal. And so they have a very accurate number of how many animals in there, and they spend a lot of money doing this. And these wildlife biologists do an absolutely incredible job. There's more white-tailed deer in this country right now than there are in Columbus. Part of that is because of agriculture. That's where it gets weird. So agriculture, particularly, I have a good buddy of mine who is he's an archer, professional archer, and he lives in Iowa. I always get those confused. And in Iowa, it's all farmlands, right? And they have enormous deer. And they set these ranches up. He has a place that's like 600 acres. It's all, there's no fences. The animals come and go. But they establish these food plots, and they put these things in to make it a good place for deer to be so they can hunt them. Yeah. So it's this weird sort of ethical bastardization of the wild, right? It's like dealing with the reality of what you have. You have untold thousands and thousands of monocrop agriculture acres. So thousands and thousands of acres of Monsanto farm. And these deer thrive there because when they chop down corn, they don't chop it all down. And these deer, they go there after fresh feedings. They go there, you see them eating corn and they eat grass. There's grass everywhere. There's plenty and plenty of food and a very low number of predators. Like Iowa does not have a lot. They don't have wolves. They don't have a lot of animals that would sort of balance out the population of these animals. And so you have insane amounts of car accidents. Like when I was I went to visit my buddy there, and just driving from the airport to his house, we saw like 50 fucking deer. And if you're going there around November, which is the rut, the men lose their mind. So the male deer, they're horny as hell. They're crazy. The female are breeding. The female are running from the male and running right into traffic, and the male's running after them. And they're running right into traffic. It's kind of nuts. It's a really nutty situation because it only exists because there's no predators. So, California has this bizarre model, and with California with life, California is, I think, the only state that doesn't have a fish and game department. They have fish and wildlife, and so they treat it very differently. Instead of treating it as a renewable resource where people can go and get their own food and hunt animals and wild, they treat it like we should have the animals take care of themselves. And so that's why it's illegal to kill a mountain lion in California, and they have a large number of mountain lions.
I have mountain lions in my park.
Yeah,
all the time.
They're dangerous. They're underreported, and they are a predator, and they will kill people. And they have to. Not often, but if you're on a bike, the problem with being on a bike is you're moving a little too quick, and their instincts take over. They think you're trying to run from them, and they can't even help themselves. So you're kidding, they're all yarn, and their instincts fit them, and they just go chasing after it. But I've seen mountain lions in the wild. It is a sobering moment when you stare into the eyes of those things. Whoa! What are you supposed to do? Well, you can't do much, man.
Make a lot of noise. You're not supposed to run.
You don't want. If you have a weapon, you should really have that weapon ready because they will jump you. Every now and then they jump people. There's a crazy tornado. Yeah, well, I believe 2 people were killed last year in the Pacific Northwest.
Of all the big cats, I think jaguars kill the least people,
Which is crazy
for some reason. But
they also live in the least populated areas.
for the most part, yeah. But mountain lions, yeah, of course they will kill someone, but typically they're not looking for people.
Right, they're not looking for people.
It's not like a tiger that has all its prey, get trapped by the local people in India, and they have to go out and try to find prey. People
and jaguars have to, at this point in time, have realized that people have bows and arrows and spears, and every now and then, if you go after a person, you can get jumped. So they're probably like grizzly bears behave very differently in places where grizzly bears are hunted. So in the lower 48, it's illegal to hunt grizzly bears. So if they see you, if you run into them in the wild, they're not going to run away. They might run towards you. Especially if you surprise them, it's very dangerous. And that's why, and they will treat you as food if they're really hungry.
Of course, if they can tiger king, I would interview people about tigers, how it looks like you could 100 tigers. People always say to me, I'd rather have 100 tigers than one chimp. And that's because chimps, nobody thinks about tigers are dangerous, but chimps can figure shit out. And one of the chronic problems keeping chimps is that they can figure out how to escape. And so you can never use a combination lock because they'll sit there all day and figure it out. And you got to use oftentimes like 3 layers of locks. And I'm just bringing it back to chimps because, if people think, oh, it's a chimp, it's so cute, it's in the circus. Trust me, it's a lot easier to have a tiger act than a chimp act.
Oh, I can imagine. And also, when I was watching this lady's enclosure, I was looking at the steel that's drilled into wood, and I'm like, I can get out of that. I can get out of it 100%. The way that thing is bolted into the woods, all you have to do is kick that door enough. You kick that door hard enough, and that wood will get out. It's the wood that it looks like you're encased in steel bars, but the steel bars are connected by wood. Wood's easy for a chimp to break. They're so much fucking stronger than us.
Yeah.
If that thing knew that it could just grab those bars and slam
It would work on that one.
100% of it, you would have had to figure out a way, way, way better cage, especially the one that you put in her home.
I'll tell you a really weird story that I just never would have thought in a million years about chimps. I was interviewing a guy in Kenya that had a chimpanzee, and the keeper was this blonde woman. All the chimp ever saw was this blonde woman. So the guy gave the chimp playbook, and then it graduated to porn. And the chimp, because it never seen other chimps, it was raised in isolation, started thinking it was human, and started sexually identifying with this woman that was keeping it, and started becoming sort of addicted to pornography. So just to give you sort of segue, like how crazy, and like these chimps, they'll have a favorite show. Like I remember a group of them in South Africa, all they watched was Avatar. But anyway, just back to sort of how weird it is to keep a chimpanzee. You don't have a tiger get addicted to human pornography. Right. Watching Avatar all day long. So
They're too intelligent. They're just way too intelligent, especially as they get 5, 6, and 7 years old. They get really fucking dangerous. That lady in Connecticut, I heard that she slept in a bed with that chimpanzee.
Well, that's where I was going. One of the things we did not cover, which I always wanted to know more about, is what really is going on in that bed. And I don't want to talk about too much detail here.
Well,
you have to ask yourself, ask yourself, like, how weird does it get?
Right. I mean, how weird does it get? Wasn't she giving it Xanax and wine? Is that allowed?
And you haven't seen that?
She was giving it Viagra.
Oh.
But it's too.
But speaking of that, though, you saw the second episode. We actually
How did gyps eat Viagra?
so they're very active.
Yeah,
Nuts.
I heard that a chimp can talk 50 times a day.
Yeah.
In the wild.
Yeah.
So maybe they don't get Viagra.
Well, primates are very promiscuous, and chimpanzees in particular. If you notice that chimpanzees have the largest balls of any primate, and there's a reason for that. The more promiscuous the female chimpanzees are, the more sexually active the males become, and the bigger the testicles are. So there's like a direct correlation between the size of the male's testicles, and they think that exists with human beings as well, but it's more problematic to examine. But
So that's my problem.
You're around a bunch of ladies. There are a bunch of sluts. They get fired up. I think that with chimpanzees, you're dealing with these incredibly complex social structures. I'm sure you guys have seen Chimp Nation.
Yeah.
Which is fantastic. It's so good. It's so good because it is a rare documentary that has this established element in that these scientists have been embedded in this group of chimpanzees for 20 years. And so these scientists had very specific rules. You don't look them in the eye. You don't get any closer than 20 yards. If they come towards you, 20 yards, move away. Don't ever have food. There's like a bunch of rules. And as long as you have those rules, they behave completely normally. And you're just a thing. You're like a tree or a bird or something. They're not interested in, which is really interesting. Yeah, amazing. Because they got incredible footage of the social interactions. They got a detailed analysis of how they establish dominance and losing control. We used to think it's always the biggest, strongest chimp. Oh, it's not. It's ones that form unions and bonds and communities. Very interesting. It's so much like us.
Well, I think also it's just so amazing about that film is, and I give them a ton of credit. Most people that got to do a documentary don't have the capacity to film in many days. Like they covered that.
Yes.
I don't know, it was like hundreds of days or something.
Yeah. Years.
Or at years.
Yeah.
I think, they really invested the time and they deserve the credit because they put in that amount of time. I mean, for us to do even Trip Crazy, we filmed.
It's probably close to 150 days.
I mean, most people can't do that.
Right.
So,
I mean, it's incredible resource suck. Like, how much it costs?
that's where I'm going. It's like in order to make a documentary this way, you have to capture what's happening in the contemporaneously. So you have to be there. If you snooze, you lose. If you're not there, you're not going to make chimp crazy. Right. Or chimp. What's it called? Chimp Nation. I don't know.
You see, Chimp,
There's two, right?
Chimp Empire, right?
that's Chimp Empire. So Chimp Nation, another one?
Chimp Empire.
Yeah, that's
Chimp Empire.
Yeah. The ways that, see, the thing about the difference from your show is you need someone who's compelling. So you have to find someone for like unique. What's her name again? Tanya. Crazy Tanya. And Joe Exotic. You need someone who's like the figurehead. Like with the photo you guys have on the promo of her laying down and the chimp behind her. It's perfect. I mean, you need that nutty person to compel you because there's part of all of us that recognizes that thought would come into our minds, but then rational thought would go into play. Like, can't do this, they're dangerous, they're big, they're older, can't control them, what happens to them, it's not fair, and then you go, I won't check. But if you're mindful, you got a mindful brain, you look at this, like, I am going to take, they're more important to me than my own babies. Like, when she says stuff like that, you're like, oh, well, you shouldn't even have a dog. You definitely should be allowed to vote.
I mean, it's interesting you say you have to find those characters, but you also have to find the story. I mean, you can talk about this as how wide did that be cast? Because after Tiger King, it wasn't like we just jumped into this chimp ball world. We were filming Mark the Shark, and
we were interested
it took a lot of time
in the animal-human relationship in a variety of forms. I think we and you've seen episode 1 where the first thing we shot years before we even met Tanya was this woman that's part of the circus family called Rosaire, watching 2001 Space Odyssey with her chimpanzee. It's talk about a sobering experience. Me and Carl at distance with Chance the chimpanzee, 15 years old, pounding basically a modified trailer car, the floor echoing. The loudness was that sound on the floor was so loud I could take my headset off.
Yeah, it was a lot scarier. Like, you were there, it was a lot scarier to film chimps than tigers. But the crew didn't have a problem going into a tiger enclosure. The thing about tigers is, ones that are about under your age 4, it looks like a full-grown tiger. They haven't gone through puberty yet. They haven't gotten the tiger, mentality of killing you. But a chimp, anyway, the chimp filming was much more difficult.
They're also like human characters and wiry, and you don't know what's going to happen. They're on these leashes.
It's also how they evolved. I mean, that's what kept them alive. You watch Chimp Nation, it's like those sort of instincts that keeps them alive.
Sure, very murderous.
Well, we didn't really know how murderous they were until Attenborough. When David Attenborough did that series, I think it was in the 90s, when he captured the chimps eating monkeys.
Yeah,
and this is one of the things that when I had the guy from Chimp Nation on, I discussed it with him. It's like, I don't call them monkeys. Like, we couldn't show that. It would just be like the whole show of chimps eating monkeys. Because that's what they want to do. They want to eat monkeys. That's their primary source of protein. They like fruit. Fruit's great, but they also like monkeys.
They call those monkeys. Yeah, they eat, I'm a reptile guy. In the range of those chimps in the wild, there's a tortoise. And this tortoise, it's like our box tortoise, which is much bigger. It's called a hinchback tortoise. And it literally closes up
like a rock. Like you can't see it any flesh. The chimps will grab that tortoise and they'll just bang it against the tree, just crack it up like a kettle. Wow. And they're just saying that because, yes, they're really hardcore when it comes to the way they predate on other animals.
And they're about as strong as a 500-pound man. It's so right. Yeah, it's so insane for us. We had a chimp on the set of News Radio, 96 or something like that. It was a baby chimp. It was a baby. It was in a diaper. This chimp climbed on my back and whacked me a couple of times in the back, just playing, just having fun. And I remember, first of all, the feeling of holding it. It's like it was made out of steel wires. It wasn't made out of like a baby. You know, you pick up a baby. Babies are soft. You pick up a 3-year-old. You hold on to them and they weak. These things were strong as fuck, like in a bizarre way. We like to look at something that's close to our size and think, oh, I could overpower that. You know, oh, I know I'll fight that fucking chimp out. Like zero chance. It's a different thing. Everything about it is different. The muscle structure is completely different. The tendon structure is completely different. And the amount of force it can generate at the arm level. Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
I was just going to say, like, people always talk about, like, the bear killed a lion, the bear killed a tiger. I think chimpanzees, near each other, actually fighting, I think they are the most diabolical fighters because, I don't know what a chimp would do to a grizzly, but a chimp, goes after your genitals, your fingers, your face. Yeah. They know how to fuck you up like nothing else.
Yeah, they know how to debilitate you, take away what makes you a human. Yeah, and they also have zero remorse. So they're like human in that they can think, but they have zero empathy. And they're fucking dangerous.
I'm writing this. It was so fascinating to think, knowing all this about chimps later, that Sarah, we were talking about, there must be like reported human deaths in the United States with chimp attacks. And we couldn't find it.
It's only it's only I mean, they're not globally, but somehow
in Africa, the kids get snatched and stuff. Kids get eaten.
Yeah.
But in the U.S., there has been no really human death caused by chimpanzee. Now, what was fascinating, if you haven't watched this yet, but in episode 4, we kind of comes like from delusion to reality. It's heavy. We filmed our first chimpanzee funeral, and what we didn't show, which I remember this now. Everyone that would come up to say their piece would share a story where they were attacked by an animal. It was so the kind of juxtaposition of this celebration of life and these attacks. It's in this context of a situation that you've never been in it, which was kind of
and animal attacks in general across the board in roadside vehicles and private sector are completely underreported because people want the animals taken away. So tiger attacks someone and they have a huge laceration, they'll go to the hospital saying it's a chainsaw. Because the second they say it was my tiger, they like shove, right? They run the risk of losing that dog.
You also have the problem with less than extraordinary people being addicted to extraordinary circumstances. So if you have a boring ass fucking life in some middle of nowhere town, but you also have a lion, all of a sudden, cool. Life's pretty interesting. I mean, and that's Joe Exotic, right? Joe Exotic, I think, is pretty smart. He's odd, for sure, but intelligent. But in Tanya's case, like, what would that lady be like if she didn't have chips? Like, it is the focal point of her life, to the point where she neglected her own biological children.
Yeah, it gives her an identity.
Yeah, in a weird way, in a very compelling way. And when people live boring ass lives, things like that seem like something that's who I am. Like, that's me, because it's extraordinary experiences from persons that,
it's like with Joe. I think we like,
for example, there's a part of evolution where human beings, part of our lust for innovation and for constant improvement of our environment and circumstances, we like extraordinary experiences. I think it's what made people successful. I think the more daring and the more addicted you were to extraordinary experiences, the more likely you were to find new hunting grounds, the more likely you were to conquer neighboring tribes, the more likely you were to survive an attack. Like, I think human beings like extraordinary experiences. We like comfort, but not as much as we like extraordinary experiences.
But having some of these animals is like chick bait. You know, it's like little Peach gets you a lot of pooch. Like a guy that's walking a dog. Joe had tigers that get boys.
Which is so wild that we're not straight guys. I mean, that guy had some fucking game.
Exactly.
Yeah, I guess I see your point. You know,
Come on, if you have a chimp, a baby chimp, you're
Oh,
talking
yeah.
about Austin, Texas.
sure.
You get, we'll come up to you. Oh, Joe, I would give you a chimp.
That's interesting.
I'm like, well, that would be really weird way to try to track.
Like, you always say that about puppies. Like,
That's why I try.
puppies.
That's why
I'm more interested with Carl now, you know?
Yeah, what's your motivation over there with that baby?
Well, isn't it interesting when you see Carl interact with Marshall? He's like, Marshall's like, I don't want to hurt you. I don't want nothing to do with this. Stop biting me. What are you doing?
Yeah, you can see it.
Yeah. But you have two different kinds of things, you know? Like, one of them is like a little bulldog, this little psychopath. And the other one is a golden retriever, is like a love sponge. Like, all he wants to do is be your friend. Yeah. He wants to be your friend unless you're a squirrel. I mean, that's really interesting. You watch his reaction to squirrels, like his intensity when it comes to like squirrels and birds. He's so.
It's the movement. Is that what
It's just instincts. It just fires up that part in their DNA that knows that's what they do. But the bizarre thing with retrievers is it's not to eat it; it's to bring it to you. It's always to bring it to you. Like one time, I got home and I let the dog out. I opened up the back door and I decided to take a leak. So I took a leak, and then as I flushed, washed my hands, opened the door, he's standing there with a squirrel in his mouth. Like, he got a squirrel that quick. And he's so happy. He was so happy. And I was like, dude, what did you do? And he's like, what did I do? I'm like, what did you do, man? And so I got rid of the squirrel, but whenever I see him, it's just, nobody had to teach him that. He's locked. Like, that's what he wants to do. He wants to go get squirrels. And he wants to bring them back to you. It's a weird thing because it's like, you understand predatory instincts, like cats have them. They're the worst. They've killed so many fucking birds. It's something like it's multiple billions of mammals and birds are killed every year by outside cats.
Yeah, first thing that kills, songbirds is plasmid, skyscrapers, plasmid. Second is domestic cats, and they are killing machines, and they really do take a toll on.
I went to get ready for this podcast, and I went down a dirty road last night, a wormhole of cats, predatory cats, and there's compilations of cats just jacking pigeons, jacking squirrels, jacking everything they can get their hands on.
The cats are bad unless they're indoors. Domestic cats, in Hawaii, cats are the reason why so many species in Hawaii are extinct.
Yep.
In Australia,
they brought them in Australia to deal with certain animals, and then they got out of control, and now in Australia they hunt them.
dodo birds were extinct because of domestic cats that were introduced into Mauritius in 200, 300 years ago. Whatever dodo birds went extinct, but no, they're killing machines.
They're machines.
Sorry to interrupt you.
No worries. But their predatory instincts are more reasonable. Like, I understand that they're cats, and that's what cats do. But the weird thing about a retriever is he's not doing it to eat them. He's doing it to bring it to me. Like, I didn't even have to teach him to bring the ball back. Like, he learned within like the first 2 or 3 throws. If I throw the ball, he brings it back. It's just it's brought into them. Whereas every other dog that I've had, I had to teach him. You throw the ball, you go, come on, bring it back. Come on, bring it back. Back, give him a treat, and they understand. We praise them. And then eventually they understand commands, and they have this like pathway that you've carved into their system of chasing the ball, bringing it back. We're gonna have fun. Chase the ball, bring it back. Marshall, it was in there. It was already
But that's
in
his
there.
programming, right? I mean,
Which is crazy.
which is so much of what we find so interesting about the justification for this love that a lot of subjects we covered had for these chimpanzees was that they love me. They do these things to me. I've trained them to believe that they have feelings for me and I have feelings for them. We have this understanding, and I feel what we've realized is this kind of imbalance of this mutuality of caregiving that I think exists with a lot of our subjects that we cover, but also some of the chimpanzees. It's very, very selfish about the symmetry of needs.
But it's so disturbing. We're beautiful lab dog that, Tanya says constantly how much she loves this chimp Tonka, but the chimp is like incarcerated here on this cage. It's like, Tanya, if you really love this chimp and Tonka loves you back, why the cage? Right. You don't have a cage for your dog. Right. And it just seems so obvious. Like, Tanya, this chimp does not love you the way you love it.
Well, I think it does, but it also doesn't have a choice, right? So if Tanya lived in the jungle, if she had a shack in the jungle, and the chimp lived in the jungle wild and free, how much would the chimp visit her? First of all, wouldn't eat chicken nuggets and drink Coca-Cola, which is weird too. That she's feeding this thing, and she said it has congestive heart failure. Spoiler alert, yeah. It's still good. You still gotta watch it, folks. But if you give a person that, they fucking get sick. Like, nothing you're doing to that chimp is natural. The cage is not natural, the food's not natural, nothing's natural. You know what the last things read was when she was showing that Instagram reels. And just scrolling through reels, and the chimps just staring at the screen. That was the weirdest one.
That's really disturbing.
That for whatever, with me, I do that.
That's a lot of the sentiment we see from people as a reaction. That we are basically doing that ourselves.
Oh yeah, we're doing it to ourselves.
You're not looking at your son.
You can make a choice.
Yeah,
I'm gonna put this down. I'm gonna go out in the real world and have fun with human beings and have a good time with my friends. You can make those choices. The chimp doesn't have a choice. It's essentially a prison for no reason, and it likes to go.
And that chimp, Tonka was looking at its kids.
Yeah,
But I wonder if Tonka do it or not. But
and it's screen.
Yeah.
Watch this. It's staring at the screens, but I don't think it probably understood that those were his kids, and it probably did remember what it was like to have babies.
and to be outside.
Yeah.
Sitting there in that cage in the basement looking at these chimps, watching a Mercedes that's outside. We both still talk to Tanya almost daily. We do the time. And it's the most bizarre communication because, we don't, everyone thinks I lied to Tanya about this film. She would have talked to me anyway, convinced of that. And when I did come into the picture with these kids, she was like, oh, too. Let's keep filming. He continues to talk with us, and we continue to tell her, Tanya, maybe this is an opportunity for you to rethink and reinvent yourself. It's really interesting.
Well, it doesn't seem like she has a lot of self-reflection, with all due respect. Which,
it's hard not to be compassionate with a lot of these people, to be honest.
Right.
It's really hard because
They're
think
humans. Well, especially Tanya, because she led us into her life in such an intimate way that, it was, she was really generous that way. So it isn't black and white. There's no gray.
I understand an audience reaction like that, and you can have those kind of views on it, but being part of making it is, we're partially complicit here too as well. I mean, in the way of sharing that story.
Well, it's the age-old term, with great power comes great responsibility. It is a great responsibility to hold a large chimpanzee in the house. It is a great power. It is an enormous responsibility. And she should not have the option to have that responsibility. She's not capable of managing that situation. I don't think anybody's capable of it. I think the same way I just think dolphins were lucky that they're nice. That's what I think. We're lucky that they're nice. Because they should be killing us every chance they can. They are. And not just that, but infanticide. The reason why female dolphins are so promiscuous.
Now,
Well, male dolphins, when they find a female, if the female has babies, she will not breed for, I think it's a long period of time. I think it's around 6 years. Let's see if that's true. But so what the male will do is kill the babies. The males will kill the babies to force her into estrus, and she will start breeding again. So what the females do to counteract that is to have sex with as many male dolphins as they can. So they have sex with all the male dolphins. They're not monogamous in any way, shape, or form. They just go and fuck as many guys as they can. So those guys will protect their babies because they don't know if that's their baby because they know they've had sex with her. But if they have not had sex with her and then she has babies, they will kill that baby.
are any animals monogamous? Because they used to think so.
Penguins, but they only do it for like a year. They're monogamous for like a year.
Because
They also miss
They used to think macaw, parrots were monogamous and swans, and then they started doing the genetics, and they realized they cheat like hell.
Yeah, I'm sure they do. It doesn't seem to serve any purpose evolutionarily for them to be monogamous. It seems contrary to the idea of natural selection. Like you should be wanting to, if you have potent genes, you should want to spread those genes as much as possible.
So that means we should.
Well, human beings, we fall into this weird thing where we're more than an animal, than that we are an animal. We're an animal that expresses our thoughts and feelings to each other, and we are evolving. We're clearly different in that we are animals, but we can manipulate our environment like no animals ever existed. We can travel to any place in the world. There's no animals living on its own. We can do all kinds of things that other animals can't do, but more importantly, we communicate. Yeah, we communicate
Tell stories.
Yes, and we empathize with each other. And we recognize things in other people, even heinous people, even people you don't like whether it's Joe Exotic or Tiny. You recognize, like, I see, she's not, I get it. She's just a person who's all fucked up. Even that crazy drunk lady who had the one that attacked her daughter. Like, what happened to her? Like, what was her child? It couldn't have been good.
And she's the one person out there who's still alive who I really don't want to hear from.
Yeah.
Because I really wonder right now, what is she thinking?
Well, the calmness while her daughter was being attacked on the phone, the calmness of that phone call was just shocking.
Suspicious.
I think, when that lady from the liquor store was talking about how much that lady drinks, like, who knows what she's even responsible for. Like, she's got to be out of the fucking mind all the time if she's drinking that much booze.
So I think she wanted out with the chimp. I think she was as caged, as depressed as the chimp, possibly in that house after 15 years living with this chimp that she thought, was her son, and then later was dressing, the chimp up with the same clothing as her deceased husband. I think she wanted out, and somehow she figured it out.
Well, the life choice is really remarkable. They're also basically interests. The humans taking care of the chickens. Right. Really think about it. Right. The same goes for Sandy Harold. This. It was so great about revisiting that story in Connecticut. We basically we were set to come out with this show this year, and we were basically wrapped in November, and we were going to finish it. And we suddenly got access to the entire Travis story. We worked with this guy who wrote this incredible article, New York Magazine article, again. It's one of the best written articles about Travis. It's called Travis the Menace. He has no attribution of sources. You don't know who he's copying. So it's a kind of foundational piece for the Travis story. We tracked him down. He says, I have everyone that was part of that story, and they have archived. Do you want to do it? And so we basically said, is this going to make our story better? Meaning that we're going to extend for at least 4 or 5 months to do this right and postpone our entire delivery schedule. And once we got into it was so worth it because we got this total intimate view of what it was like to be in Sandy's world. And we had this archived video that you see that's never been seen before. This portrait of a family, this kind of very complicated, complex family life that's been inhabited by Travis, which was a descendant of Connie Casey's place in Missouri. If you think about that, where our starting point was for this project was always around how do we understand where captive primates came from. Connie Casey was this place, this kind of breeding ground for all of these animals that were cycled through Hollywood. And what I found very interesting is this lineage that led to Travis. Travis was sort of the Sandy. It's so incestuous. It's so incestuous. They're all connected. You'll see a little bit in episode 4. There it is. Travis the Menace. And it's a remarkable story. This is Sandy who bought Travis from Connie. Connie, it was Susie.
By the way, how much of that photograph freaked you out?
Yeah,
when you see that chimp holding that baby any minute and just decide to pull that baby out.
And when chimps smile, it's actually a sign of aggression. It's not like us. We smile because we're happy. That's not a happy chimp.
So he's trained. He's trained to smile. It's not necessarily aggressive, but he's trained to show his teeth because it's cute.
Right.
It's more of a grimace. It's more of a happy smile.
Right.
So it was fascinating to us to get access to the story. We go into it and
Just drinking some nuts. Some nuts. Just drink.
Yeah, he got too big.
Well, they're giving them the standard American diet.
But look
Yeah.
at the canines. Or the horse. Look at the daggers.
Oh, the bite force, everything. I mean, everything about them. We are so watered down by the evolutionary process. I was really aware of that when I was touching that 2-year-old chimp with diapers. Like, real aware. But it's a different thing. And when you're taking this thing and you're, it's a time, you have like 4 years you can control it, maybe 5, right? And then they say after 5, it's just like you're basically rolling the dice anytime someone comes over your house.
Yeah, exactly. That's basically exactly.
Just so crazy.
But he was, this classic story was this kind of gothic fairy tale in Stamford, Connecticut, which was so unusual because it's a suburb from Manhattan.
Yeah.
I never thought this was in the South or what's happening in Stamford, Connecticut. Sandy had this kind of void in her life. She buys Travis and raises her part of the family, and you see the story the same arc as every other kid story in the family setting. They get too mature and they have to, the thing that I thought you'd appreciate in our kind of this idea that we show the story really well, I think, is this chimp is happy, connected to the community because he's free. He's socializing as a town celebrity. He's at work with Sandy at the toy shop, answering phones, filling out people.
The mascot of the toy shop, Desire Motors.
Right. He's airbrushing everywhere and
And he lives a cool life.
He lives a cool life. And one day, everyone gets to see the chimp, right? And then until one day, he gets too aggressive. And this incredible story that we don't come from the talk, but he's in this intersection, very busy intersection with Connecticut. A little boy throws a can of Coke over to the car with the chimp. The chimp gets out. Stops traffic. And it's covered in the news. It's a joke. Everyone's like, oh my God, it's Planet of the Apes.
The chimp is trying to get a hold of the
Tim's trying to, he's irritated. Why did he bother with the chimpanzee? He threw a can of Coke at him. He runs out of the car trying to figure out what's going on. Meanwhile, Sandy gets an ice cream cone, brings back in the car, and everything's cool. 2 hours later. 2 hours later, right? So the state of Connecticut says, no way, you can't have this chimp anymore. We got to put him home. So this chimp is out in space for the majority of his life, and then built to confine us the majority of his life. And so fast forward, I'll spare you kind of the other stuff that we've done, but what everyone kind of talks about in revisiting media at the time is it was Ennis, it was the wine glasses, he was drunk, it was maybe the relationship went wrong. But he grabbed car keys. He wanted to go for a ride. He could drive a car. He wanted to get the fuck out of there.
Yeah.
That's what happened. Right. And the person who he runs into first, Charlotte, represents confinement. He was a nanny. So what do you think's going to happen? He was also reported he left already. He was cruising around and he was a graver, the guy who was digging graves. That's what we wanted.
Insanely cool. Just like a person that's stuck in a cage.
The chips when they're bored, you always see it, they walk. And you see, if you're watching that section of chimpanzee, Travis is just sitting there walking. It's just like a tick, Right, big cats do a figure 8 over and over and over. Chimps do this walking. And if you see that, that's a really desperately depressed chimp.
But we love this, love, but we're interested in this tension because we think we can control things. I mean, that's what you see in the movie Note, with this great footage with this Jim Forty, which he covers in his show. It's inspired based on this whole idea of spectacle and humans that can control things. Note this in that scene with Forty, the chimp, it's probably one of the most beautiful displays thematically that I've seen of this whole world. It's very tragic.
The one person that has the 15-year-old chimp in their house, how have they been able to avoid all that?
She's careful. I mean, she's 77 years old, kind of Rosette. She was 7 years old. She was asked what she wants to do with her life in this circus animal family. And she says, I want to train chimps. I want to do something hard. I want to do something difficult. The rest of her family trained horses and elephants. And that was culturally...
But that's a really good question. How is it that Pam has
okay, you're thinking about more different measures, but
I'm thinking about times. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. It's a really good question. I always wondered that about her. Yeah. How come she's the one person that has sort of been immune to it, or has she?
I think she's got some, look, I think she's lucky. I think it's the best way. I don't know what happens behind the scenes, to be honest. I think, to be fair, I don't know. But I do know that when I watched her interaction, there's a real like understanding, and and she has a leash on it. I mean,
Well, and she also, they argue, these checks.
castrated, should have like less
They do, they remove their canines oftentimes. They do have to alter them to be able to continue to.
they're modified.
I mean, I should say there's a lot of dark parts of our story that we didn't go into. One of the things we heard was that so many of the monkeys that are being sold, by China and others, are coming across the border from Mexico, just along with probably drugs. And more recently, in recent times, we've seen a lot of Central American and Mexican species coming into the U.S. So there's a pipeline. Sort of like,
Well, what we look so yes, it is. We didn't realize also how dark this was coming out of it because we were so close to it, and the reaction from people is very heavy. So we're all desensitized for seeing this. There's some really interesting stuff that happens in Fort Joy when we finish it, including another attack, at this time with a person that we all know. And I'm teasing you a little bit. I'm sorry. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. Okay, it's pretty good. It's
a part of her body that's good.
No, come on, man.
Okay. Similar to Trump.
God, now you're giving away way too much. The whole show, and you look at her ear the whole show now. So is that lady with the 15-year-old chick, is it the only one that you know of that keeps a full-grown adult and has it just walk around with them?
Just to be clear, Pam doesn't live in the chick doesn't live in our house.
It's in there sometimes.
Yeah.
Sometimes, but it's
And how much of it castrating changes its behavior?
I think significantly, because Buck in Oregon was castrated, and then
The Connecticut chimpanzee, was that castrated?
probably, but Buck was castrated and started wearing a shock collar. In order to manage a chimp, as you say, after 4 or 5 years old, they typically alter. Remove their canines, castrate them, shock collars.
It's so crazy. Fixing a dog is so commonplace. People let me think twice. Suppose your dog needs you're a good pet owner. That way your dog's not going to have unwanted puppies.
Yeah.
But fixing a chimpanzee, what did you do to them?
It's like fixing.
But also, by
It's
the
like
way,
fixing a human.
think about what the medical care you get. The guy who's a horse vet, right? The guy working on a chimpanzee.
If you're lucky.
You're lucky. If you're lucky.
Yeah.
So if you think about the care, it's really horrible. But I was going to add to what you were saying, Eric. One thing that we learned through the process about kind of what is this about? When we we're talking about this very niche subject matter, captive chimpanzees in America, which we learned there really only is about 1,300 remaining in captivity, which includes those who are already in sanctuaries in the U.S. About half of that group are at big zoos. At big zoos have about 250 of them still. So in terms of the kind of roadside zoo private home environments, between less than 100 chimpanzees that remain in captivity. So to answer your question, there might be more, but it's hard to type.
But globally, there's still many chimps in Thailand and all over the world that are, they say, so the U.S. at least there's less and less.
There's less and less. It was kind of the primates in general when it comes to monkeys as pets. It's reported somewhere around 15,000 people in America have primates as chimpanzees as pets. 15,000 according to American welfare, Animal Welfare Institute. So that's what we're finding. But through that, we had to zoom out. And I think that we've learned, what I've learned personally about organizations that are doing something to protect wild lands, protect wild populations of chimpanzees. There's a lot of great ones out there. So we've been supporting a program that's doing 12 project sites in Africa, $10 million, 10,000 chimpanzees. And that's what we're hopeful for. I mean, Africa is basically going to be China one day.
What do you do, though, with animals that have been kept in captivity their whole life? You can't really introduce them to the wild, can you?
It depends on the species.
Certainly not for chimpanzees. Certainly not after a castration.
Not chimpanzees.
These are all these
Chimpanzees
that like the other movies that were done about these scientific experiments people have in the 1970s and 80s, bringing chimps and reintroducing them to the wild. It doesn't work. It's horrible.
Well, there's a place in Africa, there's a sort of an island in the they have released chips, but chips that are just placed in Africa. But yeah, to release them actually back into a population of wild chips, I think 6 up. Chips.
Have they done it with cats?
I think there's that famous image of Putin releasing a tiger in Russia that was captive. They have done it with cats, actually. I work with an organization that's been releasing jaguars back in northern Argentina, where jaguars have now disappeared. But the jaguar program is very, they do it very carefully, and they put the jaguar in enormous enclosures and let them capture wild prey before they release them. It takes a lot of time.
Well, I mean, we were talking about house cats earlier. It's about house cats. No. Well, I wasn't saying house cats. I just meant cats in general. I was saying that house cats, which are completely domesticated, you come and pet them. If you let them loose, they survive not fine.
Yeah.
It's feral cats. They all have instincts to kill and eat things. So a basset cat would probably be one of the easiest ones to reach through the wild. But then you have things that are accustomed, like bears. One of the problems with people who live in rural communities is when bears start attacking your dumpsters and your garbage cans. They know food is there and you can't get rid of it. They will come back to that. No matter, you can't scare them off. Scare them off, you don't scare them for an hour, they'll be back.
Yeah.
They know there's food there.
Where we live in California, we have bears, black bears, grizzly bears, and we have mountain lions. And almost every night you see on our streets, when there's a certain night of the week when the garbage comes out, all the garbage cans are tipped over because of the bears. And you're right. They once they learn that, then they have a pattern, and they go after those dumpsters.
I mean, California used to have big brown bears.
California's state flag is a grizzly bear.
It's crazy.
And we work with an organization that's trying to bring them back to
Settle
California.
down, folks. Settle down. Let's keep the line where they are. Don't get nutty. I do think without the reintroduce animals like it's just, you have to understand, you're playing God.
And there's a reason why it exists, because the last grizzly bear in California was shot about 100 years ago, and it's because they eat people.
Lebec, California is named after the last guy who died from a grizzly bear attack. Yeah, I think his name is Stephen Lebec. And he got fucked up. They were big brown bears, and we killed them all because they were killing people. And I'm not saying you should kill them all. I'm not saying what we did was good, but once you've established an ecosystem that if you make I believe I like humans more than I like other animals. This is my thought. I believe that we're more important to each other than animals are to us. Doesn't mean that I don't care about animals. But if you start bringing in things that are going to eat people, I'm like, hey, this is not good for us. This is not good for us. We don't have to reintroduce them to places. I think a better solution would be, let's make sure that wherever they live, naturally, their populations are fine. I think that's probably the better solution. There's been some success of reintroducing wolves into Montana, Yellowstone, reintroduction of those guys. Really, they did have an overpopulation problem with ungulates because bears don't eat so many of them, and wolves are much more clever and they can act together. It's kind of balanced things out for now.
We work with Turner endangered species, Ted Turner, and we work very closely with this guy Mike Phillips in Montana, who's been probably the key guy to bring back gray wolves into this part of the western part of the United States. But yeah, it's been without. I know we do this. That even gray wolves, there's a lot of controversy for ranchers. Imagine bringing back big grizzlies, brown bears.
Yeah, it's going to be a problem. But people that live in urban areas don't understand what that problem is. Like, this is the problem that Vancouver has. So British Columbia outlawed brown bear hunting. You can hunt black bears because people eat black bears, and you can eat brown bears as well, but most people don't. And they have in their mind hunting grizzly bears is in line with what they want to call trophy hunting, which is gross. Just killing an animal so you can stuff it. It's gross. We all think it's gross. But the reality of grizzly bears in rural areas, I have a good friend who lives in northern BC. He lives in like a very rural area. He's like, they're fucking dangerous. He had a shoot one that was trying to break into his cabin from 3 feet away. He shot a large grizzly bear trying to get into his cabin and eat it from 3 feet away. He said they're really old now because they haven't hunted them for a few years. So if you're running into a 4 or 5 year old male, they don't know what it's like to be hunted. It's not. No one has any feelings of being nervous around human beings.
And you remember the movie The Grizzly Man, right?
Yes.
Yeah, Timothy Treadwell.
That's fascinating.
He was lunch.
That's my favorite unintentional comment. Yeah. Warner Bros. I think made that movie funny on purpose. That's like our.
It's a good movie. But I never forget watching it in New York City. I was watching it in the theater. The whole time, I was just saying, like, oh my God. Like, I was angry with this guy.
Right.
You know, the technique was like worried about his bandana or his whatever he was worried about. I was so pissed watching it. It was good movie.
But it's the same thing. It's a less than extraordinary person who gets attached and addicted to extraordinary experiences. You're constantly around this. I mean, he got some incredible footage. That guy got some amazing footage. He did some fucking horror camping. Okay, that guy was out there roughing it for a long ass time in a tent, surrounded by monsters, living in the grizzly maze. It's amazing.
Yeah, talking baby talking.
He pulled it off for a long time. But you knew what was going to happen. If you watch that, eventually something's going to decide to eat right. And then that's exactly what happens.
It's like these chicks with these women.
Similar, but at least that guy's going to where they live.
Yeah, of course.
That, I don't have any problem with someone deciding to do that. If you're that fucking crazy and you want to throw yourself into the system and maybe live with them for as long as it lasts, I mean, maybe it also was suicide by bear, right? Because that guy seemed really depressed. He did seem like he was having a good time.
Yeah, but he had the bear eat his girlfriend too. That was
like the bear ate his girlfriend after it ate him.
Right.
It killed him. She was trying to defend him. She was hitting him with a frying pan.
Yeah, but she was like, plowing it down. I feel bad for the girlfriend.
I do too, but again, like, what kind of choices are we making in this life?
But think about, you asked a question about reproduction or these attacks that occur. There was a story we didn't include, which is too tangential. But there was a neighbor of the Missouri Primate Foundation, Chimp Harvey Place, where all the animals were bred. At a time in the 90s, she had 42 chimps living in the house, in a single property. One escapes. The 19-year-old boy recognizes his dog in the backyard has been attacked by a chimpanzee. He grabs a gun, shoots the chimpanzee. He gets charged with destruction of property, felony.
Oh my God.
To do it to prison.
Oh my God.
For 6 months. Gets out. He missed the birth of his daughter.
That's insane.
And his name is Jason Kurtz. It's a really interesting story.
Who the fuck tried that?
And then guess what? Here's what happened. Two years ago, he gets his record expunged finally at 40 years old. And now he can't get work. The guy's like a contractor and he couldn't get work.
That's so crazy.
It's ending his property. He should have been in that situation in the first place.
Also defending his life. Like the reality, if you understand chimpanzees, the person who had that chimpanzee is responsible. Not this man who's defending his life. They are so vulnerable to a chimpanzee. If they decide to get after you, there's not a lot you can do. You can survive for a little bit, but it's going to tear you apart. That's just how it is. And if that guy is not armed and he can't protect himself, then what do you have? You have a person who gets torn apart by a chimpanzee. The idea that you can't protect yourself from someone's crazy fucking idea of harboring an animal, an enormous animal that's insanely strong and hyper aggressive and intelligent and uncontrolled.
Yeah, that was a tragic story.
Terrible.
It's really hard making these films with so many good stories all of kind of go forward. So many great subjects, and that was one of them.
Well, you have to have some discretion in the process of casting subjects. I mean, it's a choice, but I also think the idea is it was also kind of far away from where we were going with these things. I think
It seems like you could do multiple series.
oh my God, we could continue with this thing. It's harder. It's getting harder and harder to do.
But is it also harder to get people to be natural on camera and to not be performative?
It's harder. I mean, what is harder now, is like in the beginning also, is that these people that I'm generalizing a little bit, but for the most part, they're very guarded about letting you in because, one, they don't know if you're a spy for the rights groups. They don't know if you're the feds, and they don't know if you're going to steal their houses. So a lot of these people are very valuable animals, and they're extremely guarded and paranoid about letting you in. Now, of course, it's become harder because in our case, we've become known. And so to continue this model
bring another story on, I don't know, bears. Yeah, people are going to be suspicious. But as far as being natural, I don't think that's so hard. With Tanya and Joe, Joe's obviously a performer in a sense, but he was just filming. And the more intimate you can make that filming experience for them, the more natural they become. So we work with fucking anything. With Tiger King, it was just me and a camera guy. And then, when I drove back and forth from Texas to Oklahoma, Dallas to Oklahoma City, it was just two of us filming. And so the more intimate it is, the more, the less of an audience is watching while you're filming, the better it is.
And also, before Tiger King, there's no way they could know how big that was going to be.
Oh my God, I didn't read it.
No way they could have ever anticipated some bizarre, obscure documentary on people that are keeping pet cats.
When I started making a film about the sex things,
There's big cats in America, that's like low risk.
we didn't even know it was going to be successful.
Well, like I said, you guys felt like that was the perfect timing of people being locked in during the pandemic. You guys were kind of the early stars of the pandemic. Your show. It was also a welcome escape from the craziness that we were all experiencing. We were experiencing everyone's wearing a mask, keeping away from people, and then you're, at least when you're home with your family, like, oh my God, we're not these fucking idiots. It's crazy. Like this the world is so much more insane, like this new insane world, that it became sort of a little bit of fantasy for us.
I think I was telling Eric this, we get asked this question a lot about, the state of, non-scripted, unscripted shows, documentaries, and this dramatization that we're seeing as a trend, people making very cinematic, real stories, dramatic recreations. And Eric and I, we're talking about it a lot because so much of our content is so much more surreal than anything we can even make up, or recreate. And that's what's so surreal about our process, and also just the stuff we capture.
Right.
It's stranger than fiction.
It's stranger than fiction, and it also comes off as authentic. And as someone who's worked in reality TV, it's not reality, okay? And especially the kind of reality shows you think of as reality shows, they have all these scenarios set up. They'll edit things to make them look like different things happen, because they just want you to keep people tuned in for drama. So if you're following a family around, they create drama. They have scripted shit, and it feels like, right? The thing about Tiger King and the thing about Chimp Crazy is it's very authentic. It's crazy.
God, I'm so glad you say that, because I would fly into St. Louis, drive down to the Ozarks to film Tanya, and she'd be like 3 hours late for some reason, and then she'd show up and she'd say, "Oh, I gotta go get my eyes done," and then I would be like, "Tanya, you're 3 hours late. Can I just film you with getting your eyes done?" And not once were we setting her up or saying, "Can you get your lip injections?" She just would say, "No, I'm not going with my lip injection," and we just shot her. So it was just for life.
Yeah, so it is authentic.
Yeah, we're also fortunate to have an incredibly talented team that can help, create these experiences in a way on screen that make it authentic.
Well, it's also the editing process.
We're doing a great team.
So as they're doing it, are they like marking down like key moments? So they have someone who's like a stenographer or someone who's like marking down so you know like what to look for? Or do you at the end of the day go, that thing which you go with on, that's not right?
Maybe I wish we had you just said it would be very helpful. So it's like we don't.
It's pretty organic. I think there's also, you follow the story. You just find this story. We kind of knew that when we had it. The minute the scene happened, it was the supposed death. So that was first immersion. And through that story, we were able to latch on these other things. Now, what you don't know is we shot these other stories, on a sequence that tracks to the very end. So we had to figure out a way to weave it into episode 2 and weave it into episode 4. We really wanted that in to serve as thematic connection to the story.
I just have to be one big overriding point, which is that this is not a good recipe for people.
Yeah, sure.
Making films like person or a takedown documentary or a true crime. What we do, and I think we just been lucky, is we just start filming somebody, never knowing, of course, where this is going to go. And that is not a good normally make public documentaries. What if it goes nowhere? Right. I'm just bringing that up. Yes. Right. And so in order to do Chip Crazy after Tiger King, we actually filmed so many different things to get to Chip King.
How do we spend less time? And this thing with replay, kind of realize it's like it's worth it though.
Well, it seems like there's no other way. It's not keep it authentic. Then just shadow these people forever, and then splice it down 4 hours.
Yeah.
It's like you have 250 plus hours of footage.
250 days.
Yeah, that's like about 1,300 hours. Okay, 1,300 hours down 4. Yeah.
That's just primary camera. It's like summarizing the days. I mean, multiple cameras, multiple things happening in a day.
Right.
We were very efficient. It's an 8 to 12-hour day. We're catching a lot of stuff in a day.
So are you archiving and you like at the end of the day, so you know like what day this happened, what did that do? So you do make sure
there's a process. There's a field process to ingest that has the notes of the day, what happened, what's interesting about the day.
And are you trying to form the narrative of how you're going to have the whole documentary series play out as you're doing that, or is it just
that comes so much later?
Yeah,
like we have no idea one story. Probably for the first year and a half of filming. In case of Chip Crazy, we didn't even discover Tyler until a year and a half.
Year and a half in.
No, it's we did it more
like we got a star.
It's so
interesting, Joe. And I want to come back to this about, I saw you get a emotional backstory because it was really a hard one for us to tell, but an important one to make sure we got that in. But that we missed it. We missed the cover. We were going to go, Eric and I were going to go to Pendleton to cover what was happening with Buck, because we knew it was a violation that occurred in the state of Oregon that basically said, Tamara, you have to do this for purpose, otherwise we're taking the animal away from you. And that happened. We thought we would cover the response to that. 4 days later, Buck was shot. And we said to ourselves, and I remember this so vividly, we have to trust our instincts. Like, when we are into something that's covered, film it, send someone out, cover it, to it. So we decided to film everything, including our conversations and process, very meta, which ended up becoming part of the story too. We just see more at 4, where we have to we're in, basically. So the point would be is that the Buck story happened. We thought to send this guy, Dwayne, who we recruited to kind of join the team, into Festus to cover this confiscation, thinking nothing was going to happen. Day happens, take the animals out, it's missing. And then the guy that we had sent became friends with her, and we just had to keep following him. So this guy became essential to this story with no reasoning to that. So yeah, it's the making of became more interesting than the actual subject matter in a way to us, and kind of weaving that together came much later.
It's not a good film.
Yeah, interesting. So you're also kind of an outsider in this. But what was your kind of response to the industry, formulaic way of doing things?
Well, I mean, doing what kind of
with reality TV programming or programming in general?
Well, I think with reality TV, it was pretty simple. I could see how it started. It was people that were involved in scripted shows. And then scripted shows, somewhere around the early 2000s, got decimated by reality shows. And so these people who were already respected television producers, they made their way into reality television. And then they realized some of these people are pretty fucking boring most of the time. We don't have enough time to spend 250 days to film one episode of a show, right? Which is what you guys had to do. Mm-hmm. So instead, what they do is they say, okay, today you're going to argue about what to have for lunch, And so Bob wants Mexican food, Sally wants Chinese food. You have to figure it out, and you have to go around town, figure out where to eat, and you're eventually going to decide, yes, this is the place you're going to eat, you're going to be happy. And so the whole thing is the personal dynamics, the relationships these people have to each other, and then they create drama along the way. Along the way, you got to run into your friend from high school. beings that are doing nonsense, and you feel it. And then there's also like reality shows that are on specific subjects, and those are bullshit too. And then you have dating shows, which are super popular. It's like, who's he gonna pick? Who's she gonna pick? How's this gonna work? We get excited about that. Or fucking these garage shows, where someone shows up at a storage room. Well, a lot of those shows, they fake it. They load up the storage unit. So they can't be assured that the storage unit's going to have some fucking pirate treasure in it, right? So what do? They look for it. Yeah, so they pretend that they got this at an auction. Like, who knows what's in it? Apparently the guy died in a mysterious way. There's people looking for him. We might really be onto something. And then you cut the commercial. Is that gold? Cut the commercial. Cut that commercial. Is that gold?
But I even thought, I don't watch any of those shows. I even thought some of these, like, nature shows, like Steve Irwin, and I know you've been forced to go on, but I was kind of wonder, like, is he walking through the jungle and he finds the snake? Is it gotta be set up a lot tough?
A lot of time, I'm sure it is.
Or
Some of those shows, but a lot of the ones, like one of the more interesting things today is YouTube, right? Because YouTube, you have these small, independent people, like this guy we had on called Python Cowboy. And this guy goes out to the Everglades every day and captures pythons. And, like the videos of him, he got bit by one, really fucked up, his arms gushing blood, his whole body. They're enormous. There's more pythons in the Everglades than anywhere on Earth. Yes, Burmese pythons. It used to be people's pets, or it used to be a part of a reptile facility.
So we're doing our next doc series is about reptiles and the cycle of reptiles. We have a whole section on that.
Another thing, I went down the rabbit hole last night. Nile crocodiles. I was going to the Nile crocodiles in Everglades.
I can tell you a lot about that.
Tell me about Nile crocodiles in Everglades, though. Because what they were saying is they found a few, and the ones that they identified that they've captured that were definitely Nile crocodiles came from the same gene line. So they think they came from the same genetic source. But then there was another guy that was watching this documentary last night, or this YouTube video rather last night, where he was saying that there was like huge crocodiles that take out cattle on the west side of Florida. Yeah. Yes, he was sketching it. He's like,
there's like 23 or 24 species of crocodilians in the world. It's canines, crocodiles, alligators, cow whales. And the only crocs that are really, really dangerous to man are saltwater crocodiles, Nile crocodiles, other crocodiles. But the crocs in Florida that are native, American crocodiles, they are brackish water. They're not like Nile crocodiles that are in freshwater. So in Florida, you basically just have American alligators. And there's a very small population of American crocodiles that are still native, but they're through estuaries and brackish water.
They're small.
Which ones are small? American crocodiles. Well, they're bigger than alligators.
Are they really?
Yeah, for sure.
What's the biggest American crocodile that they've ever found?
Oh, they could be big. I've seen American crocodiles. It's the American crocodile lower in South Florida. It's the same croc that you see coastal Mexico, goes down to Costa Rica. You can see, I've looked over, I've seen a lot of American crocodiles in Mexico, Costa Rica. They're big, they're long. Longer than your alligator. Not that much, so they're longer.
Jamie, can you find out what's the largest American alligator or American crocodile? I was under the impression that there were smaller species than the alligators were. And definitely smaller than
check me on that.
That's an alligator.
No, that's alligator. That's alligator.
Monster cattle-eating alligator shot in Florida. Look at the size of that thing.
Okay, but that's unusual.
15 feet. Oh my goodness. Wow. Look at the size of that sucker.
But you said earlier, crocodile.
Right, American crocodile. What's the largest American crocodile, Jerry?
And the largest American alligator, right?
I think the largest American alligator is 20 feet long.
Wow, really? That big?
I love this fact check.
Okay, here we go. 14 foot. Yeah, so they're small. What? Yeah.
Wait, what's the largest American alligator then?
It's bigger, definitely. For
Is
sure.
it really?
Yeah, it's that one that we have out there.
Yeah. It's like when you catch a fish, right? You say it's this big. I think that's how I do
Yeah,
it.
okay. 19 feet, 2 inches.
Oh, Joe, you're right. Yeah, I'm wrong.
Well, so there's a bunch of different ones, right? And the Nile crocodiles are different animals. Like Nile crocodiles regularly get to 18 feet, and there's some really interesting reports from back in the day of much larger ones. And so the question is, like, here's the thing about alligators, crocodiles in particular. They don't die. of old age. They just keep getting older and older. And when you introduce human beings and guns into the equation, what are the people going to shoot? You're going to shoot the biggest ones, right? So you have guns being introduced in the 1800s, and now in 2024, can't find the really big ones. But one of the reasons for that is a really big one would take hundreds of years to get that big. So an alligator like that big fucker that they had, that they cattle eating 15-foot alligator, that guy might be 90 years old. You know, so a crocodile that gets to 30 feet long, which is, you know, there was reports of ones that were longer than a 38-foot boat. These guys were on. This is a long time ago, though. And so there's all this speculation. Were these people just freaking out because it was big and exaggerated? Is this hyperbole? What is this? But there's the other part of the speculation is, well, for sure we know crocodiles used to be bigger. There was many, many species of crocodiles that were fucking enormous. Dinosaur-eating crocodiles, huge. What is the biggest ancient crocodile that was ever discovered fossilized? I think it's like in the neighborhood of 50+ feet long.
I like this right now, what we're doing. And I like that you were right. I was wrong.
I like that too. So how about taking that?
Well, yeah, so my point is that, like, these things they're so different than us that it's hard for us to even imagine. Okay, the biggest freshwater croc ever was 40 feet long, 110 million years ago. What about saltwater? Is that the largest crocodile period, or is it what they're all the big ones freshwater? What is that the largest, biggest crocodile fossil ever found? Okay, across our coast, largest sea-dwelling one, 30 feet long. Interesting. So the 40-foot long one was bigger. Yeah. Interesting. So there's ones that super croc, massive fossilized croc discovered in the Agulla Formation in Big Bend National Park, 40 to 50 feet long, jaws with 6-inch teeth. Good Lord. Good Lord. Good Lord. 6-inch teeth. How great. Just imagine. Fucking 6-inch teeth, and it's 40 feet long. Oh my God.
I mean, I think saltwater crocs and Nile crocs are equal to people, right? Yes. Today.
Well, I have a friend, Jim Shockey, who's actually a professional hunter who was hired to go to Africa to shoot some of these man-eating crocodiles that were taking out these people in this village. And the footage that got it was so disturbing because everyone in the village is missing something. Everyone in the village is either missing an arm or missing a leg or has a bite taken out of them. And while he was there, a woman got snatched up and she was trying to do laundry. So it's a very poor village, and these people are at the mercy of these monsters that are actively hunting them. So what they do is if they want to do something like have a place where they can retrieve water safely, what they do is they put giant holes in the ground all around. So they essentially like encase this area. But the problem is crocodiles figure it out. And when they go in there, they settle in, and they just wait for you. Because they can walk around on land. So they go out, fuckers, they only go in the same area. How do I get in that area? And they're watching you underwater for hours without breathing.
You know, I worked a lot in Madagascar, and we have not crocodiles in Madagascar, but they're not as big as mainland Nile crocs. But I know that in Madagascar, it's when people go to wash their clothing along the edge of these lakes that they get, you know.
That's their instincts, because that's how they get deer.
Every year people die washing their clothing in Madagascar from live crops. But,
so the speculation is that there's breed those Nile crocs in the Everglades.
Really?
Yeah. They're
Why not?
See if you can find like what's the latest breeding Nile crocodiles in the Everglades. They have a shoot on the side of it.
I mean, it makes sense. I always wondered why there were not anacondas. And in the making of this reptile documentary we're doing, the reason that we've been told that there are not anacondas in the Everglades is that they didn't import anacondas in the way they did Burmese pythons. Burmese pythons, from what we understand, the python skin people in Thailand and Malaysia, they would collect the eggs and breed, have the babies, send thousands of baby Burmese pythons to the U.S. And that never happened with anacondas. But you think about anacondas, because they've been looking for
You're meeting the guy responsible for that tomorrow.
It's unclear if Nile crocodiles are breeding clear if they're breeding in the wild in Florida. There is some information about mountain crocodiles and breeding in Florida. Mountain crocodiles first observed in Florida in the 60s. Wow. Wow. These they've captured all the mountain crocodiles in the area. Mountain crocodiles become established in Florida that threaten native species. Well, that's what I mean, you might have to write an out box to go ahead.
But what's interesting about that, in the 60s, alligators were endangered.
Well, I lived in Florida in the 70s. When I lived in Florida, they were endangered.
They were an endangered species.
I used to feed them marshmallows.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I lived in Gainesville, Florida. We used to go, and then when I was there, some lady got her dog snatched. And then everybody kind of freaked out. Everybody in town was like, look. Because they got way too comfortable with alligators. Because alligators, when they get used to people, they just lay around. So they would just sit on the banks. And we would go to the fucking park, like Lake Alice is where the lake is. We'd go to the park and hang out. And alligators would just be hanging out there. When I was a kid, it was normal. It was normal to see alligators just sunning themselves. And they were endangered. And now they're not endangered.
Well, and crocodile farming had a lot to do with wine development. Really, from what I understand. Yeah, because what took pressure off the crocs just really, not so much alligators, but crocs in general, was when the farming happened, it took pressure off of hunting, obviously, for their skins, right? Right. And the farming of crocodiles has been a really, it's controversial, but it's really been a success story for wild crocodiles.
Well, why is that? How does it affect alligators?
Well, that's a good question. I think it was crocodile farming you should ask, but I know croc farming in general has protected crocodiles across the board. I guess they used to hunt alligators also for skins. So
oh yeah, for sure. They still do.
Okay, so maybe
they still breed up for skins, hunting for skins, but now they have an overpopulation problem. So I was just curious, like, how would crocodile farming make that? I don't think that. I think it's probably just a natural reaction to the fact they weren't hunted anymore. And they just blossomed, and it just took a few decades. And then you have enormous populations.
Yeah, that may be true. I know croc farming has helped crocodilians across the board. Sure, that's for sure.
Well, and storms, which I think is also true.
American alligators were on the endangered species list, like you could be. They were very rare in the 60s. Now they're incredibly common.
Well, they were very rare because they were over.
They were exactly.
I mean, that's the problem. I'm talking about deer. One of the things that was established through Teddy Roosevelt, and when they set up the national parks and wildlife services in this country, they had market hunting before that. And they had wiped out everything. There used to be elk all over 50 states. They used to be everywhere.
Well, the eastern elk is extinct.
Yes, exactly. And we have Rocky Mountain elk now that are transplanted to the east. But the market hunting was a real problem. We had decimated the populations of all these things. They were just hunting deer and all these different animals and selling them for food. And oftentimes it's like bison, they just sell their tongues, which is really crazy because bison meat is thought to be like some of the best meat, but they were pickling their tongues and sending them back east.
You're now making me think about something, and I don't know the facts, but the migratory bird act is some, that we used to shoot birds all the time, and obviously the most common bird, and one of the most common birds was passenger pigeons, right? And there was so many.
Fill the sky.
It fill the sky, yeah. And then I think the migratory bird act came into effect anyway. But you're right, around the Teddy Roosevelt period.
Yeah, because people killed off all the birds. There were so many passenger pigeons. They were fucking everywhere, and we killed them all for food.
And for feathers and people's hats. Crazy.
Yeah, right.
So what do you think? So you have Teddy Roosevelt.
I like that you follow yourself. In services, you have things like migratory bird act, you have things like the ESA, which had its own unintended consequences, which you should cover in our series about stopping importation, but Italian domestic interest.
Yeah.
So breeding.
Yeah.
And the demand is created through U.S. systems that you see. So what happens next, I guess, is
it's really complex. And the problem is people are very dug in on their sides.
Yeah.
You have people that are very dug in with the immigration idea, very dug in PETA, veganism, dug in anti-hunting, and then there's people that are ranchers, and then there's people that are very dug into animals on our property. It's quite complicated, and it's just one of those things about being a human being, because there's nuance to most things that are important to all of us.
Sure.
And the success of wildlife is important to all of us.
It's so true. And one of the things we've tried to do a little bit is bring the animal rights groups closer together with the conservation biologist groups so that they can kind of work together, because you're right.
Yeah.
They're so polarized.
Well, there's also the problem is like we were talking about with BC. I didn't really finish my thought, but the reason why they outlawed bear hunting in BC is because the high population centers are all urban. So people don't have any experience with grizzly bears trying to eat their dogs, or grizzly bears killing hikers. They did no experience. They did, they'd be terrified. It's a giant predator, and you have no chance if it catches you out in the wild. I don't think we should ever kill off all the grizzly bears, but they should control the populations. And the way to control the populations ethically is you do it through hunting. As much as this seems counterintuitive to people that love wildlife, the right way to do it is you have informed, well-schooled biologists that really do a great job of managing the numbers that are in the area. And then you have people that spend enormous amounts of money to hunt those things. And then that money goes into maintaining the population and make sure it's at a healthy balance. If there's too many bears, look, genocide, infanticide in bears is common. Almost all bears are cannibals. They eat their own babies. It's the whole thing is mad. And if they don't have enough food, or if the males come out of the if they're hibernating and they come out before the female does her cubs, they'll actively seek out those cubs for food. And they will do less of that if there's less of them, and if there's more of a balance between predator and prey. And that's where it gets weird, because as a person who loves nature, who are we to say you should kill a certain amount of bears and a certain amount of wolves? That seems fucked. Like, we should just sort of like let it be what it is and enjoy it. But the problem is it leaks over into this strange world that we created. This is the reality that if you want to be able to go to Starbucks, if you want to be able to go outside and have a cheeseburger in an outdoor patio, you can't have fucking wolves everywhere. Okay? This is just reality. And we're accustomed to this artificial enclosure that we created to keep human beings safe, and we've lost our perspective of what it means to be an animal in the world.
No, it's something like calling elephants. You don't manage elephants from to do everything, and then they'll all die.
Well, there's that, but there's also they don't give a fuck who planted that fruit. If you're in a village and your whole family survival is dependent upon you getting these vegetables that you planted, and then elephants come in and eat all your vegetables, you could very easily starve to death. And that's real too. And people don't want to think about that, because you think of elephants, and elephants are endangered. Yes, they are. Elephants are hunted for their ivory. Yes, they were. But also, elephants are, Africa is fucking huge. There's not the same amount of black bears in San Francisco as there are in, rural Wyoming, right? It's because that's the environment to live in. You went to San Francisco, you're like, oh my God, black bears are extinct. But, go to New Jersey, they're everywhere, right? So it's not that the animal is that, you shouldn't have any of them. It's just like there should be places where they exist and places where they don't exist. And if you want to maintain a city, you're going to have to do something about the population of predators. You're going to have to do something. It's just like, how far outside of your city does human control radiate? And then you have ranchers, right? Like, if you want to have a guy who grows cows and eat steak, you're going to have to be able to protect this guy's crop, or it's not going to be profitable for them to do this. You're going to have to be able to protect his animals.
I completely agree. Keep animal-human conflict. If you want to keep it at bay, keep wild animals in the wild.
Right.
I would question, and I think you're right, bringing or reintroducing grizzly bears into areas where there are high densities of humans. It's a recipe for trouble.
Well, it's also completely theoretical.
And right now it's theoretical, although they did just recently reintroduce grizzlies back into Washington State.
Well, I don't mean theoretical in the sense they haven't done it, as far as what the outcomes are. Like, you really don't know. And especially if they get to a point where they become cold and they're not threatened by people at all anymore. And that's what happens in certain parts of the country. That's what happens when they have too many of them in a specific area. And then they compete for resources. And it can get weird.
The outcome of Tiger King, no one knows this, but I'll tell you this one. I don't think I'm going to say publicly, but a few things happen. One thing is a federal law completely public consent death was passed, largely because of Tiger King. But the other thing we did just sort of privately is we donated $1 million to tiger conservation in India
one of the countries where tigers are still doing quite well. And the visit last September in India. And, you know, it's just so interesting because you're talking about very attack people in India. They do live with tigers, and they do have, obviously, a certain amount of people that get killed every year. But the key is to keep enough prey within the area where these tigers are. So local people, I guess, out hunt or compete with the prey, but the tigers start going into more human areas. Basically, start looking at humans as something to eat. But anyway, I just bring that up. It's something that was a byproduct of tiger killing. That, it was something that we did to try this. People did tiger killing for the year. That's a that's a fighting now.
Are you aware of the Sundarbans?
Yeah.
And the types of attacks in the Sundarbans?
Absolutely.
The Sundarbans are fascinating.
Because we hundreds of thousands of people been killed by tigers. Beautiful website.
Yeah, but also brackish water, and you think that might contribute to the aggression of the tigers. They take that salty water and they're just constantly irritated. But they seem to kill people for sport.
Really?
Yeah, there's this one story of this group of men that are on a boat, and they're rowing this boat in the water. I don't know if they're rowing it, but they're trying to get away from this tiger. This tiger jumps into the water, swims up the boat, kills the guy, drags him to shore, jumps back in the water, swims out to the boat again, kills another guy, drags him to shore, and one guy gets away saved. One or two fast.
Were they wearing masks behind their
They
heads?
were. Yeah, that's also what they do. And they around them and they do surveys of the animals. But it's also insanely difficult to find out where they are, too, because the grass is so high. And they're just built to fuck things up. That's what their job is. And if people live around them, people are on the menu. That's just what it is with tigers.
It did make it into Tiger King, but we filmed in southern Nepal, a place called Chitwan National Park, where tigers are doing very well. And they actually have armed guards with machine guns to protect the tigers from poachers. We filmed there, but it's pretty remote. I don't think how many people get killed. But yeah, where there are tigers, people are going to have problems. If there's high densities.
But, it's all, there's a reason why human beings don't really, you're shot supposed to live. You shouldn't be living with the tigers.
That's also,
They have to, they're stuck, they're fucked. But boy, we should figure out a way to develop some sort of an area there where they don't have to live like that. There's a lot of people.
I mean, it is amazing. It's amazing that in India there's still tigers involved because it's one of the second most populated country in the world. Yeah, it feels like when you're in India, there's people everywhere. Like you think you're going off on some rural road, it's just there's people.
But if you go into a place where the jungle is, like where the tigers live, it's like really hard to live there. Like, and then the people that are living there probably have no options, so they're forced. And so they're living, in sort of a traditional way, out exposed, and then they have to figure out how to protect themselves from these enormous, stealthy cats. They're sneaking around everywhere they go.
They see plenty of cows, which is amazing.
What is so nice?
Roaming is going
I would really love to know what the origin of the sacred cow is. Really love to know. That's one of the most fascinating things. That you have a place where people are starving and they choose not to eat cows.
Yeah.
Fascinating.
Yeah. And they stop the traffic stopping, which is these roads that have no lanes. It is wild.
But it's so crazy that they stick to this one thing. Like I was just watching this news report of this group of people that were not Hindu. I think they were of some other religion, and they lived in India, and they got arrested for killing cows. So they had cows in their yard. They were arrested for them, and they bulldozed their homes.
Wow.
Yeah. See,
Oh, they're also probably.
I believe they were. Yeah.
More people died from that in India in terms of wildlife. Is it snakes? I think mosquitoes. I mean, not mosquitoes, but after that, snakes or tigers.
I don't know. I don't think it's tigers. I think the Sundarbans is the area where they get jacked pretty regularly. But also, how many people are doing surveys? How many people are missing? But, when you're going into these very remote areas, how many people know? Indian authorities bulldozed homes of 11 people after finding beef in fridges. Slaughtered cows, which Hindus worship as a deity, is banned in most of India as is consumption of their meat. Isn't that fucking fascinating?
They pick on earthquake for a year.
right with a roller behind the house. Then they're gonna-
Isn't that nuts?
People found beef in the fridge and cows in the backyard.
Wait, so India, you can do hamburger.
You cannot.
Yeah, they're really.
I was just in
I
India.
think you can get in like hotels and stuff, but you can't get it at like
Oh wow, we're not in hotels.
yeah, you can get it at
I mean, I was just in India.
So you could eat lamb. You could eat sheep. You could eat other different animals. You just can't eat cows.
Yeah. Wow, I didn't even think of that when I was there.
A lot of people think it is it's roots in psychedelic mushrooms. The psilocybin grows on cow, and that these people, which is this one of the oldest. What is it? I think it's called Choctaw Bayok. It's like one of the oldest known civilizations, which was a cow worshiping civilization. And they had like these, like why were people who were fucking starving to death, like barely getting by? Why would they have like image worshiping cows? Well, that's where you got all your mushrooms. It completely makes sense. It's almost the only thing that makes sense. It's almost the only thing that you could achieve, especially if you have like ancient stories of soma and these different psychedelic compounds that the Hindus would eat, and these different psychedelic notions or potions rather that were talked about, where we don't really know what the composition of them was, but we do know that psilocybin mushroom has a long history of use, and it's really common to find them growing on campfires. Why else would poor people that don't have any food not eat this one apple?
I don't know, but I've seen mushrooms at Calvador.
everything that makes them burger and use.
Yeah, chicken. And you chicken all you want, baby.
They definitely seem to have burgers, but I don't know that they're making them with
Beef.
pizza.
Right, it could be like a lamb burger.
But yeah,
Right, when you get Indian food, it's always lamb.
it's a bit more Western. I mean, it's more like more,
Not to these people. These people wasn't Western enough.
Oh, yeah.
They bulldoze a fucking house.
Yeah,
That's incredible.
maybe they're also there's lots of
Yeah, right. It's like the meters.
yeah. There's a lot of that,
Yeah, I'm sure there's some of that too. Yeah, but it's just our relationship with animals is very bizarre, and I think most people have a really stunted understanding of it. They aren't really around it's a squirrel or a pigeon or something. Like they don't see
It's further and further becoming diverse.
It is. Well, it's the cities, as much as I've opened, they are perverse. They're strange, and they've done us a lot of harm psychologically. They've created people that are much more vulnerable than they've ever been before. They're soft and lazy and entitled, and everything comes easy to them. I don't think that's normal for human beings either. And you can get food anywhere you want, all the worst kinds of food, and you're a prisoner of your own choosing. You're going from one closed environment to another closed environment, riding around in your car or the subway or whatever you're doing, and we're completely disconnected to what it meant to be a human being for hundreds of thousands of years. And it happened in the blink of an eye. In a couple of hundred years, all of a sudden we're fucked. And we're trapped in this bizarre system. And in this system, occasionally we interact with animals. And our understanding of it, what we think of it, what we think it is so and we have anthropomorphization through Yogi Bear and all that kind of stuff. And we're so weird with the way we interact with animals. Every piece of it.
I was so lucky to grow up in nature. I take it for granted.
Where'd you up?
I grew up mostly in Northern California, but I was like a feral kid. My mother always said, "You were feral. We didn't play on anything." I would spend my days fishing and hiking in creeks.
What part of it?
In Sonoma. And then I spent 40-something years in New York City. But I never lost that, what you're talking about, and that interest in love of going out into nature. But I think you're right. Today, people don't have the experience I had. So many kids are from a urban, that world, and they can't connect.
We don't even know what it's like. But I would imagine if you went to a city, your average city, like New York City or Los Angeles, the average person there, what percentage of them spend any time at all alone in the woods? Very few.
Everyone wants to connect to, I think, we had this conversation with Carl recently, which kind of put it really well for me. So much of the conversations you have is, we're going to go connect with nature. We're going to Botswana for the summer, through tourism. But what you really can do is put a bird feeder outside your window and connect with nature that way. And you'll see lots of different birds. And
You must have grown up in nature somewhere.
Not really. No, not really.
Well, why do you then have such a
You know, it's really interesting. So few people engage in it is also interesting because I'm fascinated by the just whatever the whole of urban life is. Like, what is the gravity of urban life that's changed us into these soft, non-self-sufficient beings that is completely relying on some strange system that's ultimately polluting the world and decimating of its resources? Like, what are we? Like, we're weird. And time I spend in the woods, in the wilderness, just being out there, you just get a different sense of what life actually is. You know, it's so extraordinary to see wild animals in the wild, like wild deer and elk and bears, see them existing. It's incredible. It's better than any movie. It's like it gives you a vitamin that you didn't know you needed. You know, like the feeling you get when you're out in the sun, like maybe you've been indoors in the winter, and then this nice sunny day in the spring, everybody's outside the park. I need my vitamins, right? Doesn't it feel like that? And lying down and give me my vitamins. That's what it feels like a nice sunny day in like Central Park, right? That is there's a vitamin that we get in the wilderness that we don't know we're lacking. I think it's part of being person. I think it's a part of being interconnected to every life form that exists wherever we are. And we don't think we are because we live in an apartment. We play Nintendo. And we're locked into this thing that human beings have created, but we're missing something. And it's not as extreme as talk of being trapped in that lady's basement, but it's in the neighborhood. There's something about it that's real similar. There's something about it that's real weird, where our own prison of our own choosing is not good for us.
And it's interesting, you know, most all of the characters in Tiger King and Jim Crazy have never seen chimps or tigers in the wild or had an interest. You know, they were just infinite. They didn't have the intellectual curiosity that you would think they would have to see them.
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I do have a question though, real important. The chimp with the nuggets, chicken nuggets, does he open up the sauce and dip?
Yes.
Did you show him dip?
Well, I think he just went like this, but they are dexterous enough, and they eaten so much McDonald's, they do know how to do that.
So they do dip.
Yeah. I don't think it's in that shot, but
I've seen that they actually peel it. They're not.
yeah.
They peel the wrapper.
I saw that. But do they dig in with the nugget?
I think they just squeeze it in sauce. No, not dipping. I like that question. That's a good one.
We were confused.
Yeah.
He's going to dip. And then I kind of went,
I mean, that sauce toss moment was just so
sauce?
Yeah, that was so sweet.
They know too much. Like, just the communication. Get that piece of paper. He gets the paper and brings it back. They knew too much. It's too creepy. It's so weird. I mean, you guys did an amazing job of capturing it, and thank God you found that one nutty lady. She really glues it all together. But everybody should watch it. It's really good, and everybody should watch it also because you have to know the classic thing. Like you know, you don't know what people are really capable of until you watch like a serial killer documentary. You go, oh, Jesus Christ, that's the thing.
Yeah.
So you don't know that people are keeping chimps in their house until you watch your show and you go, oh, that's the thing.
But it makes you from human confinement to the symptom you just described, the urbanization and coastal bubbles.
Yeah.
It's kind of the people are like, oh my God, is this America? Like, of course, like go outside 45 minutes away from where you live.
Right. I didn't know it was a thing, and I've been involved with animal people my whole life. So yeah, it's a thing. Monkey moms.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that.
If you let people do it, they'll do it.
There's some strange obsessions in this world.
Yeah, if you give people free license, it's one of the great things about being American. You have so many freedoms. There's so many things you can do. But it's also like at a certain point in time, you gotta wake up and go, hey, putting a dolphin in a fucking swimming pool is evil. You know, and one day when AI can transcribe dolphin communication, we're gonna probably realize they're as smart as us. And that's what gets really, really, really scary, is that we have been engaging in a form of indentured slavery. We've captured them, we've raised them from a child, from the time they're a baby, they've been in captivity. The whole thing's completely disgusting. And yet, it's a normal part of life. And until Blackfish, most people weren't even aware that it was a thing or what it actually was. When you see orcas behave in the wild versus the way you see them trapped in those swimming pools, it's torturous. Their skin's falling off and the whole thing.
But think about this: 100 years ago, you could go to the Bronx Zoo, see, you know, a boy in a cage out of Bengal. It was
Right.
it was
Right.
photo of his mother that kept in a cage. How old was it? 1913, mid-20s, 20s, maybe.
He shot his brains out. Even people that knew that all Banga was, basically a indigenous man from West Africa would be
1912 or something.
anyway. But even then people were disturbed to see a human being next to a gorilla.
And he was in a cage by himself.
I think he was in the ape house at the Bronx.
Well, first he was brought for the World's Fair on display. You know, to show there he is. There you go. They shaved his teeth down to be more like fangs. Shark chicken for days. So what year? That's we done it. So that was like the 19th century. So that's our history. 1964, Bronx Zoo. That was incredible. I love this image. It was an exhibition, right? The Antoine screen was and it's a reflect mirror. You walk into it and you see yourself.
Wow. But they were
really cool.
they were conscious of that in 1964.
1964.
Well, it was 20 years after we dropped a fucking couple of nuclear bombs.
Yeah.
Is it?
But how cool is that image?
That is cool. That's, we would never have that today.
The most dangerous animal in the world is us, which is so cool.
Well, it certainly is numerically.
Yeah.
And also just the impact we have overall. We're a sketchy group. But we know more about us because of stuff like what you guys have done. So thank you very much. It was really fun talking to you. And did HBO fund this, or did you guys bring it to HBO after it was done?
We crossed kind of a midstream. So we kind of typically what we do is we figure out if we have something. We self-fund and develop something until we get to a point where we think it's ready.
I mean, Tiger King, I almost finished it before I brought it to everybody.
So I think now we have the ability to kind of control output and to control the development product. It was a little harder back then. But yeah, it's we can figure out if it's worth it or not, and then we dig it out.
But Joey, thanks for having us.
Yeah.
My pleasure. You guys nailed it twice. But really, Chimp Craze is really good. And of course, Tiger King is awesome too. And when I said that, I really mean, I think you guys are doing something that's, you're giving us a better understanding of humans. Through this very strange lens, watching these very bizarre people and their psychological misfortunes. Like whatever it is about them, whatever unfortunate aspect of their mind, the way they interface with the world, allows them to do that. It gives us a better understanding of ourselves. I really think so. So I appreciate you having us. My pleasure. Thank you guys. Please finish the show. I will. I was just bummed out last night. Okay. Thank you. Thanks. Bye.
Urban experience.
Train my name, Joe Rogan. Podcast my name. All day. Yeah, I watch some people that are like broken. Yeah. And I see them like jiu-jitsu videos all the time or something like video about me. This crap. And the guy screams in agony. And then everybody's like, oh, it's horrible.
Yeah, and the arm was the some videos.
Oh, I saw a guy and a girl. I was like, the guy with the girl's arm. What the fuck, man?
I was just like, how is that? Because I don't want to do it ever again, really.
That's like, no.
It's stupid. But like for me to get happen. But like even when I'm just like, wait, why is this happening? And there was two
competitors like pro progressive were like, well, you never want to get away from it. Their arms break once they're out here. Always keep your